And we kick things off with the brawl already in full swing in the Great Kingdom. The last line of defense of the Deaver Fortress was being pushed back by the orcs. The soldiers were desperately trying to stop them from scaling the castle walls. There were soldiers scattered everywhere, shouting to boost the morale of the fallen and urging everyone to kill those cursed orcs. On the other side was the green-skinned horde, yelling something in their own dialect, probably the same thing. These little monsters were winning the battle, largely because they had all sorts of abilities, both magical and martial. Suddenly, a red aura descended from the sky, enveloping all of them. The vice commander announced that this aura signaled the orcs were entering berserk mode, and that it was only a matter of time before the gates fell. Of course, the sheer number of orcs already present was wreaking havoc, but the real problem would come when the orc lord joined his soldiers. He was an aura master, unlike any previous orc lords, and if he unleashed his power, it would be the end. With the orcs already breaching the castle walls, one soldier, amidst the chaos and despair, shouted for everyone to make the monsters retreat at all costs. It was an order. Protect the castle with their lives. In that very moment, he met his end, crushed under the foot of an orc that smashed him into the ground. A blue aura began to spread over the battlefield, enveloping the corpses. As it advanced, it caused the dead to rise. Some soldiers, terrified, began asking what this light was that made the dead fight again. From soldiers to orcs, everyone was returning to life. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a necromancer, of course. But who was behind this? The orc lord was reveling in destruction, laying waste to everything and everyone around him. However, his party was about to come to an end. Our protagonist began to make his entrance, saying, "Defeating you won't be easy with just these ordinary bodies." As expected, the orc lord, being an aura master, was unlike any other lord before him. In that instant, the protagonist summoned a few monsters to assist in the fight. Now it was his turn to attack. An army of undead began advancing toward the orc. The rampaging beast mowed them down with his massive aura. He raised his sword, and when it struck the ground with full force, it sent everyone flying. Suddenly, a skeleton attacked him from behind but failed to land a hit. Furious, the orc lord grabbed almost all the summons in his hands. However, another summon, resembling a leopard, charged from the front and latched onto the orc. Simultaneously, the skeleton seized the opening, prepared its sword, and struck, forcing the orc lord to retreat slightly. That was enough for the little cat to land a punch that sent the aura master flying. Taking advantage of the moment, the protagonist engaged other orcs in close combat, wielding his sword. While his summons created space for him, a giant summon began channeling all its energy into a massive double punch to the ground, sending the orcs flying. Meanwhile, the dark fairy seized the opportunity and used her magic, slicing the enemies into pieces. The soldiers watching the scene were stunned. The protagonist had managed to turn the tide of the battlefield almost single-handedly, even while using necromancy, a practice forbidden in the kingdom for being considered dark magic. The orc lord, enraged, had never imagined that mere corpses could force him to retreat. However, he made it clear this was not going to be his defeat. The protagonist, on the other hand, had ulterior motives. He had noticed that the orc lord possessed great talents that could be added to his collection of summons. Then the protagonist drew his sword and, almost shouting "Bankai," transformed it into a spine-like whip. Facing his enemy, he charged forward. Throwing the whip sword, the orc lord managed to catch it mid-air, pulling the protagonist toward him and shattering the weapon completely. Seizing the advantage, the orc lord raised his sword, aiming to strike the protagonist. However, with agility, the protagonist defended himself with a second sword and summoned a massive bone creature to intercept the blow. At that moment, face to face with the enemy, the protagonist began using his magic. Bones emerged from the ground, trapping the orc lord's feet. The protagonist muttered to himself, "I must become even stronger, for my survival, for the sake of those who are precious to me in this world, and to keep living as Adrius Cromwell." Now clad in bone armor, the protagonist charged at the orc lord. On the other side, the lord, pleased with the challenge, declared, "Entertain me in this battle one last time." The protagonist, now fully powered up and exuding a samurai-like aura, launched himself at the orc lord. The battle became so intense that it was impossible to follow what was happening. All the soldiers and summons around seemed awestruck. The protagonist's sword ignited with flames as the orc lord prepared for his next attack. And then suddenly, we're left wondering what happens next. The story takes us to the Empire's most prestigious and inspiring academy, where those deemed promising came to study. It was also a place where people with hidden identities gathered. In a mysterious room sat our protagonist. It seems we've gone back a few years before that war. In this scene, an old man next to our protagonist asked him something. Andreas was in a room filled with mutilated bodies that appeared to be from experiments. The monster doctor, as the old man was called, told the protagonist that even he couldn't remember the bodies he'd worked on the previous week. Both were researchers in forbidden dark magic. necromancy. If anyone discovered what they were doing, they'd be executed on the spot. For that reason, they conducted their experiments in secrecy. The old man, holding a skeletal head, began to use magic. The body on the floor let out a loud groan as it rose, but it seemed something had gone wrong. Disheartened, the old man said they'd finished the experiment for the day and ordered the protagonist to clean everything up before heading upstairs. Poor Andreas, who seemed more like an intern, wasn't happy about any of it. He wasn't learning anything useful, and even though it was dangerous, the work seemed barely worth the trouble. Still, he couldn't simply quit. Since dark magic was forbidden, this was the only place where he could study it. Andreas, our protagonist, apologized to the old man for the delay in cleaning up, but that only made things worse. The old man nitpicked everything Andreas did. This time, he complained that the protagonist had taken half the day to clean up. How could he trust Andreas with serious work if even something so simple was difficult for him? Exasperated, the old man declared he wouldn't tolerate another failure. Tired of the lecture but with no other options, the protagonist resolved to do his best to follow orders. Then the old man ordered him to go to the National Cemetery of Benhales to fetch another body. He said this was another chance for Andreas, but reminded him that he was an orphan and that it was thanks to the old man that he had a roof over his head. That's why Andreas needed to prove his life was worth it. If he failed again, he'd become one of the old man's experiments. What a bastard, thought Andreas, silently agreeing. He left the room, which opened directly into a busy corridor of the academy. Complaining to himself, he grumbled that the old man hadn't even given him money for the trip. As he stepped into the hallway, everyone started staring at him. Was his reputation as the monster doctor's assistant spreading? Irritated, he pushed past those in his way, muttering to himself, "This sucks. I don't even know how I'm going to get out of this mess." Andreas was an orphan from a fallen family, the typical man who fawned over the strong and looked down on the weak. He was the worst student at the academy and a third-rate villain, the kind of character no one would ever want to play. Yet despite all this, he had to keep living as Andreas. However, his real name was Makoto Kaneshiro, and he didn't belong to this world. Makoto was a former Special Forces member who couldn't adapt to life as a regular citizen. For him, the world of Pakata had been his only emotional refuge. He forgot about everything else and dove headfirst into the game. When he finally cleared it during the 12th week, he received a mysterious call from someone who knew unsettling details about his personal life and gaming habits. Frightened, he tried to shut down his computer, but before he realized it, he was transported into the game. Now, Makoto lived as Andreas, roughly half a year before the main story began. In the game, Andreas was always haunted by the shadow of death. All the characters would eventually uncover his true identity and kill him for it. If Makoto couldn't avoid Sharon, one of the main characters, before the story started, he was doomed to repeat the same fate. Sitting outside, the protagonist pondered his mission and whether he could truly accomplish it. But he had no choice. He had to grow stronger before everything truly began. Having played for 13 weeks, Makoto had gained 2 special traits. The first, randomly assigned by the game, was Dual Core, which allowed him to use both magic and swordsmanship. To survive, he would need to focus on these 2 areas. But what would the second trait be? Deep in thought, Andreas looked at a ring, a kind of game device, and decided he needed a trait with synergy for necromancy. Opening the selection screen, he was flooded with options. Since he had already cleared the game once, he recognized some traits. He began exploring the ones he hadn't encountered before. That's when one caught his attention: evolution. This trait adapted the user, enabling them to surpass limits and reach new heights. Without hesitation, he chose the ability. Visualizing the future this trait could unlock, he declared to himself, "I will survive and clear this game as Andreas no matter what." Back at the academy dormitory, Makoto reflected on the character he was now playing. Andreas was a weak and insignificant villain who could barely manage a single elemental spell. The only magic he possessed was necromancy, which is why he chose the evolutionary trait. Wasting no time, Makoto headed to the lab's library to research the subject before heading to the cemetery. He knew he needed to grow stronger quickly. His concern wasn't just Sharon, but also the countless other characters who could end his life. In the library, Andreas picked up a few books on dark magic, but their titles were far too conspicuous. Being caught with one of them would mean instant execution. However, there was something even more dangerous in the room, capable of killing him on the spot. Inside a cage was a woman, clearly a vampire. The vampires in this game were immune to direct sunlight and capable of wielding powerful magic. She didn't seem like the kind of creature Sharon could easily capture. Most likely, she had the strength of a mid-tier boss. Returning the book to the shelf, Andreas heard the bloodsucker call out to him, attempting to charm him. She begged for his help to escape. Now seated on the train, heading toward his mission, Andreas reflected on his conversation with the vampire. The offer had been incredibly tempting. Toying with his emotions, she had tried to strike a deal, her freedom in exchange for killing Sharon for him. She knew the protagonist feared that, one day, the old professor might kill him. As expected of a vampire, she sensed Andreas's cautious feelings toward Sharon. Despite her tempting offer, Andreas hesitantly replied that there was no guarantee she would spare his life afterward. The vampire, swearing she wouldn't harm him, continued to plead, but it wasn't enough. Could a superior being like her truly keep a promise to a human? He needed more time to think. Betraying his professor outright could be too risky. Hearing his doubts, the vampire grew furious, thrashing and demanding he make a decision. At the cemetery, Andreas was already exhausted from lugging a heavy trunk. He encountered a man at the gate and without hesitation, said he was from Janie's household, claiming to be her third grandson. Apparently, it was some sort of code. The man asked if he had brought flowers and then granted him entry. Reaching the designated spot, Andreas found an open grave where an old man waited with a coffin. The gravedigger glanced at him and said he had arrived just in time. As promised, there lay the corpse of a knight. It was take it or leave it. Andreas thanked him and loaded the heavy body into his trunk, muttering internally about how much trouble this was turning out to be. Just as he was about to leave, something caught his attention. A gravestone nearby glowed faintly, its inscription drawing his eye. He felt like he had seen that name somewhere before. To his shock, he recognized it. "No way," he muttered. It was the grave of Nicol Lefeu, a master of aura. Nicol had spent decades training in isolation, walking the path of the sword. He dedicated his entire life to the blade and mastering aura, ultimately dying of old age. He was one of the game's Easter eggs, and in the world of Picada, no one knew he had achieved the status of an aura master in the end. Andreas began to think, if he could create a Death Knight with that body, he might reach unprecedented levels of power. Not even Sharon could create something like that. However, after evolving, this could change entirely. Determined, Andreas called out to the gravedigger who was still finishing the burial and expressed interest in another body. The gravedigger, however, refused, explaining that he would need Sharon's permission first. "I hope you understand my position," the gravedigger said. Andreas wasn't willing to give up. He removed his family ring and offered it as payment. The ring, engraved with the crest of a count, was quite valuable and could fetch a fortune if sold. "This is all I have. As a mage, results are more important to me than money, and I won't tell the professor about this," Andreas said, trying to persuade him. Reluctantly, the gravedigger accepted the offer. Though the crest belonged to a fallen lineage, the ring was still too tempting to resist. As night fell, they unearthed the grave. Andreas opened the coffin and looked down at the knight's body. The future he envisioned was beginning to take shape. He thought to himself, "When I return, I'll begin my necromancy training as soon as possible. I'll be in your care, my first subordinate." The body seemed to please the old professor. Sharon, not missing the opportunity, asked Andreas to handle the reagents and cleaning while he was away. Exhausted from the journey, Andreas grumbled to himself but knew he had no choice, so he started right away. While performing his tasks, he thought about his current skill level. A skeleton was the best he could create with his magic. Perhaps it was possible to evolve traits, but he wasn't sure. He had never attempted such a thing, and he couldn't risk experimenting on another body. Suddenly he heard the sound of chains. The vampire was still there. She asked how much longer he would keep her waiting. Andreas approached as she continued, "I've already told you. I'm not going to kill you. Let me go. Do you really want to spend the rest of your life as Sharon's lackey?" Andreas stared at her, visibly tempted. Growing impatient, she asked why he was staying silent, but he remained quiet, lost in thought. Disheartened, the vampire turned her back to him, urging him to make a decision quickly. Perhaps once she was free, she would actually kill Andreas for real. Finally, he said, "I'll let you go." Surprised, she looked at him as he added, "I've had enough of licking Sharon's boots." Filled with hope, she extended the chains for him to remove them. However, Andreas wasn't going to do it for free, and letting her loose without a guarantee of his survival seemed like madness. So Andreas demanded that the vampire swear on her family name that she wouldn't kill him. He had read that when a vampire swears by their lineage, they are incapable of breaking the oath. Seeing the shock in her eyes, Andreas knew the information was true. With no other options, the vampiress swore on the name of Lucifer that she wouldn't kill him. At that moment, a notification appeared. "You have fulfilled the conditions. An evolving specimen has been detected. Probability of Angela Lucifer's evolution, 55%. Andreas was stunned. Did that happen because of her oath? As he read the notification, the vampire watched him, confused by his reaction. She asked if he had deceived her. Another screen appeared with the description, "Evolution trait detected." It seemed Andreas could use the evolution trait on other entities besides himself. This could be the perfect opportunity to test it before trying anything on Nicol. If something went wrong with her, no one would hold him directly responsible. Resolute, suit, he confirmed the evolution process. Immediately, a red aura enveloped Angela. She began screaming, clutching her head and writhing in agony. Andreas grew anxious seeing her in such a state. With fury in her eyes, she cursed, "What the hell did you do to me?" Clearly in pain, Angela collapsed to the ground, her body motionless and silent. Panicked, Andreas wondered what had happened to her. How could he know if the evolution process had worked when she lay there, seemingly lifeless? Trying to set aside what had just occurred, Andreas turned his attention back to Nickel's body. He began to contemplate. If he could use the evolution trait on external entities, he could surely apply it to his own summons in the future. Determined, he initiated the necromancy process. A blue aura emanated from his hands, activating the basic skeleton summoning skill. However, he was startled by the immense mana consumption, even for raising a single skeleton. Nickel's body began to shed all its flesh, leaving only the bones behind. Slowly, the skeleton reanimated and rose from the ground. The protagonist received a success notification and felt deeply satisfied. The updates kept coming. The corpse's level is high. Bonus stats have been applied. The corpse's level is extremely high. Its rank has been upgraded and transformed into a skeleton soldier. The corpse's level is transcendent. It can recover some semblance of its past self. The skeleton's basic info has been updated. Legendary skeleton soldier, Nickel Life Hill, Undead, rank 2. Traits, self-awareness, sword mastery, advanced. The protagonist was ecstatic with his success. Nickel not only retained a high rank but also preserved traits like sword mastery. Excited, Andreas attempted to communicate with his summon. "Were you really a sword master when you were alive?" Communication seemed limited, but Nickel began gesturing, confirming with movements. This response thrilled Andreas. Later, while relaxing in his dormitory, Andreas glanced at the calendar. He still had nearly a year to kill Sharon, but he knew there was much work ahead to surpass that stage. Opening his information screen, he analyzed his next steps. Standing up, he said with a grin, "Let's let Nickel have some fun." Summoning the skeleton soldier, Nickel materialized in the room as if stepping out of a portal. Andreas quickly realized it could be dangerous if anyone saw his summon in that skeletal form, so he tried to disguise him by dressing him in clothes. Now, no matter how someone looked at him, Nickel appeared human. Suddenly, Nickel began moving his hands up and down, as though still training even after death. The protagonist, observing this, noticed something intriguing. He could learn swordsmanship directly from Nickel. With a satisfied smile, he asked, "Nickel, can you teach me?" In the world of Picada, talents and ranks are crucial factors. The shorter the name of an ability, the more powerful it is. For instance, motion is the highest level of physical ability, whereas motion mastery is a lower tier. Nickel began training the protagonist hands-on, making him repeat basic movements over and over. It was almost like the famous jacket-on, jacket-off scene. However, the intense pace quickly pushed Andreas's weak body to its limit, leaving his muscles trembling from exhaustion. While training, the protagonist started reflecting on other characters from the game and their abilities. His thoughts wandered far ahead. If he learned properly, he could potentially use aura in the future, switching between aura and mana during battles. Thanks to his dual core trait, he wouldn't need to choose just one energy source. He could become a magic swordsman, blending mana and physical strength. However, he knew that following this path would demand relentless effort and dedication. Training to evolve would be essential, but if Andreas could push past the early stages, he might surpass anyone, even the great Emperor Edmund. At that moment, Nickel pinched the protagonist, snapping him back to reality. He had been daydreaming too much and focusing too little. Embarrassed, the protagonist asked, "How can a pinch from you hurt so much when you're just a pile of bones?" Perhaps Andreas had never heard the phrase, "bone can pierce." Despite having been a member of the Special Forces, where physical training was routine, Makoto realized that as Andreas, he would need to start from scratch. He drifted off into thoughts of his past life and what lessons he would need to teach Andreas about strength and courage. Once again, Nickel had to pinch him to bring his focus back. Clearly, the protagonist needed to urgently learn how to stay concentrated. By the time dawn broke, the protagonist had already skipped class to train with Nickel. While eating breakfast, he began analyzing his stats. He had already leveled up his summoning magic to level 3. His 5 hours of training had earned him 2 status points, a faster progression than he had expected. Of course, he knew that leveling up would get slower as he advanced. As he reflected, the protagonist realized Sharon hadn't called him for anything in a while. Is the vampire still the same? He wondered. If she hadn't changed, it likely meant the old man hadn't noticed anything yet. But was the evolution simply taking a long time, or had it failed altogether? In the middle of his thoughts, Andreas jumped in surprise when he saw the skeleton training again. "He never gets tired, huh? Well, he's already dead," he murmured. If Andreas had energy potions, he could also train without fatigue, but buying them would be expensive. He thought that producing his own potions would be more cost-effective. However, he knew it wasn't as easy as it seemed in the game. Knowing the ingredients was one thing, but getting the measurements right was another. Deciding not to waste any more time, Andreas grabbed his robes and stood up, thinking that attending a few classes wouldn't hurt. When he arrived at the classroom, he immediately drew attention. The students' whispers were far from discreet, and Andreas could hear comments about his ruined family. However, he focused and ignored them. After all, he wasn't there to cause trouble. As he looked around, he noticed that one student seemed particularly bothered by his presence. The class began, and the professor started explaining intermediate-level medicinal herbology. As always, Andreas tried his best to focus, but he couldn't help but think that the content being taught was very similar to what he had seen in the game. He just wanted to get through the theory quickly and move on to the practical lessons. Then, the professor announced that the next potion would be a physical enhancement one and said that muan leaves were the right material for the mix. However, this didn't make sense to Andreas. The game's content and the class were different. He knew that the mixture would have side effects, so he stood up and asked, "Why not add Hong Pichi extract and madamada root bark?" A girl with short hair seemed interested, but the professor sarcastically replied, "If you add those ingredients, you'll be making a soup, not a potion." The entire class burst out laughing. Andreas was confused. The ingredients he mentioned were part of a physical enhancement potion recipe. Had that recipe not been discovered in this world yet? Even though he felt embarrassed, Andreas continued to think about what he had learned. As he left the room, he realized that despite the embarrassment, his knowledge was superior to what had been taught. Perhaps it would be better to learn on his own. While reflecting, Andreas caught the attention of a young woman from the campus research department. He had been trying to conduct experiments, but his attempts kept failing, which frustrated him. Even though he knew the recipe, he needed to reliably produce the potions, and the materials were more expensive than he had anticipated. Who would help someone as useless as Andreas? He thought. Suddenly, the short-haired girl from class appeared, opening the laboratory door. "What are you doing here?" she asked. She was Lucia Everlast, a playable character described as a genius in potions. She shouldn't have been close to Andreas, so why was she there? Lucia, trying to get closer, commented, "You're failing a lot, and honestly, the smell of smoke here is awful." Andreas decided to ignore her, hoping she would leave. However, Lucia seemed persistent and asked, "What kind of experiment are you trying to do?" Once again, Andreas ignored her, lost in thoughts about his problems, which only seemed to be getting worse. "You're really bitter, huh?" Lucia said. "But I expected that. I already know you won't propose anything, so I'll propose something." She leaned against the table, getting closer to him, and asked, "Why not study with me? Wouldn't that be a good idea?" Andreas grew suspicious. What could she possibly want in return? Lucia, however, acted naturally and explained, "It wouldn't be strange for me to just want a research partner. I don't want anything but your gratitude." It seemed like the protagonist might have some talent for creating incredible things, and he wanted to advance in making medicines that didn't yet exist in this world. He began reflecting on the reasons he was trying to make a potion. It was something for himself. But Lucia's expertise in potions wasn't just talent, it was necessity. If she didn't find a cure for her illness, she could die at any moment. Famous doctors and pharmacists had already tried to cure her, with no success. With no other choice, Lucia began studying on her own. This serious illness was attributed to her by the system itself, but if Lucia hadn't been someone like Andreas, who knew the game inside and out, she would never have been able to find the cure. The protagonist was afraid of playable characters. Some could easily kill him, and Lucia was one of those people. As smart as she was, he couldn't let her discover his true identity. Maybe she was there because she had heard him in class, but if Andreas got involved carelessly with her, his life would be even shorter. He refused her offer and asked her to leave. Lucia, disappointed, said, "You'll need peona mushrooms. Besides the ingredients you mentioned in class, this is essential. If you add that, you'll be able to complete the potion." Lucia knew this intuitively. She then offered to help again, suggesting they could even make money together. However, the protagonist, not wanting to get involved, asked her to leave. "You're rich, you don't need this. I'm not going to risk my life just for this offer," he thought. Disappointed, Lucia left the lab but left a warning. "I'll give you some time to think. I'm sure you'll change your mind soon." The protagonist didn't want to think too much about it. Later, during training with Nickel, his mind wandered to his financial problems. Even if he was careful with Lucia, the risks were still high. He could figure out the right measurements on his own, but the bigger problem was the money for all the ingredients. He needed to find a way to earn money. However, in the midst of his thoughts, he was startled. The skeleton was training again, as if it knew Andreas wasn't focused. "This guy never gets tired, huh?" the protagonist muttered. trying to redirect his thoughts back to training. After finishing the training session, Andreas began thinking about what he could do. His only idea was to ask his sister for money. After the letter she had sent saying she missed him, it seemed like the only option. He knew it wasn't something Andreas would normally do, but it didn't matter. He would only ask once. Walking through the square, he was spotted by a young woman with long black hair. She watched him from a distance, thinking, why is he walking around with a book? Has he finally mustered the courage to do something good? Even if he's changed, there's no way to fix that trashy personality of his. She pushed those thoughts aside, but Andreas immediately recognized her. It was DNA Alvin, a prodigious mage and young lady of the Alvin family. She was another character from the academy who could easily kill him. They were childhood friends, but due to the Cromwell family's debts, they had drifted apart. Andreas had done some terrible things back then, and DNA would probably kill him if he got too close. To avoid trouble, he decided to stick to his plan of asking his sister for money. Andreas went to the capital to look for his sister. When they met, she said, I've sent so many letters, but you didn't respond to any of them. Embarrassed, Andreas began apologizing. She had to work hard, even though she was a lady of account. Surprised by his apology, she remarked, that doesn't sound like something you'd do, but it wasn't your fault. Realizing he was serious, she asked, it's about money, isn't it? She already knew the reason for his visit and had prepared an envelope with some money for him. Don't spend it all at once or carelessly, she said. Andreas accepted it and promised he would pay her back when he could. However, his sister was alarmed when she noticed he wasn't wearing the family ring. Where's the ring? She asked. Feeling awkward, Andreas lied, saying he had taken it off to avoid losing it. He knew he couldn't tell the truth. Despite this, she didn't believe him. Upset, she said, it doesn't matter what the reason is. You shouldn't have done that. Rising from her seat, she asked him to leave. I don't want to see you anymore, and you don't need to pay back the money. Seeing that she was extremely hurt, Andreas begged her to wait, saying there was an explanation, but she left, saying she didn't want to hear it. Andreas was shaken. He promised to get the ring back and thought that maybe it was an important item to her. He had never seen her so angry. Feeling bad, he remembered his past life and made an important decision. What's the point of life if I'm just surviving? I wasn't happy when I survived alone back there either. I'll have to make do with what I have. I'm going to accept Lucia's offer. After that, Andreas began spending more time with Lucia, studying potions. He insisted that she leave the room and get some exercise, but Lucia always thought physical activities were for others. Stupid knights, she would murmur. That day, she was particularly lazy and decided to leave everything to the protagonist. She would use her free time to relax. Although training and experimenting could sometimes be tiring for Andreas, he realized that when Lucia changed her mood and helped out, the work went much faster. However, she also managed to drive him crazy. While Andreas prepared the potions, Lucia was in her pajamas lying on the couch. He complained, sometimes it feels like I'm the one doing all the work here. Lucia laughed and playfully responded, it's just your imagination. Still being cute, she asked, since you're doing nothing, could you give me some candy? Even though she could tell he was dissatisfied, she suggested, reduce the amount of madamada and increase the essence of toter tree. Her intuition was surprisingly accurate at times, and when she was right, it solved difficult problems. Andreas carefully followed her suggestion, thinking that although he was only in it for the money, partnering up with Lucia was starting to seem like a decision that might actually pay off. Andreas continued the experiments, trying to create an effective potion. Suddenly, a notification appeared. You have crafted a physical reinforcement potion, intermediate level. Andreas was surprised. He stood up laughing, and Lucia, concerned, asked, what happened? Did you fail again? With a grin from ear to ear, the protagonist responded, no, it finally worked. Another notification appeared, informing him that he had gained a new talent, Potion Maker. The talent had a 32% chance of evolving. While reflecting, he thought, this is similar to what happened with the little vampire. So does that mean I can evolve my own traits too? But 32% is much lower than the chance I had with her. Lucia was excited to see the result. Amazing! No side effects, it can even be used daily. But for now, we need to store it and send a request for examination to the potion committee. Andreas, with a mischievous smile, said, great, take care of that part for me since I did all the work myself. Lucia stood up happily, saying, no problem. The exams are tomorrow, and handling this will be easy. That was when Andreas realized that Lucia had been deliberately relaxing, leaving him to do everything on his own. On the train, heading to the exams, the protagonist was filled with thoughts. He was as worried about the exam as he was about the evolution of the little vampire, which was almost complete. He would need to check it as soon as she woke up. He also thought about the intermediate exams. Lucia would probably pass the first part with ease, but the last part in the magic tower would be a challenge. While reflecting, he realized that his old friend Diana was also on the train with a classmate. The two were talking about the exams. Diana seemed calm. I'm not worried about these things, she said, but her friend whispered, it's not that simple. What if you end up in the same team as Andreas? The idea made Diana uneasy. That would be psychological torture. What bad luck. When the train arrived at the Or Clan training station, an instructor appeared and asked everyone to follow him. Once the students were gathered, he announced, "The third-year intermediate exams will be done in random groups. Each group will consist of 3 students from the warrior department, 1 from the magic department, and a supervisor. You will have until Monday to complete the task. Good luck to everyone." They started announcing the group names, and Andreas could only think, "Oh damn, I've got a bad feeling about this." And he was right. There were numerous villains in the academy besides him and Sharon, but 2 of them were in the same group as him. First, Hazar Gapri, a player who fought against a fanatical cult. The second was Vivian Belkin, a ruthless assassin from the academy. What bad luck. Why did I have to be in the same group as them? Thought Andreas, desperate. While Andreas was looking at the list, someone called out to him. A young man with blue hair approached and introduced himself. Christopher. He seemed hostile, and without ceremony said, "You're a disgusting person. Don't get in my way. Why are you training as a warrior if you're a mage?" Wow, why so much aggression, Andreas thought. Then the other group members arrived, and Gapri also introduced himself, all friendly and a little awkward. He commented, "Being a hostile warrior can be a big problem." The comment created discomfort, as Christopher, still angry, didn't understand who was being hostile. The atmosphere heated up and led to a pointless argument, apparently just because the protagonist was training his physical skills. But it's okay, right? Everyone needs some physical activity, Andreas thought as he tried to ignore the conflict. In the middle of the argument, another group member appeared, chewing something. But the bigger problem wasn't just having these people as teammates. The group's supervisor was also a controversial figure, Yank, known for his difficult personality. This is the worst possible group, thought the protagonist. When all the group members were gathered, the instructor informed them, "Now that the group is complete, you may go and collect your mission. Please try to come back alive." Come back alive? With this group? It sounds like they're trying to make a joke, Andreas murmured, already resigned. Inside the train, the instructor formally introduced herself. "My name is Ivy Claire, and I will be the supervisor for Group 9. Ivy, who would eventually become one of the great masters of Aura, was an imposing figure. She showed a document and explained, "This is the group's mission. Investigate a village in Baron Ballaric's territory. There's a rumor that the lord of the village was murdered. An investigator was sent 2 weeks ago, but he also disappeared. Therefore, we request that this investigation be conducted by the Mercenary Guild." After presenting the details, she asked if anyone had any questions. Despite her incredible abilities, Ivy was known for her difficult personality and was especially aggressive that day. It seemed she had heard rumors about the protagonist, or, as she called him, Seaweed Head. "I heard you've been trying to act like a knight lately. A mage training physically? It's almost a joke." Andreas, not backing down, responded, "I don't want to hear lectures from someone who has to chew dried meat to try to stay calm." The provocation irritated Ivy, who retorted sarcastically, "If it's about chewing something, I can accept you as a volunteer." The tension increased, until Gapri, the fanatic, intervened to try to calm things down. Upon arriving at a huge castle, too large for an ordinary baron, the group was greeted by servants who asked about their journey. Soon the baron appeared and expressed his regret about the incident, before asking them to explain what had happened in more detail. The baron began by saying that the lord was his nephew, a lord with no family. He had disappeared mysteriously, and since then, the village had been in chaos. Ivy thanked him for the information, but the conversation was interrupted by a servant who approached the baron and whispered something. The baron apologized and stood up. "I'm sorry, but I need to leave. I wish you all good luck." The butler, visibly nervous, apologized for the baron's hurry and explained, "The young master isn't feeling well." Ivy observed everything in silence, but Andreas noticed a silent exchange of glances that caught his attention. When they left the place, Ivy commented, "Something here doesn't smell right. This baron is too calm for someone with a missing nephew." She then turned to the protagonist. "Seaweed Head, that's why I insisted we leave immediately," Andreas agreed. "Yes, they seem suspicious, especially the part about the investigators who just disappeared. And why send only one even after months? Plus, the butler's behavior was strange. Something is being hidden." The group was offered the suggestion to stay the night at the castle and leave at dawn, but Ivy refused. "We appreciate the kindness, but our work comes first." With the tension in the air, they decided to leave immediately. They decided to head to the village right away. Once they boarded the carriage, they were certain that the story was much more complex than what was described in the mission. During the ride, Christopher asked, "Should we find a place to stay when we get to the city?" Before anyone could respond, Ivy interrupted. "The mission takes priority priority. Let's start by investigating the Lord's castle. The situation seemed increasingly suspicious, but the only way to uncover the truth was to investigate in person. At that moment, Andreas began to feel something strange with his mana. As they approached the village, the sensation intensified. What could be going on here, he thought. Suddenly, something caught everyone's attention. The coachman was losing control of the carriage. Inside, panic began to spread. Christopher stuck his head out to check what was happening and noticed that the coachman had a completely different expression. He was accelerating more and more as if possessed. "Man, this is not good," shouted Christopher. Ivy quickly analyzed the situation and yelled, "Brace for impact!" Everyone held on as best as they could while the carriage started to break apart. The horses lost control and slammed into the main gate of the city. As they exited the carriage, they were faced with a surreal scene. The villagers were dancing to the moon with red eyes, as if they were hypnotized. Christopher, confused, asked Andreas, "What's happening to them? You're the mage here, you should know." Andreas observed carefully and said, "This is more than just a mana anomaly. It's black magic. It's all over the city." They began forcibly holding the villagers to stop them from dancing, but noticed that their resistance was normal. They seemed to have been dancing for a long time, as their feet were completely worn out. Gapri, the fanatic, examined the feet of a child and asked, "Could this be related to the mission? The Lord disappeared a month ago. These villagers could have been dancing since then, but shouldn't they be dead from exhaustion?" This left the group intrigued. Maybe someone was ensuring that the villagers didn't die. It was clear that they had been dragged into a much bigger problem than what was described in the mission. Andreas, his mind racing, thought, if we had accepted the butler's suggestion and rested at the castle, the Baron would probably have covered everything up. But since we arrived here, everything has changed. The power I feel is on the same level as Sharon's, but it's being used on a large scale. It can't be an artifact. Andreas's astonishment caught the attention of his companions. "Hey, big head, what are you thinking? What's going on?" asked Christopher. Andreas, trying not to alarm the group, replied calmly, "We have few clues for now. We need to investigate the Lord's house." When they arrived at the mansion, the group found several bodies, still burning, scattered outside. Ivy didn't need to give orders. She broke down the mansion's door and everyone entered, alert. Along the way, more villagers' bodies were spread across the ground. Examining the scene, they realized that one of the bodies was a member of the investigation team sent earlier. They had been dead for a long time. Andreas assessed the situation and said, "We may not be able to solve this on our own." Ivy, intrigued, asked, "Why do you think that?" Andreas replied, "This is all black magic. The driving force behind black magic is human emotions. Here, the villagers' emotions were amplified, resulting in magical power. It's possible the Lord is dead, or that he caused all of this." Christopher, thinking it over, commented, "So those burning bodies outside could be part of some kind of black magic ritual?" Ivy, with her usual calmness, responded, "We'll only know if we capture those responsible. Let's search the mansion for more information." The group split up, searching for clues. However, all they found were more bodies scattered around. The body of the missing Lord had still not been located. That's when Vivian suggested, "Maybe we should look outside. It seems like something is happening." The villagers were gathering around the building. They moved precisely, as if they were waiting for the group to enter so they could make their move. Ivy quickly gave an order. "Find an escape route, now!" Gabri went ahead, but as he tried to leave through the second floor, he saw the villagers crowding, already reaching that level. "The second floor is already taken!" he shouted as a villager grabbed him. Christopher, seeing the scene, ran toward his teammate and pushed him, saving him. He drew his sword and said, "I'll take care of this." But before he could react, something exploded, throwing everyone to the ground. The Proto was paralyzed with fear at the scene. The sight of his fallen comrades made him freeze, as if he had lived that moment before. He collapsed to the ground, his senses blurred. He couldn't hear anything, only saw everything in slow motion. Ivy, desperate, shouted, "Get up, Head of Algae, we need to get out of here!" But Andreas didn't respond. She then threw him on her back and shouted to Vivian, "Break the window! We'll go out through there!" Vivian, without thinking twice, smashed the window and the group jumped outside. As they ran, Andreas began to regain consciousness. However, a flashback from his past life surfaced at that exact moment. He looked at the villagers chasing them and on impulse cast a spell to try to stop them. Ivy scolded him. "Don't waste your mana. We need the Dark Mage. Focus." She pressed him further. "If you're going to find him, it has to be now. He's using mana openly, so he should be easy to locate." Andreas took a deep breath and cast a mana detection spell. He felt a surge sweep through every corner of the village, scanning with precision, until he murmured, "I found you." The protagonist had located the Dark Mage using a mana detection spell and began guiding Ivy toward his location. "Good job, Seaweed Head," she said, taking the lead while the students struggled to keep up. The Dark Mage, noticing the movement, seemed curious. When Ivy reached the house, she kicked the door down without any subtlety. Could he be hiding here? She wondered. As she entered, she realized it was a trap. She became trapped inside while Andreas was left outside. Unbeknownst to her, a figure started to rise behind her. To her shock, it was her sister. Ivy froze in place. Outside, Andreas tried to act, but it was beyond his abilities. Then a dark voice echoed, startling him. How pitiful. Just like a moth drawn to the flame. Andreas looked up and saw the sky closing in with a sort of purple shield that enveloped the entire village. The voice spoke again. Don't rush. All of this was decreed by a god. Kneel in the name of Sloth. Andreas couldn't believe what he was hearing. Sloth? Why would he appear now? He wondered. The world of Picata was a universe within the game, known as the Great Sin, and it began with sloth, representing laziness. The 7 deadly sins had been separated from the main body, the apocalyptic codex, and by gathering them all, one could summon the final boss. These items were pivotal to the story, but were only meant to appear later in the main plot. Realizing what was happening, Andreas knew he couldn't handle it alone. He needed to regroup with the others. He ran off to find his team. Meanwhile, Vivian, clearly unhinged, was attacking the bewitched villagers with an astonishing bloodlust, killing everyone in her path. As Andreas arrived, he asked Hazar, "What happened to Vivian?" Hazar replied, "I don't know. It's the first time I've seen her like this." But Andreas wasn't sure he could trust Hazar, as he had left Chris injured and slumped in a corner, alone to fend for himself. Andreas said, "This whole situation is a complete disaster, and Ivy is trapped inside the house, surrounded by a magical barrier." Hazar asked what they should do, but at that moment, the dark voice echoed again. "How pitiful. Don't you realize you're killing innocent villagers?" Hazar panicked, asked whose voice it was. Andreas suspected it was the dark mage and said they needed to be near Ivy. Hazar took off running, saying she might be in danger. However, it was clear he was fleeing, which was better than outright betrayal. Meanwhile, Vivian continued her rampage, killing everything around her. The dark magic was consuming her mind, leaving her oblivious to her actions. One wrong move, and Andreas could become her next target. He watched the situation unfold, thinking she wouldn't be able to dodge a large-scale attack, but to his surprise, not only did Vivian evade it, she counterattacked with astonishing precision. Andreas was impressed and thought she would make an excellent body for a summoning. Suddenly, a hooded man appeared on the roof of a village house. He spoke. "Your friend ran away. Now you're all alone." Andreas, showing no concern, responded calmly, "I wasn't expecting much from him anyway." Our protagonist remained eerily composed, while the dark mage observed him with curiosity. "You seem confident. Let's see if you can pass the test." The mage raised his hand, and Andreas began to float into the sky. He couldn't move as a dark aura enveloped him. Gradually, his body started to fall apart piece by piece, as if it were being disintegrated. Suddenly, Andreas found himself back as Makoto, a soldier in the special forces. Was it all just a delusion? He was on his final mission in the real world, his daily nightmare. Trying to gather his thoughts, he grabbed his weapon and ran toward an explosion. There, he found a wounded comrade, missing an arm, calling out to him and urging him to run. Andreas recognized his friend Sho and tried to help him but witnessed his death right before his eyes. Desperate, Andreas saw the scene distort again. Sho's hair was identical to his own, and without understanding, he screamed, "My father!" Face, so similar in both moments, raised a hand and said, "Take this, Andreas. As long as you have this ring, you will be recognized as the true lord of the Crowell House. Be happy with your sister." With tears in his eyes, our protagonist responded, "Don't worry, father." At that moment, Andreas realized, this isn't real. Wake up! With overwhelming strength, he broke through the dark fog that was imprisoning him. The dark mage, jaw dropped, couldn't believe it. How was he doing this? Waking from that nightmare, Andreas used all his strength to shatter the barrier that held him. The illusion cube crumbled and he broke free from the curse of sloth. Frustrated at having to relive those moments again, he opened his notification screen. Andreas Crowell. Synchronization rate achieved. Combat talent acquired. Still looking at the screen, Andreas commented with conviction. The Curse of Sloth is nothing more than a game designed to make you relive your traumas. It was easy to figure out that none of it was real. I guess the caster lacked skill, don't you think? Wow. Andreas relived 2 traumas at once and came back angrier than ever. The dark mage, offended by his words, launched a black blade at Andreas, but it was in vain. Andreas dodged with ease and with a sly grin retorted, "That's not going to work on me. I was part of the special forces. I've got combat experience." Furious, the mage roared, "Shut up!" and charged at Andreas with everything he had. Dodging the attacks, Andreas realized the mage might not be as strong as he seemed. Confident in this, he decided he could defeat him using necromancy. Scanning the area to ensure no one was around, Andreas, seeing it was safe, stopped running and faced his enemy head-on. The mage, confused, began to wonder, what the hell is this brat doing? Andreas activated his power, revealing himself to be a necromancer. The dark mage hesitated as he saw the villagers' bodies rising and transforming into skeletons. Surprised, the mage asked, Does the congregation know you wield this power? Few possess such a skill. It became clear there was some group devoted to dark magic, and Andreas, noticing this, took advantage of the information. With confidence, he replied, "I'm on a mission to reclaim the power of sloth in the name of the congregation." The mage, wary and unyielding, didn't give in easily. He activated an ability that unleashed a devastating attack on Andreas's skeletons. As the skeletons charged at him, the mage roared disdainfully, "This magic doesn't even come close to the power of sloth!" With a powerful blow, he sent the skeletons flying, forcing Andreas to conjure a shield to protect himself. Not giving the protagonist a moment to react, the mage summoned a black spear, sneering, "These skeletons are nothing but snacks for me." As the spear hurled toward Andreas, he summoned Nickel. The skeletal soldier appeared and without hesitation shattered the spear into countless pieces. Stunned, the mage demanded, "How can a mere skeleton break my spear?" Furious, he drew a glowing deck of cards, leaving Andreas surprised. "That's the Codex of Prophecy deck," the protagonist thought. Activating the power of the deck, the mage summoned numerous hands from the ground, clearly relying on the power of the collected cards. He shouted, "You'll pay with your life for interfering with my plans." While Nickel fought against the summoned hands, dodging and counterattacking as best he could, Andreas noticed the attacks becoming faster. He deduced that the mage was losing control of the power, indicating he didn't fully command the Codex. Andreas thought, "I just need to find a blind spot." Calling Nickel, he quickly explained his plan. Moments later, a massive explosion destroyed the ground. The dark mage remained unscathed, and with wide eyes and dark claws, he glared at Andreas with hatred, though his voice trembled. You're still alive? This brat! He's so damn persistent." Andreas stood among the rubble, cursing the dark mage. "You bastard! I just captured him and you destroyed him." He was referring to Nickel, who had vanished amid the debris. "Stop whining. I'll send you to the same place as him." The dark mage sneered as he began using the Codex's power again, preparing a final attack. As the magical claws surged toward him, Andreas smirked mischievously. Suddenly, Nickel appeared through a portal behind the dark mage. Without giving him a chance to react, the skeletal soldier slashed the mage in two, splitting him cleanly in half. With the death of the dark mage, the shield enveloping the entire city began to dissolve. Andreas was eager to uncover the identity behind the mage's mask. Upon removing it, he discovered it was the Baron's butler. This raised suspicions that Baron Balleric himself might also be involved. Andreas took the codex the mage had been using, and a notification appeared. 7th Apocalyptic Codex Sloth, mana recovery rate plus 321%. The protagonist pondered what to do with such a dangerous artifact. He couldn't simply walk around carrying it. Glancing at Nickel, he decided that Nickel could safeguard the codex for the time being. "Take this to the portal. I'll figure out what to do with it later," Andreas instructed. Nickel stepped into the portal, vanishing from sight. Despite the dark mage's death, one barrier remained active. Vivian was likely still trapped. Andreas knew he couldn't leave without ensuring his team was freed, as it would be difficult to explain his survival and the use of dark magic. Approaching the strange barrier, which was different from the one that had imprisoned him earlier, he was shocked to feel it pulling him inside. We interrupt this narration to announce that the creators were probably very high at this point. Andreas was sucked into the bubble and landed directly in Vivian's nightmare. She appeared younger and terrified, mistaking Andreas for a ghost or demon. When he tried to speak, she shrieked, "Why is the chair talking to me?" Trying to calm her, Andreas replied, "I'm not a ghost or a demon, I'm a fairy, and I've come to help you." He knew he needed to be patient. He couldn't reveal the full truth. Vivian would have to awaken on her own. Inside her nightmare, Andreas saw the young girl slapped across the face by a noblewoman. Noticing no one could see him, he used the opportunity to investigate Vivian's past. He learned that the woman was the second wife of Count Belkin. The Belkin family was renowned for their swordsmanship technique, and the Count desperately wanted a male heir to carry on the legacy. However, his wife gave birth to a girl, Vivian, sparking a tragedy. Vivian's mother abandoned her, believing she should never have had a daughter. With no one to protect her, Vivian was left to endure loneliness and abuse. A seed of madness was planted in her mind, growing over time. By the age of 5, she had killed all her tutors single-handedly. Andreas, trying to calm her down, said, "I can't erase your past, but I can help you overcome it." Vivian, moved, began to cry. "I've never had anyone who wanted to help me before." The protagonist, unsure of how to deal with children, tried to convince her that she had a special talent. "You're a prodigy in swordsmanship. Trust me, I know many things." Vivian was doubtful. "How can I be good at something if I've never even touched a sword?" Andreas insisted she trust him. A month passed, and Andreas stayed by Vivian's side through both her struggles and training. She improved daily, proving herself to be a true prodigy. One day, Vivian was looking for Andreas in the garden, the place where he always trained her. Calling out for him, she heard his voice behind her. Don't call me like that. It's a secret. No one can know I exist. Andreas asked her to show what she had learned during their training. Watching her movements, he noticed they were remarkable, far beyond what one would expect from someone who had been training for only a month. Yet Vivian seemed thoughtful, which made Andreas curious since her performance was flawless, a significant compliment. While they were talking, Count Belkin appeared in the garden. Impressed by his daughter's movements, he asked her to demonstrate them again. Delighted by her father's attention, Vivian showed him what she had learned. That was incredible, the Count said before slowly leaving the garden. For the first time, her father had noticed her and praised her. With tears in her eyes, Vivian said to Andreas, "It's time for me to wake up. Because of you, I found my way back. It's time to move forward and stop looking at the past." As she spoke, the shield around her nightmare began to dissolve. What once was a nightmare transformed into a beautiful dream. Vivian's sweet gaze met Andreas's, and she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for being by my side." Andreas took her hand, and together they made a promise to move forward and leave the past behind. At the moment of their promise, the shield exploded. When it was all over, Vivian was lying on the ground, unconscious. A few hours passed, and everyone was back together again. Andreas confirmed that Baron Boleric was behind everything, presenting the butler as proof. Ivy had broken through the barrier alone and sought them out. Vivian woke up a few minutes later and coldly said to Andreas, "Cut off that bastard's head, but don't leave any marks on his face. We're heading back to the castle." Her killing intent was startling. Chris had died and Hazar was missing, which came as no surprise. Upon arriving at the castle, one of the gate guards fell to the ground, rolling to the side to avoid a sword. Terrified, he asked, "Who are you?" As the other guard shouted for her to sheathe her sword, Ivy kept attacking, fury blazing in her eyes. "I am Ivy Clear, assistant professor at the Rodland Knights Academy. From this moment on, anyone defending Baron Boleric will be charged with treason and executed on the spot." Andreas, shocked by her behavior, thought, "Is she planning to kill everyone here?" Ivy then pulled out the butler's severed head and asked the guards, "Do you recognize him?" All were horrified to see the head split in half and tied up. Ivy continued, "He's responsible for what happened in the village of Thrym. Take me to the Baron immediately." Stunned, the guards complied. Ivy barged through the doors to the Baron's chamber, but everyone froze in shock at the sight. The Baron was standing beside a massive creature. He asked coldly, "Is my butler dead?" What was even more chilling was the Baron introducing the creature as his son. "This is my son. He should have died months ago." It became evident that he had resorted to dark magic. Rising to his feet, the Baron explained, "While I searched for a cure, a man visited me and told me there was a way to save my son. I begged him to do whatever it took, even if it meant leaving him in this wretched state." Everyone was furious. Despite his heartbreak, the Baron apologized to his son. Ivy, seething with rage, grabbed the Baron by the collar and threw him to the ground, shouting, "Those words should have been spoken to the people you and your butler destroyed." The soldiers stood frozen, unsure of how to act. Ivy, brandishing her sword, screamed, "Why are you standing there like idiots? Call the investigation team and deal with this creature right now." Andreas, without hesitation, summoned a stone spear and hurled it straight into the creature's eye. Everyone was stunned. The Baron rushed to his son as Ivy turned to Andreas and snapped, "Hey, big head, why did you do that without my orders?" Andreas calmly replied, "Creatures born of dark magic must be stopped immediately before they do something reckless. Besides, any vital information will be with the Baron, right?" When the Imperial investigation team arrived, the Baron was arrested and taken away along with his son's body. Back at the academy, Andreas and Vivian were summoned to testify. It was clear there had been involvement with dark magic, but another hearing would be necessary for the Baron. After the testimony, Andreas grew pensive. He reflected on Boleric and the severe consequences of dabbling in dark magic. However, he knew the Baron should be grateful he had killed his son. Otherwise, the boy would have ended up as a test subject for deranged mages. Suddenly, Vivian called out to Andreas, "Mr. Fairy!" Startled by the reference to the dream, Andreas replied, trying to feign ignorance, "What are you talking about?" Vivian smiled. "You helped me overcome my past, didn't you? But it's okay. You two just look alike." Their conversation was interrupted by Lucia, who arrived yelling, "Andreas, are you done with your business? Look at this." She held up a tablet brimming with excitement. "You're making headlines. Rodland Academy students defeated a dark mage and earned the highest marks. 2 promising knights." Her enthusiasm was contagious, especially after the recent discovery of a new potion. However, all Andreas really wanted was some peace and quiet. Of course, Lucia couldn't care less about what he wanted. Even more excited, she mentioned the reward money and reminded him that he owed her lunch. Andreas, dampening her mood, grumbled that the reward should be split. As usual, Lucia insisted, declaring that he wouldn't escape a celebratory dinner for the potion's successful preparation. As she walked away, she announced they'd meet at the Magic Tower the next day. Observation note: The Magic Tower is a group of engineer mages who significantly contribute to the advancement of civilization. Their work began with the development of the mana levitation train and expanded to include various products like mana lamps and fertilizers. The more famous the product, the greater the Magic Tower's contribution, which is funded by the government and nobility. The next day, there was Andreas, carrying Lucia on his back to the Magic Tower. She, being her usual self, didn't seem to mind his grumbling, something he had come to expect. "I was a fool to trust you'd walk here on your own," he complained. Lucia, half asleep, murmured, "Walk slower." With the superpower of laziness, Lucia would be nothing short of amazing. Upon arriving at the tower, they were greeted by the evaluator, who asked them to follow him. As they ascended, he warned, "Be careful on the stairs. They're always changing." Andreas turned to Lucia, exasperated, and pleaded, "Please wake up and walk properly so you don't cause any trouble." Lucia seized the opportunity to ask about Vivian, curious to know more about their relationship. Andreas, oblivious to any hidden meaning behind her question, responded absent-mindedly that it was nothing special. Clearly frustrated, Lucia muttered, "I just wanted to go out for dinner." He couldn't understand why she insisted so much, especially since, being wealthy, she could afford anything she wanted. Before they could argue further, a voice interrupted, "You really don't seem nervous at all." They nearly jumped out of their skin. Before they could react, someone caught them from behind like an eagle snatching its prey. It was Bart Alvin, the director of the Magic Tower, with a majestic eagle perched on his shoulder. The director stared at Andreas and with disdain remarked, "You never change that expression, do you?" Bart Alvin, head of the Alvin family and director of Rodland's Magic Tower, was an imposing figure. His presence there seemed almost excessive, considering the prestige of the tower. Though the tone was familiar, Andreas felt the sting of the insult, irritated that it came from someone like Bart. Turning to Lucia, Bart asked, "You're the daughter of Viscount Hollington, correct?" Lucia, ever polite, confirmed and introduced herself formally. However, with an arrogant tone, he retorted, "If you want people to remember your names, you need to build a reputation worthy of it." The remark left them flustered. Yet, without wasting time, Bart declared that he would personally oversee them for the moment. He then invoked a magic circle. Andreas, visibly uneasy, couldn't hide his discomfort at the spell. Lucia, noticing his expression, whispered, "The director is a monster. He can use spatial magic like it's nothing. It's absurdly difficult and complex, but he makes it look so simple. And of course, he's showing off on purpose right now." Bart, clearly hearing her comment, gave a faint smirk before completing the spell. In an instant, they were teleported to the presentation venue. The sudden arrival of the director left the judges speechless. Ignoring their stunned reactions, Bart got straight to the point. "Have you finished examining the potion?" Still reeling from the dramatic entrance, they replied that they had just completed the tests. Wasting no time, Bart Alvin took the potion and noted that the only thing left was to clarify a few details about the production method. To everyone's shock, he drank the potion directly, and while tasting it, listed the ingredients. Moi leaves, toter tree essence, fruits, and peona mushrooms. "Am I missing anything?" Lucia humbly added. "There's also hong peachy extract and madarata root bark." Finding it intriguing, Bart commented, "I'd heard rumors about your skills as a potion master, but creating something new at such a young age is impressive." Then turned to the examiners and confirmed there were no issues with the potion. However, he suddenly asked, "But what's the Cromwell boy doing here?" The jab irritated Andreas, who knew he couldn't simply walk away. Bart continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "According to the report, it was a joint creation. I bet you just got swept up in her excitement." Andreas couldn't even defend himself, but Lucia, sensing the situation, interjected, "Actually, most of the work was done by him. I wouldn't have gotten even halfway without his help." Director Alvin, clearly dissatisfied, snapped his fingers, teleporting them both to a potion laboratory. He pointed at Andreas and ordered, "If that's the case, prove it. Prepare the potion in front of me. The ingredients are in the storage." Nervous, Andreas felt the pressure of the people around him, who watched the scene with interest and tension. He knew that if he made a mistake in the measurements or let something slip, everything would be lost. Still, he took a deep breath and began preparing the mixture. 5 minutes later, Bart Alvin held the freshly prepared potion in his hands. He drank it once more, analyzing the taste and effects, and admitted, "You replicated the formula correctly, but it's not that simple." The director began bombarding Andreas with technical questions about the use of each ingredient. The audience, watching the scene, noticed the attempt to intimidate him. However, Andreas, calm and confident, answered all the questions, explaining that the chosen ingredients eliminated side effects and enhanced the product's effectiveness. His detailed explanation impressed everyone, including Lucia. However, Bart, dissatisfied, abruptly interrupted Andreas. "You don't need to continue." Andreas realized the director's intention to humiliate him in front of everyone. Instead of backing down, he ignored the command and continued his explanation. "Excuse me, but I'm not finished yet." Bart Alvin, surprised by the audacity, removed the blindfold from his eyes and fixed his gaze on Andreas. His eyes narrowed as if trying to see beyond the facade. He finally declared, "It's been a long time since we last met, but the brat I knew would never do something like this. Who are you really?" Andreas felt a knot in his stomach. Had he been discovered? Swallowing hard, he responded firmly, "Director Alvin, are you joking with me? I'm Andreas Cromwell, the same Andreas you treated like garbage just to satisfy your ego." The direct response left Bart taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. With a smile that mixed curiosity and challenge, he said, "It seems you've become an interesting young man." Maintaining his posture, he made a proposal. "If you make another discovery and present it here, I'll clear all the debts of the Cromwell family. Additionally, I'll grant you one wish. However, if you fail, you'll have to leave the Rodlin Academy forever." The impact of the proposal left Andreas speechless. It was a unique opportunity to save his family, but the risk was enormous. After all, failing would mean losing everything. Face to face with the director, Andrea said, "The conditions are quite difficult, but as the heir of the Cromwell family, I cannot refuse such an offer." The protagonist was not joking, and the director was surprised by his determination. "You really remind me a lot of your father," Bart Alvin commented, seeming lost in thought. He recalled moments he had shared with Andreas's father, perhaps as good friends, but what had happened between them? He then concluded, "I'm looking forward to seeing what you'll do." Meanwhile, the vampire's evolution time had come to an end. She began to rise from the ground, still feeling her aura quickly enveloping her entire body. She looked around, sensing the sudden power and somewhat confused by what was happening. Then, with a swift movement of her hands, an explosion occurred, creating a huge hole in her prison. Vague images and words echoed in her mind. "I want you to swear in the name of your family that you won't kill me." These memories vanished as quickly as they had appeared, and a malicious smile spread across her face as she thought about the name Andreas. After that awkward encounter with the all-powerful director, the protagonist was back on the train, satisfied that he had recovered part of the costs for the materials used in the potion. With that, he had managed to save a little and felt more relieved. As long as he continued making these potions, he could focus peacefully on his training. But there was one problem that kept bothering him: the Codex of Laziness. The more he thought about it, the more he realized he still hadn't figured out how to benefit from it. Maybe it would be better to trade it for something he actually needed at the moment. During his reflections, he remembered Sharon and wondered if the professor might know something about how to use the artifact. As soon as he got off the train and returned to the academy, Andrea started feeling like he was being watched. He thought it might just be his imagination and decided to ignore it. Little did he know, the vampire Angela was hiding nearby, watching him in silence. What was she planning? Arriving at Sharon's lab, the sarcastic professor greeted him with a cynical smile. "What an honor to have the most talked-about man in the academy visit." Andreas, not paying much attention to the provocation, handed over a box containing a little of the potion he had created. Sharon took the vial with curiosity and asked, "So this is the famous potion everyone's talking about?" Andreas confirmed and explained that he had come to show the potion right after the final exam. Sharon, with a dramatic air, stood up from his chair and said, "You kept this research from me? And now you show up here acting like the exemplary disciple." He walked over to a bookshelf and opened a secret compartment. "Come with me, kid. I'll show you what it means to be a loyal disciple." Andreas followed him, trying to disguise his curiosity, but he knew it wasn't the best time to talk about the Codex of Laziness, especially with Sharon in such an unstable mood. As they descended into the secret lab, they were met with an unexpected sight. Everything was destroyed. Angela had escaped, leaving a trail of chaos in her wake. The protagonist, observing the wreckage, concluded that her evolution had been a success, but Sharon's expression was completely different. He was furious. Grabbing chains from the floor and throwing them aside, the professor started cursing loudly, his anger consuming the room. "Andreas!" Sharon yelled, his voice echoing through the destroyed walls. "Did you tamper with Angela's restrictions?" Andreas, maintaining his calm, responded convincingly, "Professor, I was so scared of dying I didn't even get close to her." Sharon glared at him, still furious, but Andreas could barely contain a satisfied laugh. Inside, he was enjoying seeing the professor's reaction to what had happened. However, Andreas knew he still needed Sharon's help to solve the problem with the Codex of Laziness. He decided it would be better to postpone that conversation for another day, as the professor was clearly not in his best mood. Meanwhile, Sharon remained enraged, cursing everything around him, while Andreas left the lab. As he walked back across campus, the protagonist felt a strange presence. Then, in a scene straight out of a cartoon, her hair appeared above him like a snake, scaring Andreas quite a bit. She had been waiting for him, setting up an ambush. "I've been wanting to ask you something since I woke up. Want to answer?" Hey, look at me, Andreas. I won't bite. She stared at him and directly asked if he knew anything about the power circulating inside her. He hesitated for a moment and, suspicious, asked why she would be asking this. Remember, I kept my word and freed you. You should know the price of breaking an oath made in the name of your family. She knew very well, but couldn't help questioning him. Angela explained that she hadn't been able to free herself from the restraints by her own means, no matter how hard she tried. So she had to follow another path. Getting even closer, she asked, "Do you know what method I had to use?" As she moved closer, Angela caught a very strong scent. Intrigued, she thought, why is this guy exuding this smell? It's like the great sin of... Before she could finish concluding her thoughts, her eyes suddenly gleamed as if she had finally understood something. This is really interesting. The protagonist, confused, asked, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Angela gently held Andreas's face, drawing even closer. However, unexpectedly, she grabbed his neck and slammed him against a tree. "There are many things I want to ask you, but since this place is too visible, I'll let it slide for now." With extraordinary strength, she continued holding Andreas and said, "We'll meet again soon. For now, I'll make good use of this power. Since you helped me, I couldn't let you go without thanking you." Her voice took on a seductive and threatening tone at the same time. "Don't worry, I won't make you suffer. After all, you're destined to be my partner." Her tongue slid across her lips, salivating just thinking about it. Somewhere in the academy dormitory, Diane and her friend were having tea and enjoying a quiet moment. Diane was showing a book full of illustrations that narrated a kind of night story. Her friend, bored, asked Diane to stop talking for a moment. "Enough with this book. I want to gossip," said the friend, excited. Diane sighed and carefully closed the book. "Gossip? What is it this time?" Then the girl continued. "Lucia Verlas passed the potion exam at the Magic Tower." Diane's eyes widened in surprise. "That's amazing considering her age. I don't know whether to be happy for her or jealous." While reflecting on Lucia's talent, Diane remembered the rumors about the girl being lazy. However, it seemed that these rumors didn't do justice to the reality. Diane smiled, a bit bitterly, and murmured, "Amazing. I wish I had done something like that in my first year." However, her friend was more excited about another part of the story. She picked up a magical device similar to a tablet and showed an image. But do you know what's even more surprising? Her partner? Diane furrowed her brow, curious. "Andreas Cromwell, can you believe it? How did someone so talentless manage to help create this potion?" She stared at the photo. Something clicked in her memory. After the fall of the Cromwell family, Andreas seemed like human trash. "Could he really have changed?" said the intrigued friend. Diane abruptly stood up, leaving her friend talking to herself. Determined, she thought, "I'm going to find out for myself." Observation note: Tempest, a spiritual monster with high intelligence, can control lightning and wind. Even in the game, having one as a pet was an incredibly difficult task. Everyone was in class again, and Andreas was covered in several layers of clothing. Lucia asked why Andreas was wearing so many clothes that day. He replied that he wasn't feeling very well, and that he was just there to attend classes in order to graduate. However, the truth was that something had happened the night before, and he couldn't let anyone see the huge scar on his neck. What was she talking about earlier? Andreas thought about Angela's words. She said something about my scent, and me being her partner. Then she just bit my neck and disappeared. The professor entered the classroom, about to begin, when he noticed the young man completely covered in clothes. He remembered that this was the same Andreas who had been in the news. Directing his gaze at him, he asked, "Why are you wearing so many clothes? Are you sick?" The protagonist replied that he had caught a cold, but the professor insisted, "Maybe you're tired from your potion research. I suggest you leave. Your attendance has already been marked." Andreas thanked him and began to prepare to leave, but the professor suddenly spoke again. "Must have been pretty lonely working on your research. I remember you came to ask for my advice, but I, a mere medicinal botany professor, it must have been difficult to include my name in your research." The protagonist was surprised. What the professor was saying didn't make sense. After all, the professor hadn't contributed anything, but he wasn't going to let it slide. "Ah, I'm truly grateful for your advice, Professor, especially the one about the Hong Peachy extract and the Madarata tree bark. I remember you told me that if I added those things, I'd be making a soup instead of a potion, but as you can see, the soup was delicious." The professor's reaction was hilarious. He hadn't expected that. "Are you crazy?" His expression said it all. All the students were surprised by Andreas's response. The protagonist walked out, leaving the professor grumbling about how he had crossed the line, but Andreas chose to ignore it, as there was nothing else to be said. However, as he reached the door, the professor shouted his name. The protagonist stopped, wondering what it could be this time. "When I was younger, everyone ridiculed me, and now they want to be friendly? Fine, just shut up. If you want, I can go to another class if it's just for the credits." The professor was already quite irritated for being ignored for so long. However, Lucia broke the ice, calling out to him, "Professor, May I ask something? How can someone co-create a potion? Everyone in the room was paying close attention to what Lucia would say. She continued, "We learned the basics about potions in this class, and then we put those basics into practice. But our conclusion is that doing your own research without anyone's help means a lot. I mean, isn't that our duty as mages?" The professor was enchanted, clearly captivated by Lucia's charm. The protagonist realized that he was foolish enough to fall for her smooth talk. Lucia finished, still polite. "But don't worry, we'll ask for your advice next time. Of course, if you're not too busy with your own research." It was a polite slap in the face to the professor, telling him to focus on his own work and stop meddling in the student's research. The professor, taken aback, turned to the protagonist and said, "Go safely." It wasn't clear why Lucia had done that, but disarming the situation was the best solution. The two exchanged looks, expressing gratitude without words, and the protagonist left the room. Observation note: in the original game of Great Sin, only useful items were dropped. However, now that the game has become reality, the protagonist has to deal with raw materials, making processing and mixing much more difficult. Somewhere in the city, there was a strong man with reddish hair. He was Officer Wu Angguo, Aura Master, and Duke Sinclair Cloche. While reviewing a report on potential candidates, he remarked, "So, the daughter of the Everlast Company has created a new type of potion and is putting it on the market." His secretary appeared, confirming the information and explaining that the potion had been named Everlast. The officer then requested a sample. Holding the small vial, he commented, "If someone like her has already created something like this as a first-year student, surely many people will want to recruit her when she graduates." As he drank the potion, the secretary asked if she should contact the girl immediately. He confirmed, "Yes, reach out. Also, check if there are other parties interested in her." After consuming the potion, he felt stronger and remarked, "Truly impressive. It's several times more efficient than what's currently available on the market, and the best part, no side effects. This potion could revolutionize the market." His secretary then added that the potion had been co-created. Upon hearing this, he immediately recognized the name of the other creator, the son of Cain Cronwell. Intrigued, he asked, "Did he always have a talent for potions?" The secretary couldn't answer, but mentioned a rumor suggesting the boy might have taken advantage of the student. However, since neither family had any special relationship, there was no apparent basis for such speculation. The officer then requested an investigation. If he truly awakened such a talent, he should be added to the recruitment list. Elsewhere in the city, a mysterious figure held a glass of wine. He asked his servant, "How is the year-end award ceremony proceeding?" The servant confirmed that everything was going as planned and that the Cronwell family would be demoted. The name Cronwell had been on many people's lips lately. While savoring his wine, the figure commented, "Andreas Cronwell, I look forward to seeing if you're different from your father." Meanwhile, our protagonist was training tirelessly, performing 1,000 repetitions until collapsing to the ground. He picked up a vial of a potion he had created and murmured, "Without this, it would be nearly impossible to complete these training sessions." The regeneration potion increased muscle recovery rates, while the healing potion took care of wounds. By adding the physical enhancement potion, he had essentially created an infinite training system. He remembered that when creating this potion, he had the option to evolve it. It was a gamble, he thought. At first he was tense, but the evolution turned out to be the right choice. The results were so incredible that he even felt foolish for having worried. Since then, he had been able to create potions much more efficiently. The success rate and production speed had increased significantly. With conviction, he thought, "If I keep this up and give it my all, I'll grow tremendously." Still sitting on the floor, he reflected that with a strong body and a few items, he wouldn't need to worry about his combat strength. He remembered that Sharon was away on a business trip, and because of that, couldn't buy the deck of sloth from him. Sharon seemed so upset that she didn't even notify the protagonist about her departure, which left him deep in thought. "What can I do? I don't have any connections besides Sharon, and I still have botany class in the morning. I'd better sleep," he murmured. The next day in the classroom, there was only a note that read, "Due to the reasons previously mentioned, today's class will be held outdoors, as communicated via your tablets." Seriously? Thought the protagonist. He hadn't expected this. He began mentally cursing the professor, wondering if he knew the protagonist didn't own a tablet and was using this against him. Wasting no time, he ran out of the classroom, worried about what the professor might be doing with the other students. When he arrived at the academy's garden, he was met with some sort of improvised lab. Everyone was frantic and desperate, as if it were some kind of test or exam. Then the professor's voice rang out, "You're late. Seems like you were so busy with your research that you missed the notice." "Wow, dude," the protagonist thought, trying to hold back. How much more immature can this professor get? As always, Lucia arrived right on time. She pulled him by his clothes, saying, "I'll explain it to you anyway." She showed him on her tablet what needed to be done and commented, "Now that you have money, you should buy a tablet." The The professor had created an awakening potion and had the brilliant idea of turning it into an exam to analyze it. The protagonist began preparing his potions, but was interrupted by the professor. For someone of your caliber, figuring out the ingredients and proportions of this potion should be a piece of cake, right? In the protagonist's mind, a million insults and expletives came to mind, but he held them back. The professor continued with a sarcastic expression. Today, I'm finally going to expose who you really are. Inside, the protagonist felt like he was about to explode, but he kept his composure. The professor, on the other hand, thought the protagonist had taken advantage of Miss Everlast, a rising star in the world of potions, and was nothing more than a mediocre student. It was clear the professor harbored some inexplicable grudge. After 4 hours, Professor Valba analyzed the results of the awakening potion composition. Lucia and Andreas achieved 100% accuracy in their analysis in under 2 hours, becoming the top performers in the class. This was anything but pleasant for the professor. Moreover, there was no evidence of cheating during the exam, proving that Andreas genuinely had a talent for potions. Some students were surprised. Others were disappointed. They couldn't believe someone like Andreas had outperformed them. Lucia joked, "Mr. Seaweed, you did a great job." Andreas, already annoyed, corrected her. "I am Andreas Cromwell." Suddenly, a student burst in, shouting Professor Valba's name and accusing him. "Why did you claim the potion as if you made it?" "Uh-oh," the students thought, sensing the situation was about to spiral out of control. The student continued, "You, of all people, should know how much effort I put into this." The other students were shocked. They would never have imagined a professor could be accused of something so serious. Andreas and Lucia exchanged glances. He asked, "What do you think about this?" Lucia replied without hesitation, "That professor? He probably would have the nerve to do something like this." With that, Andreas decided to act. He stood up and walked toward the argument, but Lucia tried to stop him. "You shouldn't get involved. Just yesterday, I had to save you from an argument." Ignoring her, Andreas said, "I have a question about the potion, Professor." The professor, visibly irritated, snapped, "This is not the time for that." Andreas persisted, "But it's related to the situation. Professor, if this really is your work, you should be able to prove here and now that you're the one who made it, right?" The professor clearly disliked the idea, and as Andreas observed the scene, he noticed the accusing student seemed to like the proposal. The student asked, "Is this like the exam at the magic tower?" Andreas replied, "If he really made the potion, he should be able to easily explain why he used each material. Or is the professor not that confident?" Adjusting his glasses indignantly, the professor retorted, "This is insolence! I am a prestigious academy professor!" But Andreas wasn't about to let it go. With a challenging tone, he said, "Then answer this. Why did you replace Priver resin with Cydomina petals?" The professor's nervous expression betrayed his discomfort. Internally, he cursed himself for being careless on the day of the presentation and failing to double-check that detail. The student, noticing the hesitation, pressed further. "Why is it taking you so long to answer, Professor?" As the professor scrambled for an explanation, an eagle observed the scene from a distance, as if keeping watch over someone. The questions kept coming, leaving the professor increasingly stressed, especially since only the magic tower was capable of conducting such precise potion tests. Yet the students didn't seem to care. Andreas posed his final question. "Why did you use Julie beetles, which are more expensive, instead of papina powder?" The students were stunned as they watched the professor remain silent in the face of Andreas's relentless questioning. Had he really stolen a student's research? At last, the professor, furious, responded, "Papina powder has hallucinogenic effects, which is why I use the beetles, even though they're more expensive." However, the tension in the room escalated when the student fired back. "That's not the real reason for avoiding papina powder. The real reason is that when heated for a long time during potion preparation, the powder can cause stomach pain in the person who consumes it." Now the professor was visibly shaken. He tried to defend himself. "That's not true. It's because of the hallucinogenic effect." The student, however, didn't back down. "But even you mentioned there were side effects. You never said anything about hallucinations." At this point, the other students began pointing fingers at the professor, booing him. Someone shouted, "Imagine stooping so low as to steal a student's credit." Others started calling him a thief and a fraud. In response, the professor nearly screamed, "You two set this up against me. I'll report you both to the disciplinary board." Andreas thought to himself, "This professor has really hit rock bottom. He's like a child throwing a tantrum. Looks like it's up to the adults to clean up this mess." Andreas then pulled out a card he used for purchasing materials and pretended it was a contact of importance, saying, "If you're so upset, I can ask Mr. Alvin to arrange a meeting where you can explain yourself." Lucia was stunned, wondering if the professor would fall for the bluff. The professor immediately scowled, hesitating as he realized he'd been cornered. Andreas pressed on. "Regardless, you'll have to explain yourself to the magic tower. Imagine the scenario, the all-powerful director having to resolve a dispute between two students and their professor. What no one expected, however, was that Bart Alvin was already there, silently observing the entire commotion. He muttered to himself, This kid really did his homework. How dare he use my name? Bard Alvin assessed the situation, thinking he genuinely understands the theory and ingredients behind the awakening potion. Could it be possible for him to develop a new formula before the year ends? Looks like I'll need to keep an eye on Cronwell's son. After the chaos in the classroom, Andreas, Lucia, and Vivian were having dinner together. Lucia thought he wouldn't even invite her, especially to the campus cafeteria. But Andreas, all innocent, asked, "Aren't you going to eat too? The food is delicious." Lucia grabbed a piece of food, but it was so hot that she burned her hand immediately. Andreas, ever sarcastic, commented, "You need to eat like the rich. Hold it by the edge, dip it in the sauce, and there you go." He handed her a piece of meat. But was someone jealous? Or was it just their imagination? Vivian, without missing a beat, said, "I want some too." Both of them looked confused for a moment, but she quickly clarified that she wanted a piece of meat prepared the same way. Andreas, with a mischievous smile, handed her one. As they left the cafeteria, Lucia asked Andreas, "When are you going to buy a tablet? That way you'll get notifications if something like today's event happens again and won't miss anything." Andreas replied as they walked, "I'm saving money. I don't have the same financial luck as you." The two continued bickering as usual, while Vivian seemed lost in her thoughts about the piece of meat he had given her. Suddenly, she turned around and asked, blushing, "Would you like my share of the reward, Mr. Fairy?" Andreas instantly got annoyed and snapped, "Why are you calling me that all the time?" He bid farewell to the two and walked off in another direction. Walking alone down the hallway, he came across Sharon, who had finally returned from her trip. As she passed him, Sharon simply said, "I want to see you in my lab at noon tomorrow." What could be going on? Later, at the blacksmith shop, Andreas was calmly handling a hammer and pressing a sword, but his mind was preoccupied, racking his brain over how to deal with Sharon and that so-called deck of sloth. Sharon was the type who believed that anything Andreas owned was hers by right. He wasn't convinced she wouldn't try to take the deck by force. Thus, Andreas was picking out a sword just to be prepared for any eventuality. As he worked, someone called his name. It was Diane, who seemed surprised to see him in a blacksmith shop. Naturally, she asked, "What are you doing here?" "I'm looking for a sword," Andreas replied. Diane was even more surprised. "Why would a mage need a sword?" "It's just for self-defense," he explained. As they talked, Andreas noticed the box Diane was carrying. She showed it to him and explained, "It's a gift for my brother." The brother she mentioned was Carlos Alvin, the eldest son of the Alvin family, who had left to train and become a warrior. Back then, they all got along well. However, Andreas recalled that Carlos had already passed away when the events of the game began, so the game essentially ignored him. He remembered that Carlos had lost his life during the Academy's year-end event, shortly after Hazar escaped from Duke Baloric's territory and joined the Zafaro cult, the same cult responsible for a terrorist attack. Andreas asked, "Will Carlos be attending the year-end event?" Diane confirmed. "Yes," he suggested. "It would be nice for the three of us to meet again." Diane looked visibly flustered by the invitation, starting to think that Andreas might have changed somehow. Everyone was talking about his good grades and his constant training, which made her visibly happy. Andreas asked her, "Do you have any questions?" She stayed silent, unsure of what to say. Then he bid her goodbye. As he walked past her, Diane finally worked up the courage to ask something, but when she turned around, he was already gone. Andreas must be up to something. As he walked, Andreas began reflecting on Carlos. He knew Carlos might die during the year-end event, but there was still time before the terrorist incident occurred. Could he find a way to save him, even knowing that he himself would become a villain in the future? In Sharon's office, the two sat talking calmly. The old man remarked, "I've been searching across the continent for a material of the same quality as Angela's, but I haven't found anything yet. I need this material for the congregation this weekend." Andreas, resolute, decided to address a delicate matter, the Codex of Sloth. He thought about Sharon. What if his greed blinded him and he tried to claim the Codex for himself? So he spoke. "We need to talk about something. I've obtained the Codex of Sloth." Sharon, incredulous, replied, "I don't believe that. That's not something you just have lying around." Ignoring Sharon's skepticism, Andreas opened the portal to his inventory and said, "This isn't something I can give you right now." He revealed the Codex. Sharon, surprised, urged him to put it away. "This item is highly sought after. Keeping it with me would only cause trouble. Take it to the congregation and trade it for another item, something that will help you grow." Andreas gave a sly smile, having anticipated this response. He knew Sharon valued his own safety above all else. Sharon stood and said, "Prepare yourself. We're heading to the congregation this weekend. Clear your schedule and be ready." By the weekend, they were in a carriage heading to the city's far eastern zone, a confinement area. Andreas was strategizing how to navigate the congregation without incident. He knew dangerous individuals would be present, and words alone wouldn't suffice. Sharon remarked, "If we can trade the deck of sloth for useful items, it'll be a great opportunity. Anything anything that helps you grow is worth it. Andreas remained silent. It was clear Sharon already considered the codex as his own. Still in a tight spot, Andreas could use it as leverage if necessary. Suddenly the carriage stopped abruptly. Someone was calming the horses. Using his skeletal eyes, Sharon observed the situation. Shortly after, an individual appeared at the window requesting a ride to the congregation since he was heading there too. The man climbed in, making himself comfortable, and remarked, "This ride isn't much, huh?" He introduced himself. "My name is Salem Adidia." Salem was one of the top 10 figures on the continent, known for delving into the forbidden in search of exploration. This earned him the moniker, the devil in pursuit of truth. Andreas thought to himself, if word about the codex leaks, this situation might not end well. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Salem asked with a sarcastic grin, "Why the long faces? Is it because I hitched a ride with you?" Andreas quickly replied, "No." Salem chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I've been to the congregation plenty of times." Then, leaning toward Andreas, he asked, "What's your name?" Sensing Andreas's hesitation, Sharon said, "Introduce yourself." After all, the man is older. When Andreas revealed his name, Salem's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He commented, "So Sharon's got his hands on another Cromwell? What could he mean by that?" The way he said it hinted at some secret involving the Cromwell family. Andreas shot a serious glance at Sharon, but Salem noticed his expression and openly remarked, "Maybe you don't know anything, but let me give you a special piece of advice." Approaching Andreas, he whispered, "Fight with everything you've got." Andreas looked at Sharon again. From his behavior, it was clear this wasn't the time to press for answers. But what was Sharon hiding? The carriage was stopped once more. Using his enhanced vision, Sharon addressed the figure blocking the path. "What do you want? If you've got something to say, come here and say it directly." The figure began materializing, revealing itself as a peculiar person. The stranger apologized and greeted Sharon. "Sorry for the interruption. It's been a while, Lord Dypram." Everyone got off the carriage and headed toward the forest. The stranger remarked, "I didn't expect Sharon to be with the old man Salem." Salem snapped, irritated. "Shut up. Your breath reeks of death." As the two exchanged jabs, Andreas stood behind, thinking to himself, this guy probably showed up out of the blue because he's trying to steal the deck of prediction. He didn't anticipate Salem being with us. Sharon pointed ahead and announced, "We've arrived." They stood before what appeared to be a massive treehouse. Sharon added, "Lord Morsh must have noticed our presence and is showing us the way to the congregation." Salem looked thrilled. This was exactly what he had been hoping for. Suddenly, they all sensed the presence of dark magic. Salem commented, "Some greedy dark mages must be lurking around." Andreas immediately thought it foolish of anyone to try to steal the codex with Salem present. Raising his staff, Salem declared, "Let's see where these cowards are hiding." He struck the staff on the ground, releasing a wave of power. This exposed the aura of 7 mages concealed in the area. Smiling maniacally, he said, "The game of hide and seek is over." The hidden mages were shocked, but real fear set in when Salem began channeling his power from above. A greenish aura radiated from his staff. Without giving them a chance to react, Salem unleashed an enormous explosion of magic, wiping out all the dark mages in the vicinity. Inside the congregation, a round table was already set, with 3 individuals gathered. The doors opened for Salem and his group. Upon entering, Salem remarked, "It's been a very, very long time since we last met." The hooded man, known as Morshe, greeted Salem coldly. "Surprising to see you here as well." Salem, pleased with himself, replied, "No need to be so cold. Thanks to me, the codex is safe and sound." He then instructed Andreas, "Open the bag." Reluctantly, Andreas turned the bag over. To everyone's shock, several severed mage heads tumbled out. The attendees were stunned, unable to process what was happening. Morshe commented, "This is an emergency meeting. There was no need for unnecessary slaughter." He explained that the dark mages were intermediate level, but still problematic to handle. Salem, on the other hand, had eliminated them effortlessly by unleashing his magic. Laughing, he declared, "Without me here, you wouldn't even have the chance to see the codex." The hooded man cut him off. "Enough. Let's wrap up this matter and present the codex already." Andreas began opening the inventory portal as Salem watched thoughtfully. He reflected on how truly fascinating Andreas was. The young man hadn't flinched during the massacre Salem had carried out moments earlier, nor had he hesitated to obey the request to sever the heads of all their enemies. But above all, what intrigued Salem the most was the dual core he had seen when revealing the aura of everyone present. It was identical to his own. As Andreas activated the portal, Salem leaned toward him and blew lightly, diverting the boy's attention. Andreas, confused, asked, "What are you doing?" Salem, with a peculiar smile, replied, "I like you." Is Salem gay? Andreas wondered. In the game, that scene always left players baffled. The woman seated at the round table, however, grew annoyed at the gesture and demanded, "Stop fooling around, Salem." Still playful, Salem said to Andreas, "I will certainly help you one day, but only once. Consider it a favor since I have a certain fondness for the Cromwell family." Andreas was taken aback by the promise. Salem was known for never breaking his word. In the game, he always kept his promises, no matter the situation. If Andreas could count on Salem's help, it could change the course of his plans. Andreas then revealed the Codex of Sloth, leaving everyone present stunned. The hooded man commented, "It's truly the genuine Codex of Sloth." The tension in the room escalated. Sharon was confused about how Andreas had managed to perform the invocation, while Salem seemed intrigued that Andreas had entrusted the Codex to one of his skeleton soldiers. Andreas glanced at Nickel, his summoned creature, and began to think he needed to remain calm. He knew he couldn't take any risks with such powerful figures around him. Thus he commanded, "Nickel, return at once." Nickel vanished, and Andreas drew his weapon, leaving everyone bewildered. He then pointed the weapon at himself and declared, "I'm the one who found the Codex of Sloth, so I want my efforts to be recognized." The woman beside the hooded man used magic, causing roots to rise from the ground to try and restrain him. However, she was forced to stop when Andreas warned, "The Codex is in my storage along with my summoned creature. If I die, you'll never get your hands on it." The room fell silent. The hooded man looked on in disbelief. Andreas, with a determined look, shouted, "Salem, didn't you say you'd help me only once? Now's the time. Hurry up. I don't have much time." Salem stared at him incredulously. "You're acting this way just because I said that? What if I had been lying? What would you do then?" Andreas replied firmly, "I'll do whatever it takes, even if it means dying to survive in this insane world. I'm willing to go mad too." Surprised, Salem smiled. "You really are an impressive young man. Earlier I told you to fight, but I didn't expect you to go this far." At that very moment, Salem unleashed his magical power, summoning the sinister spear, Serpent of Evil. With an undeniable thirst for blood, he declared, "If you insist, then I suppose I have no choice but to kill everyone from now on. Anyone who tries to lay a hand on the Cromwell will be killed." The blonde woman at the table, who seemed to be enjoying herself, cheerfully commented, "Don't worry, I won't touch the boy." Salem, still serious, added, "If anyone dares to question this later, I'll be more than happy to find and kill whoever it is." The hooded man, incredulous, asked, "Are you really going to fight all of us here over a boy?" Salem casually responded, "You know how I am. I wouldn't lie about something like that." The woman sighed, disbelieving, and commented, "Is this just another one of your jokes, Salem?" But Salem stiffened and said firmly, "I don't need to repeat what I just said." Everyone stared in disbelief, unable to believe Salem was taking Andreas's side. The blonde woman seemed to delight in the situation, laughing quietly. The man who seemed to be leading the negotiations simply sighed deeply and said, "All of this could have been avoided if Sharon's disciple just said what he really wants." Finally, Andreas had everyone's attention. He thanked them with a slight bow and asked, "What can I get in exchange for the Codex of Sloth?" The leader laughed, finding it ridiculous. To him, Andreas was just a rookie who had no idea what he really wanted. However, he handed Andreas a list. "Choose carefully 5 things from the list." Andreas read through carefully and was surprised by the options. Among them, there was the possibility of obtaining corpses. The congregation seemed to have valuable remains, and he noticed names of high-class materials like the former Fairy Queen, Melen, and the Tiger King, Timur. He knew these bodies would be extremely useful, but as he examined the options, he noticed the leader's companions becoming uneasy. One of them whispered, "These bodies have already been sold to Morn. If we give them to the boy, Morn might get furious." Morn was no ordinary person. He was the leader of necromancy, and no one wanted to be at odds with him. Andreas started to reconsider, nearly abandoning the request for the bodies when suddenly Morn appeared. His silent entrance shocked everyone. In a calm, firm voice, he said, "I don't care. He can take them." Morn's unexpected generosity stunned everyone present. Sharon, furious, intervened. "Master, Andreas doesn't have the ability to handle these corpses yet." However, Morn firmly interrupted Sharon. "I don't care. The bodies are in the subspace bag. He can take the whole bag with him." Salem, who had been observing everything, seemed proud of Andreas in that moment. To him, the young man had earned all of this. Andreas, not fully understanding Morn's generosity, seized the opportunity and bowed, saying, "I am grateful for your generosity, sir. Now, with your permission, I will select the remaining items, including the bodies." It was clear that Sharon was not pleased with the situation. In his thoughts, he regretted not bringing the codex on his own, or not taking it from Andreas when he had the chance. Andreas received the promised items, the bodies of Melaine and Timur, as well as the moon blessing, Fairy's tear, blue kananga flowers, yin root, and Keaton's jewel. As he organized everything in his bag, Salem asked, "Are you sure you want these ingredients? There are better options available." Andreas shook his head. "For me, these items are extremely valuable. I can create 4 potions with them, and each one is worth hundreds of millions of views. Also, these ingredients can be used to heal Lucia." The leader of the negotiations, agreeing, declared, "Deal. Now, hand over the codex." At that moment, Andreas opened his inventory and took out the codex, handing it to its rightful owner. Without wasting any time, Salem approached Andreas and asked, "Are you ready to go?" Without waiting for a response, Salem pulled Andreas, immediately taking him out of the location. The others shouted, ordering everyone to follow them. Andreas was surprised and asked, "Were they planning to get rid of me as soon as I handed over the codex? Is that why they were so generous?" Salem, smiling mischievously, replied, "I made a promise to you, didn't I? You're under my protection. I can take you to a safe place. Where do you want to go?" Andreas thought for a moment and then answered, "I want to go back to the academy or to the nearest train station." Salem was surprised. "To the academy? You know Bart will find out you're becoming a black mage, right? If he knew, you'd already be dead." Andreas swallowed nervously, but stuck to his choice. Salem, looking at Andreas, commented, "You really are an interesting one, but you'll understand that when the time is right." Andreas didn't fully understand what he meant, but Salem just ended the conversation saying, "Keep fighting as long as you can survive. That way you'll be ready to discover who you really are." Back at the dormitory, Andreas began organizing the bodies. They were indeed large, but fortunately the subspace bag was incredibly useful. To move the corpses, he had to summon Nickel to assist him. However, he decided that he would first raise his necromancy levels before turning them into high-level summons, so he put the bodies back into his inventory, waiting for the right moment to use them. Among the items he received, Andreas found a book. It was a dark magic tome from Morn. Could this be a gift from him, he thought? The tome contained knowledge he would never have access to in Sharon's library. While studying it, Andreas realized he could transform the corpses he had obtained into incredibly powerful summons. As he was reflecting on what to do, Andreas received a notification. His skeleton soldier, Nickel, had a 100% chance of legendary evolution. He decided it was time to evolve him. He confirmed the evolution, noticing that Nickel didn't seem to be suffering, unlike the vampire he had evolved earlier. Suddenly, both of them were startled. Someone was knocking on the door. It was Lucia. "Andreas, do you have a moment?" she asked. Andreas panicked. He ran out before she could discover anything that might harm him. Meanwhile, Salem was sitting in a room, having tea with an old man. Salem called him Grandpa Morn and asked, "Can I ask you something? The real reason you gave information about the codex was because you needed someone to protect young Andreas?" The old man remained silent, but Salem began to laugh. Then he commented, "You took care of Cain and now you're taking care of his son too?" Patiently, the old man responded, "Salem, do you know the origin of necromancy?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "Necromancy is essentially the pursuit of immortality. More precisely, it is the pursuit of immortality for those you love. It was born from the obsession to keep your loved ones by your side forever." Salem interrupted with an ironic smile. "Old man stories, but that makes me think, maybe you have more ties to the Cronwell family than just Cain, don't you?" The old man, knowing Salem wouldn't get more answers, stayed silent. Salem sighed, giving up on pressing further. Then the old man asked, "What do you think of young Andreas? I'm curious about your opinion." Salem scoffed, annoyed, knowing the old man had already seen everything with that zombie trick to spy. Still, he answered, "That kid is going to be the craziest person in this world. Crazier than me. I'm really looking forward to it. We share the same feeling, Salem. We're all excited to see how this story unfolds." At Lucia's house, her father, William Everlast Hollington, introduced himself to Andreas. "It's a pleasure to meet you. We're here to settle the potion profits, and that's why I wanted to speak with you personally. Now that we'll be working together, it's good to get to know you better. Lucia told me you've become a great friend of hers." Andreas greeted William respectfully, but was internally thinking about how to handle this new partnership. Always polite, Andreas said, "I've been looking forward to meeting you. I'm very grateful for all the help Lucia has given me to make this business so successful." William Everlast Hollington smiled and replied, "You created the potion too, didn't you?" Mr. Everlast handed Andreas a contract, confirming that he would receive 60% of the profits. He explained, "Each unit is worth on average 3 million views." Andreas was shocked. This meant a total of approximately 1.8 billion views, considering that more than 1,000 units had been sold in just 1 month. William casually commented, "The potions are selling like hotcakes. You'll certainly make more next month. But for now, let's set the business talk aside. I'm happy Lucia brought a friend. It's the first time she's done that, especially a young man." William smiled again and invited Andreas to dinner. A month later, thanks to the rumors, the potion had become extremely popular, not only for use in combat, but also in high society circles. To meet the growing demand, the company decided to expand its suppliers and production facilities. Andreas reflected to himself, "I never imagined I'd sell over 2,000 units in 1 month. If I had known, I would have bought a tablet earlier." He couldn't stop thinking about how much the potion's popularity had earned, around 6 billion views. With this, he started planning. "I really want to recover the cell properties. They are worth half the money I have now." Near the next stop, the Artel station, at the National Cemetery. He thought that before buying anything, Andreas had something important to do. "I need to get my ring back," he said to himself. Arriving at the city where the cemetery was located, Andreas walked to the site and came across the gravedigger speaking with a masked man. Andreas thought, who is this mysterious individual? The gravedigger noticed Andreas's presence but quickly greeted him, saying, "Welcome, Please come in and have some tea with me. Without hesitation, Andreas went straight to the point. Who is he? The gravedigger replied calmly, I called him to be the guarantor of this deal, or rather a witness, just to avoid any future issues. Despite the uncomfortable situation, they entered and sat down to drink tea. The gravedigger served the cups while Andreas analyzed the situation. He was clearly suspicious of the masked man. How can someone be a guarantor while hiding their face and carrying a sword? Thought Andreas. What an absurd excuse. He knew the gravedigger had been practicing necromancy in the area for some time, but in the game he was never much of a challenge. Compared to Sharon, the gravedigger was just a small fry. Still, Andreas wasn't entirely at ease. Looking at his own stats, he realized how much he had evolved. Double traits, necromancy, and black magic skills at exceptional levels, along with his mastery in potion crafting and combat. Now with Nickel evolved and able to use aura, he was confident he could take on the gravedigger without difficulty, unless the masked man was incredibly strong. As Andreas observed the masked man, he thought to himself, maybe I should release the energy from my Dantian. I thought holding back before would be enough, but now I'm not so sure. His thoughts were interrupted by the gravedigger, who offered, try this tea, I got it from a merchant I met in the congregation. It's very good. Andreas ignored the offer and went straight to the point. I'd rather talk about the family ring. The gravedigger responded curtly, you're very impatient, boy. Andreas continued the conversation, saying to the gravedigger, the body I bought from you was very weak and mediocre, but since you were kind, I'm willing to trade the ring for 5 million views. The gravedigger was taken aback and immediately smiled. He seemed impressed by Andreas's demeanor, reflecting, this boy has become so grand that he doesn't even realize it. And of course, he's also generous, despite being poor. After all, he's still a noble count. Andreas kept his expression serious but calm, affirming positively. However, the old man wasn't there out of kindness. With a greedy expression on his face, he responded, the price of silence isn't that cheap. Andreas, showing no surprise, after all it was typical for a villain to act this way, asked, are you implying that I should pay more? The gravedigger, with an insinuating tone, commented, you don't need to worry. We can trade for what you got in the congregation meeting. He was staring intently at Andreas's bag. Knowing the young man had acquired many valuable items, he continued, trying to sound friendly. Would that be a bad deal for you? Andreas, without hesitation, calmly replied while sipping his tea. Yes, I appreciate the offer, but I'll be clear, I'll only give 5 million views, nothing more. The old man became extremely irritated, calling him a brat. However, Andreas interrupted firmly, I know exactly what you're saying. You never intended to make a fair deal from the start. Suddenly, the masked man beside him spoke up. I think this conversation should have ended by now. Andreas, unflinching, summoned Nickel. The action caught everyone off guard. He declared in a challenging tone, I'm tired of this charade. I'm curious. Do you really think you can defeat me? The gravedigger, upon seeing Andreas's Tier 5 summon, was visibly shaken. Trying to hide his nervousness, he turned to the masked man and said, I'll pay you extra on top of what was promised. Finish off this insolent fool and take his things. Nickel, ready to strike, charged at the gravedigger. However, the masked man blocked the blow, surprising Andreas even more. This guy is no ordinary person, Andreas thought. Soon after, Andreas noticed that the masked man had placed some explosive bombs around the area. He immediately stepped back, drawing his sword to push the devices away. I remember this combat style from the game, he thought. While Andreas dealt with the bombs, Nickel faced the masked man directly. The battle between the two was intense. Not only could the masked man hold his ground against Nickel, but he also maintained control of the fight. Andreas watched, intrigued. Who is this man really? The masked man tried to strike Nickel with his sword and managed to lightly cut the skeleton's face. However, he didn't notice when Nickel grabbed his leg, causing him to fall. Without hesitation, Nickel released his energy and imbued his sword with a powerful aura. Andreas, though shocked, understood. After the evolution, Nickel gained the power to use his Dantian. It shouldn't be so surprising that he can manipulate aura. But is this opponent strong enough to require it? The two fought fiercely, exchanging blows and landing hits multiple times, but neither gave up. Eventually, the masked man landed a blow to the center of Nickel's head. However, the masked man was shocked to see the skeleton not stop. Instead, Nickel counterattacked with a strike that sent the man flying through the window, making him fall outside. Meanwhile, the gravedigger watched the scene, alarmed, not fully understanding what had just happened. Suddenly, 2 hands emerged from a tunnel behind the masked man and grabbed him. The gravedigger, now even more nervous, yelled, "If you really want the money, then put in the effort!" As the gravedigger spoke, he seized the moment to cast his magic. Andreas noticed the movement and began to worry. Several portals opened around them and skeletons started emerging from them. The gravedigger, with a satisfied smile, commented, "You got yourself a really good body, kid, but let's see how long you last against the best I have." From every corner of the cemetery, undead began to rise, surrounding the area. Andreas realized the situation was becoming critical. He looked at Nickel and gave an order. "When the time comes, attack the gravedigger from behind." Then Andreas Andreas leaped out of the house, facing the corpses that surrounded him. He summoned a stone shield to prevent the dead from reaching him from the front, but enemies were also coming from behind. With no other option, Andreas began conjuring stones and throwing them at the skeletons. However, some of the undead were armed with bows and arrows, making his defense even more difficult. The battle turned into a chaotic mess of bodies flying in all directions. The gravedigger, enraged, shouted, "You useless idiots! Can't you even hold off a damn brat?" Moment, Nickel attacked the gravedigger from behind, but once again the masked man blocked him. The masked man, visibly enraged, cursed Nickel to the last generation. However, Nickel was not empty-handed. He carried one of the explosive bombs, which detonated at the perfect moment, causing a loud explosion. On the other side, Andreas was struggling to hold back the skeletons, muttering to himself, "I don't have time to use the recovery potion. At this rate, things are going to get really bad." He was starting to tire. Each blow felt heavier, and he could no longer dodge as he had before. His muscles felt numb, as if they were being torn with every movement. He tried to hold firm, but his energy was running low. While fighting, one of the skeletons, armed with a massive double-edged axe, charged at him. Andreas attempted to block the attack with his sword, but the undead wouldn't give him a moment's rest. The skeleton's blow knocked him to the ground, and before he could recover, he was headbutted violently, followed by a series of brutal punches. Bleeding and on the ground, Andreas thought to himself, "There's no way out. I'm going to die here, at the hands of a mere skeletal knight." As he faced death, flashes of his sister came to mind. He thought of Lucia, her illness, and also of Vivian. He felt the pain, not only physical but emotional, and with gritted teeth he murmured, "I finally have a reason to live. I can't die like this." Suddenly, a small aura of mana around his body exploded, transforming into a booming red aura. A system message appeared before his eyes. "Through continuous training, talent, and fierce combat, your aura has been unlocked. The Dantian has been activated. Now, you can use both mana and aura thanks to the dual core feature." The brilliant aura enveloped Andreas, and his strength began to return. He stood up more determined than ever, facing the enemies around him. Andreas, even exhausted and wounded, gripped his sword firmly. He raised it, declaring, "I'm going back to the place where I belong." A system message appeared. Achievement. Second awakening achieved. Around him, the scene was devastating. The bodies of the undead were scattered across the ground, and Andreas, badly wounded, remained standing. He looked at Nickel, who was pointing his sword directly at the gravedigger. Andreas asked firmly, "Where is the ring?" The gravedigger, visibly nervous, asked Andreas to put away his sword. "We can talk about this," he said. Trying to buy time, the gravedigger suggested, "With the dead, we could negotiate something much better." Andreas realized the gravedigger was referring to the masked man. He thought about the situation and decided to act. Grabbing the masked man's fallen sword, he walked toward the gravedigger and repeated, "I'll ask again, where is the ring?" Desperate, the gravedigger begged for calm. "Wait, don't do this." But Andreas, without mercy, attacked, cutting the gravedigger's arm. He spoke coldly, "I don't have time to argue, just tell me where the ring is." Screaming in pain, the gravedigger finally revealed the exact location where the ring was hidden. Still, he murmured something about planning to get rid of the ring. Before he could continue, the gravedigger began choking on his own blood. He clutched his throat, writhing in desperation before collapsing in front of Andreas, who was left confused about what had happened. Andreas looked at the sword in his hands and thought, could it have been poisoned? This masked man was really skilled. Who is he? At that moment, our protagonist remembered that when the gravedigger opened the portals, he mentioned the name Dan. Andreas quickly associated it with the legendary Bloody Dan, the Bloodthirsty. He crouched down, took the masked man's mask, and curiously put it on. At once, a blue aura surrounded him. The system message confirmed, Bloody Dan's mask, appearance alteration artifact activated. Andreas thought to himself, this is Bloody Dan, the Bloodthirsty, the one who triggered the war in the game by kidnapping the child of the northern barbarian chief. He knew that in the game, this event had started an important war between the North and the Empire, spreading across the entire continent. Thanks for the mask, Andreas said, removing it. He gave Nickel new orders. Search for the ring. I'll clean up this mess. Later, Andreas was taken to the hospital to treat his injuries. While resting, he read recent news. Terror at the National Cemetery. Necromancer and hired swordsman clash. Despite the alarming headline, Andreas concluded that the news wouldn't affect him directly. It was time to focus on something more important. He started researching the old property of his family and decided to buy it for 2.5 million views. As he thought about his sister's reaction when seeing the property recovered, he felt a hand covering his eyes. It was Lucia who asked, Guess who it is? Andreas didn't say anything for a few seconds, leaving Lucia feeling uncomfortable. She removed her hand and complained, "You're so annoying." Andreas simply agreed, which only frustrated her further. Curious, Lucia asked, "Why are you so cold with me? I'm your cute friend. I came to visit you." She placed a basket of fruit on the table and asked what had happened to him. Andreas replied, "I overdid it with the training." Lucia repeated the sentence mockingly, but soon showed concern. "If you keep this up, one day you'll end up dying." Suddenly, Vivian rushed into the room looking desperate. Upon seeing Andreas, she was both surprised and relieved. Without thinking, she ran to him and hugged him tightly, almost knocking him over. "I was so worried about you," she said, visibly emotional. Andreas, surprised, tried to reassure her. "It's fine, Vivian. I'm okay." While Vivian hugged him, Andreas noticed a hint of jealousy in Lucia's gaze. A week later, Andreas was in a carriage with his sister. She remained deep in thought about what he had said. He had mentioned wanting to show her something important, but hadn't revealed what. The carriage was elegant, and the curtains were closed, adding to the mystery. His sister had decided to accompany him because Andreas had recovered the family ring. Still, she wondered, what is he planning? Then the protagonist, closing his book, heard someone say that they had arrived. Amy, suspicious, asked her brother where they were and what he wanted to show her. The protagonist, looking quite pleased, responded that she would see when they got out. Suddenly, the carriage door opened and an elderly maid, with a gentle demeanor, simply greeted them, "Lady Amy." The protagonist's sister recognized her maid as Lupine and asked what was happening and why she was there. The protagonist replied kindly that he had asked Lupine to work as the head maid again. Amy, distressed, asked her brother if he didn't know they couldn't afford this at the moment, and began apologizing to Lupine, explaining that her brother was naive and unaware of certain things. Suddenly, her expression changed. A mix of surprise and wonder took over her. As she stepped out of the carriage, she was confronted with her old home, the Cromwell family mansion, nicknamed the Wooden Apple Mansion. Amy began to recall her childhood, but quickly turned to her brother with a sad face and asked why he had brought her to this place. The protagonist then hands a wrapped letter to his sister and asks her to read it. The paper stated that he had bought the property. Emotional as she read, Amy asked how he managed to buy the house back and if this was something illegal. She feared he might be doing something wrong. The protagonist then shows her the news about the creation of the potion, explaining that thanks to it, he was able to secure the funds to recover the Cromwell family properties. Trying to reassure her, the protagonist says she wouldn't need to work so hard anymore because from that moment on, he would make sure there was money in the account every month. Amy, thoughtful, recalled the harsh things she had said the last time they met. With teary eyes, she realized the weight of her words and, feeling regretful, began to cry, apologizing for pushing him away. Andreas, gently stroking her hair, told her that everything was fine and that from now on, he would act as a responsible older brother. This moment moved everyone around them. Later, in Andreas's room, he was seated, engrossed in the book the old professor had given him. Most likely, he was trying to develop a new body. He recalled his last battle when he achieved the second awakening and understood that, thanks to the traits he had received, he could now learn necromancy skills much faster. Deeply focused, he skimmed through spells and techniques like Death's Fury, Blood Curse, Corpse Explosion, Ghoul Summoning, Skeleton Summoning, and Revenant Summoning. His Enlightenment trait allowed him to significantly speed up his learning of skills and knowledge. Andreas stood up, thinking he might now be able to summon a revenant, perhaps even Timur. Placing his hand on the stretched-out corpse, he meticulously reviewed every possible cause of failure multiple times, ensuring he was truly ready to begin. The protagonist became enveloped in a shimmering aura. A system notification appeared, stating that a corpse had been detected. Andreas reflected on how he could now fully utilize his dual core, and with Nikol also having evolved, adding Timur's powerful strength to the mix would grant him the might of an entire battalion on his own. With newfound confidence, Andreas began reciting the summoning incantation, calling upon Timur, the monarch of the tiger tribe, the one who had once shaken the continent. The tiger began to move its paws, slowly opening its eyes until it fully awakened. As it stood, multiple system messages confirmed the successful application of additional effects and the success of the summoning. The corpse's level was transcendental, with parts of its former ego restored. Timur let out a powerful growl, activating all his abilities. The system displayed that he was Tier 5, had 891 mana, and wielded a massive spear. Andreas immediately recognized Timur as a fearsome and imposing figure. Grateful that he had cast a soundproof spell before completing the summoning, Andreas declared himself Timur's master. In response, the tiger knelt in submission before him. At the next scene, in the snow-covered Vilmore Mountains, within the territory of Marquis Magna, A group of Rodlin Academy students gathered for their end-of-term examination. Their instructor stood at the forefront, explaining the procedures. The students listened carefully as he announced that the exam theme would be survival and point collection. They were to spend 70 hours on the mountain, gathering points hidden throughout the territory. The instructor elaborated that the bracelets they wore would record the points. While they could take others' bracelets, damaging one would result in automatic disqualification, which made many students anxious. The instructor emphasized that any issues must be reported immediately and that there would be zero tolerance for mistakes. After the instructions, he instructed everyone to blindfold themselves, and the supervisors guided them to their starting points. 46 hours later, Andreas was climbing the slopes of Mount Vilmore, exerting great effort. Upon reaching the summit, he felt relieved to find a flat area, perfect for setting up a base. The spot seemed advantageous for both defense and offense. However, he soon noticed a magical shield in front of him. He immediately recognized it as the work of DNA Alvin, who was using wide-area search magic along with a barrier simultaneously. Observing from a distance, Andreas noticed that DNA was extremely weakened, likely due to excessive mana consumption. He considered taking advantage of the moment to steal her bracelet and eliminate such a powerful competitor. Yet another thought struck him. Forming an alliance with DNA might make it easier to earn more points, boosting his score strategically. As Andreas contemplated his options, he began approaching her, catching DNA's attention. Startled, she spun around suddenly and demanded to know who was there. Even before identifying him, she threatened to use magic, though it was clear her condition wouldn't allow it. Andreas, speaking calmly, replied, "You've already used too much magic. In this environment, if you keep recklessly expending energy, you'll end up in serious trouble." DNA recognized his voice and, despite her exhaustion, tried to maintain her composure. "You're after my bracelet, aren't you?" she shouted, declaring that even in her weakened state she could still fight him. But her mana betrayed her, completely depleting at that moment. Andreas took a few more steps toward her and said, "I have a suggestion." Before he could finish, DNA, summoning her last ounce of strength, demanded, "Stay where you are! Don't come any closer!" Andreas stopped, reflecting on his next move. DNA backed away from him, visibly frightened. He then asked with a serious expression, "Am I really that hateful?" She remained silent, but Andreas continued, "Why not team up with me?" His question left her visibly confused. "Why should I team up with you?" she replied, crossing her arms suspiciously. Andreas extended a hand and explained, "If I'm alone, I'm vulnerable. If something happens, it's much better to have a partner, just as a precaution." DNA seemed thoughtful, but still showed a hint of anger. After a few moments, she responded, "That might be true, but I can't trust you. Not because of who you are. Is it pride, reputation, profit, or personal gain?" Andreas, pretending to be clueless, pulled a chocolate bar from his pocket and began examining it absent-mindedly. "What could this be?" he murmured, leaving the girl salivating. Despite her initial reluctance, she eventually laughed at the situation, and the two started to get along. Andreas knew that earning trust sometimes required simple gestures, and at that moment, chocolate seemed to be the answer. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the mountain, two trolls stood in the middle of a battlefield. The larger one held the head of an injured student and asked the other, "Is this the one we're looking for?" The smaller troll, growing impatient, glanced at a piece of paper with the target's description. "Idiot! The paper says the person has green hair. This isn't the guy." The two began complaining about the terrible weather and their current task. "What a crappy job," grumbled the larger troll. "But we were paid for it, so we don't have a choice." Suddenly, a purple sphere surrounded by a matching aura appeared, floating between them. The sphere, with a deep and irritated voice, remarked, "If you have so much time to whine, you should focus on finding the target I sent you after." The two trolls jumped in surprise, looking around. A figure emerged from the shadows as the sphere was revealed to be a floating eye. The entity mocked them, saying, "This is why I hate using idiots like you for important tasks." The larger troll tried to justify himself. "We did some research on the target you mentioned. We still don't understand why we were sent after a mere student. Besides, I've heard rumors he might be coming here himself." The eye ignored the comment and replied coldly, "Mind your own business. Just do as instructed. Follow Master Jester's orders and eliminate the target." The smaller troll growled angrily, calling the eye pretentious. His mood was clearly ruined. He suggested, "We should rest a bit before continuing." The larger troll disagreed. "We should follow the human scent. We're close. It's probably students and supervisors. Either way, if we just kill students, we'll eventually hit the target. Plus, we're saving ourselves from future trouble. Sooner or later, those kids will become enemies anyway." The floating eye merely watched them with disdain, expecting little from the pair. Its plan was simple. Use the trolls to draw attention, while it and other allies planted a series of bombs at the mountain's summit. Meanwhile, Andreas made his way through the mountain, capturing students' bracelets and leaving them suspended upside down. Inspecting his growing collection, he remarked, "We've already got 6 bracelets." The captured students, hanging helplessly, shouted desperately, "Please, let us down! The blood is rushing to our heads!" Andreas ignored their pleas, focused on reaching the next target. Walking alongside him, Diane carried the bracelets they had gathered. Andreas commented as they moved, "You were supposed to be an elite group." Diane, keeping pace, reflected silently. When did he learn to track like this? And how is he moving so swiftly through such rugged mountain trails? To her, Andreas seemed like a completely different person. Suspicious as always, Diane followed him quietly for a while, but her thoughts began to bother her. Finally, she broke the silence. "What happened to you? You used to be a complete scumbag." Andreas smiled. To him, Diane hadn't changed at all, still blunt and straight to the point. He stopped, turned to face her, and responded, "If I had stayed on that path, I would have lost everything. You're right. I was a scumbag who never cared about my sister's needs, even though she was the only family I had left. When I realized that, I decided to change." He paused and with a serious tone continued, "As I worked to improve myself, I discovered something else. I too had a domain." Bowing slightly, Andreas added, "I'm sorry for all the terrible things I did." Diane, visibly surprised, remained silent for a moment before responding, "All right, let's leave it in the past." After that brief moment, Andreas smiled and suggested, "Let's focus on reaching the summit." As they climbed, their conversation shifted to the competition's rules. Despite their partnership, they both knew that in the end, there could only be one winner. Meanwhile, a supervisor hidden behind a tree observed them closely. She reflected, he didn't hesitate to kill during the Boleric incident. Andreas was a despicable person, but recently he's changed. Could it be for the better? How can someone who lived as a fool transform just because of a shift in attitude? She murmured softly, "Andreas Cronwell, you're quite the intriguing young man." As Andreas and Diane raced toward the next marked point on their map, they realized they had only 3 minutes left. According to the rules, they could earn points by either taking bracelets from other students or retrieving the items at the marked location. Alert to his surroundings, Andreas began to suspect they weren't alone. He whispered to Diane, "Stay sharp, we might be ambushed." Suddenly, a creature confronted them, causing Diane to stumble back in alarm. Andreas, on the other hand, immediately assumed a defensive stance. It was the dwarf troll and his giant companion. The pair, amused, began taunting them. "Look at these kids," the dwarf sneered. The giant laughed and added, "Good thing my axe missed them." "Your axe? That mile-long throw of yours was the worst," the dwarf retorted. Diane rushed to Andreas's side, asking, "Are you okay?" Andreas replied firmly, "I'm fine, but this doesn't look good." The surrounding scene was desolate. Dead bodies of students and others severely injured littered the area. Diane was horrified by the sight and murmured, "What happened here?" The dwarf troll seemed pleased to see Andreas. He exclaimed, "Look at that! Green hair, just like the job description." This statement confused both Andreas and Diane. Andreas asked, "Do you know us?" The giant replied with a menacing grin, "I wouldn't say we're strangers. We're here for you." The dwarf, licking his knife with a sinister smile, added, "We're here to kill you." Confident, Andreas took a step forward and said, "If it's me you're after, let the others go safely. We can talk somewhere more private." Diane was shocked by the suggestion and yelled, "Are you insane? Why can't we fight them together?" Turning to her calmly, Andreas replied, "Some students here are still alive. I need you to take care of them until the supervisors arrive. Trust me, I can handle this." Diane hesitated, but seeing the determination in Andreas's eyes, nodded. He then walked toward the 2 trolls, distancing himself from Diane and the remaining students. Before leaving, he looked back at her and said, "It'll be fine." The dwarf, with a devilish expression, started laughing. "You're a complete idiot. You don't stand a chance against us. But that just makes our job easier." Andreas kept walking further away, drawing the trolls with him. When they were far enough, he asked, "Are we far enough now? No one will hear the noise, right?" The giant grinned and confirmed, "Yeah, no one's going to hear a thing out here." The dwarf, with a wicked smirk, added, "All we need to do is take your head to complete the job." The giant raised his axe, taunting Andreas. "Show us what you've got, kid!" Both charged at him simultaneously, but Andreas dodged the dwarf's attack at the last moment. The giant swung next, but his attack was blocked. Both trolls were shocked to see Andreas had drawn a sword to defend himself. The giant asked in confusion, "You're a mage! How are you fighting hand-to-hand?" Andreas, flashing a defiant smile, sheathed the sword and responded, "You're Mantos and Glau, right? You should really drop the prejudice that mages can't wield swords." The 2 trolls were taken aback, wondering how Andreas knew their names. At that moment, Andreas activated his magic and declared, "I could tell you how I know, but only if you tell me who in the congregation sent you." The 2 trolls began to panic, visibly terrified. We were tricked. We didn't know you were like this, they stammered. Without showing any mercy, Andreas began summoning his familiars. He stated coldly, even if you don't want to talk, you'll be forced to soon enough. Nickel stood ready to strike, awaiting orders. Andreas turned to him and commanded, hold on, just take down anyone who tries to flee. Realizing they had nowhere to run, the trolls started hurling insults at Andreas, calling him insolent. The giant bellowed, this isn't over yet. He charged at full force, trying to land a blow on Andreas. Calmly, Andreas dodged with precision. While evading, he thought, maybe I can combine my mage abilities with my combat skills. Let's test it out. Andreas put on an impressive display. He dodged the giant's attacks with ease and countered with precision. The dwarf tried to seize the opportunity to strike Andreas while he was attacking the giant, but failed miserably. Andreas disarmed the dwarf, taking his dagger, and even claimed it as his own. The dwarf, frightened, retreated. Andreas gave him a cold smile and remarked, let me teach you how to wield a dagger. With swift, precise movements, Andreas began attacking the dwarf relentlessly. The dwarf could barely react, while the giant remained on the ground, dazed. After a powerful strike, the dwarf was sent flying. Andreas then turned to the giant, who was clutching his head in pain, and asked, is that all you've got? The giant tried to get back up, but was visibly defeated. Andreas smiled, satisfied, thinking to himself, my combat skills are working perfectly. Meanwhile, his summoned creatures stood nearby, arms crossed, watching the scene. Nickel, in particular, looked bored. Andreas glanced at him and commented, poor thing, didn't even get a chance to join the fun. Diane stood facing her classmates, speaking with determination. I'll leave everyone under the supervisor's care. She's here to ensure your safety. However, the supervisor wasn't about to let Diane leave so easily. With a stern look, she replied, everyone here is aware of your skills and standing in the academy. This needs to be a team effort. Diane hesitated, recalling Andreas's words. Take care of them until the supervisor arrives. But she couldn't just stand by and let more people get hurt. Perhaps she was worried about Andreas. Noticing Diane's resolve, the supervisor relented. Fine, go, but stay out of their line of sight. We'll follow as soon as we can. Beaming with determination, Diane agreed to the terms and quickly set off toward the summit. Meanwhile, Andreas stood over his defeated opponents. He looked at the giant on the ground and said, you'd better start talking now. Who sent you? The giant, breathing heavily, replied, just finish me off. Andreas turned to Nickel and asked for his sword. Facing the giant again, he declared, if that's the case, there are other ways to get what I want. I don't need to waste my breath. Before he could act, the weakened dwarf decided to speak up. It was Jester who sent us. The dwarf glanced at the giant and continued, we owe nothing to someone who treats us like animals. That's why I'm talking. He paused, then concluded with a grim tone. He sent more than just the two of us. Those words left Andreas silent. He had already suspected someone from the congregation was behind the attack, but he hadn't expected it to be Jester. He recalled Salem's promise. If anyone questions this later, I'll personally find and kill whoever's responsible. Andreas thought to himself, if Jester acted despite Salem's threats, he must be confident he won't be discovered. That explains the chaos caused by these two. They're just a distraction to eliminate me. He turned to the dwarf and asked, where are the others? The dwarf, terrified, answered, I don't know. Maybe they're setting something else up. We didn't want to cross Rodleen. Maybe a landslide. Something to make it look like an accident. Andreas concluded that Jester was trying to create an alibi to avoid being hunted by Salem or Rodleen. The dwarf pleaded with the giant, Mantos, try to get up. We need to leave before we get dragged into this. But Andreas interrupted with a menacing tone. You think you can just walk away after killing all these students? He stepped forward and declared, I won't let either of you leave here alive. Not far away, Diane was climbing in search of Andreas. She wondered where he was, as she was nearing the summit and still hadn't found him. Suddenly, she felt something unusual beneath her feet. When she looked down, she realized she had stepped on a magical mark. Before she could react, the mark exploded. Diane tried to shield herself with the protective barrier she had already activated, but the force of the explosion threw her backward. From her elevated position on the mountain, she saw several figures with their hands outstretched. They were mages. Diane stared at them, confused and frightened. The mages, on the other hand, began arguing among themselves. One of them commented, this isn't the right person. Another, visibly annoyed, muttered, what kind of rat sneaked into the ritual site? After a moment of contemplation, he scoffed, it's just a random novice. Diane, showing bravery and boldness, activated her magic as she faced her enemies. She shouted, you attacked me out of nowhere and didn't even answer my questions. Don't blame me for having to kill you now. Her magic began to manifest in the form of an icy whirlwind, engulfing the area and sending some of the opponents flying. The leader of the mages observed, intrigued, and recognized her spell as a rare combination, snowstorm and ice magic. A dual-action magic. Interesting, he murmured. Diane gathered all her energy and unleashed another powerful attack, yelling, "Get out of here!" The man activated his magical shield to protect himself while ordering the others to heighten their evasive maneuvers. Despite her exhaustion, Diane summoned her own shield, defending herself from their attacks while maintaining firm control over her mana. The man was impressed. Her mana control is frightening, considering her age and lack of experience, but in the end, she's just a girl. He grabbed the magical eye that always accompanied him and placed it on his forehead. A sinister smile spread across his face as he said, "This will be fun. I'll toy with you until my plans are complete." Suddenly, the eye began to consume the man's body, transforming him into something monstrous. Diane immediately recognized the dark energy and thought, "That's black magic!" Further away, the supervisor who had evaluated Andreas in the last exam sensed the use of dark magic and began approaching, intrigued by the origin of such power. Meanwhile, the magical eye, now with grotesque tentacles, started attacking Diane. Using her shield to defend herself, she thought, "My mana is starting to run out. I can't hold on much longer like this." She was surrounded by attacks. Ahead of her was the man with the monstrous eye, and on either side, two other mages were constantly casting spells. Diane found herself forced to attack and defend simultaneously until a particularly strong attack struck her, throwing her backward. The three-eyed man laughed loudly, mocking her. "This is the difference between us, experience." But Diane, even as she lay on the ground, wasn't intimidated. She shouted back, "The only difference between us is that you have an extra head and it doesn't make you any smarter." The man, now irritated, gritted his teeth and declared, "I'm going to end your life, you insolent girl." Diane responded firmly, "Being threatened by someone like you only makes this whole thing even more ridiculous." However, her mana was nearly depleted, and she knew she couldn't hold on much longer. The man, noticing her weakness, seized the moment. He aimed the shadowy tentacles of the eye at Diane, ready to strike her down. Suddenly, something slashed through the tentacles, saving her. Both were caught off guard. Diane, confused, asked, "Who are you?" Standing before her was Andreas, wearing the mask he had stolen when retrieving the ring. He spoke in a firm and confident voice. "I'm a mercenary hired by Rodleen. I'll handle this from here. Run." Still injured, Diane wiped the blood from her face and responded, "You can't just show up out of nowhere and think you'll handle all these guys by yourself." Andreas smirked and replied, "I'm not here to take them down. I have another objective." He thought to himself, "I can't summon either Nicol or Timur now. That would draw too much attention." Then he explained to Diane, "I want to trigger a landslide in this area. Get out of here as quickly as possible." Diane was confused, but before she could respond, the three-eyed man, whom Andreas had nicknamed Giant Squidhead, interrupted, clearly furious. "How do you know about me? Who are you to have this information?" Andreas, maintaining his composure, replied coldly, "Why would I tell someone who's about to die?" The taunt enraged the man. He lunged to attack, but Andreas also charged forward, determined. Drawing his sword, he began slicing through the monstrous eye's tentacles while dodging its attacks. At the same time, the two mages accompanying the man cast spells at Andreas, but he moved swiftly, dodging and countering with precision. His swordsmanship was impressive. He struck the mages skillfully, leaving them injured and disoriented. Diane, still watching, was awestruck. "He's so fast!" Andreas continued pressing forward, cutting through everything in his path, but then the eye began emanating a red aura, signaling that the true danger was just beginning. Diane tried to warn Andreas, "Watch out!" At that moment, an explosion erupted. Everyone was startled by the deafening crash, and a hole formed at the center of the ground. Some of the monstrous eye's disciples, still in shock, asked, "Is the master okay?" Others, confused about what had just happened, looked around anxiously. As the dust began to settle, they saw Andreas with his sword plunge deep into the throat of the creature's eye. The monster seemed bewildered, as if it couldn't comprehend what had just occurred, and it stared deeply into the masked figure's eyes. Suddenly, one of its tentacles lashed out, striking Andreas and sending him flying backward. He quickly regained his footing, but realized the situation was becoming far more dangerous. He shouted to Diane, "Get out of here! Stay behind me!" As he steadied himself, Andreas thought, the host should already be dead, but it's still moving. Has the monster completely taken over the body? The monstrous eye let out a loud, guttural roar as its tentacles fully invaded the host's body. The creature seemed to be growing, its corneas extending and taking on a life of their own. Massive tentacles surged toward Andreas, but he grabbed Diane and sprinted away as far as possible. "Stay back!" he commanded firmly. "I'll create an opening, but I need to act fast." Andreas readied himself for another battle, gripping his sword tightly and charging toward the monster. Diane, watching from a distance, thought to herself, "I don't know who he is, but he saved my life. I can't just leave him here." Determined, Diane began concentrating her energy, refining it into what resembled a magical spear made of condensed mana. She knew she needed to be precise, despite being exhausted and nearly out of mana. Meanwhile, Andreas fought desperately, thinking, "If only I could summon Nicol or Timur, I'd end this in seconds." Suddenly, he noticed Diane moving and shouted, "Stubborn girl, why haven't you run away yet?" Ignoring him, Diane carefully aimed her mana spear. Once ready, she hurled it with all her strength. The spear soared through the air, striking the monster and revealing something that immediately caught Andreas's attention, a mana core. So that's it, he thought. If I can destroy that core, I can finish this once and for all. Andreas charged again, focused on the core. He struck with all his strength, but the attack was superficial. Tentacles began to move rapidly, grabbing the disciples of the monstrous eye. In a few seconds, the monster started to absorb their mana and vitality, reducing them to mere bones. Andreas was exhausted, but he felt a different energy around him. He looked up and realized he was being protected by a magical ice shield. Moreover, his sword was glowing intensely, as if it had been magically sharpened. He turned around and saw Diane, her eyes full of determination, channeling all the mana she had left. "Diane, stop! You're going to hurt yourself. Just run!" he shouted. But she ignored his plea, staying focused on supporting him. Feeling his body lighter and stronger, Andreas charged again at the monster. He knew he had to destroy the core for good. With a precise strike, Andreas hit the core. For a moment, it seemed as though nothing had happened, but then the tentacles started to fall around him. Not quite understanding what had occurred, he realized he had succeeded. The monster exploded in a burst of light, leaving the area in silence. Breathing heavily, Andreas asked himself, "What happened? How did I manage to hit it?" It was then that he heard a voice behind him. "Who are you?" He turned slowly, only to see Supervisor Ivy, who was glaring at him with suspicion. Ivy looked intently at Andreas, her expression full of distrust. She spoke in a threatening tone. "If you don't answer me now, I'll tear that mask off and kill you." Before Andreas could react, a tremor shook the ground, catching their attention. He pointed upward and explained, "Those black mages planted a huge explosive magical circle. If we don't destroy it now, the students will be severely harmed." Ivy ignored the warning, crossed her arms, and stated, "That's just a bluff. Don't try to fool me." However, when she looked up at the sky again, she felt something strange. Andreas insisted, "It's going to explode any moment, but since you don't believe me, I'll leave it to you." Before Ivy could react, Andreas quickly ran off, leaving her furious. "Damn it, I swear I'll find you," she shouted, running toward the mountain summit to try to reach the impending explosion. Meanwhile, at a certain distance, Andreas removed the mask, relieved. "That was close. Very close. Ivy almost found out who I am." Hidden behind a tree, he thought to himself, "Ivy can handle this. She's strong enough." In an ancient castle not far from there, inside a circle of black magic, Jester was immersed in his magic, surrounded by a red aura. On a ritualistic table, the body of a mermaid lay still. Suddenly, Jester noticed something and murmured, "This is my private place. Isn't it common courtesy to warn someone before visiting?" Salem was in the dianela of the castle, observing the dark surroundings. He replied sarcastically, "Good manners were never your strong suit, Jester." Approaching, Salem added in a threatening tone, "You really are underestimating me, aren't you? Because if you weren't, you wouldn't have caused all this mess." Jester, maintaining his composure, feigned ignorance. "What are you talking about?" Salem's patience ran out. His aura began to pulse strongly as he retorted, "Aren't you tired of living, or do you want to die burned to a crisp?" Jester stared at Salem without fear, responding firmly, "What do you really want?" Salem, already impatient, grabbed a bottle, poured himself a drink, and answered with irony, "I've already told you what I want. If you keep pretending it was just a natural disaster and drag me into it, you'll be in trouble." He took a sip and without ceremony continued, "Lend me the Codex of Sloth for a week. Maybe this time I'll leave you alone." Sometime later, the news about the events on the mountain began to spread. As Andreas walked through the academy halls, he read a post on his tablet. The title read, "Black Mage defeated by Assistant Professor Ive Clear. Exclusive interview with the Empire's investigation agency. Terrorism targeted at academy students." Another excerpt caught his attention. The daughter of House Alvin testified that she was saved by an unknown individual at the scene. Andreas continued walking, but noticed that Supervisor Ive was watching him from a distance. In her thoughts, she reflected, "With Tom and Bast's suspension, the investigation will be directly handled. This will be a problem. Things are going to get noisy for a while." Andreas knew he needed to keep a low profile. As he passed by the supervisor, she called out with a light smile and a curious tone, "You seem to enjoy the Night Academy's training grounds quite a lot. I'm curious, what brings a mage like you here?" She kindly added, "Please, accompany me." Andreas hesitated, pausing for a moment before following Ivy. He walked behind her, but in his mind, he felt that she had already figured everything out. He tried to stay calm as she asked in a serious tone, "Do you know why I'm here?" Andreas answered firmly, "Yes, I do." Ivy smiled, satisfied. "That makes things much easier." But before she could continue, Andreas, trying to avoid the situation, said, "I respect you, Professor, but I'm not ready to start a relationship, especially with a supervisor." Ivy blushed with anger and clenched her fist, but she managed to stay composed and not deviate from the topic. She then continued, "Diane told me about the dwarf goblin and the half-human who killed the students. I want to know, what happened to them?" Andreas maintained his composure and replied, "As I said, I don't know. During the chaos, I managed to escape while they were distracted." He felt relief when he realized that Diane hadn't mentioned she was pursuing him at the time of the encounter, but Ivy seemed skeptical. "You think I'm going to believe that made-up story?" she said with a tone of disbelief. Andreas insisted, "It's the truth. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be leaving." The moment he tried to leave, Ayev attacked him by surprise. Andreas instinctively dodged, but she didn't stop. She lunged again, and he was forced to draw his sword to block the strike. Eve, with a malicious smile, teased, "A mage like you managed to block a strike from an assistant Professor Knight. Interesting." Andreas looked at his sword and saw a crack, thinking to himself, "The only thing I did was block it. She's incredibly strong." Ivy stepped forward and said, "This is all very suspicious." Andreas took a deep breath and asked directly, "Are you implying that I am a dark mage?" At that moment, Vivian, who had been hiding and listening to the conversation, was shocked and began to wonder, "Is Andreas really a dark mage?" Ivy responded, "That's the only explanation. Whenever there's a case involving dark mages, you act suspiciously. You're always around. In Ballaric's case, it was you who brought down the mage who imprisoned me." She thought to herself, "His voice is different, but his body type is the same. How did he manage to do that?" Andreas stood firm, staring back at her. "I figured you wouldn't be convinced by what I said." Ivy didn't hesitate. "I'm not convinced. Since that exam in the middle of the semester, you've been peculiar." Vivian, still watching everything unfold, started connecting the dots. She remembered being saved by a fairy lord, and finally realized that Andreas was that mysterious man. Eve, still angry, continued, "As a failure, you can get in and out of dark mage barriers? This doesn't make sense." Vivian, unable to hold back any longer, entered the scene and said, "It's all true. Andreas really did save me that day." Ivy, still with her sword pointed at Andreas, hesitated, but eventually lowered the weapon. "I'll be watching you all the time, Andreas. Don't think this is over," she said before walking away. Andreas, relieved, thanked Vivian. "Thank you. I don't know what would have happened without you." Vivian smiled, but confirmed what she had already suspected. "So it's true, you really are the fairy lord from that day." At the Crowell mansion, Amy was in the office writing and reviewing documents. A maid entered and informed her, "The mansion's cleaning is finished, miss, but we thought it would be best not to touch the former family head's office." Placing a tray with tea and sweets on the table, she continued, saying, "Perhaps you prefer to take a look yourself." Amy thanked her and replied, "I understand, I'll take a look now." She walked to the former office and, stopping in front of the door, remembered that it was the place where her father used to study. Upon entering, she was surprised by the mess. Papers scattered, broken glass, and a completely neglected environment. She felt a pang of nostalgia, remembering when she used to play hide-and-seek there with Andreas. But something caught her attention, a broken artifact on the floor. She picked it up and observed it, intrigued. Meanwhile, in Velton territory, Andreas was on a train reflecting. He murmured to himself, "Master Salem is being anything but discreet. The greatest dark mage on the continent in a public place like this? That's bold?" Despite the thought, he didn't complain, as Salem was there to teach an important lesson. Sitting across from him, Salem said, "You know that the aura in your Dantian and the mana in your heart are essentially the same thing, right? Theoretically, it's possible to convert them and use them interchangeably." Andreas listened carefully as Salem continued, "Of course, this is only possible for someone with a dual core like you, but I'll teach you the method I developed, called transfer." 10 minutes later, Andreas was with his eyes closed, focused on his practice. He thought to himself, "The technique and activation are incredibly simple. I never imagined it would be possible to convert the mana from the heart into aura so quickly." He was amazed by the extraordinary technique developed by Salem. Salem, watching him, commented, "You're getting the hang of it. Keep practicing." The dark mage stood up and opened the train window, but before leaving, Andreas interrupted him. "I have a question. Do you know anything about my father and the Cronwell family?" Salem paused for a moment, observing the curiosity in Andreas's eyes. With a serious expression, he replied, "Cain Cronwell was your grandfather's apprentice, and mourns." The revelation left Andreas in shock. He never imagined his father could be connected to Morn. Salem continued, "As I've said before, you need to figure out the details on your own. I don't have the patience to explain everything." Without saying more, Salem jumped out of the train window, leaving Andreas deep in thought. Cain Cronwell, a dark mage? I never imagined that, not in the game nor since I came to this world. He decided he needed to investigate further. "It's good that I'm going home. Maybe I'll find something there." Upon arriving at the Cronwell family mansion, Andreas entered alongside Amy. She looked around and commented, "Lupini did a great job tidying up this place." Andreas, curious, asked, "Was this the place where our father used to study?" Amy confirmed, saying, "Yes, but it was a mess. I personally had a new set of furniture brought in." Andreas thanked her, observing the place. This could make a good office. Amy added. I made sure to leave all the important things in their place. She picked up an old family photo and showed it to Andreas. Look at this. Do you remember? When we were children. Andreas smiled, but felt a strange sensation as he looked at the photo. He thought, it's nostalgic, but at the same time it feels like these emotions aren't exactly mine. When he touched the photo, a radiant light emanated from the frame. Amy took a step back, startled. What the hell? She murmured. Andreas realized that a magic circle had been activated, opening a secret passage in the office. They both stared at the newly revealed entrance. Andreas thought, a magic circle that only activates when touching the photo. This must be Kane's inheritance, or maybe his will. Changing his expression to something more serious, he said to Amy, I'll take a look first. You should wait here. Still surprised, Amy tried to argue. You can't go alone. It's dangerous. Andreas explained firmly. This is an advanced magical device. It's too much for you. Please, trust me and wait here. Reluctantly, Amy agreed. Okay, but be careful. Descending the stairs of the secret passage, Andreas was surprised by what he saw. In the center of the room, there was a glowing tree surrounded by rare fairy flowers. He felt an aura similar to the one he had felt when he encountered the Codex of Sloth. Is this a dark magic item? Andreas approached the tree, noticing the many rare fairy flowers around it. Suddenly, a notification appeared saying, Codex Apocalypse, Chapter 0, the purest original sin waiting to bear fruit. His eyes still wide with astonishment, he wondered, could this be the main part of the Codex? Because I never heard anything like this in the game? Moving closer, he saw a scroll tied to the tree. Curious, Andreas picked up the scroll and opened it, wondering, did Kane leave this here? Suddenly, a powerful force enveloped Andreas, and the letter began to disappear from his hands. Something softly touched his head, as if caressing him. He was completely bewildered, his eyes wide. A vision began to form before him, as though he was being transported into a memory. In the memory, he saw Kane bowing before an old man who appeared to be the Emperor. Kane was holding a mysterious seed, which was planted in a pot. Over time, the seed sprouted, growing into a small tree that radiated an immeasurable power. The Emperor and Kane were both terrified and simultaneously consumed by greed. Then Andreas saw another scene, his mother being stabbed by a dagger while Kane held her. Desperate, the old man, wanting to capture Kane's children, instructed that a magic circle be placed in the mansion so that only they could activate it. Andreas finally understood. The Empire and the Dark Mages were conspiring together. Kane realized this too late. His wife was murdered, his health deteriorated, and his family fell into ruin. Salem had been right. The Emperor had placed Kane under Morn's care, and it was there that Kane learned dark magic. He cultivated the original sin, but upon gaining that power, he was discarded. In an act of revenge, Kane hid the original sin in a place where only his children could access it. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. So, did you manage to see the memories your father left behind? Andreas turned and saw a man with green hair similar to his own, who added, Welcome, Andreas Cronwell. Andreas immediately turned around and saw Kane standing there. Before he could say anything, Kane began speaking. Should I call you Makoto Kaneshiro then? Andreas drew his sword and pointed it directly at him, asking firmly, Who are you? Kane, maintaining a calm tone, replied, It's a shame you haven't figured it out yet. I thought someone addicted to games like you would have figured it out sooner. Kane's words brought memories to Andreas's mind. He began to remember when everything started, the connections between that world and the game. Then Kane asked, Does the phrase, thank you for playing our game, remind you of anything? Andreas widened his eyes and asked, Are you the developer who brought me here? Kane confirmed, smiling. Bingo, it's me. How's the world of the 7 deadly sins? Isn't it a fantastic fantasy world? Andreas stared at him and asked bluntly, Why did you bring me here? Kane casually replied, It's nothing much, really. I just wanted you to complete this game. It's a very simple wish. He then continued, I'm sure you've seen how this world ends several times. Lucia, Vivian, and everyone else. In the end, everyone ends up in an apocalypse. The world is destroyed by the outbreak of the original sin, which consumes all the 7 deadly sins and their respective owners. Andreas, confused, asked, What are you talking about? In the game, by collecting all the 7 deadly sins and defeating the final boss, the end of the world should have been avoided. Kane smiled wickedly and explained, That's what you've seen. But as long as the consciousness of the original sin exists, the world will eventually be destroyed. To prevent that, you need to gain full control over it. Only the flesh and blood of Kane can do that. At that moment, a notification appeared before Andreas's eyes. The immature original sin requires the blood of a contractor. Offer your blood and sign the contract. Kane continued explaining, The original sin sensed your presence. You may be a talentless fool, but few have access to this place. You are one of those few. After 6 months, when the original sin becomes aware, it will emerge and seek a host on its own. Andreas finally understood why he had been reincarnated as such an insignificant character. Kane continued, That's exactly why. Cain hid the original sin here. Only you and it have access to it. Now what will you do? Andreas asked. What exactly do you want me to do? Cain answered, It's simple. I want you to sign a contract with the original sin, become its host and feed it the 7 deadly sins. You must dominate it completely. If you fail, they will devour you, but that's the only way. If you succeed, both you and the world will survive. As Cain began to dematerialize, he apologized. I'm sorry for bringing you here and asking this of you, but I'm counting on you. Before disappearing completely, he looked at Andreas and called out, Son, I believe in you. If it's you, I'm sure you'll succeed. With a soft tone, he added, Please take care of Amy and the Cronwell house. And then, Cain disappeared completely. Andreas stared at the tree in front of him. He removed his glove and with his sword, made a small cut on his hand. As blood dripped, he murmured, This isn't one of those reincarnation stories in another world. But as he said, there's no other choice. If I have no other option, I'll face it, just like I always have. He pressed his bloodied hand against the tree. In that instant, a red aura began to swirl around him as a notification appeared. The original sin has been lodged in the user's body, who recognizes it as their master. Mana recovery increased by 133%. Mana density will increase over time. The red aura grew, enveloping the entire scene. Another notification appeared. Mana element will gradually become closer to darkness over time. As the 7 deadly sins are collected, more abilities and resources will be unlocked. Andreas felt the power coursing through his body and looked up at the sky, murmuring, Cain Cronwell, father, the second half of my soul. You can leave Amy and the Cronwell house to me. I swear I will avenge all the tragedies that happened to you. In the luxurious chamber of the emperor, he stood imposingly by the window, carefully cleaning his sword, while a servant remained prostrated at his feet. The emperor addressed Viscount Lamar, the head of intelligence. Have you located the Codex of Original Sin? The Viscount, kneeling, appeared reserved, yet visibly tense in the situation. Bowing reverently, he responded, My entire team was closely monitoring Cain's activities before his death. However, his words were abruptly cut off as the emperor, seized by a fit of rage, turned sharply with his sword, proclaiming furiously, You are useless, Viscount! You don't even deserve to call yourself the head of intelligence! Regaining his composure, though his gaze still carried shadows, the emperor remarked, Cain likely entrusted it to a relative. It's only a matter of time before we'll need to deal with them in some way. The Viscount promptly assured, I will investigate all the Cromwells more thoroughly. This statement caught the emperor's attention, and he replied calmly, There is only one young Cromwell left now. There's no imminent urgency. Therefore, you have a bit more time. Demonstrating his gratitude, the Viscount bowed even deeper before the emperor, thanking him for his benevolence. However, almost instantly, he was startled by a dark voice from behind. It would be wise to start with the Codex of Original Sin. The observation piqued the emperor's curiosity, and he inquired, The Zephyr sect. They have a codex to summon their god, don't they? The Viscount affirmed. We've identified highly suspicious activity. We believe the cult will soon gather a large number of people for the Zephyr summoning ceremony. In response, the emperor reiterated his order. Keep a closer watch on them. Transitions from a luxurious room to a filthy, grimy sewer, where numerous individuals lined up, transporting wooden crates under the coordination of a peculiar man dressed in purple robes. It became clear that they were followers of the Zephyr sect. In the distance, voices echoed in a far-off conversation, mentioning, Everyone recognizes the importance of this year-end festival. A second voice emphatically agreed, Yes, all preparations are complete. The two individuals were talking, with one of them adding, We have a considerable number of guards strategically placed even at the entry point. Additionally, we've thoroughly mapped out all the underground passages beneath the arena. We plan to perform numerous sacrifices to summon the demon Lord Zephyr. This information pleased the man in purple robes. He expressed his gratitude, stating, If everything goes perfectly, you'll be rewarded with the company of some lovely girls. The young man responded with a slight smile, bowing his head in thanks. We began to recognize this face from previous parts. However, Pyatt, showing off, mentioned, Or perhaps you have different preferences beyond just girls. The provocation left the young man flustered, and he began to stammer, assuring, It's fine. I didn't do anything special. I just asked for help from the Academy's friends. Pyatt, hand on his chin, reflected on the preciousness of children and their innate understanding of faith. This reflection led him to recall that the young man had mentioned at some point a possible candidate. Curious, he asked if the recruitment had been successful. The young man envisioned Vivian in his mind, thinking about the moment when she lost her composure during Baron Balaric's mission. Trying to deflect, he mentioned that he had spoken directly with her, but Vivian hadn't shown much interest, even stating that she had already found her spirituality. Pyatt, listening attentively, verbally expressed his frustration, lamenting, It's a shame. Not everyone can be helped. His expression grew more serious and somber as he informed the young man that he would have important matters to attend to, making his presence at the mission impossible. However, he expressed hope that the young man would succeed. even without his accompaniment. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, we return to the academy. Our protagonist was examining the system screens, reflecting to himself. After a week at the Cromwell mansion, he began to grow worried about the codex of original sin he had absorbed. The unease that it might cause problems grew in his mind. Approaching the window, he silently thanked that no setbacks had occurred until then. He opened the window, feeling a momentary relief, but the unease persisted. Now that he knew the secret of the Cromwells, his concern for Amy had grown. Gazing at the vastness of the city where the academy stood, his thoughts continued to hammer in his mind. If it weren't for what is about to happen at the academy, I could have stayed by Amy's side, he thought. He was aware that something grave was about to take place soon, on the final day of the academy festival. In the grandeur of the arena, the Zephyr sect planned to carry out a terrorist attack. The protagonist wondered how many lives would be claimed in their ridiculous attempts to summon a demon. Images of Diana, Lucia, Vivian, and Diana's older brother flashed through his mind. He understood that it was crucial to act before it was too late for these playable characters. Determined, Andreas was convinced that he needed to protect these characters if he truly wanted to complete the game. However, it wasn't just that. He also suspected that the Zephyr sect possessed the other sin codices, making a thorough analysis essential. Since obtaining the original codex, there was a long list of tasks to be accomplished. In light of this, Andreas summoned Nickel from his subspace, telling him, "It's time to restart your training." After finishing his talk about the training, a purple aura enveloped Andreas and Nickel, leaving the protagonist surprised. His eyes widened, his hand outstretched as the aura circulated around them. A notification appeared, revealing that the Apocalypse Codex had detected the sin of diligent sloth. Soon after, another notification indicated that additional resources and skills had been generated, along with an increase in base capacity. Both seemed perplexed by the information about the Sloth Codex, especially considering that in previous parts, we knew this codex had been sold at the meeting of the Black Mage sect. When the notification indicated that the original codex was beginning to evolve, a heavy feeling filled the area, bringing a sense of tension and mystery. The purple aura surrounded the environment as the protagonist realized that the codex recognized Nickel as the Codex of Sloth. His eyes fixed on the invocation, startled, and he began to wonder if this was happening because his subordinate had carried the codex for such a long time, remembering that Nickel had possessed it all along before it was sold. A new notification appeared, informing that the original codex had completed its evolution, and that it and the Sloth Codex were no longer linked. This evolution brought significant changes to Nickel, who now shared the effects of the Sloth Codex, resulting in a mana recovery increase to 188 and a mana sensitivity of 66%. Furthermore, the codex stored abilities that could be used every 7 days, leaving the protagonist astonished by this surprising evolution. After the completion, Andreas suggested celebrating Nickel's power-up by canceling his training session, a proposal that was quickly declined by his subordinate. Later, the protagonist moved discreetly through the city, wearing a mask that covered half of his face. He remembered that some cultists had been recruiting new members in that area, but as he passed by people, he began to disagree with himself, believing that time had passed so much that perhaps he was mistaken, as he did not recognize anyone who could be recruiting. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the side and he was startled. A familiar face crossed his path. It was Hazar. The conclusion was obvious. If that guy, who had disappeared during the confrontation with the Black Mage from Baron Balaric, reappeared before the terrorist attack, it could only mean one thing. Deciding to follow Hazar, the protagonist noticed that he was heading toward the Academy's arena and saw him enter a kind of alley. Without hesitation, Andreas followed him, descending the alley's stairs while staying alert to what was below. An orc was passing by the path, and as soon as it noticed him, barely had time to react. Andreas was already on top of it, his sword ready for an attack. The surprise attack hit the orc, knocking it unconscious. Opening his summoning portal, the protagonist was certain that Hazar and the other cultists were there preparing a terrorist attack. He not only summoned Nickel, but also Timur, giving instructions for his skeleton to accompany him, while Timur stayed behind to watch. Both set off running with their swords in hand, ready to surprise anyone present. Not far from there, a few people could be seen sitting, others busy with various tasks, and some hanging by their arms, naked. Hazar was closely observing the work of the men handling the bombs meant for the attack. In his mind, the confirmation that bringing the explosives had been a major challenge, but the installation should not take more than a day. He felt relieved that this would not be an issue for the ceremony planned for the following day. His thoughts circled around the promotion he so desperately desired, given his efforts. Suddenly, the head of one of his workers was decapitated with Andreas's sudden appearance. A widespread panic took over the group, who realized they were under attack. The protagonist was already ahead of Hazar after making his first move. The surprise was evident in his opponent's eyes, who quickly ordered everyone to eliminate the spy. The order was executed instantly. Masked men and a woman rushed to attack him. However, the protagonist demonstrated exceptional fencing skills, moving with dexterity and striking each of them. The scene left Hazar deeply angered, cursing them as useless for failing to contain the intruder. In a moment of rage, Hazar drew his sword, proclaiming to all that he was just a man. However, his words were silenced the moment his head was severed from his body. Our loyal squire Nickel had just executed an attack in defense of Andreas, his eyes still burning with fury. Although Andreas had been taken by surprise by the action, he recognized the skill with which his summon wielded the sword, something always impressive. Standing before the grotesque scene in the sewer, surrounded by dismembered bodies, the protagonist confirmed that they had finished there, and that it was time to collect the explosives. He asked Timur to return, but to his astonishment, Timur was already present, and with a loud thud, he fell into the water, splashing it everywhere. The surprise didn't stop there. Payat was there, mourning Hazar's death, holding his subordinate's head. He expressed that he had finished his missions early, and decided to stop by to visit him. Watching everything with wide eyes, the protagonist prepared himself, but was abruptly questioned by Payat, his voice taking on an angry tone. "Did you kill this poor young man?" Slowly, Payat removed his hat and cloak, revealing a fierce expression, a wicked smile, and veins pulsating on his forehead. With determination, he declared, "You've crossed the line, boy." Payat, one of the main leaders of the sect, emerged in the middle of the plot, boasting strength comparable to that of an aura master. As he removed his cloak, his features completely transformed. The burly man, dressed only in a loincloth, warned that the confrontation would be painful. This revelation was not good news, especially considering the forces at this point in the game. Andreas thought he should even surpass Professor Ivy in power. The protagonist began to question whether Nickel and Timur would be able to defeat him, considering their still low levels of evolution. Payat positioned himself, preparing for the attack. His eyes, bloodshot with rage, expressed intensity as the veins in his head pulsed. As he removed his cloak, he revealed a muscular body resembling that of a sumo wrestler. His abilities amplified his muscular and physical strength, making Andreas's attacks ineffective. It was a very bad situation for the protagonist, who felt the weight of responsibility in the face of Payat's power. He analyzed his options while Payat underwent a complete transformation. His skin and features took on a demonic, dark appearance. Addressing Andreas, he said, "I don't know who you are, but I recognize your strength. I promise to give my all." While Andreas stood motionless, watching the events unfold before him, waiting for the imminent confrontation. It didn't take long for Payat to charge toward him, causing the sewage water to spray into the air. The three took their combat positions, with Timur quickly stepping in front of the protagonist to defend him. The battle began with Timur and Payat, both holding each other with surreal strength. The visual standoff between the two persisted until Nickel, acting swiftly, unsheathed his sword to help his companion, delivering several strikes from behind Payat. The swift flashes of Nickel's attacks were noticeable, but seemingly none of them had any effect. The enemy they faced mocked them, stating that their attacks were nothing but tickles. This provocation left the skeleton Nickel speechless. Andreas, determined to join the action, charged to attack Payat. However, he was surprised to find that his strikes were ineffective. His sword didn't even leave a scratch. With that, Payat called for a brief pause, repositioned his strength, and delivered a precise blow to Timur, asking him to step back a little. The demonic monster seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick, pushing Timur even further away from his presence. With the path clear, Payat wasted no time and charged directly at the protagonist. Meanwhile, Nickel, still positioned behind, couldn't express any reaction to the opponent's movements. The protagonist, preparing for the clash, unsheathed his sword, now surrounded by a bright aura in shades of purple and blue. Facing his opponent and ready to receive and counter the imminent strike, Nickel managed to cancel the attack with his sword, blocking Payat's blow aimed at Andreas. Both were stunned by this unexpected cancellation, giving the protagonist a chance to reconsider his strategy. Andreas closed his eyes, muttering to himself, "Now." In the next instant, he struck Payat, sending him forward as he repositioned himself. But before he could catch his breath, his opponent once again lunged toward him. Payat was truly a formidable adversary, worthy of testing the protagonist's limits. With little time to react, Andreas summoned the Earth Shield in an attempt to block the attack. However, Payat's terrifying smile remained unwavering. He persisted, breaking through the raised shield and hitting the protagonist head-on. This action sent Andreas flying, along with the debris of his defense. Payat grabbed the protagonist by his green hair, his head almost entirely in the hands of his opponent. Andreas was stunned and speechless as his enemy began delivering an unrelenting barrage of punches to his face, showing no mercy. The protagonist was being beaten senseless. His face was covered in blood, and he agonized in pain, creating a scene of anguish. Meanwhile, Payat, on the other hand, reveled in the moment. His grin stretched from ear to ear, savoring every instant, every groan of pain. Holding Andreas's head firmly in his grip, he began to pout, saying, "You're exactly my type." The protagonist remained suspended, his feet off the ground as Payat enjoyed the situation. Sensing the approach of the protagonist's summons, Payat noticed Nickel and Timur's swift strike, both rushing toward him to counterattack. Timur attempted to grab Payat from behind while Nickel aimed to strike from the front to free Andreas. However, the effort was ineffective. In the same instant, Payat clenched his fist, preparing for the impact. His blow hit the skeleton squarely, sending Nickel flying away from the scene. With the path clear again, Payat coiled around Andreas like a snake around its prey, using all his strength in an attempt to break every bone in the protagonist's body. The protagonist was writhing in pain, groaning as he was strangled in every part of his body. It was evident that his opponent was enjoying the situation, saying, "Ah, what a lovely sound you make." In the whirlwind of despair enveloping Andreas, one certainty echoed in his mind. His death seemed inevitable in that dark, inescapable place. His scream reverberated through the depths of the sewers, a lament of resignation. However, just as everything seemed to fade into darkness, the Codex responded to its host's call. A notification appeared asking if he wished to use the special ability called Sloth. The protagonist's eyes were about to close, and without knowing the risks involved, there was no other option but to resort to the Codex. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, catching Payat's attention. He looked up, bewildered, trying to understand what was happening. He questioned the strange sound, and then realized that all the blood traces in the area were gathering near him, as if they had come to life. They began to float, rising toward Payat. An intense presence, a sinister force hung in the air, leaving Payat visibly frightened. This aura emanated from the protagonist's body and on its own threw Payat backward, while Andreas remained suspended in the air, surrounded by the floating blood. An extraordinary scene unfolded before everyone present. The protagonist underwent a remarkable transformation. His expression changed while a red aura enveloped his entire body and the blood at his feet. The notification stated that temporarily the magic of the genius talent had been activated, momentarily nullifying any mental magic. Now, in a state of transcendental emotion with a 60-second duration, Andreas saw his lazy thoughts emerge, revealing how tiring and dull thinking was. Even the simple act of moving became painful. With a palpable laziness to even open his eyes and a sense of burden with every breath, he simply snapped his fingers and said, "Earth Shield." This action left Payat dumbfounded and surprised. Suddenly, his hand was severed from his arm, leaving him truly shocked. Andreas was standing in front of him, arms outstretched, and the debris of his shield floated around the area. The question lingered in Payat's mind. Who the hell is this guy? Both Timur and Nickel were equally surprised and speechless at what they had witnessed. An explosion occurred, and all the stones from the shield were directed toward Payat, who tried to defend himself by crossing his arms in front of his face. The pressure was intense, and gradually he was hit. Payat's interest was evident as he focused his gaze on Andreas, a slight smile forming on his face. Slowly, the stones fell to the ground, and everything around began to return to normal, except for the blood still surrounding the protagonist. Payat, missing a hand and still struggling to hold his head, asked, "Is this it? Is this all you can do?" Andreas, with a calm expression but sensing that everything was dragging on too long, felt the need to end this quickly so he could finally rest. As he spoke these words, his face was covered in blood, leaving Payat shocked and unsure of what to think. Andreas's presence was so strong and his mana so intense that it caught the attention of Alvin, who was in the city. Despite all the distractions, something unusual was happening, and even he noticed. The intense aura emanating from the battle site was powerful. In the arena, the crowd was going wild over the night's battles, an event that brought the entire city together. Among the spectators celebrating the victories were Diana and her father, Director Alvin. However, Alvin's mind was elsewhere, distracted by uneasy thoughts. He detected the presence of black magic and questioned the nature of this phenomenon, concluding in his mind that the anti-black magic barrier had worked, but against him. Noticing her father's distraction, Diana asked, "Father, is something wrong?" Alvin, still looking distant, replied, "Something probably happened. Stay exactly where you are, Diana." Meanwhile, in the grand arena, beneath the euphoria of the crowd, the battle was unfolding. Andreas floated among the wreckage, facing Payat. His body was marked by the intensity of his mana and the strength of his aura, revealing his dual-core trait. He then cast the Stone Throw spell, a basic-level skill. Pointed stone spears flew toward his opponent. Payat, however, kept smiling. He expressed a mix of fear and mockery, asking, "Is this all you've got?" The little little stones barely scratched his body. While Payat mocked him, Nickel unexpectedly appeared in front of him, delivering a surprise strike. The attack was enough to momentarily break Payat's composure. He gritted his teeth, enraged, and shouted, "You again, miserable skeleton!" Nickel seemed determined, buying time for Andreas to prepare his next move. However, the strategy only fueled Payat's fury, who cursed the skeleton as he punched him, calling him ugly and useless. In an unexpected moment, Payat threw Nickel with such force that his skeletal body was visibly disfigured. Andreas, watching the scene, realized it was time to act. His stone spears, still unmoving, awaited his command. With a sudden motion, he directed them at his opponent. Payat, however, simply glanced over his shoulder, allowing the spears to strike his back. Enraged, he mocked, "You really think you can kill me with little stones?" But before he could make more taunts, Timur grabbed him firmly, immobilizing him and catching Payat by surprise. Timur maintained a dark expression as Andreas commanded a new attack. With his hand outstretched, he ordered the stones to advance once again. The sharp stone spears pierced Payat's body at several points, leaving him speechless. Timur did not loosen his grip, ensuring that Payat could not escape. Soon after, a notification appeared before Andreas. The duration of the lazy skill has expired. Immediately, the protagonist's body was overwhelmed by gravity. Another notification followed. Due to excessive use of the body, severe damage has been inflicted, temporarily preventing any movement, mana manipulation, or aura usage. Andreas fell to the ground, powerless, only aware of the feeling of his shattered body. He knew he had to get up and end the situation, but his physical limits had been reached. Timur and Nickel, aware that continuing was impossible, retreated to their summoning portals. Meanwhile, Payat remained motionless, the stones deeply embedded in his body. The scene fell into silence. Both combatants were prostrated, one on the ground among the wreckage and the other on his knees, unconscious and pierced. Andreas, exhausted and debilitated, could barely move. In this lamentable state, a notification window appeared. The requirements for evolution have been met. An individual with evolutionary potential has been detected. Andreas Cromwell has a 33% chance of evolution. Divergence option available. Makoto, or rather, Andreas, immersed in thoughts about his possible death, questioned the purpose of it all. He joked with himself, "Is this just a memory to be engraved on my tombstone?" Despite the uncertainties, he murmured his acceptance of the evolution proposal. Meanwhile, not far away, Alvin came across the bodies in the underground. His expression grew dark as he recognized they belonged to the Zephyr sect. What were they doing in the sewers of Hlen? He murmured to himself. Although he suspected the intense presence of black magic he had previously sensed was connected, he knew he needed to investigate the area before jumping to conclusions. Activating his protection shield, Alvin began a meticulous search of the sewers. The black magic aura, though weakened, still emanated from a specific direction, requiring detailed investigation. When he reached the location, the director was shocked by the scene unfolding before his eyes. Bodies scattered lifelessly all around, including the bodies of Andreas and Payat. Alvin approached, carefully analyzing the surroundings. His attention was drawn to numerous boxes near the bodies. A strong odor of gunpowder emanated from them, and the significant quantity indicated that an explosion in that location could cause devastating casualties, especially since it was directly beneath the stadium. The director felt a tightness in his chest as he contemplated the imminent danger. Images of Diana and Carlos appeared in his mind, fueling his concern that his children might be at the location, becoming vulnerable targets. However, the sight of Andreas troubled him even more. The young man with green hair was still powerless. Approaching the body, Alvin exclaimed in surprise, "Is this Andreas Cromwell?" Wondering what the young man was doing there, his mind began to piece things together. "This trace of black magic is the most intense I've ever felt." This left the director wide-eyed. "It can't be," he murmured, visibly stunned. "Did he inherit the codex of the original sin from Cain?" At that moment, he recalled Andreas's father. After a moment of reflection, a notification appeared in the air announcing, "Evolution process completed. Andreas Cromwell has evolved. Dual-core epic trait replaced with vessel unique." Andreas's eyes slowly began to open. He realized he was no longer in the same place. Lying in a bed, his body still felt exhausted, but was in the process of recovery. "I completed the evolution," he thought, still trying to orient himself. He was interrupted by a voice that caught his attention. Alvin was there, watching him with an expression of curiosity mixed with frustration. "Your injuries were so severe that you should have been dead," the director explained. "Fortunately, in just 2 weeks, you've almost fully recovered." Upon recognizing Alvin, Andreas hurriedly sat up, his face showing fear. The The director, arms crossed, kept a stern look and asked incisively, "But tell me, what exactly were you doing there?" The question left Andreas bewildered. "There? What do you mean?" he murmured, confused. However, Alvin was direct. "In the sewers. I want to know what you were doing there." An awkward silence filled the room. Andreas knew he needed to keep the secret for now. After gathering his strength, he explained, "I was walking near the waterway when I noticed a suspicious group. They were fighting, and in an attempt to escape, I ended up being dragged there." Alvin didn't seem convinced. "Dragged to the outcome of the battle?" he asked with a serious expression. He pressed, "And the others? When I arrived, you were the only one there." Andreas's expression closed off. "I don't know," he replied firmly, repeating what he had already said. They stared at each other, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The moment was interrupted when the director lost his patience and directly asked, "What are you really hiding?" Andreas took a deep breath to convey conviction, trying to show that he wasn't hiding anything. It was crucial to be convincing given the risk involved. Meanwhile, the director was internally debating, recalling his promise to Cain to protect his children. This internal conflict led him to make a decision. Realizing the young man wouldn't provide more information, Alvin took a deep breath and changed his approach. "I highly doubt someone who barely escaped with their life has anything useful to say. I'll look for the Zephyr sect cultists around the city." The statement shocked Andreas, who, stunned, asked, "Are you giving up so easily?" Turning to leave, Alvin declared, "The interrogation is over." He stopped at the door and added, "Oh, about the potion bet. I eagerly await the conclusion." In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, leaving Andreas perplexed. Sitting on the bed, Andreas reflected. How does he know who I am and still let me go without punishment? That was the question echoing in the protagonist's mind. Director Bart Alvin's attitude, along with Salem's indifference in revealing himself as a black mage to Bart, left Andreas even more perplexed. He remembered the vision he had at the Cromwell mansion about the original codex, and realized that Bart was also aware of it. Andreas was certain that Director Bart Alvin knew exactly who he and his father were. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of Diana and her brother Carlos. Diana looked worried, and her expression showed genuine anxiety as she asked, "Are you okay? I heard you were seriously injured. I couldn't stay calm with those rumors." Carlos, on the other hand, waved warmly, expressing joy at seeing him again. "Andreas, it's been a while. I'm glad you're on your feet." Still confused about the reason for their visit, Andreas felt the urge to ask why they were there, but Diana quickly explained, somewhat awkwardly. "My father mentioned what happened. He thought it would be good to visit you." Carlos, in his casual manner, joked, "You look better than I expected, Andreas. Are you ready for another battle?" Andreas sincerely thanked them for the visit. He felt touched by their concern, especially when Carlos said, "It's good to see the three of us together again. It reminds me of the old times." Diana blushed slightly and discreetly asked her brother, "Carlos, stop that." Despite this, Andreas was truly surprised. The warmth of the moment, Diana's concern, and Carlos's relaxed demeanor stirred a mix of emotions. Living as Andreas, Makoto felt something he had never experienced in his past life, the fulfillment of protecting those who were important to him. With a proud smile, he said, "Yes, I'm very happy to see us together again." Now he could protect what was important to him with his own power. Later, Andreas was in the middle of the street, absorbed in reading news on his tablet. The information was about the year-end festivities at the academy. He reflected on the meticulous control Bart Alvin seemed to exert over the news. On the screen, an image showed the young Carmen Regaff proudly holding the championship trophy. The headline celebrated the success of the event, mentioning the flawless preparations and the prominent presence of the authorities. Andreas was truly surprised to notice the complete absence of any mention of the terrorist attacks by the Zephyr sect in the news. Putting the tablet away, he reflected that such a lack of coverage didn't surprise him, considering the threat had infiltrated the heart of the academy. Despite this, he realized that, at least for the moment, his concerns about the original sin were eased, given the peace in that regard. Before he could dive deeper into his thoughts, a young man with brown hair approached and interrupted him. "You're early," but Andreas, maintaining his calm, affirmed that he was. The young man then said, "Mr. Cromwell, Director Bart Alvin is waiting for you. Please follow me." The young man led him to the magic tower. As they ascended the famous moving stairs, Andreas reflected on what awaited him. Upon reaching the door, the guide announced, "Andreas Cromwell is here, master." A commanding voice from inside responded, "Enter." Upon entering the room, Bart Alvin awaited him, seated in his majestic chair, and immediately congratulated Andreas on his punctuality. The director was clearly eager for the moment. He seemed to expect something grand, judging by the tone of anticipation in his voice. A slight smirk revealed this expectation. "The time has finally come. The bet we made will determine your stay at the academy. Present me with the potion." Andreas maintained a serious expression, carefully observing every movement of the director. His distrust grew. Bart Alvin acted as if nothing had happened in the sewers, as if the bodies found and the trail of black magic were irrelevant. In his thoughts, Andreas questioned, Bart Alvin, whose side are you on? The Emperor's or my father's? A moment passed, and director Bart Alvin received a vial containing a red potion. He promptly drank it in front of Andreas, who watched closely. Alvin's expression showed great interest and curiosity as he immediately identified it as an emission potion. As he analyzed it, he asked, were all the side effects removed this time just like the last one? Andreas, bowing respectfully, assured him, yes, all were removed. I was eager for you to make this discovery. The director handed the potion to his subordinate, and with a slight smile commented, you're quite bold to test something like this on me. Though his expression remained calm, it was clear that he was impressed. Andreas then presented another vial, revealing to the director that he had also created a compound called Diren. Just like the previous potion, all side effects have been eliminated, he explained. Surprise overtook Bart Alvin and his subordinate, who couldn't hide their disbelief. 2 potions in such a short time? The director murmured to himself, visibly astonished by Andreas's impressive speed. Despite the extraordinary feat, he couldn't help but consider Andreas's remarkable audacity as he handed over a black card while bowing again, expressing his gratitude for the support provided with the essential materials to complete the potions. Bart Alvin concluded that Andreas had won the bet. Face to face, the director made a gesture with his hands, moving directly to the subject of the promise as a reward. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surrounded Andreas, who, surprised, realized it was a spell. In an instant, both were teleported to a grand hall. The place featured white and black marble floors, with insignias hanging around, emphasizing its grandeur. In the center of the wall, the family crest was prominently displayed. Shelves filled with important artifacts adorned the space, with items ranging from glass jars to clocks and crystals. Choose whatever you wish, the director invited. Andreas, impressed, expressed his gratitude while admiring the vast collection. Bart Alvin waited patiently, arms crossed, as Andreas walked through the hall, taking in the magnitude of the offer. As he approached the objects, notifications appeared, providing additional information about the items. Cursed organ of Nak. The music that emanates from it is full of magical power. The more you listen, the more impotent you become. Another striking item was the Mitra pocket watch, capable of storing a total of 500 mana. Various notifications appeared, highlighting the value and usefulness of each artifact, each one being of great value, which amplified the significance of his choice. One item, however, caught his attention. Andreas murmured to himself, Galaxure. It was a sealed sword with a mana conductivity of 73%. He stared at it intently, recognizing the item from the game. He never imagined such a relic would be stored there. Holding it firmly, he declared, I choose this sword. The director was intrigued. You really are peculiar, interested in something like this. Bart recalled how he had obtained the sword in the Shire dungeon, a barren place resembling a desert with a cemetery of bones. He explained, I examined this sword personally and sent others to do the same, but we never found any particular value. Are you sure this is what you want? Andreas responded firmly. Yes, I want to take it as a reward. The director, with his arms crossed, watched Andreas and commented, You're stubborn, just like your father. There are much superior items here, you know. Still, Andreas assured him that he was satisfied with his choice. Bart Alvin then handed the protagonist an elegant envelope. The golden edges gave the envelope a distinguished look. Take this, the director said. What is this? Asked Andreas. A letter from His Imperial Majesty regarding the merits of the Cromwell family, Bart explained. I waited until you woke up to give it to you. The news surprised Andreas. His eyes widened as the director continued. The other paper in the envelope is a recommendation. Given your interest in swords, I suggest you visit the location indicated. Later in his room at the academy, Andreas read the letter while Nickel carried out his daily training. The message stated that Andreas Cromwell, heir to the Cromwell family, was about to receive a reduced title due to improper behavior. However, following the recommendation of Alvin, Duke of Clauseal, and others, there was room for improvement based on his recent reputation at the academy, so the change would be lifted in the future. As he read, Andreas recognized it as a veiled threat from the Emperor, as a merit ranking was nothing more than an empty title. He thought, I need Amy to contact me as soon as possible if she notices anything strange. Fueled by anger, he tore up the letter, frustrated with the situation. The director, however, seemed friendly. He then opened the second letter, which contained a map and a note. Deliver this letter to an old friend at the indicated location. He will know what to do. Andreas put his hand to his face, commenting that the map seemed strangely familiar. Who could this old person be? He thought, lost in his reflections. He was then surprised to realize that it was Deshrun, one of the 10 great masters of the continent, supposedly retired. Without a doubt, the map would lead him to him. Without Bart's letter of recommendation, Andreas knew he would have been rejected immediately. However, thanks to the director, he now had the chance to study under the tutelage of one of the greatest swordmasters. Confident, Andreas stood up, leaning on the table, and declared aloud, We will depart as soon as we have a break. In some dark corner of the world, a landscape resembling desert canyons emerged. In the vast, desolate expanse, a colossal beetle stood out next to a skeleton sprawled on the sandy ground. Soon after, a semi-open hand radiated power, lifting a stone spear that evoked the ability used by the protagonist in his last battle. The young man aimed at the beetle and commanded the spear to strike its target, hitting the insect squarely. It became clear that this young man was, in fact, Andreas. Advancing toward the beetle and removing his mask, Andreas reflected on the ability he had gained by facing Pyat. By combining mana and aura, even the most basic abilities acquired an uncommon power. A notification clarified that the dual core trait had been replaced by the vessel trait, a unique feature. Andreas had eliminated the boundary between the Dantian and the heart. Now his aura could be converted into mana and vice versa. The vessel trait represented the enhanced version of Salen's ability, the transfer. The combined amount of aura and mana reached a level where there was no longer any need to alternate between the two. While striking the beetle with his knife, Andreas thought that this meant he would rarely be without power again. He cut into the insect, deciding to take a piece of the monster's byproduct as a precaution. Looking at the pile, he showed signs of exhaustion, mentioning that Mount Catan was the highest peak of the Krathus mountain range. There, he would find Dissoon. However, before reaching that destination, there existed the giant lair, the giant's den, hidden in a remote part of the mountain where he could obtain the body of a titan. Carefully, he placed the fragment of the slain beetle into a container and stored it in his subspace bag. Calling for Nickel, he handed him the bag, instructing the skeleton to store it while announcing, "We've gathered all the necessary materials. We're ready to depart." At that moment, a loud rumble caught his attention. Quickly, Andreas donned his mask and leapt onto a sand dune to assess the situation. Upon reaching the top, he found a humanoid creature resembling a tiger lying on the ground, apparently unconscious. He approached the Leopardian, offering him a pinkish liquid while whispering, "Can you speak? Can you tell me what happened?" However, all that could be heard were groans of pain. Andreas began to think that, due to the Empire's oppression of various races, every Leopardian was a skilled warrior, specialized in close combat. He wondered who in the world could have perpetrated such an act. Suddenly, something caught his attention from behind. A giant insect was approaching. Without hesitation, Andreas drew his new sword and delivered a precise strike, cutting the insect in half. It fell to the ground, dead. Perplexed, Andreas pondered, how can a monstrous insect fly at such high speed? Sheathing his sword, he recalled that only an old man named Ranox had the ability to control insects in this way. He was an insect manipulator, and his army of creatures was powerful enough to devastate an entire village in broad daylight. Ranox was a treasure hunter in the service of Jester, and his presence here could only mean one thing. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the Leopardian humanoid, who asked about the origins of the insects. The fierce expression on the leopard's face indicated intense anger. He explained that the insects had attacked the village of Urk. Instantly, Andreas thought that the insects might be after the Lunapult crystal, the only wealth the Leopardians possessed. Without delay, he summoned Timur and Nickel through his portal, asking the Leopardian if he could guide them to the village and assuring him that he could offer assistance. The leopard man paused to ponder for a moment, mentally growling, "Even if it's an emergency, is it worth the risk of bringing a mysterious human to the village?" Sensing the leopard's hesitation, Andreas, to dispel any doubts, requested that he consider the fact that if he were an enemy, he wouldn't have offered help right from the start. This approach seemed to persuade the leopard, who agreed and asked the protagonist for help in saving the village. It didn't take long for everyone to rush toward the village, leaving only clouds of dust behind. The humanoid was on Timur's back, moving quickly toward their destination. Andreas wondered if this wasn't the same path he should have taken earlier, but either way, he would find out sooner or later. Upon reaching the top from where they could see the entire village, the scene was desolate. Fires were burning everywhere, and it was infested with insects. It was at that moment that Andreas realized that indeed, this was the place he needed to be. His eyes fixed on a cave at the edge of the village where, hidden, lay the corpse of a titan. The battle was brutal, a true scene of war. Insects were circling all the villagers, some unable to fight because they were carrying their young, while others fought with all their might. This was the Leopardians' village. As the protagonist observed everyone fighting, he recalled that this village had vanished from history due to the insect attack. The leopard next to Andreas was trembling, a mix of rage and other emotions that brought him to tears. Confident, Andreas activated a skill in his hands and assured them he would rid them of all those creatures. Without delay, the skill spread like wind, hitting all the insects. It was a small manifestation of necromancy. Using the summoning skill, Andreas detected 63 corpses, but due to his still insufficient level, only 24 summoning responses were successful. After the summoning, a strong green aura enveloped some of these insects. compelling them to move toward their master. As they approached Andreas, he fixed his gaze and uttered, "Corpse explosion." This resulted in an explosion that sprayed the insects green, disgusting blood, dismembering some of them. The Leopardian who accompanied Andreas was left speechless, completely stunned by the scene. The explosion of the insects occurred almost simultaneously, providing some brief relief to the villagers. However, the battle was far from over, as other insects continued to torment a Leopardian woman trying to flee with her child in her arms. She held him tightly, fearing for his safety. When one of the insects was about to reach them, Timur appeared from behind her, preventing the threat from getting closer. The great Tiger King had his mouth latched onto one of the insects, his eyes filled with intense fury. It didn't take long before other insects returned to the fray, causing Timur to strike them one by one with powerful punches. Meanwhile, Nickel swung his sword in all directions, landing precise blows on each remaining insect. A new war scene unfolded, with Timur, Nickel, and Andreas fighting to save the Leopardian village. Not far from there, a man remained hidden, watching someone interfere with his plans. He wondered, who the hell is this guy? It was the old man from the protagonist's memories, Rannox, a bald man with burned blonde hair and beard, red eyes, and clearly not pleased with Andreas's interference. Rannox was there seeking the mortal sins at the request of his master Jester. Frustrated, he muttered about the need to leave the area. While watching the village and searching for his insects, something surprised him. When he turned his gaze forward, he found the tip of a sword pointed at him. None other than the protagonist's sword, Andreas, who said, "I knew you were nearby, Rannox." Veins popped from Rannox's forehead as his red eyes emitted an intimidating shadow. Enraged, he cursed the protagonist, asking who he was and how he knew him. Andreas kept the sword pointed and calmly responded, "Silence. I ask the questions here." With his eyes fixed on his opponent, Andreas directly asked if Rannox was there on Jester's orders, looking for the mortal sins. The question startled Rannox, as how could Andreas know this? Displaying little patience, Andreas sighed deeply and warned that the old man should answer his questions or lose his arm. In his thoughts, the protagonist felt that something was wrong and decided to probe a bit further. He mentioned that, based on the situation, it seemed like Rannox was after the Lunapult crystal, which caused an evident tension in the old man, who began to sweat. Andreas continued, asking if Rannox had attacked them because he thought the crystal was one of the mortal sins. With his sword still pointed and in a threatening tone, Andreas stated that the old man needed to think carefully before responding, as he could die right there or simply tell him everything he knew. Andreas's arrogance provoked a deep anger in Rannox, leaving him speechless in the situation. The old man's prolonged silence only heightened the tension in the air. Andreas warned that if Rannox chose not to answer, he could consider that he had chosen to die right there. Desperation overtook Rannox, who begged Andreas to wait, promising to reveal everything. He explained that the information he had was not precise, and handed Andreas a piece of paper containing a list of possible mortal sins. Confirming his confidence, Andreas said he would verify the information and took the papers from Rannox's hands. As he analyzed them, he discovered that the first artifact was a mysterious treasure from the depths of the sea, which would be auctioned at the Muriel auction. He folded the papers and put them away, pondering that these items indeed seemed like they could be mortal sins. Therefore, the port city of Muriel would be his next destination. When Rannox expressed relief, thinking he would be spared, he didn't have time to utter his last words. Andreas's sword struck with high speed. After sheathing the blade, he simply thanked him for the useful information, but would not allow Rannox to remain alive. With the body lying on the ground, Andreas decided to keep it for future experiments. Knowing that time until the auction was limited, Andreas decided he would head to Muriel as soon as he returned to the village. The smoke began to dissipate, signaling that the process of extinguishing the fire caused by the insects was already underway. A Leopardian woman bowed in gratitude for the salvation of her village, explaining that, at the moment, she was unable to properly express her thanks. However, she offered the Lunapult crystal as a token of appreciation. Andreas, standing before her, humbly declared that such gratitude was unnecessary, and that he had no interest in the crystal. She then asked what he desired. Pointing toward the cave behind him, the protagonist expressed his wish to explore it and requested permission from the Leopardi people. Those present looked at him in astonishment, unable to believe that he wanted to enter the mine. Murmurs began spreading, a mix of disbelief and anger, questioning if his goal was also to invade the mine and debating the trustworthiness of humans. The village leader closed her eyes, silently expressing her disappointment. After taking a deep breath and reflecting, she turned to Andreas and granted him permission to enter the site. Her people immediately voiced their trust in her, but insisted that no matter how much they owed him for saving them, the man could not simply do as he pleased. At that moment, the woman turned back to address her people, cutting off their words. Recognizing the importance of the situation, she affirmed that without the man's help, the entire village would have been destroyed. Without him, there would be no mine, or anything else. Andreas, understanding their feelings, tried to reassure them, confirming that his interest was not in the lunapult crystal. This left the woman curious about what he could possibly be after. He turned his gaze to the cave, where something green glimmered within, and explained that he would reveal his purpose inside, as what he sought was there. They entered the cave, following the path until they reached a wall that appeared frozen. Andreas touched the wall, indicating that this was the spot. The woman was puzzled. After all, it was just another solid rock wall. The protagonist then asked Timur to break through the barrier, and the summoned being growled in acceptance of the order. Delivering a powerful punch against the wall, Timur caused it to crack, sending shards flying into the air. In her thoughts, the Leopardian woman acknowledged Timur's immense strength, which left her astonished. Her soldiers urged everyone to leave immediately, warning of the danger. However, something caught everyone's attention, leaving them awestruck. Numerous green crystals were embedded everywhere, covering the walls and ceiling. The elder asked Andreas if this was what he was searching for, but the protagonist stated that, although he knew the value of the crystals well, they were not what he sought. Before them, a massive kneeling statue, surrounded by crystals, stood out. The elder questioned what it was, and Andreas explained that this was exactly what he was looking for. The grandeur of the discovery was unbelievable, leaving the woman speechless as she asked why something so monumental was there. Andreas approached the statue, analyzing it with Timur by his side. He turned to the Leopardian elder and informed her that he would leave all the lunapult crystals for them, but in exchange, he needed to be alone for a while. Curious, the woman asked the reason behind his request. As the tribe leader, she felt it necessary to understand Andreas's motives. Even without seeing the protagonist's face, it was clear he responded seriously. "There's no need to worry. If I had intended to harm you, I would have done so already." The arrogance in his words angered one of the Leopardian guards, who found Andreas's attitude unacceptable, even though he was the village's savior. However, the elder intervened, raising her arm to stop her subordinate from confronting him, calling the guard by name. She placed a hand on his shoulder as a sign of respect and stated, "Since Andreas did not take the crystals by force, he deserves our trust." This left the soldiers in disbelief. The elder continued, requesting a favor from Andreas. He listened carefully as she explained that he was the first human with whom they had made a promise, and that as such, he should honor it. Sometime later, Andreas found himself alone before the immense statue of the Titan he had been searching for. Concerned about the Titan being petrified for such a long time, he began contemplating the possibility of transforming it into a ghoul. Preparing to cast a spell, he formed a circular sphere in his hand, signaling the beginning of necromancy. As he invoked the ghoul summoning ability, a corpse detection spell was triggered. However, to his great surprise, he received a notification that his summoner level was insufficient, resulting in a failed attempt to summon the ghoul. In frustration, Andreas threw his mask to the ground and sighed, aware that the task would not be easy. Stretching his arms, he reassured himself that, no matter how long it took, the Titan would definitely be his. Determined, he cast the spell again, only to be informed once more that his summoner level was insufficient. Time passed, and Andreas persisted with numerous attempts, all ending in failure. Looking weary, he wiped the sweat from his brow and began questioning whether he should give up. Exhausted, he bent forward, expressing his frustration. A week had passed, and he still had not achieved his goal. He refocused his gaze on the Titan, fully aware that he could not simply give up. The location was no longer a secret, and there was no guarantee the giant would remain there the next time he returned. Despite the challenges, Andreas was not ready to give up so easily. He began channeling his mana and energy into his hands, pushing his limits beyond the standard threshold. It was a risky gamble, everything or nothing. At that moment, he activated the ghoul summoning ability once more, and a system notification appeared, informing him that a corpse had been detected. His focus intensified. There was still time. Fixing his gaze on the Titan statue, he decided to keep pushing, pouring more and more mana into the effort. Suddenly, a new notification appeared, confirming that the summoning had been successful. Andreas was utterly stunned as he watched the Titan's fingers begin to emerge. Gradually, the petrified parts gave way to the colossal body of the giant. A system message indicated that the summoned Titan's level was extraordinarily high and that a bonus status had been added. Slowly, the stone-covered body began to crack apart, revealing jagged teeth emitting an ominous growl. The system notified Andreas that the Titan was regaining fragments of its past egos and traits from before its death. As the body of Rudrudal Kanudrondo, the mythical Titan champion, began moving again, shards of stone fell all around the cavern. His shadowed silhouette was dark and tinged with red. With overwhelming strength, Rudrudal made Andreas seem like an ant in comparison. The system highlighted that this was a high-tier summoning, possessing traits of ego, monstrous strength, an indomitable fighting spirit, and unique abilities. The mythical Titan champion had long, earthy brown hair, menacingly red eyes, and an intimidating aura. He slammed his massive sword into the ground before Andreas, producing a thunderous noise that left the protagonist speechless. Then, to Andreas's astonishment, the Titan knelt before him, keeping his enormous sword embedded in the earth. Andreas reflected that, at that moment, he was likely the only one in the world capable of commanding the legendary Titan of the giant tribe. With a satisfied expression, he realized he no longer needed to fear lower-level enemies. He silently thanked himself for his efforts, knowing that all his hard work had paid off. That same night, in one of Jester's mansions, he sat calmly at a table reading a book. On the table rested a glass jar, inside which a fly buzzed incessantly, its wings beating against the container. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the fly exploded. Jester, witnessing the event, looked at the remains of the fly with a perplexed expression. Murmuring the name Ranox, he deduced that his subordinate might be dead. With Ranox's image forming in his mind, Jester remarked with an unsettling calm, "That doesn't matter now. There are still many objectives to achieve and pieces to gather." His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a crow that flew into his quarters. Addressing him as Master Jester, the crow delivered a message. The Imperial Majesty requested his presence. Jester's expression remained nearly unchanged, but the tone of his voice confirmed his intent to answer the summons as quickly as possible. Looking at a piece of paper containing information about the same artifacts in Andreas's possession, Jester informed the crow that he had something important to report to the Emperor. In a remote location far from everything and everyone, there was a small house nestled in the mountains, with a side deck and a garden area nearby. On the deck, an elderly man stood with his back turned. As he finished eating something, he sensed a presence. "Did the Emperor send you?" the old man asked without turning around. The presence he had felt was Andreas, hiding behind a tree. The old man finally turned and, upon seeing the young man, watched as Andreas pulled out a letter. "I'm here on the recommendation of Duke Alvin," Andreas said. The revelation caught the old man off guard. He furrowed his brows, murmuring to himself, Bart Alvin sent this boy?" After a brief moment, Andreas stood ready for combat at the peak of the towering mountain. Raising his sword with determination, he felt the immense pressure emanating from the elder's stance as the man observed him intently. Andreas maintained unwavering focus, his eyes fixed, his thoughts racing as he marveled at the overwhelming strength of this man, greater even than Salen's. A growing disbelief took hold of him, wondering if this was all a meticulously crafted test. The elder exuded an impressive aura, enveloping the entire area with his commanding presence. His demeanor was serious, yet he questioned the protagonist. "What's wrong?" Giving Andreas the opportunity to make the first move. The elder stood seemingly relaxed, wielding nothing more than a staff. Without hesitation, Andreas launched himself into the attack, silently vowing to defeat the old man at all costs. Facing the elder, Andreas unleashed a flurry of strikes, but every single one was effortlessly dodged. No matter how much effort he put into it, each of his movements was anticipated and countered. In his final attempt, Andreas was caught off guard by a swift counterattack, his eyes widening as the elder demonstrated a deep understanding of his abilities. Suddenly, the old man grabbed Andreas's hand and with a critical tone pointed out that swordsmanship wasn't what he should be focusing on. He remarked that Andreas's fighting style was fragile, relying too heavily on cheap tricks. Without warning, the elder performed a full 360-degree spin around Andreas, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Your moves are too obvious and overly dependent on speed," the elder commented as he completed the spin, finishing with a blow that sent Andreas crashing to the ground. The impact was so intense that the protagonist tasted the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. Standing over Andreas's fallen body, the elder disdainfully declared, "Don't worry, you'll improve naturally as we play together." Thus began Andreas's training with the legendary Daeshrun on Mount Catan. On the first day, Andreas relentlessly tried to attack, while his mentor deftly defended. By the 7th day, the two shared a simple meal of potatoes, a nearly comical moment of lightheartedness amidst the grueling training sessions. By the 15th day of training, Andreas found himself challenged by multiple tree trunks rapidly moving around him. He dodged and countered with precise attacks. The environment had transformed into a dynamic training field, testing not only his physical abilities, but also his adaptability and strategic thinking under Daeshrun's guidance. On the 22nd day, Andreas found himself ensnared by the elder, clearly in trouble, as he desperately sought a way out. His face reflected the sheer desperation of the situation. However, by the 27th day, his physical strength had become evident. He positioned himself to cut through stones, showcasing his growing determination. After just over a month of training, Andreas's agility became apparent in his increasingly swift attacks. He charged with all his might against his mentor, who skillfully dodged using only one hand. As Andreas pressed on tirelessly, Daeshrun began to notice a significant improvement in his movements, expressing surprise at his pupil's evolution. Yet as the elder turned to evade an attack, he seized the opportunity to counter. A A well-placed elbow to Andreas's stomach caused discomfort, and Deshroon swiftly followed up with a barrage of rapid punches, finishing with a powerful kick that sent Andreas flying. "Your movements have improved," Deshroon commented, "but thinking during battle is still naive. Even so, I'll acknowledge your will to fight, and the fact that you haven't complained even once." Suddenly, Deshroon was caught off guard by a strike he couldn't fully evade. The blow landed on his face. Andreas, back in his battle stance, wielded his sword with a satisfied expression, saying, "Even a swordmaster can let his guard down. Next time it won't be so easy." His strength faltered, and he collapsed to the ground. From a distance, Deshroon observed the scene, surprised. He realized Andreas had managed to gather his aura and project it toward him. This led Deshroon to question whether Andreas had done it instinctively or with intent. His expression shifted completely. Could the young man possess talents beyond expectations? At that moment, the elder recalled someone, a boy named Luis. The image of Luis materialized in his thoughts, a boy who had also expressed the desire to enroll at Helene soon. Perhaps it would be interesting to pit Andreas against this boy, Deshroon reflected. When Andreas opened his eyes, he saw the clear sky above him. It was still daytime, but the surrounding trees and environment seemed blurry. He widened his eyes, trying to remember what had happened, and quickly got to his feet. Turning around, he spotted Deshroon sitting at the base of the mountain. "You've finally woken up," Deshroon said. Curious, the elder asked if Andreas could replicate the technique he had used before passing out. Still trying to regain his bearings, Andreas placed a hand on his head, confused, and questioned whether it was something he had done while being beaten or just an act of desperation. While both remained atop the mountain, Deshroon informed Andreas that he would take this opportunity to teach him sword techniques. During this process, Andreas would also gain basic control over his aura. The protagonist received this proposal with gratitude. Sometime later, standing before an imposing tree, Deshroon explained that when using sword techniques, Andreas should imagine the aura enveloping the blade as if it were a sheath. To demonstrate, the elder unsheathed his sword and with a gesture, sent the sheath flying. Several sharp cuts pierced the tree without the blade even touching it. Andreas stood speechless, astonished by what he had just witnessed. As the fragments of the tree fell around them, Deshroon explained that while the basic form was merely a sharp cut, aura techniques could also be utilized in various ways, such as creating explosions or shockwaves. Suddenly, Deshroon appeared in front of Andreas at incredible speed, moving so fast that his figure seemed blurred. He explained that if Andreas could use his aura to stimulate his body instead of his sword, he could achieve super speed. Before he even finished speaking, Deshroon was already behind Andreas, leaving the protagonist completely baffled. Andreas turned around in shock, still amazed, and asked, "Since when is this possible?" Laughing heartily, Deshroon replied, "This is the mystical aura technique, the pinnacle of energy application. It's built on the same principles as the techniques I just showed you." He continued, "By wrapping the aura around your body or sword and adjusting the forces needed, you can achieve incredible feats. However, you're still a long way from mastering this. For now, focus on the sword technique to begin your training." Without hesitation, Andreas started practicing the technique Deshroon had demonstrated, launching his aura forward and striking a nearby tree. "Good," Deshroon instructed, praising his effort. "Once you're comfortable, step back and increase the intensity." During the training, a notification appeared in Andreas's system. Conditions for evolution met. Combat talent, 30% evolved. Although surprised, Andreas chose to ignore the message for the time being. He believed this type of hands-on training was more suitable and enjoyable, as well as essential for his personal growth. Focusing even harder, he continued channeling his aura toward the trees, increasing both his strength and precision with each attempt. Deshroon was astonished. "He's even more monstrous than I imagined," the elder murmured, his eyes fixed on Andreas's relentless movements. As Deshroon reflected on other great talents he had trained, such as Wulg, Luis, and even a mysterious man referred to only as him, he realized that none of them stood out quite like Andreas. Observing the young man utterly exhausted yet still determined, Deshroon concluded that Andreas could succeed with precise and clear instructions while evolving at his own pace. Finally, Deshroon intervened. "That's enough for today. Let's eat." He instructed Andreas to return home, wash, and peel potatoes. Calling him disciple, Deshroon walked away with a smile. Andreas, on the other hand, wasn't too thrilled with the idea of eating potatoes for every meal. Ironically, he thought to himself, "I think I can feel potatoes sprouting inside me." He stopped abruptly, his eyes widening as he realized something unusual, the way Deshroon had addressed him. "Disciple?" Turning quickly to the old man, Andreas a bit awkwardly asked, "Did you really call me a disciple?" Deshroon confirmed with a nod, questioning if that wasn't a good thing. Andreas, now slightly more enthusiastic, replied loudly, "It's not that, I'm honored by the title." As they shared the potatoes, Andreas reflected on what it meant to be accepted as a disciple of such a renowned master. His thoughts were interrupted when Deshroon handed him a book, "Take this," the old man said. He explained it was a book he had written during his time on the mountain. Taking the book, Andreas couldn't help but wonder why Deshroon was giving it to him. Upon examining the object, Andreas noticed that his system identified it as a skill book written by Deshroon Forn himself, titled Egoless Sword. The item contained extensive knowledge on sword techniques and level advancement. Andreas was astonished. The comparison with Morn's dark magic book immediately came to mind, and he began to imagine the new heights he might reach with this gift. Seeing the young man in silence, Deshroon chuckled. "Don't you enjoy receiving direct instruction from me?" Andreas quickly denied it, responding hastily. Deshroon then explained, "I enjoy teaching my disciples directly, but overteaching can poison talent. You're peculiar, Andreas. You're brimming with potential. This book will serve as your guide to discovering your own method of training." Andreas held the book tightly, feeling deeply grateful. He realized how rare it was to be accepted by such a demanding master. Deshroon stood up and announced, "I believe we're done here. It's time for me to leave this mountain. If I stay too long, my skills will rust." "Curious," Andreas asked. "Where are you going?" The old man replied that he was heading to the Southern Kingdom Alliance, the exact opposite direction of Andreas's intended path. Despite this, the young man requested to accompany him for as long as possible, addressing him as master. In a remote area of Pakata, someone was making their way along a path through a dense forest. Their thoughts were consumed by a growing hunger. The man, exhausted, with his hands bandaged and a sword resting on his back, appeared to be the sole survivor of his village. Overcome by fatigue, he collapsed to the ground, murmuring, "What should I do now?" Dark clouds covered the sky as a storm approached. Rain began to fall heavily, soaking the man lying on the ground. A hand rested gently on his face. It was Andreas, clad in a long cloak, standing in the rain. Observing the man with curiosity, he murmured, "I can't believe this is actually Benjamin Anaquius." The realization left Andreas in a state of panic and surprise. It was unthinkable for him to encounter a playable character in such an unlikely place. Benjamin, renowned for his swordsmanship and his skill, Lord Swords, noticed the weapon the stranger carried, suspecting it might be the legendary demonic sword Rubens. This sword had been sealed in Benjamin's village for generations, and its presence here suggested the possibility that his village had been ransacked. As he looked at the man still collapsed before him, Andreas marveled at the idea that Benjamin had somehow managed to escape with the sword. Now fully aware of the situation, Andreas knew he couldn't simply walk away, especially given his intention to forge bonds and debts with playable characters. It was clear he needed to act and handle this unexpected twist on his journey. Andreas led Benjamin to a safer spot within the forest, lighting a campfire and setting up a small camp. Slowly, the young man awoke, disoriented by what had happened. A voice startled him, asking, "You're awake?" There sat Andreas, tending to the fire. The sudden presence alarmed Benjamin, and he nervously asked, "Who are you?" In response, Andreas offered him food, leaving Benjamin perplexed. Still wary, the young man pressed on. "What do you want from me?" Calmly, Andreas urged him to relax, reassuring him, "If I wanted to harm you, you'd already be dead." Despite this, Benjamin continued to probe, "Then what are you planning?" With steady composure, the protagonist suggested they start with the meal so Benjamin could regain his strength. However, Benjamin immediately searched for his sword, prompting Andreas to comment, "It seems important, but you'll need strength to hold it." At that moment, Benjamin had a flashback of an elderly man, possibly his grandfather, who used to talk to him when he was a child. As he remembered the sword and what it represented, Benjamin began to cry. His eyes filled with tears, his face reddened, and he sobbed uncontrollably. Andreas, still holding the food, casually asked, "Are you going to make me hold this for much longer? My arm is getting tired." Benjamin, approaching the fire, grabbed the meat and started eating beside Andreas. During the meal, Andreas took a potion from his bag and offered it to Benjamin, explaining, "This will help you regain your strength." While eating, Benjamin thanked him through his tears. For a moment, a smile lit up Andreas's face, but it was quickly replaced by shock as he realized he was being stared at intently. He hesitantly commented, "You're not a beggar. It's rude to stare at people eating like that." The young man, embarrassed, awkwardly looked away. Suddenly, a group of people emerged from the shadows. Benjamin immediately recognized them and shouted, "Bastards!" They were all wearing identical outfits with hoods and masks, each with a unique pattern of holes. Benjamin recalled the attack on his village and stated, "They were the ones who killed my grandfather." His gaze filled with rage, veins bulging in his face, as he was overcome with a mixture of hatred and emotion. Andreas assessed the situation and concluded that the group was made up of the acolytes, orphans raised by Jester, trained as his personal assassin squad. They had somehow invoked memories from Andreas's past life as Makoto, as they were fully trained soldiers in special forces. They possessed basic magic abilities and aura manipulation, giving them superhuman capabilities, and wore special masks. each distinct with their proficiency. Aware of the danger, Andreas stood up and told Benjamin, "Stay here, I'll take care of this." However, Benjamin was already armed and insisted, "This is my fight, stay out of it." Before Andreas could respond, the acolytes advanced with impressive speed. One of them, standing beneath the mountain, ordered Benjamin to hand over the sword. However, the young man, determined and full of vengeance, charged forward, ignoring the threat. As they got closer, the aura power of the acolytes, in the form of smoke, did not penetrate Benjamin, surprising everyone. Two bright golden shields appeared around him, but that didn't stop the fight from beginning. Skillfully wielding his sword, Benjamin delivered powerful strikes, almost hitting one of the assassins. When attacked, he managed to defend himself, using the mana concentration technique to turn his sword into an effective shield. One of the acolytes was surprised by Benjamin's dodging skill, but did not expect the counterattack that followed. The young man landed a direct hit to his face, leaving him stunned by the effectiveness of the blow. Without time to breathe, two other assassins approached Benjamin from behind. However, the young man quickly sensed their presence and turned to face them. As the fight unfolded, Andreas watched everything, trying to contain his expressions. In his mind, witnessing the incredible battle, he thought, as expected from the youngest playable character. Although Benjamin was handling the situation skillfully, Andreas realized there was no reason to allow him to be seriously injured, as would happen in the original story. Benjamin firmly held off one of the assassin's attacks, but suddenly everyone started being sliced apart before him, leaving him perplexed. Looking back, he realized that this action was the work of Andreas, who was already in an attacking position. The situation was about to intensify, and it needed to be dealt with quickly. In the following moments, Andreas disappeared before the eyes of the assassin group. In the blink of an eye, he was somewhere else, holding his sword. Without wasting time, the group pursued Andreas, who engaged in a spectacular battle, slicing apart another one of Jester's men. From Benjamin's perspective, all he saw was Andreas moving incredibly fast, delivering devastating blows with his sword. The bodies were shredded with impressive speed. Benjamin, surprised, exclaimed, "Wow, he wiped out those bastards who raided my village so easily." As his eyes returned to normal, Benjamin was met with groans of pain, witnessing Andreas's cruelty. The most shocking scene was seeing Andreas step on one of the assassin's heads, making it explode like a watermelon. The only thing Benjamin could think was, who is this guy? Andreas stood amidst several mutilated bodies, some without legs, others without torsos, and most without heads. Sheathing his sword, he asked himself, is that it? Because if it was, he had already finished. Benjamin, in turn, began to wonder if he would have been able to protect his village if he were as strong as Andreas. The young man's thoughts were interrupted when Andreas asked, "Are you okay?" Still shocked, Benjamin nodded. Then he closed his expression, trying not to show fear in front of the man who had annihilated the acolytes so easily. Andreas, proud of his skills, noticed the change in the young man's attitude, and realizing he still hadn't introduced himself, stated, "I am Count Andreas Cromwell." In response, the young man introduced himself, "I am Benjamin Anicaps." Noticing that Benjamin was being followed, Andreas asked if the young man had somewhere to go. Benjamin, with his hand on his head, was at a loss for words. In Andreas's mind, images of the other playable characters who planned to enroll at the academy flashed before him. With a smile on his face, he already looked forward to meeting them and taking care of this promising young man. So he offered Benjamin more appropriate fencing lessons. For Andreas, it would be a crime to let such a promising talent go to waste. Andreas stated, "If you get accepted into the academy, I'll write you a letter of recommendation." Benjamin was surprised by the great opportunity he was receiving, but his expression shifted to sadness and shyness as he mentioned, I don't have any money." However, Andreas didn't consider that a problem. He replied, "I didn't ask for money. I'll sponsor you. The only thing you need to decide is whether you accept it or not." The young man's eyes widened at this incredible offer. Andreas, arms crossed, waited for his response, watching as Benjamin was overcome with emotion. With tears in his eyes, Benjamin knelt and said, "Someday I will surely repay your kindness." This moment was marked for Andreas. Sometime later, sitting in his office, he was examining his tablet. A slight smile formed on his lips as he read Benjamin's message, thanking him for the letter of recommendation and all the support he had given. The young man had been admitted to Monas Academy. As a sword expert, he would have no trouble graduating as long as he worked hard. Andreas was willing to invest whatever it took to ensure the young man's success. Shifting his thoughts, Andreas realized he needed to prepare for the Muri auction. Using his tablet, he sent a message to Carlos asking if he wanted to attend. In response, Carlos accepted the invitation and asked that the tickets be taken care of. Andreas stood up, certain it was time to head to Picata's most lawless entertainment district. Meanwhile, in Jester's mansion, he was asking what had happened to the demon sword. In response, his servant informed him that the boy had fled with the sword and that a unit had been sent to capture him, but there was no news of their return. The servant remained kneeling while Jester tinkered with a creature's body. "You're telling me you let him escape?" Jester asked, irritated. The servant remained silent. That demon's sword was capable of amplifying both the magical and physical abilities of its wielder, and Jester was determined to study it in order to mass-produce a version to strengthen his army. Holding the creature's head, his hand trembled with rage as he thought, I thought I had finally found it, but to think it escaped this way. Overcome with fury, he crushed the creature's head, shouting, Send Hosan to my Uriel. Have him join Aleb at the auction. They need to bring back the crown from the depths, no matter what happens. In the port city of Myriel, a ship was anchored in the harbor, bringing several people to the neighborhood's largest auction, known as the Night of Flowing Gold. Andreas and Carlos were already at the location, analyzing information while savoring wine. Andreas's goal was to acquire the 7 deadly sins, but he would also take the opportunity to obtain as many renowned items as possible. On Andreas's tablet, there was information about a sword called White Nightmare, known for its high mana conductivity. He planned to acquire it and send it to Benjamin. Upon noticing Andreas's interest, Carlos asked, So it's true that you're interested in fencing? A little awkward, Andreas replied. I was thinking of giving this sword to someone I know. Carlos analyzed the item and commented that the sword was very good, but thought that 20 million was a bit low. He questioned why Andreas wasn't willing to pay 50 million. Calmly, Andreas replied, The auction is just starting. The price will rise gradually. The auctioneer began announcing higher bids. From 20 million, the sword went up to 23 million, still asking, Who will bid more? Finally, the item was sold at that price to the protagonist. Carlos laughed, saying that Andreas had gotten a good price. They then moved on to the next items. In front of Andreas was a map that many scholars had tried to decipher without success. Upon recognizing it, Andreas muttered to himself, Is this thing here too? The secret map led to the tomb of the Red Dragon, Krav Maga. For Andreas, it seemed like a simple Easter egg, but he didn't expect it to be real. There was a murmur among the people present, and for Andreas, it wasn't any different. After all, the bodies were extremely precious to him, and that was why. Determined to obtain the item, he placed a bid of 5 million. The auctioneer asked if there were more interested parties, noting that if Andreas could get his hands on a dragon, he would be as powerful as an entire country. When the map was sold to Andreas, he quietly celebrated his new acquisition. Meanwhile, a man was watching Andreas and Carlos. Intrigued, he thought, who are they after all? Though he didn't care about the random items they were purchasing, he was concerned about the amount of money they might possess. His focus was on the crown of the depths. He planned to obtain it at all costs. The more money they spent before that, the fewer resources they would have to compete. The auctioneer then announced the next item, a rechargeable portal scroll, capable of transporting the user anywhere up to twice a day. Without hesitation, Andreas placed another bid. Next, an ancient alchemical tool was announced. Once again, Andreas made a bid, prompting Carlos to question whether he was really considering what he was purchasing. Finally, the event reached its climax with the last item. The auctioneer asked everyone to hold their breath and presented an item salvaged from the depths of the sea, the Lord of the Seas, a golden crown that emerged on the presentation pedestal. At that instant, Andreas's system detected the purest form of original sin, benevolent greed. Andreas's eyes sparkled, but the starting price was 1 billion, with minimum bids of 10 million. This shocked him, and he thought, unless I had the profits from next month's potion sales, I wouldn't be able to compete. Noticing his friend's hesitation, Carlos asked, You want this too? Andreas didn't deny it, but he knew he would need to assess his chances. If there was no hope, he would have to give up. That's when Carlos revealed, I'll buy it for you. This left Andreas stunned for a moment, and he asked why Carlos would do something like that. Before Andreas could finish his sentence, Carlos responded, My father told me the essence of the story. He said the reason you got hurt in the sewers was because you were trying to save us. The young villain awkwardly replied that it had all happened by accident and asked how much Carlos had offered. Showing off, Carlos answered, Let me show you how rich the Alvin house is, and then flashed a very sinister smile. Meanwhile, Aleb, Jester's henchman, watched everything from a distance and thought angrily, These brats have money to burn, but I'll shut them up with my master's wealth. He began raising the bids, and the competition became intense. The price of the artifact rose rapidly, and the frantic sounds of tablets echoed throughout the room. The auctioneer announced that the starting price of 1 billion had quickly risen to 7 billion. Andreas was tense, finding the amount of money involved absurd, but the competition was fierce. Soon enough, the auctioneer shouted, 10 billion! We've reached 10 billion wills! Carlos was enjoying the situation, finding everything quite interesting. By this point, his nervousness and excitement had made him stand up, leaving Andreas speechless. Watching everything, the protagonist simply smiled, thinking, Now that we're in this situation, you better win, and I'll definitely pay you back. The auctioneer stretched his arms with joy. They had already surpassed the expected amount, and the profits were significant. He exclaimed, Unbelievable! The bid has reached 50 billion wills. Is there anyone else bidding? Carlos seemed confident. humming as if that amount was insignificant, while Andreas sweated with tension, realizing the size of the debt he would have. Then a shout echoed through the hall. 90 billion! The room went silent for a moment. Alib, Jester's chubby henchman, nervously sweated, his veins bulging as he let out nervous laughs. The auctioneer then announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached 100 billion wills." Chaos overtook Alib's mind. He wondered if he should go even further, recalling his master Jester's words. "Make sure to win the auction, no matter how high the bid goes." Sweating like a pig, he bit his lip in anger and scratched his head. No matter how rich his master was, 100 billion was too much, and he no longer knew what to do. He even thought he should have asked his master what the limit was. It was then that he was completely startled when the auctioneer announced, "Thank you very much. The Lord of the Seas has been sold for 100 billion wills." Soon after the auction closed, Alib received a visit. Hosann, a sinister-looking man who resembled the Joker, approached and mocked him. "I bet the master sent me here because he knew you, being the idiot you are, would mess it all up. Even if you had won the auction with more than 100 billion, you'd have been killed for it. Go back home and wait." Hosann looked at Carlos and Andreas from afar. He smiled darkly, muttering, "Those brats don't know who they're dealing with. Let them enjoy the taste of victory before they die." On the other side, Carlos was laughing, unconcerned about the scolding he would likely get when he got home. He turned to Andreas and said, "I'm hungry. Let's grab something to eat." At the local restaurant, Andreas was extremely embarrassed. He was sweating from shame and wore an impatient expression while having the Lord of the Seas crown on his head. Carlos had insisted he wear it, saying, "It looks great on you, Your Highness Andreas." Carlos, as mischievous as ever, continued laughing at the situation, while Andreas just thought, "He treats this like a toy. I guess it's his privilege since he's the one who bought it." The two finally sat down at the table, savoring the meal, but Andreas couldn't stop thinking about the absurd wealth of the Alvin house. Carlos raised his glass to make a toast in celebration. As they toasted, Andreas thanked his friend for always helping him. Thanks to him, he had managed to acquire greed safely. Everything seemed calm, and Andreas even thought the congregation wouldn't take any immediate action. He planned to leave right after the meal, but life is full of surprises, and a local security voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, who are you? You're not allowed to be here." The two widened their eyes, waiting for what was coming. Suddenly, a strong kick hit the door, breaking it instantly. Hosann appeared, accompanied by other soldiers of Jester, saying, "Oops, did we interrupt your dinner?" Carlos immediately stood up, demanding to know who they were, while Andreas gritted his teeth. He realized he had spoken too soon. Hosann took his first steps, entering the place with a sinister and terrifying expression. His words echoed, "Hand over the crown and step back. That way I'll kill you without any pain." Andreas knew this would be a big problem. He recognized Hosann, known as the Devil's Sword. Although he couldn't use secret arts, Hosann was as strong as an aura master, arrogant and skilled. He frequently clashed with his mentor, Deshrun, before separating and diving into the criminal underworld. He had been recruited by Jester, who saw his immense potential. Holding his bag, Andreas thought quickly. He needed to recover the greed safely and escape unscathed. He turned to Carlos and said, "The situation here is complicated. Let's run." Hosann, with a sarcastic smile, stated, "I won't allow that. Capture them." At that moment, Hosann's subordinates advanced, drawing their swords. Without hesitation, Carlos and Andreas jumped out of the window, breaking the glass with the impact. Quickly, they ran as far as they could, leaving Hosann behind. He only laughed. "Good. Don't make this too easy for me or I'll get bored. Now it's time for the hunt." In a hidden part of the forest, the cautious footsteps of Carlos and Andreas echoed as they approached a small dock, where a boat awaited them. Tense, Carlos kept looking back, trying to check if they were being followed. He reassured his friend, "If we cross the river, they won't catch us. Mayuriel is a lawless area beyond the Empire's reach. Once we leave here, these guys won't be a problem anymore." However, Andreas had no intention of boarding. He turned to Carlos and asked him to go first and seek help. Carlos was confused and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Andreas explained, "We can't easily escape these guys. It's too dangerous for us to move together. It'll be easier to get away if I'm alone." Carlos interrupted him immediately. "You always say nonsense, but I get what you're suggesting. I promise I'll help you as soon as I can." Reluctantly, Carlos boarded the small boat, returning to the city. Now alone, Andreas was determined to act. It didn't take long for Hosann's soldiers to find him. He realized he was free to fight without worrying about Carlos. Surrounded by men, they asked where the other young man was, assuming the crown was with him. Andreas threw his bag to the ground and said, "It's with me. Come and get it if you can." With a mocking smile, he drew his sword. This provoked the fury of the soldiers, who charged at him, promising to tear him apart. Andreas struck the first blow, but more soldiers approached, surrounding him. That's when our protagonist uttered, "Rudrudal," making his eyes glow brightly. From a distance, Hosann recognized the spell as a necromantic summoning. Intrigued, he watched something gigantic emerge from the portal conjured by Andreas, forcing everyone underneath to move back in order to dodge. The soldiers, stunned, watched as what appeared to be an enormous arm materialized. "What is this?" they asked, confused, as they saw the giant figure taking shape in the middle of the field. With everyone distracted, Andreas seized the opportunity and, with clear joy, drove his sword into the soldiers. Frenetically waving his blade, he began striking everyone nearby. Rosan watched with a smile, enjoying the fact that Andreas not only mastered black magic, but was also extremely skilled with a sword. This made him even more interesting, especially due to his fencing technique, which demonstrated precision and boldness. As he struck a precise blow to one of the soldiers, Andreas was suddenly interrupted by something that caught his attention. He quickly turned and defended himself, creating an impact so intense that the ground cracked. Andreas's and Rosan's swords became locked, and the two stared at each other intensely. Hosan asked with a provocative tone, "Who are you really?" Andreas replied playfully, "Who knows? Try to guess." With a powerful kick, Rosan pushed Andreas back, considering his audacity to be that of a mere brat. However, the villain began to retreat, driving his sword into the ground and closing the distance between them. He observed Andreas's blade with interest, commenting, "This sword, I've seen it in a book before. It seems like a waste of potential in your hands." Andreas started to realize that Hosan was more powerful than Payet, and that defeating him would be difficult without resorting to sloth. However, the consequences of using that power would be troublesome. Hosan, with a calculating smile, said, "I'll add this sword to my collection too." Mocking, Andreas replied, "Collection? What a pretentious thief." The response infuriated Hosen, who gritted his teeth and cast a curse on all of Andreas's descendants. Standing firm, Andreas invoked Timur and Nickel, his loyal summons, and declared once again, "As I said, try if you can." In Andreas's reasoning, if Hosan trusted in the power of the artifacts, he would use numbers to dominate them. Hosan was alarmed when he realized that, in addition to the summons, Andreas had resurrected the fallen soldiers, who were now turning against their own master. Even so, Rosan kept smiling and commented, "Interesting, a necromancer who uses a sword." Drawing his weapon, Rosan proclaimed, "Demon Slayer sword, Gynos." His sword began to glow with golden dust, making Andreas worried. He knew it was an anti-undead sword. Rosan, with a cold look, continued, "If I take your corpse with me, I'm sure Master Jester will be pleased." Andreas thought about how many swords he should have in that sheath. Andreas ordered his undead to advance. He declared, "Here begins the war of attrition." The resurrected soldiers charged at Hosan, who soon asked, "Do you think you can stop me with this trash?" He met them with a devastating blow, decapitating them all at once. Although he didn't show it openly, Andreas's eyes widened at this fact. Then Timur charged fiercely at his opponent, who was confident that the undead were easy enemies to deal with, thinking they were mindless. However, Andreas's undead had a unique characteristic. They had regained a sense of their past selves and now thought as a collective. Nickel attacked from above, trying to surprise him while Timur charged from the front. The impact lifted debris from the ground, but Hosan skillfully dodged, moving between the attacks. Seeing an opportunity, Andreas channeled his magic and summoned his newest corpse, the Titan Hudradal, the fearsome giant of the giant tribe. A massive portal opened behind Hosan, and the colossal figure of Hudradal emerged, ready to strike. Hosan looked up, surprised, but his smile quickly returned. He unsheathed a new sword, the legendary Farang, which absorbed the opponent's strength, granting a temporary power boost to its wielder. When the Titan delivered its blow, an explosion occurred. As the dust settled, Hosan was blocking Hudadral's sword with Farang. A purple light emanated from the blade, and the system notified Andreas. Energy absorption in progress. The man's expression indicated everything was going according to plan. Watching this, Andreas cursed, admitting his opponent was going to absorb the full strength of his summon. Gritting his teeth, our protagonist clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Damn it! He's a terrible match for me!" The portal began to dissolve around Hosan, who had already gained a power boost, and he sarcastically thanked, "A corpse from the giant tribe? Haha, thank you for granting me this strength." In the next moment, one of the undead soldiers charged, but Hosan mercilessly sliced it in half with a precise strike. With disdain, he mocked, "I brought them along because they were my client's subordinates, but all they did was complain. It was a pleasure killing them. Now that this lot is out of the way, let's move on to the fun part." The situation grew more complicated. Andreas gritted his teeth, aware that Timur and Nickel were in danger if struck by Gynos. Nickel attempted a surprise attack, but Hosan dodged skillfully, moving to a higher position. Rosan, now wielding a new sword, proclaimed, "Very well, let's start with the most interesting part. You, skeleton." The red sword glowed like fire, signaling Rosan's desire to have fun. The weapon, known as Swordbreaker, was crafted to disarm and destroy opponents' weapons. Quickly, Andreas grew desperate upon realizing how fast his opponent switched swords and shouted, "Nickel, don't take the blow head on!" The dance of swords began, scattering debris across the environment and raising a cloud of dust as Nickel and Andreas fought against Hosan's two swords. Timur appeared, raising his fists and alarming the opponent as he struck the ground. The impact was so powerful it destroyed everything nearby, creating a massive crater. The three of them gritted their teeth upon realizing that once again Rozan had evaded the attack. With a sinister smile, he commented, "What a pity." Nickel and Andreas were nearly cut in half, but Andreas noticed that Nickel's sword, as well as his arm, had been severed. The situation seemed increasingly dire as Rozan, with a menacing tone, declared, "It's time to end this. It was fun fighting you, undead who wields aura." Left with no choice, Andreas decided to resort to the Codex of Sloth. He mentally commanded Nickel to retreat for now, but realized his summon was not obeying. Andreas insisted, "Hey, I said fall back." Yet Nickel stood his ground. Rozan, observing the scene, mocked, "He's braver than his master. Not turning his back on the enemy, huh?" At that moment, the system notified Andreas, asking if he wanted to use the spectrum of sloth. A golden energy enveloped the skeleton, with information indicating it could share cooldown time. This left Andreas completely surprised, as he had forgotten that Nickel could also utilize the Codex of Sloth. A shimmering purple light began to engulf his summoned skeleton, as Andreas recalled the pain he felt the last time he used this ability. Thinking that Nickel, being undead, wouldn't feel pain, he allowed the summon to activate the spectrum. Rozan noticed what was happening and remarked, "Still got tricks up your sleeve? No matter, I'll end this now." Suddenly the atmosphere shifted, completely capturing Hosan's attention. Enveloped in golden energy, Nickel raised his broken sword. Hosan reacted swiftly, charging toward him, but Andreas shouted, "What are you planning this time?" Raising his sword to strike, Hosan warned, "Don't you dare interfere." The two engaged in close combat. The clash of their swords sent up trails of dust due to the speed of their strikes. Impressed, Hosan admitted, "Impressive swordsmanship for a mage," but quickly added, "Though far too sloppy." Catching Andreas off guard, Hosan delivered a dangerous blow, only to be interrupted by Timur, who defended his master and forced Hosan to leap away. Irritated, Hosan exclaimed, "What a bothersome cat, I'll deal with you first." Meanwhile, Nickel continued to focus, building up tremendous energy. The skeleton's intense gaze intimidated Hosan, who murmured, "What the hell? An undead with an aura like that?" The energy Nickel accumulated seemed primed for a single, decisive move. The sequence of actions unnerved Hosan, who began to realize the strategy behind it. Hosan thought, "No, could this be secret aura arts?" A dust cloud blanketed the battlefield, obscuring everyone's vision. Andreas shielded his face for protection. When the dust finally settled, his eyes widened in disbelief. Nickel's skeleton, enveloped in its golden aura, had assumed the form of his former self. However, Nickel's appearance quickly reverted to his skeletal form, with only his white hair dissipating in the wind. The portal had opened for him to return, accompanied by Andreas's gratitude. His figure had already returned to that of a skeleton. Meanwhile, Rozan lay in the rubble, barely able to stand, his two swords shattered. Andreas thought, "That guy? He survived Nickel's secret arts." On Rozan's side, the man stared incredulously at his destroyed swords, including Farang. He lamented the loss of his weapons while regaining his composure. Timur leaped ferociously, aiming to finish him off with a powerful punch, but Rozan evaded once again, skillfully sidestepping the impact. Then, Rozan grabbed a new sword shimmering with golden dust, named Gynos, and shouted, "You damned corpse!" He charged at Timur, but was intercepted by Andreas, who immediately stepped in to protect his summon. Timur took advantage of the opening and grabbed Hosan with both hands. Even so, the man let out a manic grin, his mouth full of blood and his eyes wide. Timur wasted no time and hurled him away with all his strength. Andreas knew it was time to end the confrontation. He raised his sword, cloaked in aura, and declared, "Egoless sword." Hosan, seeing the overwhelming aura surrounding Andreas, fell silent for a moment. Touching the blood dripping from his mouth, he smirked and commented, "So now you want to fight, brat? Fine, let's continue." Andreas knew he had to act quickly before Rozan could recover. Both rushed forward, their swords clashing in sparks without hesitation. A memory surfaced in Hosan's mind. The sky was as clear as it was that day when he was just a young man with a puzzled expression, eating potatoes alongside Daishrun and another disciple. Their master spoke, "You're half right, half wrong. A sword is nothing more than a tool, and a tool should be the last thing you think about in swordsmanship." In the memory, young Hosan replied, "But isn't it obvious? If two equal warriors fight, the one with the better tools wins." With a stern look, Daishrun explained, "That's true in a battle between ordinary men, but in a fight between those who have reached the state of aura mastery, victory is determined by the understanding of swordsmanship. Without understanding, even if your opponent wields a tree branch, they could still threaten your life. Both of you have the talent to become aura masters. If you rely too much on tools, you'll end up destroying your own talents." The memory faded as Rozan coughed up blood. In that moment, he finally understood the meaning of Daishrun's words. An undead capable of using a secret aura technique with a broken sword was living proof of his master's teachings. Rozan smiled and murmured, I should have listened to that old man. Then he dropped to his knees, exhausted. Andreas, sheathing his sword, approached as Rozan, still gasping for air, asked, Brat, are you that old man's apprentice? With pride, Andreas confirmed it. Rozan, with a bitter smile, admitted, Makes sense. Even your sword smells like potatoes. A silence settled under the starry sky. On the other side of the river, Carlos gathered with several men dressed in identical cloaks. He called out urgently, This way, quickly! Get in the boat! His voice was laced with urgency, fearing they might arrive too late. At that moment, heavy breathing echoed from the water. Andreas emerged from the river, clinging to the boat. Carlos rushed to help him as Andreas, putting on an impeccable performance, said, I thought I was going to die. Quick, pull me up, please. Carlos asked how he managed to swim there, but as he climbed aboard, Andreas explained, They attacked me all at once, so I left my trail steady and swam here like a madman. Carlos, gripping his sword, shouted, Those bastards! But Andreas asked for calm, pointing to his bag and assuring them that the luggage was safe. With water dripping from his green hair, he smiled and commented, First of all, Muriel is that kind of place, isn't it? Even though everything seemed resolved, Carlos wasn't so naive. He knew that among those men there was someone with a very strong aura. He then said, I finally figured it out. Andreas looked at him confused, and Carlos made a joke. I finally understand why everyone calls you Seaweed Head. The atmosphere lightened, drawing laughter from everyone on the boat. Some time passed, and Andreas was atop a mountain, standing before a cave emitting a faint light. Various sounds echoed from within. Inside, Andreas was trying to help Nickel adjust his new hand. All set, try moving it. It's the arm of a sword demon, so it shouldn't be too bad, he said to Nickel, who began opening and closing his new hand. Andreas sighed in relief, realizing Nickel had been properly fixed. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Andreas. The Spectre of Sloth has a 32% chance to evolve. Would you like to evolve it? Additionally, the system informed him that the Revenant fighter had an 88% chance of evolution. Andreas thought to himself, the evolutionary chances have increased significantly after fighting Hosan. Evolving Timur now seems like a good idea. He accepted. Timur, confused, began to feel something different in his body as a shimmering light enveloped him. The system announced he was undergoing evolution, with a remaining time of 342 hours. However, something went wrong. Everyone was baffled, questions forming in their minds. Meanwhile, Andreas thought, maybe I should start working on my elemental magic when I get back. But there's also something else I want to research. In Jesper's mansion, a different confrontation was unfolding. Why is Morn's apprentice here? Jesper asked irritably. Andreas's old teacher, trembling, replied, I heard I'm being removed from the congregation. Jesper confirmed coldly, yes, and it was I who suggested it. He explained, the congregation does not tolerate the unworthy, especially someone who cannot even manage a single disciple properly. The old teacher, indignant, shouted in anger, This isn't fair! Jesper, unfazed, continued, Let's say none of this mattered. Have you done anything useful for the congregation? You've brought no research results or useful artifacts. In merit, you are far inferior to your problematic disciple. Surely you understand how important it is to protect a single codex, don't you? The old man remained silent until Jesper directly asked, Do you want to remain in the congregation? Trembling, he replied desperately, I'll do anything. Please tell me what to do. Jesper crossed his arms, seized the opportunity, and revealed, The location of the ancient magical beast Kishan has been discovered. It is very close in Rodland. Sharon's eyes widened at the mention. Kishan was a creature from the mythical era, described in ancient writings as a headless figure with 4 arms, capable of dominating intelligent beings and draining their strength through inferior, malevolent spirits. Jesper held out a red crystal and said, I will give you Kishan's location, instructions on how to capture it, and the power to control it. After taming the magical beast, bring your insolent disciple before me. Sharon understood that Jesper was displeased with Andreas for claiming sloth for himself and acting recklessly. This mission would serve as a way to rid himself of the troublesome student while potentially gaining a powerful magical beast. Jesper concluded, We will pretend this conversation never happened. Sharon speculated that this was related to an agreement involving Salin. Determined, he replied, Leave it to me. It's my duty as a teacher to discipline and guide an insubordinate disciple. The next day at Lean Academy, Andreas appeared with deep dark circles under his eyes, muttering to himself, I learned a lesson today. I should have done my research in a more comfortable place. As he walked, his appearance attracted attention. Just as he was about to rest, a familiar and irritated voice called out, Mr. Andreas. It was Lucia, sweet but clearly annoyed. Why are you ignoring my calls? Is your tablet just for decoration? Caught off guard, Andreas excused himself, saying he had been busy with a friend. He apologized and noticed that Lucia and Vivian were together. Lucia, excited, showed him the tablet and asked, Anyway, did you see this? On the device, An alert stated that an unidentified spirit had been spotted in the dormitory, which would temporarily be closed for safety reasons. Andreas immediately grabbed the tablet to read the notice. Lucia commented, "Finally, we can say goodbye to that damp dormitory." Meanwhile, Vivian thought, "I just want to be in the same dorm as him." Reading the notice, Andreas realized this could only mean the event of sealing the ancient magical beast. He wondered in confusion, why is this happening now? In the game, this was supposed to occur 6 months later. Lucia noticed his expression and asked, "Why so grim? Stop wasting time and tell me, where are you staying now?" He replied, "Well, I was assigned to Delgian dormitory." Blushing slightly, Lucia declared that their protagonist was a lucky guy to live in the same place as a beauty like her. However, the grumpy Andreas asked, "What are you talking about? Anyway, I'm heading back to my dorm for a bit. I need to pack my things and check on the situation there." Vivian immediately offered to go with him, while Lucia encouraged him to go, albeit begrudgingly. Andreas didn't refuse Vivian's help, leaving her flustered and Lucia visibly annoyed. In the hallway on their way to the dormitory, Andreas asked, "Did you see it too?" She replied, "I only saw it briefly, so I don't know all the details since it was happening in the magic department. All I know is that a professor named Sharon Cypress started investigating it." Andreas bit his lip, intrigued, knowing that his intervention might have altered the course of events. Suddenly, they stopped, startled, seeing a girl leaning against the wall. It was Diane. Her expression was zombie-like, drool dripping from her mouth as she muttered, "This one is wrong too." Andreas rushed to her, calling her name, but she immediately said, "Don't touch me, don't talk to me." He realized that something had taken over his friend. In Rodlin, there were 2 types of intermediate-level bosses, including Sharon. In the game, only one of them had ever gotten their hands on Kishan, as the other had not yet made a move. This meant the culprit was most likely Sharon. Andreas seemed deeply concerned about Diane's condition. He said to her, "This isn't something you can handle. I suggest you leave quietly." However, Diane turned as if no longer in control of herself and asked, "What are you talking about?" Analyzing the situation, Andreas decided it would be best to try saying his master's true name, convinced it could give him an opening. When he uttered the name Kishan, Diane's eyes widened in fear at the mention. Taking advantage of the moment, Andreas struck her from behind with enough force to knock her into Vivian's arms. Slowly, Diane started returning to her normal state, feeling the pain from the attack, while Andreas asked, "Are you back to yourself?" Still confused, Diane responded, "Where am I?" To confirm her recovery, Andreas asked, "Do you know who I am?" She immediately replied, "Why are you saying such nonsense? Of course I know who you are." He explained, "It was a dangerous situation. You were possessed by a spirit." Vivian added, "You were saved by him." The young girl, stunned, began to vaguely recall what had happened, saying she had seen something, but Andreas suggested they all leave the building for now. "Sorry for causing trouble again," Diane said as they walked. Andreas reassured her, "Don't worry. By the way, did you volunteer to be an assistant investigator?" She replied, "Yes, because I was curious. After all, it's not every day you get to research spirits." She then revealed, "That's when Professor Sharon invited me to join him." Hearing this, Andreas remained thoughtful, as it explained a lot. Sharon's offers were merely bait, and he had likely lured Diane to be possessed by the spirit. Diane, probably too focused on her magic, had let her guard down, allowing Sharon to summon the spirit that possessed her. All of this indicated that old Sharon was growing bolder by the day. Pondering this, Andreas asked, "Do you know where the professor went?" Diane looked slightly confused, but answered anyway. "If I'm not mistaken, he said he was going to look for the main body." This information left Andreas inwardly alarmed, as he knew it referred to the sealing site. In the distance, strange energy was concentrating at the top of a mountain, and Andreas's thoughts urged him to hurry. At the site, Sharon stood before a statue that was absorbing all the energy from the fallen bodies around it. A clear smile spread across Sharon's face as he muttered to himself that he had finally succeeded. That energy began to take shape, forming into a massive magical beast. With a terrifying expression, Sharon knew that the only thing left to do now was to eliminate Andreas Cromwell. The hurried footsteps of Andreas and Vivian echoed as they sprinted toward the sealing site. Looking back, Andreas thanked Vivian for accompanying him. Of course, it was no trouble for her. Besides being near him, she was glad to assist. However, thoughts of her presence weighed on Andreas's mind as he questioned himself. Was this really a good idea? He could no longer find a valid reason to send her back. At this rate, not only might he fail to use his summoning effectively, but if he messed up, Vivian could discover his connection to Sharon. His fatigue made him question whether his judgment was still reliable. He considered coming up with an excuse to send her back right then and there. Suddenly, they stopped in surprise. The wind was stronger here, blowing yellow leaves from the trees, swirling them into the air. A group of students stood before them, growling uncontrollably, clearly no longer in control of their own minds. Vivian, ever perceptive, asked, "Is this also Sharon's doing?" Andreas confirmed, emphasizing that all those students belonged to Sharon. Observing the scene, she asked, "Why would a professor act like this?" Andreas had no answer. Instead, he took the opportunity to say, "You can subdue them without hurting them. Time is running out. I have to go stop the professor." She looked at him puzzled, but agreed and said she'd catch up with him soon. Andreas's expression betrayed his unease. He would have preferred if she didn't follow him at all. Regardless, he quickly resumed running, leaving her to handle the situation. As he departed, one of the students lunged at him. Startling the resolute Vivian, she drew her sword and positioned herself to block the attack. The gleaming blade intercepted the strike with precision. In the end, she managed to clear a path for Andreas, the smoke from her sword still dissipating. Andreas, relieved to have temporarily separated from her, worried about the students and hoped Vivian wouldn't seriously injure anyone. Yet for now, he had to trust her and focus on his real target. The sun was already setting, giving way to the night, when a ferocious roar pierced the air. The magical beast had finally appeared before its master, Sharon, who was elated to have it under his control. However, Sharon quickly sensed something approaching and conjured a wall of bones to block any threat. Sharon couldn't understand what was happening until a voice interrupted him. "So you actually did it, huh?" It was Andreas, who had arrived at the scene, leaving the old man stunned. He approached slowly, his cape billowing in the strong wind. Sharon, desperate, asked, "Why are you here?" Andreas scanned the area, realizing he had arrived too late. The opening time was abnormally fast, and the strange energy surrounding the site hinted at something even darker, something orchestrated by Jasper. Sharon, visibly irritated, said, "You're audacious and insolent to come here and interfere with my plans, but it doesn't matter anymore because I was going to come after you anyway." Andreas, with a mocking smile, replied, "I'm surprised. To be honest, I didn't expect someone like you to be capable of capturing Diane. Let's not say you're a small fry master." Those words hit Sharon hard, leaving him speechless for a moment. But soon his sad expression turned into a deep, maniacal laugh, leaving our villain perplexed. Sharon then remarked, "That insolent way of speaking, I knew I was right to take you in a long time ago. I overheard a conversation between your father and Master Morn." While hiding behind a wall, Sharon had listened to Kane say, "If we cultivate this, it will change the very foundations of dark magic, or even the entire world." Sharon suspected that the change in Andreas's personality and behavior stemmed from the fact that he now either possessed or knew how to use what they had discussed. Andreas recalled Salin in the carriage, who had mentioned laying hands on another Cromwell, concluding that even someone like Salin knew about this. As the master of the magical beast, Sharon declared to the protagonist, "Now, whether you can use it or not, show me the legacy left by Cain." Andreas began laughing, finding the entire situation tiresome and dull. He then said, "I was wondering what you were planning to say, but I see you're just trying to steal from a child." Sharon's eyes filled with rage, growing more intense. However, Andreas summoned Timur and Nickel, emphasizing that it was time to end the conversation and settle everything. Sharon was shocked to see the summons, particularly Timur, the Tiger Lord that Andreas had acquired from the congregation. Sharon's surprise also stemmed from the fact that Andreas was already able to control high-level undead. Even so, Sharon didn't falter, as he had the Peldarine crystal in his possession. He commented, "Remember who your master is, Andreas?" But Andreas coldly replied, "I've learned nothing from you, but, as they say, the student surpasses the master." Sharon activated a magical circle in his hands, declaring that Andreas was nothing more than an insolent brat. The spell he cast opened numerous portals, from which emerged corpses, skeletal soldiers, and even headless paladins, alongside grotesque creatures. Strengthening all his summons, Sharon was resolute. Andreas paused for a moment, analyzing the situation, and began unsheathing his sword. Enveloping himself in his aura, he declared that he was free of the burden of this old man. He then said, "I'm cutting my ties here and now, Sharon." The statement was met with a wide, satisfied grin from the old professor. Sharon responded, taunting, "We'll see if you're truly capable. My goal now is to kill you and claim Cain's legacy. After that, I'll reanimate your corpse and make you my slave for the rest of your days." While these threats loomed over Andreas, Vivian was dealing with a group of possessed students. She managed to dodge one of them, who quickly tripped and hit the rocks nearby. Her thoughts were on Andreas. She wanted to catch up with him, but these students were proving troublesome as they kept rising tirelessly. They would stand up endlessly, their eyes hollow and soulless, emitting indescribable groans. Vivian gripped her sword tightly, thinking she could finish the mission quickly if she just killed them all. However, Andreas's request, to subdue them without causing harm, lingered in her mind. As the students surrounded her, one of them channeled energy into their hands and hurled a power attack in her direction. Vivian deftly dodged, but the attacks kept coming. At that moment, an idea struck her. She recalled the name Andreas had mentioned to Diane, though she wasn't sure if it was some kind of spell. With an angelic smile, she leapt into the air and decided to take a gamble. She began testing names while striking the students, saying words like Kushin. Her strike landed so forcefully that it sent the student crashing to the ground. She felt pleased for a moment, but upon seeing the student's face buried in the dirt, she began to question herself. Was that wrong? Not long after, she turned around and noticed another student preparing a magic attack against her. Vivian kicked them while uttering a different name, Kushuin. She continued saying various names such as Pushane, Kuchain, Qsane, and others. She was already growing weary and the students were visibly battered after so many attempts. Yet they kept standing back up. Vivian paused, thinking, if I keep this up, I'll really hurt all of them. Maybe it was Kushane. When she pronounced that name, all their eyes widened, exactly as Diane's had earlier. Seeing their reaction, Vivian realized it was working. All she needed to do now was strike them again. The spirits infesting the students' bodies began to materialize, becoming visible. Though Vivian hesitated for a moment, she knew she had to end this quickly. Pushing off the ground, she charged toward the students, but the spirits were waiting and quickly closed in on her body. Her eyes widened as she saw the malevolent energy approaching. Still, she struck at the shadow, which was growing denser by the second. Then she heard a voice. What are you hiding, Vivian? The spirit had grown larger, and the surroundings took on a cosmic, otherworldly appearance. Vivian was startled as the voice whispered in her mind, one way or another you'll be discarded. That's your destiny. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled against the words. The voice continued. You placed your trust in a stranger when even your own mother threw you away. She suddenly saw herself as a young girl again, chains binding her hands, trapped in her past. As she sank into the deepest abyss of her fears, the voices tormented her. I hoped for a son. I wish I had never given birth to you. Vivian covered her ears as tears streamed down her face, but the spirit persisted, its words relentless. Your existence is a disgrace, and everyone around you will die because of you. Then it asked, why don't you just die quietly and alone? In response, she whispered back, if I disappear, will Lord Fairy be safe? Unbeknownst to her, the students were closing in, and she too was being overtaken by the same spirit controlling them. The spirit promised her that this was the best course of action, and that her friend would remain unharmed. As she began to give in, her eyes started losing their color, as if she could no longer control herself. But then, she remembered a promise made to Lord Fairy. A pinky promise. Andreas's voice echoed in her mind. Please keep that promise. I'll always be looking out for you. The promise they had made that day gave her pause. Worlds seemed to collide in her mind as she felt the crushing weight of her decision. Her eyes widened as she struggled with which promise she should keep. Meanwhile, Andreas was locked in an intense battle against numerous creatures. Nickel was at his side, slicing through countless limbs, and his powerful sword, Timur, stood ready to protect him in the most dangerous moments. Sharon mocked Andreas's efforts, sneering, How far do you think you'll get with just those three? Manipulating the crystal, the magical beast opened its enormous mouth, preparing to launch a devastating attack. Andreas tried to dodge, then formed a magical circle of invocation, summoning Rudrudal. The portal opened above the beast, and the titan delivered a direct punch to the creature's head before it could unleash its attack. Sharon looked back, alarmed, and asked, What is this? As Rudrudal's closed fist returned to its dimensional space. Now it was Timur's turn to advance, responding to Andreas's command, who mentally signaled that this giant was under his control. A massive creature approached Andreas, preparing to strike, but Timur let out a fierce growl, baring his teeth and taking control of the situation. Andreas stepped back, formulating a plan with Nickel, who immediately grasped the intention. Clear the minions and hide, allowing him to face Sharon directly. Timur engaged the bulky, patched creature while Andreas panted with exhaustion. Thinking strategically, he decided, instead of wasting my mana on Rudrudal, which is inefficient in terms of energy, I'll go straight for Sharon and steal his Pelderini crystal. Andreas prepared himself, confident in his actions, knowing he needed to end the fight before anyone noticed something was wrong. Timur held the creature firmly as Andreas leapt over them, ready to execute his plan. The magical beast let out a shrill cry as it recovered, and Sharon laughed confidently, sure that his powerful creature wouldn't lose again. However, Andreas approached, making the situation more tense for Sharon. He swung his sword, nearly striking his former master, but the magical beast intervened, placing an arm in front and pulling Sharon closer, facing the protagonist. Sharon laughed hysterically, saying, Do you really think you stand a chance against an ancient magical beast? The two locked eyes seriously. Andreas couldn't help but think that if he used the 7 deadly sins, things would be easier. However, he knew that greed came with consequences, and sloth was still in cooldown, making the situation more complicated. He then decided to provoke his opponent, saying, It seems you have a fondness for antiques. If you're dealing with an ancient magical beast, I have one too. Remember that giant arm from earlier? Upon hearing this, Sharon's eyes widened in surprise. Is it a giant? Where did he get something like that? Sharon wondered. Andreas appeared confident, asserting, "Next time I'll make sure he crushes your head, old man, without mercy." The protagonist's idea was clear: provoke Sharon to destabilize him as much as possible. However, Sharon appeared calm and merely taunted Andreas to try and defeat him if he could. Suddenly, Andreas looked down, shocked. He had fallen into a magic circle drawn on the ground, which activated with an explosion, sending everything flying into the air. It was some kind of mysterious liquid. While Sharon laughed incessantly, several droplets of that liquid hovered in the air. However, none of it reached our protagonist, who was above the scene, standing in the sky, staring down at Sharon defiantly. How? Sharon thought, perplexed, as he saw Andreas land from his jump unharmed. Even Andreas seemed confused about what had happened. He looked at his hands thoughtfully. This is vampire blood magic? Andreas recalled his last encounter with the vampire Angela at the beginning of his journey, realizing that it must be the result of her bite. I understand now. Sharon was probably studying Angela's blood, thought the protagonist, feeling a bit desperate. Sharon, visibly flustered, asked, "How did you survive that high-level blood magic?" Understanding the situation, Andreas taunted his former master. Who knows? Maybe thanks to Angela Lucifer's gift. The revelation hit Sharon hard. Beads of tension dripped down his forehead. He exclaimed, "Don't tell me you let the vampire escape." Andreas laughed in satisfaction, finally having the chance to tell the truth. Oops, maybe you should have treated your student better. Fury consumed Sharon. His veins bulged, his eyes turned red, and he let out a scream of pure rage. The image of his rebellious disciple boiled his blood, but Andreas, unmoved, showed no fear. A powerful strike was delivered by Sharon, but Andreas dodged it skillfully. The impact struck the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Sharon lunged forward, shouting, "How dare you! How dare you ruin my only chance in life again!" The magical beast, under Sharon's command, launched another attack at Andreas, who once again dodged masterfully. The protagonist's plan was working perfectly. He noticed that Timur was holding one of Sharon's creatures, while Nickel had managed to hide. Sensing this, Sharon shouted a silent command to the beast, ordering it to locate Nickel. The battle raged on furiously. Andreas struck with his sword, producing a golden glow. The attack was once again blocked by the magical beast. Meanwhile, Sharon, stunned, thought to himself that Andreas was far more skilled with a sword than he had anticipated. Strategically, Andreas positioned himself behind Sharon. When the old man realized his presence, Andreas's sword was already on its way. However, once again, his attack was thwarted by the relentless defense of the beast. The impact sent Andreas flying, causing a gush of blood to escape his mouth. Yet while Andreas lay on the ground, unaware, Nickel seized the distraction. With a precise and silent strike, he severed Sharon's hand holding the Pelderini crystal. Sharon's eyes widened in sheer despair as he realized his mutilated arm. Andreas, still lying on the ground with a bloody face, began to laugh as he heard Sharon's agonizing scream echo through the forest. The sound was so intense it shook the trees with the wind. With effort, Andreas rose, thanking, "Good job, Nickel." Meanwhile, Sharon held his mutilated arm, groaning in pain. He looked at the crystal lying on the ground. Desperation took over him. The magical beast roared, seeming to feel the loss of the crystal, alarming the old man even further. Cursing, Sharon shouted, "Damn it! The control of Kushane's is—" Without hesitation, Sharon leapt toward the crystal, trying to grab it with his other arm. He knew he couldn't be without that artifact. It was the only thing still keeping him in control of the situation. The shadow of the beast already signaled imminent danger. However, something unexpected happened, leaving Sharon paralyzed, and Andreas wide-eyed. In a brutal move, Sharon was pulled upside down. The beast sank its mouth into the ground, and blood gushed through the area. The creature had devoured half of the old professor, killing him instantly in front of the protagonist. The magical beast rose again, glaring directly at Andreas. He mentally commanded, "Nickel, please distract him. We need to retrieve the crystal." But what they didn't expect happened. The creature destroyed the object that controlled it, reducing it to pieces. "Damn," was the only word Andreas could utter at that moment. He and Nickel were unsure of what to do, watching as the remnants of the crystal were carried away by the wind. Both Timur and the creatures he fought paused for a moment, stunned, as the magical beast roared, preparing another attack. Opening its mouth wide, the creature unleashed a colossal projectile. Andreas shouted, "Dodge!" The attack exploded into flames, launching rocks and debris everywhere. He tried to shield himself with his sword, but soon felt a giant hand grab him, lifting him into the air. Desperation overtook the protagonist as the beast held him. With its other hand, the creature hurled Timur away, preventing him from getting closer. Andreas began to grunt in pain as the beast crushed him. However, at the critical moment, Vivian appeared, cutting the hand that held him. "Vivian!" Andreas shouted as he fell to the ground while she rushed to catch him. She ran against time and managed to hold him just before the impact of the fall became fatal. Her focus was on helping her friend, but the magical beast was already staring at her, ready to attack from behind. "Vivian, watch out!" shouted Andreas desperately. But before the creature could act, a trail was seen slicing through the beast, lifting a thick cloud of dust. Still on the ground, Andreas screamed, "Vivian!" as he tried to understand what had happened. Then he saw Timur was there, holding her. Despite being unconscious, Vivian was safe. Andreas felt a brief moment of relief but knew the battle was far from over. He activated his subdimensional space, withdrawing the Tiara of Greed. He intended to research the matter further before using it, but it was better than being killed there. As he placed the tiara, the system immediately notified, "Original sin detected, Greed. Do you wish to use it?" With conviction, Andreas responded, "I accept." Vivian began to slowly awaken, still dazed, but her eyes widened when she saw Andreas. She saw the fairy lord facing the wrath of the creature. However, as she got a closer look, Andreas's expression had completely changed. A manic smile appeared on his face, while his eyes glowed a deep red. The magical beast launched a direct attack, but Andreas dodged it instinctively, speaking with a different tone. "Filthy, ancient beast." He sliced the creature's attack in half and declared, "I'll turn you into a revenant and make you my slave." Consumed by the spirit of greed, he let out a chilling grin. With unimaginable force, he swung his sword. The blade struck the beast's flesh, creating a dazzling impact and forcing the creature to recoil. He landed on the ground swiftly, analyzing the situation, an absolute defense that only reacts to perceived attacks. Then, he recalled Vivian's surprise attack, concluding, "Unexpected attacks work." "Nickel, be the bait," he ordered. Nickel immediately obeyed, attacking the creature with quick and precise strikes. Vivian, now fully awake, watched in shock. "Is that a revenant?" she asked, seeing Nickel wielding his sword and facing the magical beast. But her gaze shifted upward to Timur, and she murmured, still surprised, "Master Gagato?" While Nickel kept the creature distracted, Andreas prepared his final blow. With a sinister smile, he thrust the beast with all his strength, making the creature growl in pain. "Now I'll turn you into a revenant," he said, satisfied. The system notified, "Sealed sword Galure has detected the blood of an ancient magical beast." To his surprise, the sword began absorbing the creature's blood. However, the effect of greed was waning, and the side effects began to show. Blood poured from Andreas's mouth as his eyes slowly returned to normal. He heard Vivian shout his name before falling from a great height, but left his sword embedded in the monster. Vivian rushed to help him, but Andreas was already on the ground. The weakened magical beast began to disintegrate, letting out its final growls. Vivian held Andreas in her arms, allowing him to witness the end of the battle. The blood of the ancient creature had released the first seal of Galaxure, something Andreas hadn't anticipated. Ground, everyone watched the fearsome creature dissolve. Vivian asked, "Is it over?" Andreas coughed before apologizing. "I'm sorry for putting you in danger, and for hiding my true identity." But Vivian responded gently, "It doesn't matter. As long as you're safe, nothing else matters. To me, you'll always be the fairy lord." Andreas's sword, embedded in the ground, began to change. Its blades shattered, giving way to a new appearance. With closed eyes, Andreas pondered, "Has anyone ever placed total trust in me before?" Days later, in the grand and imposing academy arena, the 111th opening ceremony began. The master of ceremonies called the student Mr. Luis Ardaman, the first of his class, to the stage, informing that he had demonstrated academic excellence and good behavior. Andreas watched, remembering that from that moment, the great events of the game were truly beginning. Somehow, he had managed to survive despite his lack of information. Though the number of people he needed to protect had grown, at the same time, it gave him strength. Even knowing the great events were coming, he was determined to face them all. For after all, the war for the capital sins had only just begun. And in the end, he was certain of one thing. Vivian would be by his side. And with that, we conclude the first season of Necromancer's evolutionary traits. Everyone eagerly awaited the oath of the representative of the new students at Rodlan Academy. As he stepped into his position to speak, with a serious expression, he declared, "I, Luis, and the new students of the Academy pledge to stand side by side with our teachers and fight to become the spear and shield that protect the Empire and its people. We will be the heroes who bring glory. I swear." His words, spoken with such confidence, held everyone's attention completely. As he began to leave the stage, his expression grew even more serious as he scanned the faces around him. "These people will be my teachers? They seem really strong," Luis thought. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Andreas was standing there, just as serious as him, with his arms crossed. Luis noticed a curious detail and thought, "That cape means he's from the magic department, doesn't it? What's he doing carrying a sword?" Luis gave a faint smile as if affirming something to himself. Rodlin Academy seems to have some very interesting people. Spending time at the academy was even more exciting during the festive atmosphere brought by the spring tournament. Everyone was talking about how interesting the random matches seemed, regardless of the department they belonged to. As Luis walked through the arena, he overheard a student talking to another. "Hey, you there. Don't get too excited just because we don't have classes. We're only first years now, so it's fine. But next year it'll be our turn." As newcomers, they could only watch without any worries, which was seen as a great opportunity to learn and gain experience for the following years. At this moment, Luis thought to himself, watching must be great because you can see all kinds of skills and techniques, not to mention the magic department's participation as well. Lost in thought, Luis accidentally bumped into another student, spilling the coffee the student was carrying. "Damn it!" shouted the student, visibly irritated, veins bulging on his face. Luis immediately tried to apologize, explaining that he hadn't been paying attention, but he was abruptly interrupted. He barely had time to react when he saw the reflection of a fist coming toward him. "Got eyes for what, huh?" mocked the student as he threw a straight punch. Luis tried to block with his hands, but the force was so great that he was thrown against the table where Diana was sitting. The impact was strong enough to knock over her coffee mug as well. With a satisfied expression and tension filling the air, the young man smirked arrogantly and said, "Blocking a punch from someone at the top of the night department? It seems they weren't lying when they said you were the strongest first year." Luis remained silent, staring at his hands, but he didn't look pleased at all. In his thoughts, he reflected, "His punch wasn't that fast, but it was so heavy that I couldn't block it completely." The other young man, in a provocative tone, added, "But you know, this uniform is really expensive. I'll let it slide if you give me 100,000 wills." Immediately, Lucia, who was sitting at the table with Vivian and Diana, stood up indignantly and protested firmly. "That's extortion! Have some dignity! You're not a beggar!" Diana, with a serious look and a voice full of authority, added, "Indeed, are you really willing to get disqualified just to cause trouble in the middle of the street?" Her tone carried an undeniable intensity as she concluded, "Todlon senpai." Both Luis and the young man turned to Diana in surprise. She continued, "By your own logic, you're the one who owes me 100,000 wills." Todlon swallowed hard as he realized who was standing before him, DNA Alvin. Diana then raised her arm, showing her uniform completely soaked in coffee, and pointed at him. "Look at the state of my uniform." Unable to argue, Todlon immediately turned to leave, muttering that Luis had just been lucky this time. "Ah, thank you so much for helping me," Luis said, a bit embarrassed by the situation. Diana replied simply, "It was nothing." Meanwhile, Lucia, with a slightly flushed smile, commented excitedly, "Oh, you're the first-year representative, aren't you?" Luis flashed a broad smile and confirmed, "That's right, Luis Artman. Nice to meet you." The girls began introducing themselves and chatting about Luis's bad luck in getting into trouble so early in the school year. Meanwhile, Vivian remained silent, calmly sipping her coffee. Still a bit embarrassed, Luis heard Diana say, "It's fine. After all, that guy's at the top of the night department." Suddenly, Vivian stood up and announced she was leaving, which caught Luis a little off guard. "Andreas's match is about to start," she said, her face slightly flushed just at the thought. "Oh, you're one of the experienced students from the night department. Nice to meet you," Luis said, excited about the situation. He extended his hand to her, but Vivian remained silent, making the moment even more awkward. She looked at him with a somewhat peculiar expression, but the tension was quickly broken by Lucia's laughter. "Don't mind her, she's a bit unusual. I want to see the match, too. How about joining us?" Lucia suggested. Diana also wanted to watch and was surprised by Lucia's interest, as she believed Lucia didn't enjoy this kind of thing. Excited, Lucia simply replied, "Don't say that. Sometimes even I get excited." Diana said they were about to head out and asked Luis if he wanted to join them. He confirmed that he was already on his way since it was something he wanted to do, and he joined them immediately. At the arena, the crowd was buzzing with enthusiasm. "That match was amazing, as expected of Rodlin. They're on a completely different level," Luis said in awe. Diana, however, pointed out that it hadn't been all that impressive. The commentator soon took over, and now, here come the competitors for the next match. Shock filled Luis as he saw who was stepping into position. In the blue corner stood Todlon Terry from the night department, recognized as the best in his department. Everyone anticipated great things from him in this competition. In the red corner, his opponent was none other than Andreas Cromwell from the magic department, already somewhat renowned for inventing a new potion. Luis immediately remembered seeing him sitting with an extremely serious demeanor during the admission ceremony. "That's the guy I saw at the admissions ceremony. Is he really going to fight the top student of the night department with a sword?" Todlon began preparing, touching his sword and saying, "It's you, isn't it? The guy from the magic department pretending to be a swordsman?" Andreas stared at him and replied, "I wasn't pretending, but if that's what you think, be my guest." The response provoked fury in Tadlan, who gritted his teeth and frowned. Arrogant bastard! When the battle was announced to begin, Tadlan charged forward at full speed, shouting, "I'll teach you the true weight of a sword." In the stands, Lucia asked DNA, "Have you heard about it?" DNA, surprised, wasn't exactly sure what she was referring to, but Lucia explained, "I heard there's going to be an exchange meeting with Milko Academy after this tournament." DNA replied, They said those with excellent academic results should attend if possible, though I think I'll be forced to go regardless." Soon, a phrase from Bart Alvin came to DNA's mind. "DNA, if you go, you'll be able to show Milko Academy the difference between them and us even more clearly. So just go." Lucia sympathized, imagining what it would be like to be in her place and how tedious it could feel. Meanwhile, the fight unfolded, with Andreas dodging all of Tadlan's attacks. They continued to comment that the highest-ranked student in the tournament would also have the opportunity to participate in the exchange. DNA immediately looked at Vivian. If that's the case, she'll have to go as well. I think after defeating Aaron, yesterday's favorite, she has a good chance. Tadlan was beginning to grow frustrated with Andreas, who managed to evade his every strike. He tried provoking him. "Damn you! Stop dodging and fight!" Tadlan then paused, raising his sword and declaring, "I never thought I'd have to use my technique on someone like you." Andreas glanced at him sideways, remaining silent, but Tadlan suddenly disappeared from his sight, attempting to land a direct hit. Once again, however, the protagonist managed to dodge. Quickly, Tadlan repositioned himself, moving behind Andreas and forcing him into a high guard. The commentator announced with excitement, "What a terrifying attack by Tadlan Terry. Andreas Cromwell is in danger." Andreas dodged several attacks so swiftly that he left only traces in the air. Vivian watched the fight with a smile on her face, confident in Andreas's potential, while he thought, "The way he moves, I've seen this before." Unable to hold back, Vivian remarked, "The victory is Lord Fairy's." Tadlan, now furious, slashed the air in front of Andreas and shouted, "Is your sword just for decoration? Then show me the magic you're so proud of!" In the same instant, Andreas dodged the strike again, positioning himself behind Tadlan. In a swift move, he grabbed Tadlan by the head and slammed him into the ground with such force that it cracked everything around them. The audience was stunned for a moment, but soon the arena erupted in excitement. Andreas had emerged victorious. In a short, direct tone, he responded, "That's because there's no need to use my magic or even my sword against someone like you." Incredible! Tadlan Terry, the favorite to win, has been defeated by a fourth-year student from the magic department. "The winner is Andreas Cromwell," exclaimed the commentator as the crowd went wild over the match. Luis was completely stunned. "He defeated one of the top students from the night department with just his hands. Who is that guy?" The crowd erupted in cheers, and Vivian, as if expecting no less, exclaimed, "That's my Lord Fairy." Lucia, equally shocked, remarked, "No way that just happened." Her comment was followed by Diana, who, just as surprised, added, "A sorcerer used a knight's mana to enhance his body." From above, Bart observed the scene with his arms crossed, immediately recognizing what was happening. A dual core. To think he used it here, so he doesn't need to hide anymore. Looks like a storm is brewing. With the final match of the day over, the commentator reminded everyone to confirm the standings on their tablets as the round of 16 would begin the next day. Meanwhile, Andreas quietly left the arena. His group of friends quickly gathered around him, with Lucia, as always, full of energy, calling out his name. "You were amazing, congratulations." Surprised, Andreas replied, "Why is everyone here? What kind of group is this?" DNA, with a gentle smile, responded, "Who knows? We just kind of ended up together by chance." Andreas understood what might have brought them together in that moment, but the one question he couldn't shake was, why is Luis here? Luis immediately bowed in greeting, introducing himself. "My name is Luis Artman. Nice to meet you." Not knowing what else to do, the protagonist simply responded with his own name, Andreas Cromwell. Andreas felt a mix of emotions, touched and slightly nervous. He was face to face with the first character he had ever played as in Picada, now alive and standing before him. His thoughts, however, were soon interrupted by Diana, who commented on his performance. "That was pretty impressive. I didn't know you could use aura." She moved closer, attempting to analyze him further, and continued, "You never learned to use a sword before because you knew you had a special constitution, right? So that's why you started training with a sword recently." Andreas broke into a cold sweat at her accurate breakdown of his every move, but quickly confirmed her statement as true. Luis then asked, "How did you move like that if you've just started learning to use a sword? Do you have some kind of special training method that isn't taught at the academy?" His eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. Andreas could see that Luis was determined. His hunger for learning was what drove his progress. Smiling briefly, Andreas replied, "It's nothing special. I just use mana to strengthen my body." After Hosan left, the only training Deshrun approved of was Andreas's. As for Luis, he had only trained a little because he was curious about Andreas's talent. Luis looked at his hands, intrigued by how aura could strengthen the body, but soon scratched his head awkwardly and said, "If you don't mind, could you show me once? It's hard to understand just from words." Andreas paused, thinking. Of course, he wanted to teach Luis everything, but he knew this wasn't something that could be learned in a day or two. Besides, he was certain Luis would grow on his own anyway, so he raised his hand and said, I'm busy with the match right now. Maybe later, when I have some free time." Immediately, Luis bowed in gratitude. Feeling a bit awkward, Andreas remarked that even though Luis was a novice who had only just joined the academy, his thirst for knowledge was truly remarkable. Lucia, poking the protagonist, teased, "Speaking of which, you're really awful. We spent half a year together researching potions and you never told me about this." In response, Andreas apologized, recalling that back then he hadn't wanted too much attention. Meanwhile, Vivian's intrusive thoughts raced. "Half a year together?" Lucia continued. "So why are you doing things to stand out now?" Andreas cleared his throat for a moment before replying, "I thought it'd be cool to participate in the exchange. You know it's hard to rise to the top with just magic." But the truth was, Andreas's reserved approach was because playable characters could kill him if he stood out too much. Lucia quickly agreed. After all, everyone could see that Andreas's talent for magic wasn't extraordinary. As they chatted, Andreas reflected on the event. The exchange was something that had never appeared in the game. He didn't need to go out of his way to participate, but there was someone at the Milko Academy he wanted to meet, Ketchlung Volga, another playable character. At that moment, Vivian emphasized that she would do her best to participate in the event alongside Andreas, and Lucia acknowledged how truly ambitious they both were. Suddenly, cutting through the conversation, Diana, looking at the tablet, remarked, "Well, since we're participating, it wouldn't be a bad idea to aim for the top, right? Let's take a look at the match list." Upon reviewing the list, it was clear that Vivian, DNA, and Andreas were all in completely different brackets. Lucia then commented, "Assuming all of you keep winning, Vivian and DNA will face each other in the top 4, and whoever wins will go up against Andreas in the final." With a determined expression, DNA declared her confidence, and Vivian added that losing was not an option. Andreas, in turn, said he would do his best to keep progressing. Lucia turned to Luis and said, "Two rookies who've emerged as favorites to win the championship and one who was the original favorite. When I think about it, all the top contenders are right here." Luis could hardly believe his luck at having met all these amazing people in one place. But Lucia insisted, "I'm serious, rookie. You should really feel honored." 5 days had passed, and the 58th spring tournament of Rodlin Academy had reached its finals. The arena was packed. The commentator called for all competitors to step into the arena. As some began walking in, he continued, "There have been many surprises in this year's tournament, but the most spectacular is this person making it to the finals. From the 4th year of the Magic Department, student Andreas Cromwell." Andreas took his position, wearing a confident expression. As another person approached, the commentator continued, "Facing him is someone who defeated Vivian Belkin and became an unexpected finalist. From the 4th year of the Magic Department, DNA Alvin. This is the first time in 12 years that we've had a final where both competitors are from the same department." In the audience, Vivian blushed. She called Andreas Lord Fairy and urged him to do his best. This caught the attention of Lucia, who was standing beside her. "She seems like a completely different person compared to when she's fighting." The crowd's attention turned to the arena as the announcement came that the match was about to begin, sending everyone into a frenzy. DNA and Andreas stood face to face when she spoke. "Sorry, but I'm not handing the champion's title over to you, Andreas." With a smile, he replied, "Then you'd better come at me with everything from the start." As soon as the match began, DNA raised her hands, igniting 2 intense flames in them. Her steady gaze radiated complete confidence as she said, "As you wish. I'll end this quickly." The audience gasped as the small flames intensified and multiplied. Andreas placed his hand on his sword, ready to unsheath it, certain he was going to enjoy himself. Without hesitation, he charged at DNA. DNA immediately directed the flames toward Andreas, causing explosions at different intervals. However, he skillfully dodged each one, drawing closer and closer. She then launched a fireball that seemed impossible to avoid due to their proximity, but Andreas split it in half with his sword. "What?" DNA exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief at what he had just done. In a swift movement, Andreas struck the spot where she had been standing, but suddenly a shimmering purple glow appeared, causing his strike to hit nothing but air. Andreas hadn't anticipated this. Though silent, his surprise was evident. She can already use spatial magic?" DNA had teleported behind him, repositioning herself in the battle. Andreas gave a radiant smile. "This exceeds my expectations." As DNA landed on the ground, she could only think, "What is with that monstrous speed?" Andreas, steadying his sword, turned to look at her from the side and said, "More." Entertain me more, DNA. Fear gripped the girl as she realized he was enjoying the fight. Her expression shifted and she thought, he's saying he's not afraid of me? Clenching her teeth in fury, she raised her hands high, channeling even more mana into her magic and shouted, "You annoying brat, don't underestimate me." In the audience, everyone was astonished. Lucia commented, "What incredible mana power! DNA is far beyond the level of a student, isn't she?" Vivian agreed, believing that DNA was truly strong. DNA, nervous, knew she hadn't yet mastered that particular technique, but she felt she had to use it now. She was sure this was the moment. Her flames began to take the shape of spears, and just like the fireballs, they formed multiple spears. Andreas smiled and stepped forward, saying, "A flame spear with explosive effect, huh? Good idea, but if I dodge..." What no one expected was the combination. A spatial teleportation opened behind Andreas, and the tip of a fire spear began to materialize. A powerful explosion engulfed the arena, making it impossible for anyone to see what had happened. However, when DNA looked to the side, there was Andreas, halting with his own body still intact. His scorched clothing showed signs of the heat, and he wiped away sweat, thinking, if I hadn't protected my body with mana, that would have been really bad. Just using spatial magic is hard enough, but combining those attacks, her rate of evolution is surpassing my imagination. Breathless, DNA couldn't believe he withstood her attack using only physical strength and wondered, is he even human? As the spears reappeared in front of her, Andreas smiled. Watching these playable characters grow is exciting. Soon another explosion consumed the arena and no one could see anything. Even Andreas being hit by that is, Lucia exclaimed, surprised. Her face, however, showed fear as she noticed the murderous expression and intent on Vivian's face. The dust was still thick, and DNA began to laugh, certain she had succeeded. With a confident smile, DNA declared, "My victory is mine." But before she could finish her sentence, a deep cut was made in the ground and she quickly dodged. Upon seeing the depth of the cut, she thought, the arena that Dad personally repaired and reinforced after it broke 5 days ago is... Andreas approached as he said, "You showed me something great. Thank you. Now let me show you something interesting as well." A dark energy began to surround him as he walked and explained, "First, wrap your sword with aura, and then, by repositioning the aura's mana, apply a spell to it. Look at what you can do with this. You can invoke a spell using aura instead of magic. This is my own method, combining sword and magic." The screams could be heard from outside the arena. Inside, the entire atmosphere was suffused with uncontrollable black energy emanating from Andreas. DNA had raised a shield in an attempt to block his advance, but it required immense strength from her. Andreas gripped his sword firmly, still surrounded by crystalline blackness. DNA looked at her cloak and realized she had been hit. "What is this?" Meanwhile, Andreas smiled, even impressed that she managed to block the attack. "To think you had such an incredible resource hidden. Is this also because of your unique dual-core traits?" DNA asked, removing her cloak. Andreas, with a confident smile, responded to himself, "This technique is because of the trait receptacle." DNA narrowed her eyes, analyzing him, while Andreas shifted his gaze to the side, thinking, now, for sure, some spectators must have noticed that my trait is not just any dual core. From above, Bart gritted his teeth, indignant. With his arms crossed, he thought, how dare he? He hurt my DNA with the sword I gave him. Beside him, a bald and bearded man commented, surprised, "Andreas used aura to cast a spell. Is that even possible?" Bart looked at him thoughtfully for a moment, but quickly responded, "Unless there's no difference between aura and mana, and if the entire body is transformed into a mana reservoir, it might be possible." Meanwhile, DNA remained motionless, nearly out of mana. She knew she could only cast 3 more powerful spells and had to be cautious. With her thoughts racing, she clenched her fist, reflecting, "I need to be careful of that strange fire on his sword and short-range physical attacks. My chances aren't good in close combat, so I must dodge and land a decisive strike." Noticing she wasn't making a move, Andreas teased, "What are you thinking so much about in the middle of a match?" With a smile, she replied, "In a path to victory." Andreas smiled and advanced toward her, leaping with his sword imbued with black aura, declaring, "It's the same for me then." Upon landing, he delivered a slash that left black trails in the environment, but DNA managed to dodge using spatial teleportation. This took Andreas by surprise. Following that, DNA's cloak revealed a magic circle that instantly activated. "Damn it!" thought Andreas, retreating from a massive explosion caused by the circle. DNA didn't waste any time. She was already prepared with a power activated in her hands. Andreas charged again, wielding his sword, but she teleported to another location, positioning herself behind him. Raising her hands, DNA caused several sparks of lightning to leap from her fingers. "Lightning serpents!" she shouted, directing the power toward the ground. The attack traveled along the ground, forming an electric serpent. Andreas smiled confidently. "Lightning magic doesn't work on me. You forgot that my strongest element is earth." He moved his hands and created a shield of earth to block the attack. However, suddenly the shield shattered into pieces, leaving Andreas completely stunned. "I messed up!" he thought. "I couldn't fully conjure the earth shield." Andreas was hit directly and began to be electrocuted. He had to focus intensely to maintain both his physical and magical enhancements, but the attack left him vulnerable. DNA, with a satisfied smile, began to laugh. "You dropped your guard, didn't you, Andreas?" She started preparing a fire spell. Andreas, still feeling the pain from the shock and watching the fire approach, thought, "Damn, am I going to lose this easily?" DNA clenched her fists and grinned. "I won!" The entire arena erupted in cheers of celebration, something never seen before. Outside, the excitement from the match was palpable. The match had been concluded. Intelligently, DNA pushed Andreas out of the arena, securing her victory. She was exhausted, while Andreas, kneeling on the ground, supported himself only with his sword. Though he had enough strength to knock her out, DNA chose to ensure her victory. Andreas smiled gently, thinking it had been a good decision. It seems the experience on the snowy mountain truly left its mark on her. DNA, a bit embarrassed and sweating from the intensity of the fight, smiled as she heard the commentator announce her as the champion of the 58th Rodlin Academy Spring Tournament. Soon, everyone gathered on the podium. DNA held the trophy for first place, followed by Andreas and Vivian. As the second place prize, Andreas received a full scholarship, while DNA, in addition to the scholarship, received an elixir that increased her mana pool. Vivian received a scholarship to complete her final year at the academy. After some time, Andreas set up a small potion lab. Looking around, he commented with satisfaction, "It's a bit smaller than Karen's lab, but I think it's quite usable. Besides, it's safe. This makes repairing my undead much easier." This new construction was made possible thanks to the savings accumulated from the tournament prize. Andreas was rich, with 9 billion ones even after covering all expenses. While reviewing the payments on his tablet, he muttered, "I prefer the mana elixir over the scholarship. It seems DNA is going to get even stronger." He reflected on the trait of the receptacle of original sin, which significantly boosted his mana capacity. However, knowing his future, Andreas concluded that he needed to further increase his mana pool. He remembered an incident from last season when he was with Vivian. He received a system message notifying him that the Codex of Apocalypse had detected benevolent greed and that it had surrendered to the host. Both were shocked when something emerged from his chest, pulling a tiara and announcing that he was temporarily possessing greed. At that moment, Andreas didn't understand what was happening, but a new notification appeared. The purest original sin is now linked to benevolent greed. Enhancement of basic abilities and generation of additional abilities initiated. Completion in 126 hours and 40 minutes. Andreas thought, with greed synced, the amount of mana I can use has increased significantly. The first time I summoned Nickel, I used about 25% of my total mana. Now it's just 1%, maybe even less. Considering Nickel is no longer a common skeleton, I can summon 100 normal skeletons at my current level. With this, I could form an army, use magic and sword fusions, and still activate my original sin. With specifications like these, I probably don't need to worry about future scenarios. The only thing that bothers me is that my intervention altered the timeline, triggering an exchange meeting that wasn't part of the game due to Karen's death. On his tablet, a news article about a black mage posing as a professor caught his attention. Karen Dipren had conducted black magic rituals on academy students, and the discovery shocked everyone. Setting the tablet aside, Andreas thought, the most important thing isn't the fact that it changed, but why and by whom. Even if the scenario changes, it's me who has all the information. If it's me, I can lead this to a successful conclusion. Later, Lucia's face flushed when she noticed Andreas was in the same class as her. "You're a professional slacker, but you always show up for potion classes," he remarked. Lucia's humility was far from present. "It's because the professors want geniuses like me to be here." She leaned closer to his table and asked if he had time after class. "I'm working on a new potion and could use your help," she said, sitting beside him. Andreas glanced at her with a sly smile. "Help with what?" She replied, "The other day I mixed frog slime mucus with fairy pollen, added a bit of yttrium solution and a slime core. Guess what happened?" Andreas's eyes widened. "The solution nullified all specific properties. It dissolved and disappeared," she explained with a clever expression. Andreas looked at her seriously, thinking, "Impossible." I didn't say anything, yet she stumbled upon the solution for her own treatment. Both she and DNA. How talented are these playable characters? Lucia stretched and said that things hadn't gone well after the experiment. "How can I help?" Andreas asked. "It's hard to find time now, but I'll promise to help you later." Lucia tried to charm him, but even being the cutest freshman didn't get her what she wanted. "Looks like I'm a stranger to you," she huffed, turning her face away. Andreas thought, there's time because Lucia is determined to survive until her chronic illness affects her. Forgive me, but there are others in greater danger. Selena and Chris, Luis's classmates. I need to make them stronger before the first scenario in the midterm trials. The professor entered the room, interrupting Andreas's thoughts. He slammed the book onto the table with a forceful thud, greeting the students. Good morning, everyone. I'll be in charge of the potion mixing and creation class. My name is Kyler Schutzman. The middle-aged man had brown hair and deep, pronounced lines on his face. With a sadistic smile, he concluded, "It's a pleasure to meet all these young minds." Andreas froze upon recognizing him. That professor was the first boss of that scenario, the professor said while showing the class a pipette containing a bubbling red liquid. As you can see, when this Platris potion is mixed with kale refined water, a red sediment and black bubbles are formed. Andreas watched, but his thoughts were elsewhere, on Selena and Chris. Could I find them at the night training field? He was confident they would be training hard to catch up to Luis. The professor looked at our protagonist in a strange way, prompting Andreas to think, he must already know I'm a black mage thanks to that mess with Sloth, and yet he doesn't seem particularly interested in me. The professor turned back to the board, facing away from the students. When the classes ended, Kyler was alone in the room. He took out a mirror and said, "I have a matter I'd like to discuss with you, Master Jester." On the other side of the mirror, Jester appeared, asking what had happened. Kyler, recalling Bart Alvin's figure, affirmed, "Bart is starting to suspect me. I fear I'll have to distance myself from the academy soon." Jester inquired if this was all due to Karen's death, and Kyler confirmed, "Perhaps some clue about me leaked from his private office." Jester was surprised and mentioned Ranox and Hosan, who were also dead, along with the disappearance of the crown. With all the chaos surrounding Chiron, Kyler seemed ready to withdraw. Is he scared? Jester wondered. Moreover, the acolytes have suffered a great loss. Nothing is going as planned. Kyler was handling a potion when Jester asked when he would leave. The professor replied, "Soon. A student exchange meeting between Milko Academy and Rodlin is about to begin." Jester, confused, asked how that would be relevant, and Kyler continued, "Before I leave, don't you think it would be better to crush these promising young ones before they start causing problems?" Jester agreed that it wouldn't be a bad idea. Kyler planned to leave during the chaos and report back to Jester later. Once the communication ended, Jester began pacing back and forth, complaining, "All the people I've planted in the academy are leaving. What can I do now that we've reached this point?" He looked out the window, reflecting. With cold eyes fixed on the glass, he said, "Andreas Cromwell, I have no choice but to drag this young man into the congregation." Switching scenes, Selena Arestial firmly gripped her sword as she trained. Suddenly, she planted the tip of her sword into the ground and began gasping for breath from exhaustion. Beside her, a young man with blue hair continued training diligently. "I need a break," she said, flushed and sweating. Noticing the young man didn't pay much attention, she continued, "Chris, let's take a break. Pushing too hard isn't good for the body, you know?" Chris rested his sword on his shoulder and responded, "Why don't you worry about yourself, Selena?" She approached him, a bit annoyed, and called him stoic, criticizing his patience and self-control despite the grueling training, without a single complaint. She then asked if he watched the tournament final. "No, I was training," he replied, going back to his repetitive sword movement. Selena, excited, brought up the topic. "A guy incredible enough to use both sword and magic at the same time." Chris found it ridiculous. "You're saying a fool who can't even master one thing made it to the final? I think I did the right thing by not watching." With arms crossed, Selena countered, "You're just saying that because you didn't watch. I heard even Luis acknowledge that veteran's skill." Unaware, Andreas approached the two. Chris, still training, responded, "Luis recognized a fool like him, you say? Seems like he doesn't have good eyes." At that moment, Andreas interrupted them. "For a freshman to speak ill of a veteran they've never met, that's not a good look." Andrea stood there, amused by the situation, while Selena looked completely horrified. She desperately glanced between the two, while Chris asked who he was. Andreas's response left Selena excited. "I'm a fool from the magic faculty, with a sword hanging from my hip." At that moment, Selena bowed deeply in a heartfelt apology, claiming that Chris was too proud when it came to swords and couldn't help but talk nonsense. Andreas, with a slightly puzzled expression, commented, "Pride. Yet I still can't see any conviction in his swordsmanship. He's like one of those losers who can't decide whether or not to confront his girlfriend for cheating on him." This provocation left Chris completely enraged, and at the same time, flushed. Regaining his composure, he rested his sword on his shoulder and responded, "What would a mage pretending to be a knight know?" Selena, trying to calm the situation, found herself caught in the middle. However, Andreas interrupted, "I think I know more than you." This was part of Andreas's plan, and he saw the provocation work. Chris immediately retorted, "If you say so, then by all means show me." It was clear Chris was a sore loser. Andreas smiled, confident that he had achieved his goal. With the two glaring at each other and tension rising, Selena tried to mediate. "You two calm down, you'll be suspended if you fight in the academy." Chris turned away, claiming it would only be a practice match in the training field and that she shouldn't worry. Andreas picked up a nearby sword, stating that it wouldn't be a problem. Chris, with a grin, acknowledged, "For a mage, you really have a lot of courage." The protagonist raised his sword and said, "Very well. Come on, freshman." Chris readied himself confidently and taunted, "I hope you don't regret this." Suddenly, Selena became excited by the situation and, though embarrassed, asked if she could participate too. Being able to fight against a fool who can use aura and mana at the same time? Fighting against someone else is a rare opportunity, she said excitedly. Andrea smiled and told her to get ready because soon it would be her turn. Chris, brimming with confidence, interrupted the moment and said there wouldn't be a turn for her before quickly leaving in a cloud of dust. When Chris reached Andreas, his strike was blocked by the protagonist's sword. The force of the block was so strong that Chris was pushed back, increasing the distance between them once again. Gritting his teeth and with a face covered in sweat, Chris leapt, attempting to attack Andreas from above, but the strike was blocked again. With a smile, Andreas thought, "He's certainly fast, but Yunor's style, one of the 5 great swordsmanship styles of this continent, is far from this." From afar, Selena watched the swords dancing in the air, the flashes and clangs shimmering with each movement. His path in the game is to specialize in this swordsmanship, but the way he's using it now, he's not even following the style. A style that utilizes speed to draw constantly shifting sword strikes, thought Andreas, continuing to fight Chris. Andreas seized the opening, evading Chris and positioning himself to kick. The kick landed squarely on Chris's ribs, sending the young freshman rolling away from the impact. Watching Chris get back up and wipe himself down, Andreas analyzed his movements. He tried to do too many things at once, but rushed to beat Luis, making his movements chaotic. Andreas decided to take the opportunity to guide Chris. Firmly gripping his sword, a blue aura began to glow along the blade. Raising it in front of him, he said, "Stop fooling around and give it your best, Chris." The freshman gritted his teeth in anger. Positioning his sword, he shouted, "Those words! I'll make you regret saying them!" It was then that he used his swordsmanship in the Oinor style. Like a howl of blades, Chris advanced towards Andreas with remarkable speed. His sword danced around him as if it were 1,000 blades. The impact caused a loud crash, but it soon became clear that Andreas had delivered a blow that shattered Chris's sword. Even stunned, Chris had to hear Andreas's words. "You call that swordsmanship in the Yunor style? Do you really think you can grow strong just by choosing the best of everything?" Andreas glanced at him sideways and added, "Keep walking your own path, without doubt. That's the right way." Chris panted, flushed, unsure of what to say. He stood completely paralyzed. Andreas then turned to Selena, who was speechless at the situation, and called her for her turn. She firmly held her sword and said, "I'm ready." In Selena's case, her swordsmanship was the opposite of Chris's. Her family's swordsmanship required natural strength, something that undermined her strengths. In other words, this technique wasn't suited for someone without the necessary strength. Still, Selena, carrying her confidence, charged forward. Andreas, with a smile, thought, "Great, come at me, because I have plenty to teach you." Selena lost her balance from the impact of Andreas's strike, falling flat on her back. She quickly scrambled away, trying to recover her stance. Chris, watching from the sidelines, looked visibly shocked, almost in disbelief at Andreas's ability to so quickly pinpoint Selena's weakness. Even Selena seemed unable to believe it. "Impossible, even attacking you with all my strength," Selena murmured, still stunned. Andreas, already sheathing his sword, responded calmly, "That heavy sword is hindering you more than it's helping." Selena got up, disagreeing. To her, wielding a heavy sword had always been part of her strength. Chris, on the other hand, conceded and agreed with Andreas. "He's right, just like he was when he spoke to me." Selena looked at Chris, confused, not understanding what he meant. Then Andreas asked, still composed, "Why did you two choose the sword as your weapon?" The two were stunned, unsure of how to respond. Andreas continued, clarifying his question. "And what made you persist in training with it all this time?" Chris, even more bewildered, questioned the reason for such unexpected questions. With a serious look, Andreas replied, "I chose the sword to survive." Those words hung heavy in the air, leaving Selena and Chris surprised and silent, reflecting on the deep meaning of Andreas's revelation. Andreas explained, "As a mage, I have to admit I'm a disappointment. I have no real talent for magic, you see. Because of certain events, I came very close to meeting my end. Since then, the sword became my only guarantee of survival. And now you two, who've dedicated half your lives to the sword, were defeated by me. Do you know what that means?" The two remained silent, but Selena ventured a guess. "A difference in talent?" Andreas shook his head and corrected her immediately. "No, it means you still don't understand the true purpose of your swords. Do you wield a sword just to defeat someone? Or is it pure pride even if it doesn't suit you?" Chris reflected deeply on those words, recalling how he had always wanted to surpass Luis. Selena, on the other hand, thought about how much she sought her family's recognition. Noticing the impact of his words, Andreas continued, "I wield the sword because it's my way of staying alive. And you? Why do you wield yours?" He began to walk away, but before leaving he added, "Reflect on this. When you find your answers, come to me. I'll be ready to face you anytime you wish." As Andreas was about to leave the training grounds, Chris called out to him with a serious look. "I'll definitely challenge you again." Andreas smiled and replied, "I'll look forward to it." A week passed, and Vivian was walking up the stairs of the administration building at Rodlin Academy. As she passed, people glanced at her with admiration, while she pondered Andreas's lateness. Suddenly, she drew her sword, startling everyone around her. In silence, Vivian looked at her reflection in the blade and thought, maybe I should try smiling like Lucia when I meet him. However, her smile didn't turn out as expected. Her expression looked quite awkward, almost frightening, as she wondered if it might be better that way. Vivian genuinely wanted to appear more charming. Just then, Andreas approached and called out to her. "What are you doing? The orientation is about to start." He seemed puzzled to see her there with her sword drawn. Vivian turned bright red. "Nothing. I was waiting for you." Andreas pointed toward the auditorium and motioned for her to follow. As he turned away, Vivian gathered her courage, clutched her cloak tightly, and called out to him again. "Andreas!" Trying to hide her shyness, she gave him the smile she had practiced. "Good afternoon?" At first, Andreas found the whole thing odd, but his expression of surprise soon softened into a gentle smile. "Good afternoon, Vivian." A few students were already gathered nearby. Selena and Chris were close to Luis, recounting how Andreas had defeated Chris and insisting that Luis should have seen it. The guy who had spilled coffee on Diane was also around when Andreas arrived alongside Vivian. The protagonist looked around, observing the activity. "Aside from us, everyone here seems to have their achievements. As expected, Lucia isn't here. Looks like the freshmen were summoned based on their entrance scores." Vivian remained silent until suddenly, someone called out to Andreas. Diane appeared with a charming smile and said, "Did you come with Vivian?" Andreas nodded. "Yes, I found her outside." He quickly added, "It seems the students from Milko Academy haven't arrived yet." Flustered, Vivian murmured a timid, "Good afternoon," while Diane explained, "Well, it's part of an agreement between the two academies. I'm sure they'll be here soon." Suddenly, a group of people entered the hall, dressed in styles and colors completely different from the other students. At the front of the line, a burly and confident young man loudly declared, "Rodlin certainly has plenty of cuties. Long time no see, Diane. When are you going to become my wife?" The young man wearing a provocative grin was Grace Mayon, the deputy of the director of Milko Academy. Diane immediately picked up on his arrogant tone and didn't hesitate to respond. "What an arrogant attitude. And besides, stop acting like you know me. Don't talk to me, you're disgusting." To emphasize her disdain, she made a face as if she were about to vomit. Grace became irritated and retorted, "You'll never find a man with that attitude." Curious, Vivian quietly asked Diane, "Are you getting married?" Diane, looking like a startled cat, quickly replied, "No, since he's the son of Milko Academy's director. I met him a few times as a child, mostly when my father brought me along." Without realizing it, Vivian blurted out her intrusive thoughts. "He looks like a strange pig." Grace overheard and approached them with a provocative grin. "You two cuties, what's the matter? Interested in me? How about tonight we—" He started moving toward them in an invasive manner, leaving Vivian visibly uncomfortable. Without hesitation, Vivian reached for her sword, which made Diane nervous, fearing the situation might spiral out of control. At that moment, a voice came over the loudspeaker, calling all Milko students. Grace muttered something about how this person had ruined his grand entrance. Diane, however, thought the intervention was providential. It might have spared Grace from a worse situation. The voice continued, "Over the next week, we'll hold a series of exchange meetings where you'll have the chance to develop your skills through friendly competitions with each other. To begin, please line up according to your department, regardless of affiliation. Knight's department, please line up to the left, and Magic department to the right." Upon hearing this, Vivian made a disappointed face and commented, "I wanted us to stay together." Her remark made Andreas blush, though he tried to hide it with a restrained smile. The next day, the exchange meeting, an event Andreas had never heard of, officially began. A professor manipulated a magic circle while explaining, "If we apply a reverse spell to rotation-based spells, the result is this." A swirl of vibrant colors appeared above the table, forming something resembling a spinning globe adorned with arcane symbols. The professor continued, "Now everyone, try drawing this magic circle yourselves." He watched the students expectantly. Andreas paid close attention, patiently observing as he thought, "Magic circles, that means this is an area where Kechlung specializes." Curious, Andreas glanced at a student in a red cloak beside him. Kechlung Volga was a mage renowned for his mastery of support magic and magical circles. Without realizing it, Andreas stared at him intently, making Kechlung slightly uncomfortable. "Huh, is something wrong?" Kechlung asked a bit awkwardly. Caught off guard, Andreas quickly replied, "Ah, I'm Andreas Cromwell. Let's get along this week." They exchanged a cordial handshake, and Keklung introduced himself, establishing a friendly atmosphere between them. Andreas looked over at Diane, seated at a desk a few rows below, and thought, with the stage set, it seems I can already foresee a rivalry between Keklung and Diane. Both are renowned geniuses. Maybe they'll even inspire each other with their magic. Wait a second. If it's about inspiration, maybe I can provide some for them myself. I may not have natural talent for magic, but that doesn't mean I don't know how to create magical circles. With that thought, Andreas began sketching something in his notebook, an air of determination surrounding him. He muttered to himself, I've played this game countless times and drawn all kinds of magical circles. I'm confident no one knows more about this topic than I do. Plus, I've got so many ideas in mind. His drawing was nearly complete when he paused to reflect, resting his hand on his chin. But it wouldn't be very impactful if I just reversed the rotation. I want to show something different, a type of inversion they've never seen before. It's a bit tricky, but maybe I should try something related to life. As Andreas pondered, a radiant golden aura emerged near the students, catching everyone's attention. How many spells are in that? As expected of Diane Alvin, she's something beyond a student, some students exclaimed in awe. Diane had completed her spell as instructed by the professor, and above her floated ancient runes glowing in shades of gold and purple. The scene captivated the students, and Andreas himself, who smiled as he analyzed it. The magical circle itself was reversed, and the runes are floating, surrounded by what seems like water in constant motion. Typical Diane, always flashy. As I thought, geniuses are terrifying, he thought to himself. At that moment, Keklung announced he had finished as well. On his desk lay a perfectly drawn magical circle. He commented casually, it's a shame. If the paper were a bit larger, I could have done something more intricate. As soon as Keklung placed his hand on the paper, an intense cayenne glow filled the room, enveloping the nearby students with its energy. Everyone was mesmerized by the spectacle. Andreas stared at the scene, dumbfounded, thinking only one thing. Are you kidding me? The professor was astonished, his eyes wide at the display. Keklung, still calm and humble, explained, this is an illusory magic circle created using rotation and inversion. Its duration is short, so everything will return to normal soon. As the students experienced the sensation of being upside down in a distorted environment, Andreas stood there, jaw dropped. Keklung was even more brilliant than he had imagined. When everything returned to normal, Keklung raised his hand and commented, it seems more research is needed to make it last longer. Diane, impressed, looked at him and said, that was truly amazing. Keklung, a bit bashful, thanked her and added, yours was enchanting as well. Andreas watched out of the corner of his eye, reflecting, not even Diane can compete with him when it comes to magical circles. Well, what makes this game so interesting is how every character has their own unique and distinct talent. Lucia, now cured of her illness, excels in magical combat. Keklung is unmatched in support magic and magical circles. Diane, with her space-time magic, stands toe-to-toe with anyone. Thanks to that ability, she's famous as one of the most powerful characters in the game, Picata. The professor regained control of the room and praised the two, emphasizing how incredible their magical circles were. Then he encouraged the other students to showcase what they had created. Andreas, a bit sheepish, tried to muster the confidence to present his magic circle. He placed his hand over his drawing, and with a cayenne glow, a small flower branch began to emerge, glowing delicately. A loud laugh echoed through the room, coming from the burly boy, Grace, who mocked the simplicity of the spell. Andreas turned back, throwing a defiant glare at Grace, but kept his composure, determined not to let the comment get to him. Hey, everyone! Look at what he did. Where's the rotation and inversion? And that flower you created is so pitiful it hasn't even bloomed, Grace said, laughing and ridiculing the protagonist. The burly boy even stroked his chin, adopting a mocking tone. How strange. How can an idiot like this even be part of this exchange program? Andreas took a deep breath, irritated by Grace's taunts. Without a word, he thought, when I played as Keklung, Grace was always picking fights. Since everyone avoided him, he never had any followers. Even so, he's far too annoying to ignore. Keklung, on the other hand, was genuinely intrigued and commented excitedly, that's a type of magic I've never seen before. Grace, attempting to provoke further, retorted, huh? Are you blind? Anyone can see it's just some mundane flower. Diane, visibly annoyed, stood up and shouted, you're the one who should take a closer look. Not that you'd have the capacity to understand the form or type of spell being used there anyway. Andreas frowned slightly, realizing he might need to reach the same level of understanding as Diane and Keklung to fully grasp how that magic circle worked. Keklung, excited, asked, Andreas, do you mind if I explain it to everyone? Without hesitation, Andreas nodded in agreement. Keklung began to explain. At first glance, it seems like just a flower created using the formulas of nature and life, but that's not all. In addition to those, the formulas of time and rotation were also used to complete the cycle of life spell. And by incorporating the reversal formula, the result is a flower that is simultaneously healthy and withered. The explanation stunned everyone in the room. The professor, the students, and even Grace, who was visibly bothered. From a distance, a short-haired boy observed the scene with a sly smile but remained silent. Diane, summarizing for the rest, said, "To simplify, this flower exists in a state of life and death at the same time. He transcended rotation and reversal to create a contradiction. Plus, it's still alive." With a curious tone, she added, "It's something like Schrodinger's cat." The clear and detailed explanation impressed everyone. Andreas, reflecting inwardly, thought, "Part of this is because I'm a necromancer, which makes it easier to create spells involving life. However, it was a bit harder to make this work without using dark magic." Keklung, increasingly intrigued, leaned in closer and remarked, "The more I look at this, the more I want to study it." Andreas, smiling, replied, "This is the result of me thinking a lot about how to incorporate a contradiction into it." Diane, crossing her arms, turned to Grace and said, "By the way, Maeyun, you must have something spectacular to show us, right?" Grace, not hesitating, placed his hands on his animated magic circle. "Of course! It'll be something unparalleled for all of you." The circle began to glow high above, resembling an atom, with runes chaotically swirling around it. However, the students grew uneasy. "This is bad," one of them murmured, noticing the instability of the circle. Grace, sweating profusely, tried to stay calm, thinking to himself, it's fine. I hope no one notices." Diane, losing patience, observed, "What is this? All you did was copy my magic circle." Grace, irritated, shouted, "What? Do you have proof that I copied you?" Unfazed, Diane continued, "Apart from the elemental formula, the composition is exactly the same as what I made. Oh, and it looks like you used the wrong levitation formula. Let me guess, were you too far away to copy it correctly?" Grace shot up in a burst of anger. "That doesn't make sense!" His frustration only made the circle even more unstable. Suddenly he screamed in panic, Fire, somebody help me!" Diane, narrowing her eyes and furrowing her brows slightly, remarked with disdain, "This guy is hopeless, honestly." She then created a small magic circle above Grace's head and gave it a light tap, stabilizing the magic. Grace, furious, snapped, Diane, you must have tampered with my formula!" The situation started spiraling out of control. The professor tried to calm the room, calling for silence, but it was too late. Grace raised his hand, conjuring a fireball in pure rage. How dare you make a fool of me?" His face was red, drenched in sweat, leaving the other students visibly frightened. At that moment, a dark aura began emanating from Andreas. His eyes turned intense and piercing as he spoke in a firm and chilling tone. "Lower that hand, unless you want to lose it." Keklung watched him, surprised and slightly alarmed, while Grace froze, thinking, "Am I going to die?" Andreas took a deep breath, maintaining his composure, and explained calmly but firmly, "Stay out of trouble during this exchange. And by the way, even after you return to Milko, stop playing the bully and behave yourself." Grace swallowed hard, visibly seething with anger but also trembling with fear. Cold sweat ran down his face as he bit his lip, unable to contain himself. Muttering curses under his breath, he stood up and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The room fell silent for a few moments as everyone processed what had just happened. At that moment, Andreas thought, "No way this idiot will behave after just this. I'll have to teach him a lesson later in another way." Suddenly, the man who had been suspiciously observing the room stood up and informed the professor that he would go after Grace. This made Andreas wary. "That guy, he seems very familiar." Meanwhile, outside, Grace was venting his anger. Damn it all! It's all their fault! They made a fool of me! I swear I'll get rid of them! I'll finish them off! This is pissing me off so much!" He raged, pacing back and forth. At that moment, the other student appeared behind him, calling his name. Startled, Grace turned quickly and stammered, "It was all just a misunderstanding, you see." The young man, scratching his head, replied, "I think you've got me confused with someone else." Grace, still confused, asked, "Who are you?" The young man introduced himself. "I'm Antonio Holt, a student set to graduate this year from Rodlin. I'm the personal apprentice of Professor Kyler, specializing in potion crafting. Earlier I noticed you were being humiliated by my disrespectful juniors, so I came to show you something that might help." Antonio glanced around, ensuring they were in a secure location. He then pulled a potion from his cloak and continued. "My professor created a potion that temporarily enhances physical strength and mana. However, there are some side effects, such as temporary loss of taste. To address this, he's currently seeking volunteers to test it." Antonio handed the potion to Grace, who immediately asked, "If it's so good, why hasn't it been commercialized yet?" With a suspicious and intense look, Antonio replied, "Please try it. I'm certain you'll easily overpower the juniors I mentioned earlier." Grace, driven by curiosity and a thirst for revenge, recalled Diane and Andreas. With a sinister smile, he drank the potion without hesitation. "You're drinking it that quickly?" Antonio exclaimed. Grace began coughing repeatedly as Antonio asked in an almost theatrical tone, "So, how do you feel?" Grace's veins started to bulge, and his expression darkened, filled with rage. His mana visibly overflowed. As a display of power, he conjured a fireball far more potent than before, radiating an intense heat in his hands. Grace's physical vigor seemed to pulse through his movements. He aimed the fireball skyward, releasing it at an astonishing speed. Antonio, in an admiring tone, remarked, "Wow, how incredible! With this, you'll easily defeat anyone." But for Grace, it wasn't enough. Sensing his newfound power, he declared with determination, "I want all the potions for myself." The following day, Diane's voice echoed through the hallways near the fountain as she asked, "A flower?" Vivian was with her and explained, "Andreas said he gave the flower to you. Could you give it to me?" Feeling awkward, Diane replied, "But aren't you a student from the Night Academy? What do you need it for? Besides, I'd like to study it, so giving it to you would—" When Diane looked at Vivian, she noticed the girl had a deeply dejected expression. "So you can't," Vivian murmured, her head hanging low. Diane hesitated for a moment, then feeling guilty, relented. "All right, I'll give it to you." At that moment, Lucia was walking through the hallways and overheard the conversation. Approaching them, she caught Diane saying, "Anyway, I can always get another one, but to use the flower, you'll need your mana." Diane began explaining to Vivian how to utilize it. Vivian, as she held the paper, was enchanted. The flower was still materializing from the drawn circle, surrounded by a thin cayenne mana aura. Curious, Lucia joined the conversation. "Oh, is this that flower everyone's been talking about?" Getting closer, she began observing the flower carefully. "The contradiction was created by that seaweed head?" she teased playfully. Diane seized the opportunity to ask, "Are you heading somewhere?" Lucia explained that her classes had ended and she was on her way to the laboratory, but decided to stop to examine the flower. "It seems like something's missing. Right there, doesn't that part look a bit crooked?" Quickly, Lucia pulled out a pen from her bag, a confident smile on her face. "I feel like something's intentionally hidden. I'll make some adjustments." Diane and Vivian, intrigued, watched closely. "Now let's add a flow spell," Lucia announced as everyone waited in anticipation. Suddenly, a spectacular glow shimmered through the area and multiple flowers began to bloom, forming a magical garden. Diane was stunned. Even though she had already suspected a dual magic circle was involved, out of nowhere a man appeared, kneeling to pick one of the flowers as he remarked, "So this is the rumored magic circle. What a splendid innovation, to express such a contradiction using only basic spells." It was Belial Castello, the headmaster of the Magic Academy. Diane immediately recognized him and bowed respectfully, saying, "Forgive us for activating a magic circle in a place like this." The headmaster, curious, asked with a slight smile, which student was responsible for this. A bit apprehensive, Diane responded, "It was a fourth-year student, Andreas Cromwell." Belial furrowed his brow slightly, wondering if this was the same Andreas everyone had been talking about recently. For a task-specific magic circle, this is almost like creating a step toward immortality, the ultimate contradiction, the headmaster thought, intrigued. Noticing Belial staring intently at the flower without saying anything, Diane cautiously asked, "Is there some kind of problem?" However, Belial remained silent and walked away, leaving everyone puzzled. The silence was broken by Lucia. "What's up with him? He asked what he wanted and then just ignored us?" Diane panicked and whispered hurriedly, "Quiet! He's still around." Belial, however, was lost in thought. "Fascinating. I never imagined that the work of one of my students could inspire me. Andreas Cromwell. I'll be keeping a close watch on him." Sometime later in the Knights training area, the atmosphere was intense with frenetic practice. Luis was with Vivian, wiping off sweat as he said, "Thank you for agreeing to train with me. You're a very strong senior." Vivian, sipping water, replied modestly, agreeing that he was talented as well. The conversation quickly ended, leaving Luis thinking to himself, "My talks with Senior Vivian never last very long." Suddenly the sound of clashing swords echoed, drawing everyone's attention to two people locked in an intense sparring session. An excited voice yelled, "You're the second best in your year, and that's all you've got?" It was Tadlan Senpai, pressing forward with ferocity against Chris, who struggled to block the relentless attacks. Chris tried to respond with confidence, maneuvering his sword and ordering Tadlan to stop, but was caught off guard by a powerful kick. The impact sent him flying backward, clutching his stomach as he gasped for air. "With my poor swordsmanship, it's going to be hard to beat him," Chris thought, trying to steady himself. At that moment, he remembered Andreas's advice. Follow your path without hesitation in the middle. Bolstering his determination, Chris murmured to himself, "Just like Senior Andreas said, I must not doubt my own sword, because the essence of the Unor style is already ingrained in my body." With renewed resolve, he stood up, ready to continue the fight. That was enough for Chris to raise his sword confidently, facing Tadlan head-on. Tadlan, ignoring his opponent's determination, scoffed, "No matter what you do, Nothing will work. He then advanced with full force. The sound of clashing swords echoed like a thunderclap. Chris blocked the strike with his blade, gritting his teeth as he told himself, "The Yunor style is a technique that confuses the opponent, always shifting the attacks. Reflect your adversary's sword, break their stance, and aim for a decisive strike." As soon as he finished his thought, Chris's blade moved so swiftly it seemed to split into 3 directions, leaving Tadlan completely bewildered. Unable to comprehend what was happening, Tadlan attempted to react, but Chris swiftly repositioned himself behind him. Tadlan quickly turned, clenching his teeth. "Damn you! Squirming like a worm?" Before he could act further, Chris's blade came dangerously close to his neck in a precise and flawless movement. Firmly gripping his sword, Chris declared with a fixed gaze, "It seems I've won." However, Tadlan wasn't a gracious loser. Irritated, he slapped Chris's sword away, sending it flying, and angrily threw his own sword to the ground. "Lost to this trash? What a joke. I'm done with all this nonsense." Chris quickly interjected, "This isn't a joke. Your swordsmanship is very impressive." But his words were ignored. Tadlan refused to listen, prompting Chris to shout, "Hey!" Tadlan spun around sharply, his anger growing. "Don't open that mouth of yours." He then tossed another sword near Chris, provoking him. "Is that even a real sword?" asked Chris, confused. Visibly irritated, Tadlan pulled the stopper from a potion bottle and commanded, "Shut up and take the sword. I'll make you regret disrespecting me." Luis, watching as things spiraled out of control, tried to intervene. "Chris, just apologize and end this already." But Chris was fixated on one thought. A potion? Everyone tensed as Tadlan drank the contents of the bottle in one gulp. As soon as he finished, his expression changed dramatically. His eyes turned red and intense. Veins bulged from his skin, and a deep growl escaped his throat. The teacher, noticing the commotion, quickly approached Tadlan and asked, "Why is a student like you participating in this exchange? Is that sword real?" Upon realizing Tadlan was holding a real sharp blade, the professor furrowed his brows, his expression turning aggressive. Authoritatively, he commanded, "Return that sword immediately." Suddenly, everyone present was stunned. Chris kept his eyes wide, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Luis let out a scream so loud it echoed through the room, while Vivian, subdued and silent, remained in a thick, oppressive silence. Tadlan had confronted the professor without hesitation, his aggression shocking everyone. The professor fell to the ground, clutching the spot where he had been hit, his face etched with pain and disbelief. "Monster," someone murmured amidst the general horror. Tadlan's sword still showed signs of the confrontation, while his nearly insane rage made him point at Chris and roar, "Come on, first-year brat! It's time for round 2! His appearance and behavior clearly demonstrated that he had been completely altered by the potion. In the academy corridors, the name Andreas was called out loudly. He quickly turned, trying to locate who was calling him, and said, "You can just call me Andreas. Skip the formality of sir." Keklung, bowing slightly, responded with a smile, "I'm 2 years younger than you, so you should speak to me more casually, Sir Andreas." Andreas laughed and agreed. Keklung got straight to the point. "That magic circle we created the other day, it was a double circle, right? How did you come up with that?" Walking alongside him, Andreas responded casually, "Isn't it more fun to have something hidden in it?" As they spoke, Andreas recalled a conversation with Lucia about discovering that circle and thought to himself, "I really tried to hide it, but with those two, Lucia and Diane, they uncovered everything in just one day. What still intrigues me is why Vivian was with them." Keklung continued, "I just remembered. I heard that the potion of eternity was created by you. So what are you going to show us in today's potion class?" Discreetly smiling, Andreas replied, "I plan to make something more subtle. I can't reveal my tools to the whole class, can I?" The truth was, he wanted to avoid drawing attention, especially in front of Kyler. Suddenly, a loud roar interrupted the conversation. The explosion lifted debris and dust, leaving both in shock. As the dust began to settle, they saw Diane standing with a mana shield, her cold gaze fixed on what emerged in front of her. "It's a monster!" Someone screamed upon seeing a grotesque hand gripping the wall. From the dust, Grace emerged, completely consumed by the potion's effects. His body was distorted, and he growled in a guttural voice, "Diane, how dare you deceive me like this?" Andreas's eyes widened as he recognized Grace, now unrecognizable. Beside him, Keklung, sweating profusely, murmured, "It's Mayon." The two continued to glare at each other. Grace's body grew larger, his grotesque and inhuman form becoming more monstrous. His eyes, consumed by an unsettling blackness, reflected the side effects of the potion created by Professor Kyler. With a distorted voice, Grace shouted at Diane, "I'll show you what happens when you mess with me." Diane, tense in the situation, responded firmly, "Have you lost your mind? Do you think you can get away with this in another academy?" Andreas clenched his teeth, analyzing the scene as he thought to himself, To think that an incident meant for midterm exams is happening now. This is the danger of relying too much on game information. I should have kept a closer eye on him from the beginning of the school year. As chaos unfolded in the academy, Kyler strolled calmly through the institution's grounds, dragging a suitcase. Upon hearing the sounds of destruction, he paused for a moment and with a smile thought, the farewell party should have already begun. Inside, Grace raised his hand, conjuring an intense fire while declaring his intent to silence Diane's defiance. "Take this!" he shouted, launching his magic toward the young woman. Before the attack could reach her, Andreas positioned himself in front, cutting through the magic with his sword in a swift and precise motion. Grace stood dumbfounded, unsure how to react. Diane was equally surprised by this intervention. The protagonist, maintaining a steady stance, said, "Hey, idiot, there's no turning back, remember?" Grace, foaming at the mouth as his rage intensified, growled, You're that bastard from yesterday's grin?" These words confirmed for Andreas that Grace still retained some sanity, meaning he hadn't been under the potion's influence for too long. Grace clenched his fists tightly and screamed, "Perfect! I'll kill both of you!" Ketchlung stepped closer to Andreas, concerned, but the protagonist responded swiftly. "I'm fine. You two, step back for now." Diane, still in shock, shouted, "That guy killed a Milko student!" As Grace continued to grow, his muscles expanding and tearing his shirt, transforming into a monstrous form, Andreas turned to Diane and Ketchlung and ordered, "Let the teachers handle this mess. I'll buy you some time. Diane, prepare a powerful spell, something that can take him down for good." Diane, still paralyzed, wondered how Andreas managed to stay calm in such a chaotic situation. After a moment, she nodded and remarked, "But his body seems incredibly resilient." Andreas responded confidently, "No worries. With Ketchlung's help, you should have enough power." Ketchlung, though surprised by the responsibility placed upon him, took a deep breath, gathered determination, and confirmed Andreas's request. He followed Diane, both ready to give their full strength. Grace wasn't going to let it go easily. He prepared another fire spell, shouting, "Where do you think you're running to?" Launching a massive fireball forward, he added with a roar, "Die!" Andreas blocked the attack with his sword, exclaiming, "You're way too loud, you pig. If you can't even speak properly, shut your mouth." Moving his sword with precision once more, Andreas delivered a strike through the air, but a loud crash echoed, followed by a blinding light. Grace had summoned a magical shield to protect himself. Behind him, Ketchlung and Diane continued to form the magical circle in preparation for the powerful spell requested by Andreas. Damn it, even spoiled, he's still a mage, and thanks to the potion his shield became much stronger, thought Andreas, frustrated to see his attack blocked. Grace let out a grotesque laugh, baring his teeth and drooling, but Andreas didn't care how strong Grace had become. He was determined to overcome any obstacle. His sword began to glow with intense golden light, surrounded by a luminous aura, and he charged toward the monster. Diane, watching, thought, he's covering the sword with even more magic than during the tournament. Andreas's blade collided with Grace's magical shield once more, causing an unexpected reaction. Golden and purple sparks began to emerge as Andreas pushed to break through the barrier. It was a race against time, as Diane and Ketchlung's magical circle was almost complete. Suddenly, Ketchlung shouted to Andreas, "Sir Andreas, watch out!" Grace conjured more magic, launching golden blades toward the protagonist. Without hesitation, Andreas raised a stone shield to defend himself, blocking the attacks that were embedded into the barrier. Is he really going insane, using offensive magic while keeping his shield up? Andreas thought, bewildered. Grace continued to grow, his muscles expanding and ripping through what was left of his shirt. Now he resembled a giant, and Andreas, a mere ant before him. This isn't good, we need to stop him before he reaches his final stage, thought Andreas, charging towards Grace. He leaped and attempted to drive his sword into the opponent. Grace bared his teeth, growling fiercely as saliva dripped from his mouth. Damn it, he's as tough as Payat, thought Andreas, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Diane yelled, "Andreas, move back!" Hearing this, Andreas felt relieved. Ketchlung and Diane were ready with the magic circle. Seizing the opportunity, Andreas leaped with precision onto the ground as Diane prepared her attack. With her eyes glowing intensely, Diane unleashed her magic, Iron Spear. Suddenly, multiple black blades emerged, piercing Grace at various points. Andreas turned, astonished, his eyes wide. Advanced magic! Even with help, to think she could use magic like this, capable of piercing his skin, as expected of a stolen character from the playable roster. At this rate, she might even create original magic before graduating. Still, he sighed, observing the scene. Turning the director's son from Milko into such a mess is going to cause us a lot of trouble. Diane couldn't believe the extent of the situation either. Although he's turned into a monster, this is definitely going to be a problem, she commented, concerned. Ketchlung nodded, determined. There's no way out. I'll help you both as much as I can. Andreas remained silent for a moment, reflecting on how Diane had become involved and thinking that Bart would likely handle the situation behind the scenes. Then he said, "If anyone shows up, explain the situation. I'll go find the class instructor, Professor Kyler." Elsewhere in the school, an explosion shook the corridors, accompanied by desperate cries. "A monster! Don't try to face it, just hurry and call the professors!" Andrea sprinted toward the chaos, thinking, Kyler must have gone to his hideout amidst all this chaos. I need to stop him now to prevent him from causing even more trouble. This potion could be extremely problematic in future war scenarios. While searching for the professor, something caught his attention. A figure moved quickly, carrying a suitcase. Andreas immediately recognized him. It was Antonio Holt, Kyler's vassal. "I almost forgot about him. He doesn't stand out much, but I remember he left the room to check on Grace. He must have spread those potions everywhere. If I follow him, he'll definitely lead me to Kyler," thought Andreas, slipping into a nearby alley to keep an eye on him. However, just as he was preparing to follow, a familiar voice shouted, "Run, Lucia!" Andreas's eyes widened, and he turned immediately, searching for her. Lucia was holding a protective circle, trying to fend off another student, also altered by Kyler's potions, who was attacking two other students. The creature opened a mouth full of sharp teeth while Lucia yelled to her friends, "Run, as fast as you can!" She struggled to maintain the barrier. The impact was so intense that the circle shone with a metallic purple light, and the two students were thrown back by the burst of energy. Lucia, sweating and her skin burning from the proximity to the light, thought desperately, "Am I going to die here? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have sought a cure. I should have just lived my life without caring about anything." Suddenly, Andreas appeared, leaping toward the creature and delivering a powerful kick, sending it flying to the other side. Lucia, with a weakened gaze, recognized him and whispered, "That senior algae head." Everyone started running desperately through the corridors. Some screamed about being injured, while others called for their teachers. "Did everyone make it out?" someone in the crowd asked, ensuring the gates remained open. Luis asked Selena to take Chris to a safer place. However, worried, she questioned, "What? But what about you?" He had a plan. He was going back to help Vivian because he had a bad feeling about what might happen. It wasn't long before Instructor Ivy arrived at the scene. Her expression was intense, and in a loud voice she asked what all the noise was about. While everyone was outside, the battle raged on for Vivian. "If I don't stop him now, he'll definitely go after Andreas," she thought, clenching her teeth. Todlin was completely enraged. His veins bulged on his face, and his teeth remained clenched as he pressed his sword against the girl. Suddenly, he stepped back to gain momentum, and once again charged at her. They blocked each other's attacks until, in a desperate move, Vivian turned her face away in panic and headbutted him so hard that Todlon staggered back instantly. He was consumed by rage, his face bleeding uncontrollably as he growled something incomprehensible. Vivian remained calm, somewhat confused, but still focused on her goal. Her expression only changed when she saw Todlin's clothes ripping apart as all his muscles swelled almost instantly. "This is dangerous," she thought. Blood still dripped down her face as she reflected. "But that's exactly why I have to take him down here." She lunged at him, drawing her sword and striking. The attack was so strong that the wind surged, following the path of her blade. But something unexpected happened. Her expression changed just before she was sent flying by a sudden flash, rolling across the ground. Todlin had attacked as well. She steadied herself by driving her sword into the ground, pushing herself up with her knee while still questioning herself. "I'm still too weak. The way I am now, I won't be able to protect Andreas." Vivian spat blood as she coughed, but that didn't stop her. She repositioned herself, gripping her sword tightly. Todlin roared loudly, calling her to battle. That was enough for Vivian's eyes to be overtaken by a pure white glow. Her aura began to gather, emanating a strong purple radiance that surrounded her, while Todlin raised his mighty arm against her. At that exact moment, something took her by surprise. Ivy appeared beside her and said, "That's enough. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Todlin swung his arm down, but Ivy blocked it with her own strength in an instant. She stared at him and declared, "Todlon Terry, huh? What a shame. But it's already too late." With her own power, she tore his arm from his body, taking his head along with it. Vivian was astonished by the instructor's power. "So strong," she thought as Ivy observed the remnants of her small efforts lying on the ground. Then Ivy turned to the little girl and said, "Anyway, congratulations on holding out for so long." But the only thought running through Vivian's mind was how much she needed to become as strong as her. Elsewhere in the academy, Andreas held Lucia in his arms, dodging another rampaging student. To escape, he raised an earth shield, creating a solid stone wall that blocked the enemy's charge. As he ran, he thought, "Damn it. If I let Kyler escape, the war that follows will be a huge problem. In this situation where I can't summon any undead, I have no way to defeat that thing. I have to get her to safety first, then go after Kyler." As he pressed forward, a man suddenly appeared. His hands were in the pockets of a light-colored suit. It was Belial. In an instant, Andreas clenched his teeth and cursed under his breath. "That bastard! His students are being attacked and he's just standing there?" Passing by him, Andreas shouted, "I'll leave this monster to you, Mr. Dean." In his mind, he begged that psychopath to do his job. However, his attitude seemed to leave Belial somewhat puzzled. He watched Andreas, waiting for him to show something interesting. But since that didn't happen, he shifted his attention to the rampaging student, who was instantly disintegrated by a brilliant, shimmering light. Sometime later, Andreas was in the infirmary, staying by Lucia's side, who was still unconscious. The doctor on duty tried to reassure him. "She's fine. She just fainted from shock because her mana was depleted, but she'll recover after some rest." Slowly, Lucia's eyes began to open, waking up. The moment she did, Andreas immediately asked how she was feeling. "Still weak," Lucia responded. "Huh? So it wasn't a dream? I thought I was going to die." Andreas caught her attention, telling her that she almost did, then asked, "Why did you even consider fighting that thing?" In response, Lucia simply said, "I didn't want to fight either, you know that. But there were people who couldn't escape, so I had no choice." Andreas looked at her fondly, teasing her about how she sounded like a hero. However, deep in his thoughts, he knew that if things had gone as expected, he wouldn't have gotten involved at all. In the end, it was all his fault. Lucia sat up in bed shouting, "Your cute junior almost died, you know." Andreas, seeing her reaction, replied, "You seem fine if you can throw a tantrum like that." He watched her, imagining how terrifying the whole situation must have been, perhaps enough to make her want to lock herself in a room and become a reclusive researcher. Finally, he turned his back to her and said he was busy, so he was leaving. Lucia was surprised. "What? You just came here to mock me?" Before leaving for good, he glanced back at her, trying to encourage her in some way. "Oh, right. Once all of this is over, let's start working on your potions." She remained silent, her face completely flushed but still visibly surprised. The events of that incident replayed in her mind, the exact moment he saved her, kicking the student away. The instant her body collapsed in slow motion, unconscious, seeing Andreas's face trying to reach her. All of it brought a small, genuine smile to her lips. A few hours passed and night had fallen. In the forest, only the sounds of nocturnal animals could be heard. Andreas was there, walking toward a small cabin, lost in thought. If things follow the game's scenario, the boss battle against Kyler should take place in this hideout. But the events happened at different times. Is he really here? In the game, you need NPC companions to defeat him, but with how I am right now. He opened a portal, and from it emerged his summons, Nickel and Timer. Without hesitation, he ordered them to advance. The two completely obliterated the hideout with their shadows and swords, reducing the place to rubble with a massive explosion. Hearing all the noise and destruction, Andreas frowned in disapproval. There was no need to make such a mess. Suddenly, Timur grabbed one of Kyler's altered students by the neck, lifting him into the air. That startled Andreas. "That's Antonio Holt. That means Kyler must be here." In an instant, Nickel sliced the boy in half. Both stood atop the ruins they had created, while Andreas continued to ponder. Besides, Timur became an extremely powerful beast after his evolution succeeded. Even the final phase monster was easily defeated. And then there's Nickel, who was buffed by the 7 deadly sins, so a mid-level boss shouldn't be much of a problem. Approaching the wreckage, Andreas crouched down and noticed something strange. It felt like there was a hidden chamber beneath the debris. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the spot, forming a magic circle. Suddenly a door opened, revealing an entrance to what seemed to be a basement. "All right then, how about we pay a little visit to a terrorist?" The moment he took his first step, his eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, a powerful slicing wind mixed with dark energy blasted Andreas back, forcing him to retreat a few steps. "How do you know about this place?" A mysterious man spoke, shrouded in the same energy that had repelled our protagonist. The three immediately took a guarded stance. Soon the man recognized him. Karen's apprentice, Andreas Cromwell. Without wasting any time, a portal opened, and a massive hand emerged from it, lunging toward the man. However, sensing the danger, he leaped backward, barely escaping the grip. Suspended in the air, he was astonished, questioning what in the world that creature could be. But his shock escalated further when, all of a sudden, his hand was severed. The pain was excruciating, and he let out a sharp scream as he desperately tried to restore his limb. Upon seeing the source of his agony, he noticed a skeleton landing with a precise strike. "Oops, my bad. That was supposed to be your neck." Andreas stood still, his eyes locked onto his opponent. Furious, Kyler roared, "You brat! Now I understand. You're the one who killed Karen." There was no time to waste. Before he could finish speaking, Timur appeared from behind, now a creature 3 times larger than his enemy. The strike was devastating. The wind intensified, and Andreas remained motionless, carefully observing his summon's actions. "Finish him in a single blow, Timur." The feline understood the command and let out a ferocious roar, pounding the ground with multiple strikes. but something caught Andreas off guard. His eyes remained fixed on the scene, yet what he saw was not his opponent defeated, but rather a dark core, and Timur gritting his teeth. The aura surrounding the core began to spread across Timur, like a sinister sludge clinging to his body. The core had now become an altered being. Kyler had transformed into the embodiment of his own dark energy. His teeth had grown sharper, and his eyes gleamed with a brilliant white light. No matter how arrogant we black mages may be, to think that you actually managed to kill Karan, the one who created you. Andreas recognized the form he had taken. This is the final stage of dark armor, so he also has the ability to replace lost body parts. Glaring at his opponent, Andreas muttered, "Dark armor." Before he could finish his thought, Kyler interrupted, shocked. How do you know about that? Ridiculous! No one should know about this except Master just... Andreas didn't let him finish his sentence and struck with a swift, powerful slash of his sword. A golden light trailed the attack, forcing Kyler to dodge precisely to the side. The two locked eyes again as Andreas said, I know it well. Very well. It's a high-end item, with just as many defensive capabilities as offensive ones." Kyler smirked and boasted, "Ahaha! Then you understand you don't stand a chance of winning." But Andreas knew its weaknesses just as well. He cast fire magic onto his blade, causing Kyler to freeze in shock as the protagonist confirmed, "But it's weak against fire, isn't it?" At that very moment, a shadow reached him, preventing his spell from being completed. Kyler sneered, "All I have to do is not give you time to cast." But what he didn't expect was a violent punch from Timur, slamming straight into his face and sending him flying. Andreas then turned to his summon and commanded, "All right, Timur, go with Nickel and keep him occupied." The creature roared in approval. Kyler got to his feet and mocked, "You think mere undead like them can slow me down? What a ridiculous farce." He raised his hand, gathering a shimmering blue mana around his entire body, making Nickel and Timur widen their eyes. A massive explosion followed. Andreas took advantage of the chaos and resumed casting his magic, thinking, "This took longer than I expected." Timur and Nickel did everything they could to buy time for him, attacking from all directions. Kyler held them off, lifting the massive feline and tossing the skeleton away. "Even if a bunch of brainless monkeys like you come at me." But as he spoke, he was caught off guard. Timur was biting through whatever was restraining him, and Nickel was doing the same. "An undead managed to break through dark restriction?" Kyler muttered in disbelief. "No way, this is absurd, what the hell are they?" The two lunged at him again. Kyler, struggling to defend himself, couldn't dismiss the possibility that these bodies originated from Andreas' own congregation. At that moment, Andreas swung his sword, which had now taken the shape of a whip. Kyler immediately recognized it. Fusion magic! Bone whip! He was completely surrounded. Nickel charged at him, steadying his sword. Andreas followed, spinning his blade, which slithered toward his opponent. As it reached him, the bone serpent coiled around and restrained him. Kyler, staring at Andreas, grumbled, "You told me you'd attack with fire, yet here you are using physical strikes. Don't tell me you were just bluffing. You can't even use a..." He laughed, but his expression quickly changed. "Ahaha, what a pathetic trick. This could cost you your life." Blood was trickling from Andreas's nose. That technique took a lot out of him, and he uttered only two words: bone explosion. In an instant, fire began forming around his bone blade, and Kyler realized it was a dual enchantment. The explosion erupted with a deafening roar. Wiping the blood from his face, Andreas muttered, "This is more exhausting on the body than I expected. DNA really is impressive for handling it so easily, but for now, let's just say this technique was a great success, except for the part where I nearly turned my body to ashes from using too much mana." The flames continued to spread as he concluded, "Since Kyler, who was a big shot, is dead, the congregation will definitely make a move. For now, let's grab the items from the hideout, erase my tracks, and leave. Besides, the academy must be in chaos. I should return soon." In another location, Bart slammed his fist against the table, his voice filled with rage. "Repeat that. How many people?" His assistant, maintaining his composure, replied, "Yes, we have 15 people, including the 4 students from Milko. According to witnesses, the student who distributed the potion is named Antonio Holt, who is currently missing. He was Professor Kyler's assistant, or rather, he was." Frustrated, Bart leaned back in his chair, letting out a deep sigh before declaring, "That's enough. Suspend all academy activities until the incident is officially closed. Further details will be announced later, after discussions with Director Zeos." As soon as his assistant left, Bart sat in silence, staring at the wall deep in thought. What is happening in Roldan? Andreas was inside Kyler's secret research room. Maybe it's because this moment is different from the game, but there are a lot of items here that I've never seen before. It's a shame that most of them are junk. As he examined the books, he picked up Kyler's magic tome, which contained detailed documentation on shadow magic. This piques my interest now that I've become a black mage, but before, I never paid attention to it, he thought, holding the book. Andreas handed the tome to Nickel to place in the chest when something caught his attention. There was another chest, made of wood with golden engravings. He recognized it instantly. A chaos mimic treasure chest? Andreas approached it, but nothing happened. Normally, there should have been some kind of mana reaction, or even a hand with an eye in its palm emerging. He then explained, "This means someone separated the chest from the mimic's body, which means I can take the items from here without having to fight it. That is, if Kyler hasn't already taken them." Quickly, he walked up to the treasure and opened it, thinking, once all 3 items are removed, the mimic will turn into a normal chest. Since the chances of finding one of these are low, every item inside must be extremely valuable. The intense light emanating from the chest made it hard for him to see its contents. First, Andreas pulled out a golden key, then a mimic core. As he continued searching, he murmured, "I can't use this yet, but I'm sure it's valuable." Suddenly, he felt something different in his hands. When he pulled the object out, he realized it was an extremely old and rusted sword, with some broken parts. It was the sword of constant change, a weapon whose attributes and form altered based on its wielder. Andreas examined the blade with curiosity. "Interesting. But I already have my sword, so I don't need this." Before he could store it away, he heard a grunt from Nickel, who extended his hand asking for the sword. Without hesitation, Andreas tossed the blade to his summoned companion. All right. I was already thinking of buying you a new sword anyway." The moment Nickel grabbed the sword, a shimmering blue energy emanated from his body, instantly surprising Andreas. The weapon's previously unimpressive attributes skyrocketed. Mana conductivity, which was at 0%, increased to 150%. Downward strike speed rose to 200%. Additionally, its damage increased when held in a fixed position for a period of time. Andreas watched the scene intrigued. It looks like this sword has finally found a suitable owner. Andreas was captivated, observing both the sword and his skeletal companion while thinking, wow, the sword's shape and balance have changed to match Nickel. Plus, there are additional markings. This means the item has been designated for him. Nickel grunted once more, signaling that there was some noise outside. At that moment, Andreas gave his instructions. Take everything and head back to the academy. 5 days passed. At the station, the train had just arrived. As Andreas stepped off, he heard someone call out, "Senior, over here!" It was Lucia, completely changed. Her face was flushed, and her smile was radiant. She also wasn't wearing the academy's uniform. As Andreas approached her, he remarked, "You didn't have to come pick me up." She responded cheerfully, "My father sent me out because an important guest arrived unannounced." Andreas continued, "Let's go to your house immediately and start working on your research. We need to make as much progress as possible while the school is closed." Playfully, Lucia pouted as she mimicked his earlier words, then broke into a smile. "Come on, don't be like that. Let's have some fun. Your adorable junior here is going to show you around the city and—" Before she could finish, Andreas cut her off. "We won't have much time for that." He walked ahead, leaving Lucia completely annoyed. As they traveled by carriage, they talked. "From what I heard, the headmaster of Milko's son was among the victims of the incident, right? That guy was a nuisance until the very end. Since it was Senior DNA who managed to stop him, she apparently had to take responsibility for his death." Andreas listened while reading a book, but still commented, "No doubt. Her father, Bart, was a duke and one of the top 10 figures on the continent before becoming the master of Roldan's magic tower. That said, this incident must have tarnished the Alvin house's reputation." Lucia continued cheerfully, "It's good that DNA has solid support backing her up. Oh, that reminds me. Do you know how Professor Kyler died?" Andreas knew exactly what had happened, but of course he had to be discreet. "I heard he was killed by a monster of his own creation." Our little Lucia leaned against the carriage window and scoffed. "What an idiot! Creating a monster he couldn't even handle himself." Though honestly, just being alive was already a blessing for him. Andreas remained silent. People had reported exactly what he had said, making everything even more convincing. However, he was certain that they were secretly investigating the case, so he needed to be even more cautious. It wasn't long before the carriage arrived at Lucia's grand home. As they stepped down, she asked, "By the way, why did you suddenly decide to be so proactive when you're always so busy?" Andreas answered without hesitation, "Well, I thought I should help you since I'm going to sign the contract for the new potion." Lucia was completely stunned. "What? Are you serious?" But the moment was interrupted by a loud argument. "Hollington, I never thought you would deceive me like this." The young man's excuse was that the orcs of the Great Forest were extremely troublesome beasts, making material collection difficult. However, the woman didn't want to hear any of it and continued, "Do you think orcs are scarier than me?" But that wasn't the real issue. Hollington broke into a cold sweat. Lucia immediately called for her father, drawing the attention of both parties. The woman then turned to Hollington and asked, "This is your daughter, right?" Hollington stiffened, unsure of what might happen. But before he could react, the woman teleported next to Lucia, startling her as she said, "Come with me, dear. Your father didn't keep his promise. You understand, don't you?" Andreas was taken aback. That was an overwhelming display of power, and he had no idea who this woman was. Hollington rushed toward his daughter in desperation. "Please, don't do this, Lady Hagenthal. Right now, she's—" Before he could finish explaining Lucia's situation, the two vanished from sight and reappeared on the rooftop. "I'll bring her back next time I come here, Hollington. Make sure you get the neutralizer by then," Lady Hagenthal declared, holding our little mischievous and grumpy Lucia by the waist. As Lucia struggled to escape the woman's grasp, Lady Hagenthal kept cheerfully wishing everyone luck, but something caught Andreas's attention. He noticed the tattoos on her arms, spells inscribed directly onto her skin. With this new information, he began to suspect that he knew this woman. Then he shouted, "Is that you, Salem?" The woman stopped instantly. She looked at Andreas again, now with an enigmatic smile as her aura became visible. It had been a long time since they had last seen each other, but the revelation also caught the attention of both Hollington and Lucia. Andreas continued speaking in a loud voice. "Could you put the girl down, please?" But Salem, unwavering, replied, "You cheeky brat, just because I was nice to you once, you think you can give me orders?" However, Andreas wasn't giving an order. He was offering a deal. "I'll give you information of equal value in exchange." Salem didn't want to accept, as Andreas had no way to guarantee a fair trade, but her mind completely changed when she heard something very interesting. "The book written by the god of the mythological eras. I'll tell you where to find it." A drop of cold sweat ran down the protagonist's face. He knew this information could be irresistible. Moments later, Salem descended from the rooftop with Lucia and coldly asked, "So where is it?" The situation caught Hollington's attention, and he remained vigilant as Andreas said, "Are you sure I should say it here? There are others listening." Like two fools, father and daughter turned at the same time and covered their ears. "Just speak. If I don't find it, I'll simply get rid of all of you." With no choice, Andreas continued, "It's at Irva Lake on the southwestern border of the Empire. It should be in an underwater cave in that region, in the direction of 7 o'clock. Intrigued, Salem commented, "Irva Lake, huh? You didn't just make that up on the spot, did you?" Andreas simply questioned why he would do such a thing, but Salem's curiosity was still piqued. "Where did you get this information?" Unenthusiastic, Andreas replied, "That's the only thing I can't tell you." He knew this was information from the game. Salem was already used to Andreas's secrets, and without pressing further, she turned to Hollington. "I'll let it slide this time, but next time you know what could happen." Hollington bowed and declared firmly, "A promise is a promise. I will gather the materials no matter what." Finally, Salem looked at Andreas and said, "All right, a merchant lives and dies by trust, as they say." Then she asked how Andreas knew it was her. That's when the protagonist explained that he had begun to see the flow of mana. The system screen displayed that Andreas possessed talents in dark magic, necromancy, elemental water magic, as well as buffs for production, agility, and mana. He never imagined that his talent for mana manipulation, combined with his vessel traits, would be so useful. In the end, Salem left. She had inscribed countless magic circles on her own body to enhance her abilities, but that also meant her body would eventually disintegrate. Like Lucia, she carried a ticking time bomb. The book Andreas mentioned contained knowledge about harmony. If Salem could read it and balance her magic with her body, she might survive. Hollington could hardly believe everything had worked out, and relieved, he thanked Andreas. "I will definitely repay this favor." But for Andreas, it was nothing special. Then Lucia excitedly asked, "So, Senior, how do you know Salem?" Andreas needed to come up with an excuse quickly. "It was by chance. But more importantly, where's your lab?" Lucia's grimace said it all. "Then I won't tell you either. No way am I letting someone who might be working for the Empire's most wanted criminal into my lab." Andreas, sharp as ever, used her own words against her father. "Does that mean the Viscount can't enter either?" Hollington realized he was about to get dragged into it, and quickly withdrew. "That's my cue to leave." Lucia wasted no time and declared, "That's right, my father can't enter either. Why don't you go sign that contract with him already? After all, that's why you came, isn't it?" Andreas closed his eyes and sighed. "It doesn't have to be signed immediately. No need to be so cruel." Lucia crossed her arms and shot back. "Cruel? The one being cruel here is you, hiding things from me." Suddenly, a puddle of blood splattered onto the floor. Andreas's eyes widened as he immediately called out to Lucia. She was terrified. She tried to stop the bleeding with her hands, but there was too much. Then she ran into the house, desperately saying, "Oh no, I didn't want you to see me like this." Andreas was both shocked and concerned. "Is she okay?" But as Lucia ran, her body became more and more covered in blood. Then she collapsed to the ground, leaving everyone around her in complete horror. Lucia's life could never have been easy, let alone a bed of roses. From a young age, she had been trapped in her laboratory, trying to find a cure for her illness. Even at such a tender age, she was determined to develop the perfect formula to buy herself a little more time. But along the way, she had to deal with countless failures. One of her notebooks recorded her efforts. Attempt number 1121. Failure in the acidification of the pollock toad's salivary mucus. The process does not stabilize. Attempt number 1122. Trying to diversify a heated environment. After irregular configuration, the first attempts failed. After testing almost every possible variable, she realized that the reagent's instability could not be resolved. Perhaps it was necessary to change the ingredients. Seasons passed, and failure number 2735 marked a moment of deep frustration. Months later came failure number 3160. But even then, she persisted. Andreas remembered this moment. It was when he proposed a change. At the academy, he had found Lucia and suggested, "Try using this Yoben root. It should help neutralize the pollock toad's mucus." And once again, the determined Lucia was in her laboratory, murmuring to herself, "Another dead end, just having the ingredient isn't enough." While handling a small test tube, she recalled what Andreas had told her. "I'm a bit busy at the moment, but I'll make time to help you later, I promise." Now, Andreas held her notebook in his hands. He began reviewing the millions of notes she had written. Before, he had only seen them through a computer screen, so he never fully understood. But now, seeing everything up close, he realized that this was the battlefield where Lucia was wagering her very survival. Still lost in thought, he was snapped back to reality by a knock on the door. One of the women working in the house announced, "The young lady has just woken up. Would you like to see her?" Andreas grew concerned and immediately asked, "Has she fainted like this before?" The answer was exactly what he feared. No, according to the doctor, her condition worsened due to mana depletion shock. Andreas lowered his head, acknowledging that he was partly to blame. If only he had followed the game's course, Lucia would never have gotten involved in this situation, and now time was truly against her. Our dear Lucia lay in bed, deep in thought. "My body feels so heavy. It's like my mana flow is completely disrupted. I guess I really am going to die soon, or at least right now. I thought I could spend my last moments happily with Andreas." She could still recall Andreas's concern when she collapsed. Thinking about it, a small smile appeared on her lips. That panicked look on his face. "Ahaha. It's not so bad having someone worry about me. I'm sure he'll remember me." She closed her eyes, feeling the strong emotion of being remembered. That was when Andreas entered the room, calling her name. Lucia immediately turned around, startled. Entering a lady's room without permission is bad manners. But Andreas responded in his usual casual tone. "What are you talking about? I just wanted to check on my troublesome junior." Flustered, she turned her back to him, hiding her face. But I just woke up. I must look awful." Finding her reaction amusing, Andreas remarked, "Your personality is what's awful." He took a deep breath before adding, "All right, meet me in the reception room as soon as you're well enough to walk. I need to sign a new product contract with the Viscount. After that, I'll help you with your research." Lucia listened in silence, still embarrassed. A few minutes later, Hollington slammed an envelope onto the table and said, "I hope to continue having a good relationship with you. As the leader of a trading company, I don't want such a high-quality product to fall into the hands of other businesses." Andreas understood that feeling well, as he felt the same way. "Thank you for always offering me such advantageous contracts," he replied. However, this reminded him of the contract he had made with Salem when she was disguised as Lady Hagenthal. So he asked, "What kind of contract is this?" Hollington cleared his throat before answering, "She gave me a potion recipe that I prepare for her every 3 months at the trading company." At that moment, Andreas reflected, "It must be a potion to delay his body's disintegration. I never thought the Everlast Trading Group had a contract with Salem. It seems Viscount Hollington has more influence than I imagined." Just then, Lucia entered the room, asking if they had finished talking. With a faint smile, she said, "Shall we go, Andreas?" The protagonist stood up, bidding farewell to the Viscount, who in turn thanked him for always looking after his daughter. The two began walking down the corridor in deep silence, which made Andreas reflect, without the player's intervention, is it possible for Lucia to create her own cure? Of course, I have all the ingredients I need now, but since this world is no longer a game, I need to figure out the mixing proportions myself. The biggest problem is that the Yoben root I got from the congregation is almost gone. As Andrea stared intensely at Lucia, she noticed and interrupted his thoughts. "Senior, what are you thinking so much about? You're thinking about Vivian, aren't you?" Embarrassed, he replied, "Don't be ridiculous. Tell me how much progress you've made." Lucia looked ahead, as if the topic bothered her, and explained, "I already told you the other day, there has been no progress since I discovered the reaction. Besides, the Yoben root you gave me is almost gone too." Andreas was impressed. She had already come so far. He had hoped she had made some progress, but considering the entire process was a race against time, he decided to offer his help. "This cure, it's for you, isn't it?" Suddenly Lucia stopped, leaving Andreas to take a few more steps ahead. With a heavy heart, she murmured, "I'm going to die soon." Upon hearing those words, Andreas also stopped. Lucia continued, "Originally I was supposed to live for another year, but probably because I overexerted myself fighting those monsters. They said I only have 2 months left now. The implication was clear. After so many failures and with so little time remaining, Lucia might be on the verge of giving up. But Andreas wouldn't allow that. He froze in the middle of the corridor and declared firmly, "You're not going to die." Lucia was taken aback. "Hey, I'm not joking," she shouted, trying to maintain the seriousness of the situation. But Andreas turned to her, his face carrying a heavy melancholy. "We don't have time to waste. We need to start now." The hours passed and night finally arrived. Inside the laboratory, the discussions intensified. "I've already tried that," Lucia said, leaning over the table. Meanwhile, Andreas read through her notes and responded, "If that's the case, I'll just skip that step." He continued writing and then told her she should go to sleep since she had already grasped the process to a certain extent. However, Lucia insisted on staying with him a little longer. That was when Andreas stood firm in his decision. "If you don't go to bed earlier, you won't recover." Lucia understood the importance of resting, but deep down, she just wanted to spend more happy moments by his side. So, she proposed, "Senior, let's have some fun tomorrow." But once again, Andreas stated that they didn't have time for that. Lucia crossed her arms and spoke sincerely. "I've been stuck in this routine for years and years, Sas. I'm sick of it all." Then she added, "To be honest, this might be a waste of time, you know? I just wanted to create some memories at least." Her revelation made Andreas swallow hard. His heart softened. "Fine, but only for 2 hours." Lucia jumped with joy. "What? Are you serious? All right, then I want to try beer for the first time." Immediately, Andreas took back his words. "Beer? No way." Seeing his resistance, Lucia had no choice but to let go of her beer idea. The next day, the two strolled through the city's alleys. At a market fair, Lucia had fun grabbing bread and laughing alongside Andreas. And so it went the next day, and the day after that. Back in the laboratory, Lucia watched Andreas deeply focused, handling potions, trying to unravel their mysteries, sweating from the effort. The only thing on her mind was, "I wish I could stay alive forever." 3 days passed. Andreas was leaving, bidding farewell to Lucia and her father. The girl wanted to go out with him again the next day, but Andreas only said goodbye, stating that they would see each other at the academy. Lucia watched him leave, thinking to herself, "Even though I don't have much time left, these last few days weren't so bad." The academy had reopened. Andreas was handling some ingredients in the laboratory. Rodlin had resumed his activities, though Kyler's classes were, of course, no longer being held. Thanks to that, our protagonist had more free time to dedicate to his personal lab. He was focused and committed to his work. He added a drop of red liquid and waited in complete silence for the reaction, but it didn't take long. He sighed deeply, placed a hand on his head and requested to view his status. In an instant, multiple windows opened before him displaying his talents, another showing potion production, and indicating that he had a 40% chance of evolving. However, his dark magic was evolving at that moment. There were still 13 hours left for the process to complete. Andreas analyzed the situation. "I've been using dark magic a lot lately, so I managed to evolve it. But my potion-making skill? Not even close. Let's assume that evolving my potion talent is impossible for now, especially considering the final deadline is only 2 months away. My only option is to find a new recipe and increase the chances of evolution." He bit his lip in frustration. "Damn it! I thought I still had time. I ended up delaying her situation for too long, all because I tried to follow the game." Feeling frustrated, he stood up and declared aloud, "For now, I need to look for another option. I've already ordered the ingredients for the cure at the Everlast estate." Andreas headed toward the door. Upon opening it, he found someone who seemed relieved that he had finally answered. Before him stood one of his professors. The man spoke immediately. "I didn't think you'd take this long. I've been waiting all afternoon." The only thought that crossed Andreas's mind was, "Headmaster Belial? Why is he here?" But this mystery didn't last long. With an intense tone, Belial locked eyes with him and asked directly, "Andreas, can you use dark magic?" Andreas swallowed hard, unsure of how to respond. "What are you talking about? Unless someone here was completely insane, how could anyone at this academy use dark magic?" However, the headmaster simply smiled. "Well, who knows? Professor Kyler also seemed like a reasonable person on the outside. And just so you know, I don't believe all dark magic users are bad people." Before Belial could say anything else, an impatient Andreas interrupted. "I'm busy. If you have nothing else to say, could you please leave?" But the headmaster, unfazed, continued. "I saw your magic circle, Andreas." Andreas's once calm expression changed completely. He remained silent as Belial went on. "Your understanding of contradictions surprised me, so I assume you can use dark magic. After all, your foundation is built on contradictions. Whether you're a dark mage or not, that doesn't concern me. But now that I think about it, it would be much more convenient for me if you were. That way you could show me something even more interesting." That statement caught Andreas completely off guard. "What are you trying to say?" he asked, suspicious. Belial's smile widened to the point of furrowing his brow. "I was thinking of giving you some private lessons. If you accept my offer, You'll become a sorcerer in no time. Andreas remained silent. Becoming a sorcerer. That meant he could create his own unique magic, something that could even be combined with swordsmanship, like an aura master. And Belial was known as the youngest sorcerer among those who had reached that level. Normally, accepting such an offer without hesitation would be the obvious choice, especially coming from a genius like him. But there was a huge problem. Getting involved with a psychopath like Belial was an enormous risk. Besides, Lucia's cure was far more important right now. So Andreas bowed respectfully and said, "I'm honored by your generous offer," but before he could finish, Belial cut him off enthusiastically. "So, in other words, you accept. Let's start with the heart of elemental magic, matter fusion. I'll be back at this same time tomorrow." Panicking, Andreas tried to correct him aloud. "No, that's not what I meant," but it was useless. The headmaster simply vanished before him, using a teleportation spell with a greenish light. Overcome with frustration, Andreas clenched his fists. "That bastard! He only hears what he wants. Damn it, I've caught the attention of a seriously troublesome guy." 6 weeks had passed. Andreas arrived at the academy's laboratory and called for Lucia. "Take a break, I brought food." She turned to him, her face lighting up with a bright, happy smile, and asked excitedly, "What did you bring?" Lucia looked famished, eagerly biting into the sandwiches Andreas had brought. As he watched her eat, the protagonist thought to himself, "She really eats a lot. At least she has an appetite. And that's a good sign. Even with the Everlast company's help, I still haven't gotten all the ingredients for the potions. I skipped class and tried several mixtures, but the success rate is still only 51%. Maybe she can figure something out if she keeps trying, but the deadline is approaching way too fast." His thoughts were interrupted when Lucia, speaking with her mouth full, said, "Earlier, while you were out, I tweaked the formula a little." Unable to make out what she was saying, Andreas asked her to finish eating before speaking. But Lucia, eager to explain, chugged her soda in one go and motioned for him to come closer. She then showed him a paper with the number 74% written on it, and explained, "I was wondering if the toxins would eventually disappear if heat extraction was used while the ingredients were being mixed. After some calculations, I came up with this success rate." Andreas carefully analyzed the idea. Then Lucia turned to him and continued, "What do you think? Should we give it a try? At this rate it might work." But Andreas was firm in his response. "No, we're already at the end of our ingredients. That success rate is still too low to risk your life. We need to find another formula with a slightly better chance." Lucia took another bite of her sandwich and, with a playful smile, declared that she had an even better idea. She quickly swallowed the last bite and finished her soda before laughing. "If I eat all the ingredients at once like this, won't they just mix by themselves?" Andreas gave her a cold stare. Now is not the time for jokes. But stubborn as ever, Lucia crossed her arms and repeated his own words back at him. An awkward silence filled the room, until Andreas, visibly exhausted, finally broke it. "I'm tired, I'm leaving." Lucia's eyes widened at his words. When she turned to him, she realized he was actually walking away. Without hesitation, Andreas shut the door behind him with a cold finality, leaving her alone. A deep sadness overcame Lucia. She clenched her fists, holding back tears as she thought, "Idiot, if you look at me that seriously, it only makes me more scared." Her legs trembled, and once again the crushing weight of time bore down on her shoulders. Andreas stepped outside to get some fresh air, lying on a bench as he watched the wind carry the clouds away. "The way she's acting, like everything's fine, that only makes me more anxious. This isn't a world where she can just respawn if she fails. Think, don't stop thinking, let's go back to the very beginning, back in the private lab." Now inside the lab, he pored over the documents, lost in thought. "In the worst-case scenario, I'll have to use the 74% formula that Lucia suggested." He flipped through the papers relentlessly, searching for any alternative, any clue, until a loud bang swung the door open. "Who is it? It's not locked," he said, without taking his eyes off the documents. The door burst open violently and Diene rushed in, frantic. Her face was flushed and she was sweating. "Andreas! There you are!" He immediately noticed her unusual state. She looked completely exhausted. "What happened?" he asked, already feeling a bad premonition. Diene tried to catch her breath before speaking, gasping for air. "It's Lucia! She was coughing up blood and collapsed!" That information left Andreas utterly stunned. The scene shifted to a silent room where Lucia lay, pale and unmoving. Beside the bed, Andreas and Diene spoke in hushed voices. "An incurable disease? I didn't know she had one," Diene murmured worriedly. "I also notified the Everlast house just in case." Andreas kept his gaze fixed on Lucia. They said she would be fine for a few more weeks. But seeing her like this, it's hard to believe what the doctor said. Diene, feeling helpless, kept lamenting. "She's in a terrible state. I'll ask my father to gather the best doctors in Rodlin." But at that moment, Andreas interrupted her, his voice serious. "Diene?" She flinched, startled by his tone, and looked at him confused. I need to ask you a favor. DNA was now inside the laboratory where Andreas and Lucia had been working. She was amazed at how much progress they had made. It was truly impressive, but it was also here that they had hit a wall. Andreas explained, theoretically, nothing should remain after synthesis, but for some reason, there's still a lethal dose of toxin. DNA carefully examined the situation. Do you know exactly at what stage this toxin is formed? Andreas shook his head. No. Since we don't have the exact proportional rate, we can't pinpoint it precisely. DNA crossed her arms and thought for a moment before commenting, if we could convert the remaining toxins into water and expel them, things would be much simpler. At that instant, Andreas's eyes widened. Convert the toxins into water? How did I not think of that before? If they could transform the residual waste into water, then... Suddenly he recalled what Belial had said about the heart of elemental magic, matter fusion. But his expression quickly changed. He clenched his fists, a tightness forming in his chest. But now, it's too late to learn that. Andreas turned to DNA and asked, can you use matter fusion magic? Her face lit up with hope. Yes, more or less. Wow, this might actually work. She stood up excitedly, insisting that they should start immediately. The two of them began manipulating the elements and ingredients in test tubes. With each small success, Andreas jotted down notes as day turned into night and Lucia's suffering only worsened. Outside the room, the frantic voices of doctors echoed down the hallway. Stop the bleeding first! Stabilize her mana! But the horror on the doctors' faces was unmistakable. Her mana isn't stabilizing, one of them muttered, hands covered in blood. Lucia convulsed in pain, coughing up blood. Her body was already at its limit. The flow of mana was far stronger than expected, and they needed to stabilize it, fast. Hollington stood in the room, held back by his maid. He screamed his daughter's name in desperation, the possibility of bad news eating away at him. Is this the last breath of her fading mana? This isn't good, one doctor thought, panicked. Suddenly the door swung open. Everyone turned in shock to see who would dare interrupt at such a critical moment. It was Andreas, panting, as if he had sprinted as fast as possible to get there in time. Sweating, he simply said, forgive me for being late. It was a new day. The wind drifted into the room, gently swaying the curtains. The sun marked a fresh beginning, making it almost impossible to believe in the storm from the previous day. Lucia slowly opened her eyes, unaware of what had happened. Andreas was by her side as if he had been there the entire time, waiting for her to wake up. Seeing him, she could hardly believe that this was her seaweed-headed senior. She sat up gradually, sensing something different. I feel better for some reason. She looked at her hands, incredulous. My mana has calmed down too. Is this what they call terminal lucidity? That thing where you feel better for a moment before dying? Her attention then shifted back to Andreas. Wait, since when has he been here? Lucia let out a soft smile, leaning in closer to Andreas's face. He seemed to be in a deep sleep, even while sitting up. With a playful tone, she murmured, perfect. I have a chance to say goodbye. I had so much fun thanks to you, Senior. You gave me hope that my illness could be cured. Honestly, I even forgot that I was supposed to die soon. She smiled tenderly. If it weren't for you, I'm sure my heart would have died first and I would have spent my last days in misery. So, thank you for everything. She closed her eyes for a moment, took a deep breath and whispered, Goodbye, Seaweed Head Senior? However, just as she was saying her farewell, he remained still, his eyes closed, until suddenly, he spoke. Where do you think you're going? Lucia, who had been smiling calmly, jolted in shock, instinctively pulling back. Andreas opened one eye and remarked, You look better. Still recovering from the scare, she asked suspiciously, You were awake? Since when? He smirked and replied casually, Around the time you said you were going to die soon, I think. Lucia's face instantly turned red. It was as if metaphorical flames were bursting from her pores as she averted her gaze, flustered. Could you leave, please? I want to be alone. But Andreas, with a mischievous grin, retorted, Sure, you seem just fine now. Crossing his arms, he continued, It must have been hard for you, living with the knowledge that you wouldn't be around for much longer. The fact that you endured all of this on your own is truly incredible. I'm glad. Then in a more serious tone, he added, And since I haven't had time to run clinical tests, I still have some concerns. Just to be safe, you should rest for a few more days. Lucia's eyes widened, and she immediately turned her gaze to him. Her face was flushed, and her expression was pure disbelief. So, I'm not going to die? Andreas smiled and confirmed, That's right. So let's save the farewell words for about 60 years from now. Lucia gripped the bedsheets tightly, trying to speak, but her voice came out weak, mixed with sobs. The truth is, I didn't want to die either. Then the tears came. Everything that had once suffocated her heart overflowed, streaming down her face in desperate sobs. Andreas remained silent, simply witnessing the moment in case she needed support. Lucia collapsed onto the bed, completely consumed by relief. Some time passed, and keeping up with Belial, the youngest sorcerer, had been no easy task for Andreas. He was certain that the headmaster wasn't too thrilled about it either. However, regardless of Belial's intentions, the learning experience had been invaluable for Andreas. Time passed, and soon the day of the midterm exams arrived. On a platform drawing everyone's attention, someone announced, "Now line up, regardless of whether you're from the College of Magic or the College of Knights." In the middle of the crowd, Vivian called out to Andreas. He turned around and smiled. "It's been a while, Vivian." She took a deep breath before replying. "I heard rumors. You cured Lucia's illness, didn't you?" However, Andreas simply replied, "All I did was help her." Vivian blushed at his gentle smile. So you became a fairy for Lucia too?" Andreas chuckled awkwardly, thinking he'd rather be called Seaweed Head than Mr. Fairy. The woman on the platform, once again drawing everyone's attention, firmly announced, "Now, I will explain the contents of the exam. Your ranking will be based on the number of floors you can climb. Be aware that traps and monsters will be lurking on each floor, and the higher you go, the more difficult it will be. Additionally, the exam will be broadcast to both the Academy and the public outside." Andreas remained silent. He knew exactly which tower this was. The Tower of Modris, a 30-floor structure built with magic by Modris Alvin, the first leader of House Alvin. Due to its immense difficulty, no student had ever reached the final floor. Additionally, only students could challenge it, as the tower had been enchanted to be inaccessible to anyone over 25 years old. As such, the results of this exam would determine who was the strongest student in Rodlin. Originally, the exams were supposed to be cancelled due to Kyler's involvement, but since that issue had been resolved, Andreas could now focus entirely on the challenge ahead. The instructor continued, "Entry will be limited to 20 people at a time. In the event of a life-threatening situation, you will be automatically teleported out of the tower, so I encourage everyone to give it their best. Now, we will distribute your numbers." Andreas and Vivian shared their numbers. His was 38. Hers was 16. Of course, our little troublemaker was disappointed. She had definitely wanted to enter alongside her Mr. Fairy, and she made sure to let Andreas know that. However, he responded naturally. "Even if we could enter together, the starting point might be random, so we'd end up separated anyway." At that moment, Deanne joined them with a beaming smile and asked, "What numbers did you two get?" They revealed their numbers, and Deanne excitedly commented, "I got number 3, so I'm in the same group as Vivian." She then started observing them closely, and her expression shifted to something more mischievous. In a playful tone, she asked a question that, without a doubt, many others would also like to hear the answer to. "By the way, you two, I always see you together." While Andreas didn't quite grasp the meaning behind her words, Vivian's eyes widened in embarrassment as soon as Deanne asked outright, "Are you two in that kind of relationship?" Vivian abruptly turned away, pressing her hands against her burning cheeks. Meanwhile, Andreas adopted a thoughtful expression. "My relationship with Vivian, huh?" Deanne, noticing the poor girl's desperate reaction, asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Meanwhile, Andreas reflected on his moments with Vivian. "We saved each other's lives and share secrets that only the two of us know. So we're exactly like normal friends, but to be honest, I don't know how to describe it." After some deep thought, he finally answered, "She's a friend. A friend I can trust deeply." Deanne remained silent for a moment, her expression neutral, but soon after, a mischievous smile crept onto her face. "Really? Is he playing dumb or is he actually that clueless?" she thought, barely holding back laughter. Realizing she wouldn't get anything out of Andreas, she turned to Vivian and asked directly, "And what about you, Vivian? I think you two match so well." Andreas noticed that Vivian was in a tight spot, and trying to ease the pressure, redirected Deanne's attention. "You're being a bit rude." However, Vivian vehemently denied it. "That's not true. It wasn't rude at all." Yet despite saying that, she dashed off, unable to handle the embarrassment. It looked as though she wanted to dig a hole and disappear. Deanne grinned widely, thoroughly entertained. "No way! A one-sided love?" Andreas remained silent, keeping his usual unreadable expression. But soon, he brought Deanne back to the topic at hand. "Good for you. Vivian has a big heart, so she doesn't get upset by your rude jokes." However, Deanne suddenly became serious and stated, "Listen, Vivian, she's..." Before she could finish, the call for numbers 1 through 20 echoed throughout the area, announcing the first entry into the tower. That was Deanne's cue. She turned to Andreas and said, "Well, I guess now's not the best time to talk." Andreas wished her luck, and she confidently replied, "Of course I'm not losing this time either. You better give it your all." He smiled. "Well, then you'll have to climb pretty high. After all, I'm aiming for the top of the tower." Silence fell over the area. Everyone around had heard his words and was stunned. Murmurs began to spread through the crowd. "He's really confident. That's the guy with the unique constitution." Andreas maintained a confident smile, and everyone could tell. He wasn't joking. Deanne smiled to herself. She was eager to see his true potential and witness whether he would truly achieve his goal. The portal activated. The students took their positions, ready to enter the tower. Vivian kept her thoughts focused. This time, she would prove that she was stronger than anyone else in the academy, because only then could she be Andreas's sword. The highest floor ever reached in the Academy's history was the 25th floor. This record was set by Maximin Cronell after graduating from Rodlin. He became known as the Walking Calamity and grew into one of the strongest aura masters on the continent. Despite the tower being a place where even a man like him couldn't reach the top, less than 10 minutes into the exam, some were already making history. Andreas read the progress board, which showed that DNA Alvin had cleared the first floor alongside Vivian. Murmurs began spreading among those watching the trial. It was a grueling test, and after 4 intense days since the start of the intermediate exams, through a long and deadly battle, DNA emerged victorious. No one had come this far since Maximin Cronell, the strongest swordsman on the continent. DNA cheered with excitement. "I did it! I defeated the boss of the 20th floor!" She stood before a massive creature that was slowly disintegrating. The same scene was being broadcasted on the giant screens, where everyone watched in awe and congratulated the master of the tower. His daughter had become the first mage in history to achieve such a feat. However, Bart remained firm, his arms crossed, and responded coldly, "There's no need for this commotion. This is nothing compared to the original tower of the Imperial Palace. It only took so long for Maximin's record to be broken. It didn't take long for Vivian to be the next one to appear on the screen." "Oh, is that?" a spectator at the magic tower muttered. The creature she faced resembled a massive parrot. It opened its beak and let out a piercing, high-pitched screech. Vivian observed it coldly. In a single motion, she dashed forward and struck the ground, causing multiple craters to form. Then, gripping her sword, she leaped. But as she turned mid-air, she couldn't believe what she saw. A speed that doesn't match its size. It's exactly like back then. She recalled one of Kyler's students she had faced days ago, but that wouldn't stop her. After that day, Vivian had undergone rigorous training and was now confident in her abilities. She assumed her battle stance. Her aura flared violently, and her eyes were consumed by an intense white light. The creature lunged at her from above, attempting to strike, but Vivian didn't hesitate. She struck it mid-air, forcing it to crash to the other side. Slashes tore through the space around them, the combat growing increasingly fast and intense. She pressed the attack, landing a direct hit on the beast. Then, with swift agility, she dodged and created distance. Gripping her sword tightly, she raised it high. With a precise slash, she mercilessly sliced off the creature's beak. However, her face bore a triumphant smile. Everyone who witnessed the scene was left speechless. Then, an announcement echoed through the area. Clearing the 20th floor right after DNA Alvin, Vivian Belkin. Among the spectators, a man adjusted his monocle and commented, "Is that the daughter of the Belkin family? How surprising." Beside him, another man, even more incredulous, responded, "But the way she looks, it's like she's possessed by madness." A few seats away, a woman smiled, crossing her arms and legs. "You know what they say, everything beautiful has its thorns, right? But if she can tame the beast within her, she could rise above all the others." That woman was Minius, the Duchess of Morhaime. When both girls reached the 21st floor, unfortunately, they were unable to clear it. They were forced to give up. As soon as they exited the tower, they were greeted by a wave of applause and cheers. "You two are incredible, the pride of the fourth-year students." Crowd chanted their names, celebrating their achievement. DNA turned to the sweet yet fierce Vivian and congratulated her for making it so far. But Vivian, her eyes glimmering with competitiveness, replied, "But I made it a little further than you, so the victory is mine." DNA raised an eyebrow and smirked. "If you're putting it that way, I defeated the 20th floor boss first." Vivian fell silent, but after a moment she mumbled, "The victory is still mine." DNA rolled her eyes, amused by the rivalry. When Andreas found them, he congratulated them on their feat. DNA, still smiling, responded, "It's a shame, though. I only managed to reach the 21st floor despite all my big talk." Our protagonist answered casually, "Beyond the 20th floor, it's a completely different dimension. Not just anyone can make it that far." DNA was startled by his words. For a moment, it seemed like she suspected that Andreas had first-hand experience there, but he quickly changed the subject. "I just read the records in the library." Their conversation was cut short by a loud voice announcing that the next participants should line up in front of the tower. Andreas, already eager, said his goodbyes. DNA reaffirmed enthusiastically, "I can't wait to see you reach the top." Her comment sparked a flicker of jealousy in Vivian, who couldn't ignore it. As Andreas began to walk away, Vivian ran after him and called out his name. "Andrea, do your best." Her face was completely flushed. Andreas smiled and nodded. As he walked toward the portal, he found the situation ironic. In the beginning, Vivian was the person he most wanted to avoid. Now, she was the person he trusted the most. And with that, Andreas stepped through the portal, brimming with confidence. He had already begun, gripping his sword tightly as he drew it from its sheath. Before him, a deadly trap, walls, ceiling, and floor covered in razor-sharp blades. He cleared the first floor in 12 minutes and 3 seconds. On the third floor, He faced multiple goblins and completed it in 1 hour and 3 minutes. By the 8th floor, he defeated the boss with a clean cut, severing one of the creature's limbs. Total time, 6 hours and 45 minutes. There, he had set the fastest recorded time. On the 9th floor, he completed the challenge in 7 hours and 33 minutes. Now he sat by the fire, roasting a piece of meat to eat. After so much battling, exhaustion was starting to take its toll. "I'm starving. I'll rest here for a bit." As he ate, he summoned his status window and analyzed his information. Now that my dark magic talent has evolved, it has expanded to the entire dark magic system, not just necromancy. Plus, thanks to the successful creation of Lucia's cure, my potion-making talent has also evolved. And then there's that talent that grew thanks to Belial's private lessons. Elemental magic. Mediocre. He recalled the skeptical look Belial had given him when he suddenly succeeded in something he had struggled with for hours. Well, at least that weirdo was useful. Then he examined his evolution chances. The notification window indicated that his elemental magic had a 74% chance of evolving. If he continued at this pace, he should gain enough experience by the time he left the tower. Better focus on using elemental system abilities to maximize my evolution. Andreas pulled out 2 potions from his pocket and muttered to himself, only 2 magic-blocking potions left, not exactly reassuring. So he decided, for now, the best thing to do is rest a bit. He lay down on the ground beside the fire, letting the warmth ease the cold night. He was certain that things wouldn't be easy from the 10th floor onward. A day had passed since Andreas entered the tower. Now he stood on the 10th floor, face to face with an iron golem. Our protagonist noticed that the creature's shield was deactivated. So far, everything seemed under control. Suddenly, a red glow began to concentrate on the golem's head. A powerful beam was fired. Andreas dodged at the last second. He knew he had to wait. Once the shields were down, the golem would enter attack mode, randomly shifting the location of its magic core between 4 points. One of its arms, its head, its chest. Andreas had time. He would start by eliminating the possible locations one by one. First, he aimed for the right arm. Drawing his sword, he infused the blade with dark mana and attacked. Wrong spot! He quickly retreated. There was no time to waste. Deciding to end the fight quickly, he used one of his potions. He threw a magic blocking potion at the golem's head, leaving it completely disoriented. Then, he tossed another potion at its chest. So the core is in the left arm! As soon as the golem was exposed, it fired another beam, but Andreas had already anticipated the attack. He swiftly dodged, and with a precise strike, severed the enemy's arm. Landing smoothly, he sheathed his sword and then smirked with determination. Well, let's see how many floors I can climb today. Andreas was now the center of attention. The screens broadcasting the exam displayed his astonishing feat. 7 minutes! In just 7 minutes! Andreas Cromwell! He had not only broken Maximin Kronel's record of 8 minutes, but also defeated the Iron Golem of the 10th floor in the fastest time in the Academy's history. That boy is incredible, a man commented excitedly while watching alongside Bart Alvin. He can plan and execute strategies with precision. On top of that, he knows how to use his resources at the right moment, like his potions, to turn the tide of battle. He acts as if he's already entered the tower before. The man was completely in awe of Andreas. Such an intelligent and bold student. If he keeps this up, he might actually surpass Maximin's record of 25 floors. While the man spoke enthusiastically, Bart remained silent, listening with a less than pleased expression. He turned his gaze back to the screen and in a serious tone remarked, I can't say whether he'll go that far, but I can confirm one thing. It's not just the wealthiest and most influential people of the Empire watching. The eyes and ears of the Imperial Court are here as well. Upon hearing that, Minius took notice of the conversation and stated, I had no idea a monster like him still existed around here. Meanwhile, an even more mysterious man wore a subtle smile, clearly intrigued but remaining silent. Soon, the scene focused on a young woman with her hair tied in a ponytail, her face slightly flushed, yet her expression neutral. However, one thing was certain. From this moment on, the entire Empire would be watching Andreas Cromwell. The 5th day of the exam arrived. The sun shone at the top of the tower as if nothing was happening. But inside, a violent explosion shook the surroundings. Debris and chunks of wood flew through the air. Andreas was facing one of the creatures. Standing before him was a massive beast with the face of a bull. It snorted furiously, blood trickling from its nostrils. Andreas leapt without hesitation. With a precise strike, he severed the creature with impeccable skill. Its head rolled across the ground. Our protagonist took a deep breath, sheathed his sword, and felt relieved to have cleared yet another floor. As he walked toward the next challenge, he thought to himself, since the floors beyond the 27th don't even exist in the game, this is going to be tough. The 30th floor, the last one, I can't wait to see just how strong the enemies are. In the spectators' room where the students awaited the end of their exams, Everyone remained standing, their eyes glued to the screen. Finally, Andreas Cromwell has reached the last floor. The comments buzzed. DNA and Vivian were there as well, looking impressed. Wow, he really did it. Not only did he break Maximin's record, but he also reached the top, DNA remarked. Meanwhile, Vivian muttered, Andreas, he's still far ahead. Then without another word, she turned to leave, leaving DNA confused. Vivian, where are you going? The sweet girl looked back and replied with determination. To train, because Andreas is definitely going to win. DNA remained silent. Torrential rain poured down where Andreas stood. He glanced around and murmured to himself, I've been walking for a while now, but I haven't seen a single creature. Am I just going to wander around doing nothing? There's no way the 29th floor is the last. If that were the case, why is the 30th floor empty? As he walked through a field of exposed roots, a chilling voice echoed, Rise. Andreas hesitated, but soon noticed the roots around him were moving. They began clustering together, forming an arm, then a leg, until his eyes met those of his opponent. This was Grassel, the boss of the tower's final floor. Confident, Andreas smirked. Interesting. We're going straight to the boss fight, huh? The colossal creature rose awkwardly yet imposingly and immediately launched a brutal strike. Andreas barely managed to dodge it. Fire magic is effective against tree-type enemies, but in this rain it's unlikely to do much damage, he thought. Grassel attempted another strike but failed, letting out a deep growl. With every dodge, the creature seemed to analyze Andreas's movements, trying to predict his next step. That's when Andreas's eyes widened. What's with this regeneration speed? Looks like he's not going to let me win so easily. In a moment of unexpected carelessness, Andreas was caught by one of the roots, which coiled around his body and lifted him into the air. However, he reacted swiftly, slicing the root with windslash and landing gracefully on the ground like a cat. Suddenly, the creature's trunk split open, emitting a blinding light. From within, numerous root-like orbs began emerging. They looked like seeds. What is this? It's going to be tough dealing with this monster without any information on it, Andreas thought, quickly raising his earth shield. The shield rose from the ground, blocking the approaching seeds. However, upon impact, they exploded in bursts of green light. Caught off guard, Andreas instinctively leaped back. When he looked again, the spot where his shield had been was now completely overrun by vines. If I get hit by those things, I'm screwed. He barely had time to finish his thought before the creature struck him once again, sending him flying even farther. Digging his hands and feet into the ground to stop himself, Andreas quickly assessed the situation. If I show any openings, the hidden roots underground will attack me. The main body keeps regenerating, and on top of that, there are the spore attacks. What a mess. I don't have time to search for the core or weak points, let alone cast a spell. I have no choice but to end this in a single blow. As that thought crossed his mind, his eyes widened. In a single blow? An idea began to take shape in his mind. In the spectator hall, the screen displayed Andreas running. That's when someone commented, He's been running for 30 minutes now. Looks like this is his limit. Just getting this far already broke another record, but I don't know if that'll be enough for him. Hearing this, Deanne turned and saw two students talking. One of them added, It's a shame. I really thought he would reach the top. She turned her gaze back to the screen, thinking to herself, Now that he's come this far, I want to cheer for him. The broadcast zoomed in on the protagonist. Everyone could see how exhausted he was. He could barely hold his sword properly, dragging it constantly along the ground. That's when Deanne noticed something. He's not just running. Andreas's sword was scraping the ground, kicking up dust with every step. The impatient creature opened its trunk once more and fired its explosive seeds. Upon touching the ground, they began to sprout, forming a forest of vines. Bart, watching closely, smirked. What a bold kid. The Emperor, on the other hand, looked perplexed, speechless. Meanwhile, Minius grinned just like Bart. That thing is so ridiculously huge, he muttered. Deanne clenched her fists tightly, a bead of sweat rolling down her face. Suddenly, a memory surged into her mind. The moment she had created a magic circle to help Andreas against Kyler's students. That was exactly what he was doing. Andreas, using his sword, had been drawing an enormous magic circle around the creature. It was a colossal amplification spell. As soon as he completed it, he raised his sword, now engulfed in flames. With a determined gaze, he declared, This is your end, blockhead. Fiercely, the creature unleashed another barrage of seeds, but Andreas skillfully dodged. It then raised its massive hand for a devastating strike. The moment it swung down, Andreas seized the opportunity. He swiftly climbed up the creature's arm, ran along its back, and drove his sword into its nape, chanting, Wall of Fire. The circles on the ground began to glow intensely, activating the pre-drawn spell. Suddenly, an enormous wall of fire erupted, engulfing the creature in flames. The attack was so intense that the broadcast nearly cut off due to static interference. At last, Andreas had landed a direct hit on the boss of the 30th floor, Grassel. and at that very moment, for the first time in the Academy's history, the 30th floor was cleared. The students remained frozen, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. He did it? I was wondering why he wasn't attacking. Turns out he was actually creating an amplification magic circle. Diene couldn't utter a single word. The shock on her face was evident. She couldn't believe Andreas had enough mana to cast an amplification circle on that scale. The rain showed no signs of stopping. In the center of the battlefield, charred root fragments slowly fell to the ground. Andreas panted heavily, exhaustion weighing on him, but his gaze remained steady. What was once an imposing creature was now nothing more than a scorched trunk. He shouldn't be able to regenerate after this, Andreas murmured. On the other side of the broadcast, Minius smiled and remarked, Andreas Cromwell, what an unbelievable kid. The more I watch, the more fascinating he becomes. What do you think, Vice Commander Denard Slay? A man with black hair and a thick mustache nodded, clearly impressed as well. As of now, his nobility is just a title on paper, so there shouldn't be any issues in recruiting him. Minius's smile widened at this, and Denard continued, I suggest we make our move now, as it seems that Her Highness, the third princess, intends to act first. Just as he said this, the woman who had been shown earlier in the broadcast descended the stairs. Minius waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, he said as he stood up, tidied his hair, and declared with a confident glint in his eyes, I plan to make him the most tempting offer of all. Meanwhile, Andreas held a strange artifact in his hands, the Rune Stone of Desire. This stone was awarded to the first person to clear the 30th floor of the tower. Its power allowed the user to double their rewards when used inside the true Imperial Tower, located within the palace. It looks like this item is meant to be used in the Royal Tower. It could be useful in the future. Andreas pondered. Suddenly, strong static crackled behind him. Turning around, he saw a portal. The exit? Andreas approached, intrigued. I thought I would be automatically teleported back to the entrance. With no other choice, he stepped through the portal. Outside, the sun shone brightly, its light reflecting off the towering structure. The crowd was restless, eagerly awaiting Andreas's emergence, but nothing happened. Why hasn't he come out yet? I had to come here because the live broadcast was cut off. Let's wait a little longer, Minius thought, watching the uneasy crowd. The announcer's voice echoed through the area, informing everyone. Dear guests, we would like to inform you that we are currently investigating the cause of the delay in the challenger's return. We ask for your patience and understanding. Minius smirked, crossing his arms. Andreas Cromwell, already making me nervous right from the start, huh? The portal's light shone intensely. Andreas took his first step forward, and the moment he fully crossed through, he was stunned. No way. His eyes widened as he found himself facing an immense door, behind which golden wings stretched outward, and a long staircase led up to it. This was a hidden floor. Andreas began climbing the stairs, paying close attention to every detail around him. His mind raced. I've played this game so many times, but I never knew this existed. Well, I should keep going. It's not like there's an option to turn back now. Reaching the door, he placed both hands on it and pushed. Bracing himself for anything, he was completely caught off guard. It's a good thing you're following this with me because this is hard to put into words. But I'll just repeat what he said when he saw that scene. What the hell is this? Before him, an absurd number of interconnected magic circles spun like gears, forming a single colossal spell. The Tower of Madras was sustained by this intricate magical mechanism. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the hall. Congratulations on reaching the final floor, student of Rodlin. This is a hidden floor, accessible only to the first who surpasses the 30th floor. A man appeared before him, dressed in the robes of a powerful mage. He continued, this place is invisible from the outside, protected by layers upon layers of ancient magic. Andreas quickly realized this was a psychic projection, yet the sheer energy in the place was overwhelming. The man then spoke again. It is a pleasure to meet you. You are the first, and you shall also be the last to find me. My name is Modras Alvin. Andreas's thoughts fired off rapidly. Modras Alvin, the first head of the Alvin family. Even if this is just a projection of someone who died centuries ago, I never expected him to be Bart's ancestor. Modras stroked his long beard as he spoke. Ah, so you're a man of few words. But since you've made it this far, I'm certain you're quite capable. Deep down, I had hoped that one of my descendants would be the first to reach this place. Have they not inherited my magical talents? He let out a sigh before concluding. Regardless, in recognition of your abilities, I shall grant you a reward. That piqued Andreas's interest. He wanted to know what kind of reward he would receive, but Modras chuckled, praising his honesty and showing his desires. However, he made one thing clear. Nothing would come for free. Fixing his gaze on Andreas, he lifted one foot and declared, I have one last challenge for you. Try to defeat me. The moment his foot touched the ground, a wave of shimmering energy spread through the area, causing the ground beneath Andreas to collapse. With no time to react, he was sent flying, spinning through the air. Still in the midst of the impact, Andreas forced himself to regain balance, trying to slow his fall using his own body. Panting, he thought, irritated, "Damn it, old man, attacking me out of nowhere?" Modras, on the other hand, merely smiled and taunted, "Show me what you're capable of. After all, you are the young man ushering in a new era." But something caught his attention. Andreas wasn't moving. He remained still, showing no intention of attacking. His thoughts were clear. Even if he's just a psychic projection, he still expects me to fight a legendary mage? Then Andreas smirked. "I can't say I'm a master of magic, but if it's cunning you want, I have plenty of that." Modras burst into laughter, satisfied with the answer. However, Andreas remained tense. "Okay, since I have no choice but to fight, I need to stay calm first. Compared to the real Modras when he was alive, this projection is definitely weaker. And if this place really can't be seen from the outside, then I have a chance to win." Modras decided to start the battle. Raising a hand, he cast Giga Cyclone, unleashing a destructive blast of razor-sharp winds toward Andreas. However, instead of dodging, Andreas boldly ran straight into the attack. With his sword in hand and a grin on his face, he charged through the raging winds. This took Modras by surprise. He slipped through the opening between the cyclones. How audacious! Andreas's blade glowed as he unleashed his attack. Wind Slash! The cutting waves surged directly toward Modras, but he wasn't one to be taken lightly. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered, "A mage wielding a sword. How interesting, but that alone won't be enough to defeat me." That was exactly the response Andreas had been waiting for. His grin widened. He had a trick up his sleeve. Behind Modras, a subdimensional space portal silently opened. From within, Nickel emerged without warning, wielding his sharp blade. With a single strike, he slashed through half of Modra's body. The upper half of the old mage was sent flying. Even in midair, his eyes remained locked onto Nickel. Clenching his teeth, he could hardly believe what he was seeing. Undead? He thought, stunned. Nickel positioned himself in front of Andreas, making it clear whose side he was on. Modras, still alive despite the attack, had no choice but to congratulate him. "Well done tricking me. Now, how about this?" Before he could make a move, Timur threw a punch with all his strength. The impact was so intense that the ground split open into a crater, and a thick curtain of dust rose around them, obscuring everything from view. Everyone waited anxiously for the dust to settle, but then a voice echoed from within the cloud. "Magnificent! You certainly know how to make things interesting." Timur let out a growl between clenched teeth, irritated by Modras's audacity in surviving his blow. Still, the old mage's voice continued. "Being able to use magic while wielding a sword is already rare, but to think that someone capable of manipulating even dark magic is just a mere academy student." His voice seemed to resonate with the intense mana filling the room. Andreas knew this still wasn't enough. Beneath that massive clock, Modras kept talking. "However, you're making a mistake. I am not human. I am a psychic projection. Simply beating up an old man without a body won't get you anywhere." Without warning, Modras unleashed a devastating attack. The spell Wind Spear sliced through the air, forcing Andreas to roll multiple times to dodge, barely avoiding the sheer force of the wind pushing him away. Then, a mana bomb detonated right in front of him, making the ground tremble. Attacking Modras seemed pointless at that moment. But then, Andreas noticed something important. He turned his gaze to the large clock in the hall. There must be some connection to that clock. Aside from the three smaller ones, only one of them seems to be working now. Modras, sensing Andreas's hesitation, decided to provoke him further. "Running around like a squirrel. This will never end at this rate. Let's change things up a bit, shall we?" Suddenly the sky darkened. A golden-black hue spread across the hall. The spell Merciless Thunder had been cast. Countless bolts of lightning rained down from above, crackling violently like pure energy, slashing through the air in chaotic zigzags. Shit! That was the only thought running through Andreas and his summon's minds at that moment. His eyes widened, his teeth clenched, and then the lightning struck Andreas directly. He screamed, "Nickel! Interrupt the spell!" Nickel was his best chance. The skeleton lifted his gaze directly toward Modras. The old mage met his stare. Nickel surged forward, moving faster and faster. The moment the skeleton raised his blade for a precise strike, Modras vanished, only to reappear behind him. The mage was clearly annoyed by Nickel constantly chasing him. With a swift motion, Modras gathered thunder in his hand and struck Nickel directly. However, the impact didn't have the expected effect. In that case... Modras took a step back, assessing the situation before concluding, "I'll just have to overpower him with sheer firepower." He raised his hands, and a brilliant light engulfed the area. Upon seeing this, Andreas thought, no matter how resistant an undead is to lightning magic, if he keeps taking attacks like that, he'll be destroyed. At that moment, Modras seemed completely in control, as if he were Zeus himself, merciless. "Now let's see how much longer you can last," he said with a wicked grin. Andreas quickly ordered Nickel to retreat. When Modras realized it, he murmured in disappointment, "Just when things were getting interesting." The old mage knew very well that undead and lightning magic were incompatible, yet he kept insisting on this type of attack against Nickel. That could only mean one thing. A smirk formed on Andreas's face. He had finally understood what was behind it all. You can only use the elements controlled by that spinning clock, can't you? Modras looked up before exclaiming, amused. Well done figuring that out. This is a rule imposed by Modras when he left me here. Without restrictions, no matter how many tower conquerors existed, it would be impossible for them to defeat me. But this is just a minor setback. Either way, if you can't even land a fatal hit on me, then you stand no chance. Once again, Modras raised his hands, charged with energy, and fired at Andreas. While running to dodge, Andreas quickly analyzed the situation. Offensive magic, or should I bet on a battle of endurance? Either way, he's a psychic projection. That means once all his mana is depleted, he'll disappear. And repeatedly casting magic like this must be consuming an absurd amount of mana. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, Andreas tried to sense the mana around him. Then he saw it, traces of it. Countless bright blue lines were spread throughout the area, but there was something else. The pillars in the hall also seemed to be connected to Modras's magical energy. After a quick analysis, Andreas concluded, these pillars, they're constantly supplying him with mana. Interesting. In that case, the answer is clear. Without hesitation, Andreas dashed forward again, his determined gaze making it evident that he had found a way to win. Modras noticed this, and realizing Andreas had discovered something, decided to act first. He unleashed another spell, the powerful Thunder Spear. Andreas raised his Earth Shield to counter. The spears of energy partially pierced through the shield, but Andreas's goal wasn't to block them entirely. It was to keep Modras at a distance. Since the elements he can use are fixed, it'll be easier to fight him, Andreas thought, recalling the limitation imposed on his enemy. However, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, Modras teleported behind him and said in a teasing tone, the restrictions don't include spatial magic. You're not done entertaining me just yet. Andreas quickly turned, locking eyes with Modras with the same intensity. And then, something happened. Out of nowhere, Andreas found himself sharing the same space with a dark energy. That's when the old mage grinned and remarked, dual conjuration of magic and dark magic. I thought you were a straightforward young man, but it turns out you're full of tricks. Andreas returned the smile and replied, I thought you were the one with so much to hide. But Modras merely laughed. This is what you call the virtue of age. The creaking of the clock and the sound of gears echoed once more. Modras raised his energy-charged hand and declared, now then, your advantage is about to disappear. Andreas's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. An absurd amount of energy began to fill the hall. It was aquatic field magic. The necromancer immediately understood. Modras wanted to take control of the battlefield from above, restricting his movements. The water started flooding the area, rising rapidly. Andreas glanced at Timur. He understood the command instantly. Without the need for words, the two split up, each heading toward a different pillar. But Modras intercepted Timur midway. Where do you think you're going in such a hurry? He said in a sharp tone. With a wave of his hand, he conjured two colossal water serpents. The spell, Hydra Wave. The aquatic creatures coiled around Timur, engulfing him completely. From a distance, Andreas saw everything and thought, if he's focused on Timur, then I'll reach the pillars first. But he didn't anticipate Modras's next move. The old mage raised his hand and cast a binding spell. A powerful water prison formed. A swirling vortex intensified around Andreas, pulling him in completely. Modras's grin widened. This was checkmate. Andreas struggled to catch his breath. Everything had happened in mere fractions of a second, and he knew he had to act fast. Then, in his hand, a magic circle began to form. It was green, and it was growing larger and larger. Modras saw it and laughed. One after another! You never let me get bored! And then from the portal, a colossal titan emerged. The titan fully manifested. Upon realizing what had been summoned, Modras was taken aback. Ho! Not even in my time did giants exist! The Titan King stood before him, wielding a gigantic sword, 3 times larger than Modras himself. Without hesitation, the Titan made its first move. With a single devastating strike, it shattered the water prison, freeing Andreas almost instantly. Modras smiled upon seeing that. Excellent! It would have been boring if things ended like that. That's when Andreas also smiled and taunted. You'd better be careful, Master Modras. You've already lost one of your precious lives. Outside, everyone was more than anxious. They wanted to know exactly what was happening inside. Some remained silent, gripped by uncertainty, while others whispered questions among themselves. Diene, however, thought to herself, oh heavens, my father is going to have a hard time explaining this to the nobles. She was so lost in thought that she didn't even notice Vivian approaching. When she finally realized, she was startled. He still hasn't come out. What happened to Andreas? Vivian asked, her voice filled with concern. Deanne took a deep breath before answering. The professors are investigating, but it's been hours. By the way, why do you look like a beggar? Vivian's clothes were wrinkled, old, and worn out, as if they hadn't been changed in days. Deanne frowned. What the hell has she been doing to end up like this? Then she remembered their last conversation. Vivian had mentioned training, and now, seeing her condition, Deanne reflected, has she been training all this time? And from the looks of it, she hasn't even slept? But something else bothered her even more. Deanne wrinkled her nose and added, Vivian, you haven't been bathing, have you? Vivian averted her gaze and, ignoring the comment, returned to the main subject. Deanne, your father is a master of the magic tower, right? Then do something about this. Deanne found the plea strange, but replied firmly, I'm just another student like everyone else. Now is not the time for me to worry about my father. Meanwhile, inside, the battle raged on. Only 2 pillars remained standing, and including Andreas, only 3 combatants were still in fighting condition. Even with the odds seemingly in his favor, Andreas couldn't see himself winning this battle. That old fox, whenever he gets a chance, he'll attack me and restrict Rudrudal's movements. That must be his main strategy. And as if to prove his point, Modras instantly teleported away from the Titan and went straight for Timur, trapping him in a water prison. Andreas immediately noticed. Modras was completely focused on his summon. This is my chance! Taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, he charged toward another pillar. The moment his sword touched the structure, a whirlpool of water emerged from nowhere, completely enveloping it, forming an impenetrable liquid shield. Modras kept his hands raised and simply mocked, Oh, what a pity! Andreas clenched his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it! He called out to Nickel in his mind, and the little skeleton immediately responded. The situation was dire. Modras stood in the middle, Timur was imprisoned at his side, and Andreas and the Titan faced an impenetrable water shield protecting the last pillar. The walls were closing in on them. Andreas knew he needed a plan, and fast. This is unexpected. Summoning back the undead you had already dismissed? The old man said, intrigued. Andreas noticed something. Modras seemed far too relaxed in this situation. That made the young necromancer think, I doubt breaking the remaining pillars will be the end of this. He then shifted his gaze, focusing on the real target. Modras noticed the change in posture and narrowed his eyes. Is he giving up? The old mage thought. You had your chance. But before any conclusions could be drawn, Andreas raised his voice, determined. No way! It's just that, instead of this pillar, I'm much more interested in that clock behind you. For a brief moment, they locked eyes, and in Andreas's mind, the plan became clear. Nickel would handle the clock. Meanwhile, he himself would go on the offensive. Seeing Andreas's decisive movement, Modras merely smiled, and that left the necromancer perplexed. He isn't stopping me? A massive force emanated from the clock, filling the entire chamber. Nickel observed it carefully but did not back down. Tightening his grip on his sword, he attacked, delivering a precise wind slash. However, it was futile. A magnetic field surrounded the clock, a powerful shield. Modras's projection laughed non-stop, watching Andreas's useless struggle. Did you really think Modras would leave his magical weak point unprotected? The old man crossed his arms and continued with a smug grin. I won't interfere in any way. Feel free to do as you please. Andreas's expression darkened as he listened to Modras continue. Only something on the level of a warlock could damage that. Those words made Andreas think. He then asked firmly, No going back, huh? Then a notification appeared, activating the Codex of Sloth on Nickel. All the water around the skeleton dispersed, leaving Modras confused about what was happening. Nickel's eyes burned with flames. He raised his sword firmly, gathered all his strength, and struck a precise blow against the clock. A massive explosion erupted, so intense that the blinding light made it impossible to see through. Outside, the entire tower trembled from the impact. Everyone panicked. What was that just now? Murmurs spread quickly. Is he still fighting? Vivian watched the tower, sensing something strange. She had no idea what was happening to Andreas, but she was worried. Inside, the clock remained intact. Only a few drops of water trickled around it. Andreas clenched his teeth, glaring at it. I thought, you wouldn't interfere? His gaze was dead serious. Modras's expression turned solemn. That power just now, he thought to himself, but he quickly adjusted his posture, forcing a fake smile. The tower is still going to be used for exams next year, he said. If you destroy that clock, the tower will collapse. That revelation left Andreas completely stunned. What? Then why? Modras slowly approached, an enigmatic air about him. I would have let you pass if you had destroyed the last pillar. But I was curious to see what you'd do after discovering the trick. I didn't think you'd actually try to destroy it. Andreas took a deep breath, processing the information. That could have been a real disaster, he muttered. Modras stroked his beard, thoughtful. Well, your fighting style is certainly reckless, but I didn't build this tower to kill my students. Andreas shuddered at the thought. Old man, If I had destroyed the tower, there would have been no way to undo it. Modras stretched out his hand, revealing a necklace with a blue stone pendant. In any case, take this, your promised reward. He placed the object in Andreas's hands, and the young necromancer held it firmly. Lifting the necklace before his eyes, Andreas examined it. This was the glow of the silver light, a rare artifact capable of sharpening the mind of its wearer, making them more efficient in the use of mana and aura. Andreas thanked the mage's projection, but as he analyzed the necklace, a thought crossed his mind. This is an amazing item, but instead of me, this should be for... Before he could finish his reasoning, Modras spoke again. Intriguing. A cat that would have reached perfection in life, a mythical creature, and even an undead capable of borrowing and wielding the power of a god. Modras took a deep breath. All of them would have been research subjects that would have driven me mad had I had the chance to study them in life, but the most intriguing of all is your body. Andreas furrowed his brows. He didn't understand what Modras meant by that, but the old mage continued. It's as if you were a being from a distant mythical era. No, perhaps something even older and more dangerous than that. It resides within your body. The revelation hit Andreas like thunder. He felt confused and intrigued. What did he mean by that? An awkward silence filled the room. Trying to end the moment, Andreas asked, "Can I leave now?" Modras confirmed that he could. His body began to fade, transforming into a shimmering golden light, and before vanishing completely, he spoke his final words. In any case, don't trust the gods too much, and please, guide this world in the right direction. And then, he was gone. Andreas kept a faint smile on his face, his gaze filled with contemplation at Modras's words. He definitely figured it all out, even though he was just a projection. Moments later, a notification appeared before him. Achievement unlocked, one recognized by Modras. Now Modras's tower had been completely cleared. Andreas finally stepped out of the tower, surprised by the number of people waiting for him outside. Everyone was stunned at the sight of him. There he is! It's Andreas Cromwell! Among the crowd, many important figures stood. Academy students, journalists, and members of the nobility. However, Minia stepped forward decisively, passing even the Imperial Highness without hesitation. She approached, gave a slight bow, and declared, "As the head of House Morhaime, I have a proposal for Count Andreas. May I be granted this opportunity?" The Imperial Highness was taken aback, but allowed Lady Mineas to take the lead. Mineas cast a glance at the other important figures present, silently questioning whether anyone would object. The crowd was in shock. Who would dare contest this? DNA, observing from a distance, murmured, "The way she's behaving in front of the Imperial Highness, I suppose all we can do is wait and see." However, for Vivian, the simple fact that Andreas had emerged alive was more than enough. Minia stepped closer to Andreas, her gaze filled with confidence. "Not only did you break Maximin's record, but you also became the first person in history to conquer Modras's tower." She extended her hand for a handshake and stated firmly, "I want you under my protection, Andreas Cromwell." For a second, Andreas hesitated. I expected to be noticed by some high-ranking noble, but not someone this important from the very start. Minias Morhaime, the head of House Morhaime, one of the 4 great dukes of the empire. Instead of shaking her hand immediately, Andreas bowed respectfully. "I, Andreas Cromwell, greet you, your Highness Morhaime. Please forgive me for not shaking your hand as mine are dirty." Minias didn't seem to mind, but she still withdrew her hand, cutting off her vice-commander, who criticized Andreas for his lack of respect. Andreas's expression tensed slightly at the reprimand, but he said nothing. Minias, however, ignored the matter and continued the conversation. "Have you decided what you'll do after graduation?" Andreas replied that he had not, but he was caught off guard when Minias stepped even closer and asked bluntly, "Do you have a lover?" A bead of sweat rolled down Andreas's face. "No, I don't, but why are you asking me this?" Minias smiled, pleased with his answer. "Good." And then she made an irresistible offer. "How about this, Andreas? How about forming an alliance between House Morhaime and House Cromwell?" The word alliance caught Andreas by surprise, but before he could ask, Minias continued, "If you agree, I can protect you from your political rivals. In addition, I promise financial and military support until House Cromwell regains its former glory." This offer was placed on the table in front of everyone. It was too good to be true. Andreas raised an eyebrow before asking directly, "And what do the Morhaime gain from such a generous offer?" Minias smiled once more. "This won't be just a mere alliance of words. It will be a blood alliance between our 2 houses. I want you to marry me, Andreas Cromwell." Silence fell over the crowd. The most important figures were utterly shocked, from the great nobles to DNA. However, no one was more astonished than Vivian. Her eyes widened, and her body froze. She couldn't do anything, only watch from a distance as the fairy lord spoke, and yet, no response came from Andreas, prompting Minias to continue. "Why hesitate? It's a good offer, isn't it? Are you worried about our age difference? I thought I was keeping my body in shape." She looked down at herself, placing a hand on her stomach as if to confirm that she had no belly fat. Her vice commander cleared his throat, uncomfortable. Lady Minius, a little elegance, please. But Minius ignored the remark and turned back to Andreas. Do you not find me attractive as a woman? Andreas swallowed hard. A drop of tension ran down his face. No, you're attractive and beautiful for sure. But in his thoughts, he knew that responding immediately would be a colossal mistake. This is a political marriage and a sudden proposal. Accepting without thinking would be sheer stupidity. Meanwhile, Vivian clenched her fists, consumed by a deep hatred. Everything around her faded away. DNA, standing beside her, could feel the overwhelming pressure of jealousy radiating from her. Yet, at the same time, she couldn't suppress her own thoughts. Poor girl. But if you were in Andreas's place, it'd be hard to say no, given the state of his house. At that moment, Andreas spoke up. My apologies, but this isn't a decision I can make here. Could you please give me some time to think about it? I believe it's customary at the academy to hear offers from other nobles, so Minius decided to play her hand. Are you really going to compare me to them? But Andreas was being wise. Accepting such an offer recklessly, in front of so many people, could create unwanted enemies. Minius chose to relent. Very well, I don't like this, but since it's tradition, you'll soon learn that there's nothing better than my offer. Andreas apologized if his response had unintentionally seemed disrespectful, to which Minius replied, I'll forgive you, if we have dinner together in the future. Andreas bowed, thanking her again. But the moment he opened his eyes, a sweet voice called out to him, Andreas Cromwell, I am the third Imperial Princess Michaela Rodlin. I also have an offer for you. The next day at the Knighthood Academy, Andreas walked through the corridors muttering to himself, from one of the 4 great houses of the Empire to a member of the Imperial family. I never want to be in that situation again. From afar, someone called his name. When he turned to see who it was, he found himself facing Selena. Are you here to practice your sword skills? She bowed slightly before continuing. If you have time, would you mind training with me for a bit? Andreas apologized. In truth, he wasn't there for himself. He was looking for Vivian. Selena seemed a bit awkward, but quickly gave him the answer he needed. Since yesterday, she's been in the training grounds that were closed after that incident. Without wasting a second, Andreas ran off. Behind him, Selena muttered that she had taken a quick look but hadn't stayed long. The atmosphere was far too unsettling. Had she lost her mind? Andreas still couldn't understand why. As he passed one of the pillars of the training grounds, a massive explosion erupted. It immediately caught his attention. He turned to see Vivian surrounded by a blazing aura. Her hair fluttered wildly, and the fire around her burned intensely. It was a perfectly clear aura. She hadn't lost control. Seeing this, Andreas smiled gently, yet in admiration. Just when I thought I had finally caught up to her, she was already a step ahead of me again. Break time. I don't even know who to root for anymore, but one thing's for sure. Andreas is screwed. Vivian flinched when he called her name, and the situation only got worse when he said he was looking for her. She quickly turned her back to him and stammered in desperation. Wait, I'm a mess right now. Andreas didn't understand why, but he stepped a little closer and asked if she was all right. However, the poor girl was in complete panic and shouted to the heavens that she smelled awful too. Andreas didn't care. He approached and wrapped her in his arms. That took all of us by surprise. Vivian froze in shock at how close Andreas was. Then he whispered softly into her ear, It's perfect, just right, it suits you, just as I expected. And then, he left. Vivian instinctively touched her neck, trying to understand what had just happened. That's when she realized he had placed the blue gemstone on her. Why? She murmured in confusion. The answer came simply, It's my way of thanking you for helping me so many times. Andreas continued, I got this on the top floor of the tower. Supposedly, it helps calm the mind. I thought it would be perfect for you. Vivian trembled. Her face burned red with embarrassment. She bit her lip, flustered. Andreas called her name again, snapping her out of her daze. He held out a red potion, saying she didn't look well and should drink it and rest. But instead of accepting, she turned away and ignored him. Later, Andreas, later! And with that, she stormed off, leaving Andreas a little puzzled. He glanced at the necklace, lost in thought. That necklace? Does it really have an effect? That old man from Modras. Don't tell me he lied about it. Sometime later, Andreas was in his personal laboratory. His status window activated. His new title was still there, and its rewards were ready to be claimed. Upon accepting them, he gained a random talent related to magic. However, something unusual was detected. He had acquired the talent, Magic Firepower Light Element Genius. Sitting at his desk, Andreas muttered to himself, Genius? I haven't even learned light magic yet, so for now it's just for show. I guess I'll pick it up gradually. He activated his subdimensional space and called out to Nickel, giving a direct order. Step into the magic circle. Nickel positioned himself at the center of the circle drawn on the floor. There, a corpse had been lying undisturbed for almost half a year. Andreas had been waiting to use it until his necromancy had improved. But in theory, with his current level, he should already be capable. Andreas stared intently at the body on the ground. It belonged to someone important, the former fairy queen, Meline. And now, he was definitely going to wake her up. A loud noise was heard outside Andreas's personal laboratory. Black smoke mixed with gray smoke as Andreas shielded his eyes for protection. He couldn't stop coughing, wondering how this had happened. Soon after, a notification appeared. A shadow banshee, legendary, has been summoned. The fairy queen flew in front of him, and the joy on her face was evident. "It worked!" he celebrated. The notification further informed. The level of the corpse turned out to be high, granting a status bonus. Its level is extremely high, and it has increased. It is now a shadow banshee fairy. The corpse's level was transcendental, allowing it to regain part of its ego before death. Meanwhile, the sun shone, reflecting off the waters of the port city of Myriel. Within the city, we are taken to a restaurant aboard a ship called Blessing of the Sea. Lady Minius and Andreas were dining together, enjoying an incredible feast, one I would love to have for Christmas dinner. "Eat as much as you like," she said. "I want to have a nice long conversation with you, so I reserved the entire ship for us. Since it's mine, there's no need to be shy. If there's anything you want to talk about, feel free to do so." Andreas maintained an incredible composure, politely refuting the invitation. "I should be the one inviting you as an apology for my rudeness. I'm sorry that you had to invite me here in this manner." She smiled as she sipped a glass of wine. "You're my future husband. There's no need to apologize like that on our first date." The protagonist swallowed hard. Pardon? He certainly hadn't expected such a comment. Once again, Minius burst into laughter. "I'm just joking. No need to look so uncomfortable." However, even if it was a joke, nothing about it sounded like one. Minius seemed like the kind of person who would stop at nothing to achieve her ambitions. It's no wonder the Morhaime family rose to power by doing the dirty, mercenary work that other noble houses wouldn't. A bit anxious about how things would unfold, she forcefully placed the fragile wine glass down and said, "So, have you made your decision? While I did say to hurry, I am not a patient person. I want your answer before—" Andreas was forced to interrupt with a smile and gently replied, "As I said before, I'd like a little more time. That is my answer. My house has fallen, so there is much I need to do before I graduate." I doubt that was the answer she wanted to hear. Minius traced her finger along the rim of the glass, looking somewhat thoughtful, but soon rested her chin on her hand and gave him a sly smile. "So much to do, huh? Well, I suppose that's no surprise. After all, the Cromwell house is hated by the Emperor for no reason." That caught Andreas's attention. He hesitated for a moment before putting the meat in his mouth, but soon responded, "Is that so? I don't think His Majesty's punishment was without reason." However, Minius refuted. "Anyone can clearly see it was without reason, yet you remain calm about it. Tell me, why do you hesitate to ally with me?" she said as she tore her bread roll in half. Silence filled the atmosphere, and the distance between them and the roasted pig on the table seemed to stretch under the weight of the tension. Andreas looked at her for a moment and thought, when should I tell her? She's someone who thinks in terms of losses and gains, and depending on the situation, she could betray me. Minius couldn't bear the long pause, and even while chewing, she surprised him by stating that he was naturally a cautious person. "Don't worry, not even a rat can speak without my permission," she said. "Ah yes, you're still hesitating because you don't trust me. Do you want me to insult that white pig of an emperor?" That comment made Andreas choke, unable to contain his surprise. "That came out of nowhere," he said, wiping his mouth. However, Minius continued, "So, are you ready to talk now? If you want, I can even get a written declaration." With an uncomfortable and slightly sarcastic expression, Andreas realized that Lady Minius seemed a bit crazy. "No, if you're willing to go that far, I have no choice but to talk. As I said before, His Majesty wants to crush the Cromwells. That's why I need to build my power and foundation at any cost." Minius found that a bit contradictory, because if that were truly the case, he should be joining her immediately. However, he explained, "But then, if I do that, a problem will arise." She crossed her arms and said, "Are you saying your power would become too great?" Staring at each other, Andreas confirmed, "Exactly. Here's the translation of the text in the image. It's because the Cromwells are nothing more than a speck of dust that we are safe right now." Minius swallowed hard. "So, what you're saying is that the moment you gain power, the Emperor will start suppressing you again." Taking a sip of wine, Andreas continued, "That's right. And the Morhaimes might also end up in the Emperor's sights." However, the protagonist's thoughts reflected the situation. "What's her reason for wanting me, even at the risk of becoming a renegade?" Minius thought for a moment, scratched her chin, and finally spoke. I get the gist of it. I was planning to have a child born from extremely talented blood and make him the next head of the family. But it turns out I've created a poisoned chalice, huh? Bingo. That was the reason behind all of this." Silent, Andreas spoke to himself. "The Morhaime family has strong political power, vast financial resources, and a powerful mercenary army. But they've never had an aura master or a sorcerer from their direct bloodline." Completely intrigued by the situation, Minia set down her now empty glass, leaned closer to the table, and said, "I've always wondered about this. Why is the Emperor so determined to destroy House Cromwell?" Once again, silence filled the air. Andreas knew that now that things had reached this point, he needed to reveal part of his hand and gain her trust as well. Even if they didn't form an alliance, maintaining a friendly relationship with House Morhaime was the smarter move. So he explained, "My father, Count Cain Cromwell, fell victim to the Emperor's ambitions. He wants to create an era of gods and rule the world as an absolute monarch. And the only way to do that is by collecting the greatest treasure of all, the 7 deadly sins." With a serious and completely focused expression, he added, "I must stop him at all costs. That is, my duty as the heir of House Cromwell." She looked at him, even more intrigued. "So, revenge for the Cromwells, or rather, for your father?" She wasn't entirely wrong in her reasoning, but the Emperor's ambitions were far more dangerous and could shake the entire world. She continued, "I get the gist of it. Now that I think about it, I heard the Emperor is searching for something in the north, and he's absolutely bloodthirsty about it." That information caught Andreas off guard. Speaking of the 7 deadly sins in the north, it's the barbarian child kidnapped by Bloody Dan. Just getting rid of the spies won't change history, he thought. He remained silent at the table, listening only to the voices in his head. In the game, there was no mention of who Dan's employer was, but now I know. It's none other than the Emperor. Minius interrupted his thoughts, questioning why he had gone so quiet, as his expression suggested he knew something. Then Andreas revealed, "Soon there will likely be a war with the north." Minius immediately stopped eating. She looked at him and said, "You sound like a prophet, Andreas," then resumed eating her rare steak. Andreas wiped his mouth and said, "The barren lands, the tribal chiefs in conflict, if you provoke them the right way, a justification for war can be created. If you consider how the Emperor operates, it makes sense, doesn't it?" She had to agree. Yes, that was exactly the kind of thing that Pig would do. Andreas continued, "And once the unexpected war ends, the nobles and feudal lords who weren't prepared for it will fall into panic, while massive changes take place. But if they're well prepared, they could still manage to hold a strong position in the post-war era." Upon hearing that, Minius let out an interesting smile. The conversation was taking an unexpected turn. "So you're saying I should stock up on supplies in case of a war?" Without hesitation, Andreas affirmed it. Lady Minius continued, "That was a very generous warning, Andreas. Assuming things unfold the way you expect, he simply asked if that wouldn't be enough." However, she didn't understand what he meant. That was when he clarified, "When the pigs at the center of this, weakened by their own tyranny, are ripe for the taking, wouldn't they be?" What she heard made her freeze completely inside. Meanwhile, in the mighty imperial palace, the Emperor sat on his throne, receiving one of his returning servants who bore good news. "Greetings, your Imperial Majesty." Bored, the Emperor got straight to the point. "Come, what interesting tale do you have for me this time?" The kneeling man was the Prime Minister of the Rodlan Empire, Duke Hector Kazaf. He had been overseeing the Academy's examinations and now reported, "Andreas Cromwell, son of Cain Cromwell, has conquered the 30th floor of the Tower of Modrus, and Minius Morhaime attempted to form an alliance with House Cromwell, though he has yet to respond. But that was merely a superficial gesture. We don't know what they're scheming behind the scenes, so just in case..." The Emperor cut him off, completely enraged. "Rubbish! What's so terrifying about that brat? Why are you so afraid of him?" Hector bowed even lower, offering his sincerest apologies. However, the Emperor merely clicked his tongue and changed the subject. "Forget that. Report on the people you sent to the north." Hector responded, "Yes, they are doing their best, but they have yet to find anything." Disappointed, the Emperor continued, "Then they'd better work harder. Lord Jester claims he found something related to the 7 deadly sins in the north." Hector's face twisted in shock. The Emperor's objective was drawing closer, and he was determined to find it. We are then taken to a colder, misty atmosphere. A carriage was being pulled through a snowstorm. Inside, Master Jester was present. "To obtain wrath, we have to fight the great chief. How troublesome." He gazed at a photograph of a small boy who still looked like a child. Suddenly, someone called him through his communicator. "Jester Tildy, it's been so long, Tilda." It was Luna making contact. "Guess what? Luna found out. Luna knows who killed Kyler." His eyes widened in shock as he asked who it was. And without the slightest hesitation, she answered, "It was Andreas Cromwell." Luna was practically bouncing with excitement in front of Kyler's destroyed hideout. Before her stood a strange green specter. Jester asked, "Luna is sure? Andreas was the one who did it? That boy again?" She twirled around, confirming it enthusiastically, showing him the entire site. Then Jester said something that made the girl's eyes sparkle with delight. "Luna can shapeshift. Andreas Cromwell as Luna's toy?" Andreas excused himself from the luxurious ship, thinking, "The war will begin soon. It would be great if I could keep track of the Emperor's actions through Mineus in the future, but in the meantime, I must become stronger at any cost." With my evolved talent in dark magic, the first thing I'll do is focus on studying the dark magic books of Morn and Kyler. Then, when the Academy's vacation starts, I will get my hands on the Red Dragon Krav Maga. A week had passed, and Andreas was at the station when the platform's intercom announced, "The train to the Kingdom of Grandis will depart in 10 minutes. Please make sure not to miss your train." Andreas had obtained a map from the Muriel auction, and according to it, the tomb of the Krav Maga dragon was deep within the Great Bayatra forest. Fortunately, he could take a train to the Kingdom of Grandis, which was right next to the forest. Beyond that, the only way to continue was on foot or horseback. Besides, the forest is a completely unfamiliar place where the Empire's usual laws do not apply. I hope things don't get out of control. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he felt a small poke on his back. Looking behind him, he realized it was Vivian who gracefully greeted him. "Hello?" Andreas asked if she was traveling as well, and she replied, "I'm going back to my hometown." He found it strange how sudden this was, but she explained that her father had asked her to return home. Concerned, he asked, "Will you be okay? I thought you didn't feel very comfortable at home." She turned her gaze to the side and spoke with sorrow. "I don't want to go. I would rather spend more time with you, Andreas." Andreas was taken aback. "With me?" He had no reaction to this information. "What should I do? It would be problematic if she came with me now." However, Vivian stated, "But that's all the more reason why I need to go back to my hometown." Silent, our protagonist simply wished her a safe journey, thinking to himself, even she won't always need the help of a fairy, huh? They bid farewell, confirming they would see each other after the vacation. It seemed this was the moment for Vivian to start handling things on her own. The sun set behind the mountains of a new location. This was the station of the castle city in the Kingdom of Grandis. Andreas walked through the streets thinking, "It's my first time here in person, but maybe because I've visited it so often in the game, it feels nostalgic. Still, why is there so much commotion here?" He started noticing a certain unease among the people around him and overheard them talking. I never imagined things would turn out like this in just a few days. The orcs have gone out of control in the forest. Because of that, our business is suffering." "Orcs," Andreas thought, glancing to the side while silently listening to the conversation. "I have a bad feeling about this. Let's find out more." At an inn in Grandis, Andreas approached the counter, placed a few gold coins down, and requested, "A room and food, please." The woman at the counter handed him a key, saying, "You can have the last room on the second floor." Nothing escaped Andreas's notice, and upon analyzing her expression, he asked if something was wrong. She picked up a mug of ale and said, I suppose a traveler wouldn't know. Things are bad near the border. For the first time in 40 years, they say an orc lord has appeared in the great forest." Andreas pondered. This is terrible news. The appearance of an orc lord means the unification of the tribes in the great forest. Just searching for the tomb in the forest is already difficult enough, but with a horde of orcs appearing too. Sitting down in a chair, Andreas asked, "Does that mean the path to the great forest is blocked?" Placing the mug of beer in front of him, she replied, "Isn't it obvious? Civilians can no longer approach Endeavor." Stunned, he continued the conversation. "Civilians? Are you saying there are other ways to enter?" The woman responded that the only way was to become a mercenary. However, she warned him against doing so. Seeing Andreas' expression after hearing this, she tried to explain, "Sorry, what I mean is, a scrawny guy like you would get cut in half by the orcs. Though, they are short on men and willing to offer rewards, so they might accept you." Andreas remained silent, calmly drinking his beer as he thought, what a hassle. Even if they're called mercenaries, they're still soldiers bound to the army, meaning their movements are restricted, but it seems there's no other way, no choice. It's better than not being able to go at all. Andreas climbed up to his quarters, muttering to himself, "I guess that's why the Everlast Company couldn't get the ingredients for Salem's potion. Either way, I'll pass through the Bayatra fortification and register as a mercenary tomorrow." As he walked down the corridor, a cloak fluttered down calmly and a strange voice asked, "Are you going to kill the Orc Lord?" Andreas froze, his eyes widening. Behind him, a figure was hanging from the ceiling supports, swinging while holding a scythe. She landed firmly on the ground and said, "Luna has been waiting a long time for you to leave the academy." Luna sang his name, her green eyes gleaming. Andreas recognized her. "She's Lu!" However, before he could finish saying the sweet girl's name, she vanished from his sight and reappeared right in front of him, ready to strike. She was so fast that she completely caught the protagonist off guard. Her scythe cut through the air, but Andreas instinctively dodged, throwing himself backward. Losing his balance entirely, he crashed onto the floor. Luna placed her small foot on Andreas's chest, pinning him down. She raised the tip of her scythe high above him, and with eerie eyes hummed, "This is going to hurt a little Tilda." As she drove the scythe into his chest, the dark energy that had once protected Kyler now did its job of shielding Andreas. It detached from his body and clung to the scythe. Luna was astonished. She could see the energy materializing and rebelling against her, instantly pushing her away. She burst into laughter. Oh ho! That's Kyler's shadow magic, isn't it? How interesting. Did you kill Kyler and steal his magic too? How did you do it? Andreas's expression darkened. He clicked his tongue and thought, even though I completely erased all evidence in Kyler's hideout, it wouldn't mean anything if it were her. A spiritual medium who calls upon the dead to communicate with them. Luna Pendragon. The girl asked why he had gone silent, saying it was starting to get boring. Andreas was getting tired of the persistence of these congregations. Gripping his sword tightly, he said, "You came here to kill me, didn't you?" The girl tilted her head, confused. Huh? The truth is, it's not you? Andreas's expression hardened again, wondering if she had discovered something. Luna stabbed her scythe into the wall and laughing and humming declared, "But Luna might want to kill you." Andreas needed to stay alert. She might act like she was playing around, but she had been a witch-class mage since a very young age. He questioned her. "Then why are you here?" Excitedly, she responded, "Ah, yes." She pulled out a communicator from behind her and said, "Jester, it's Luna." Master Jester then began to reply, "That was fast. Did you make contact with the target?" She eagerly affirmed, "Yes, Luna is with him now." Jester boldly requested to speak directly with the protagonist. Luna tossed the communicator to Andreas, who caught it firmly and looking at the artifact, introduced himself. "This is Andreas Cromwell." Meanwhile, he was thinking, "What is going on? I thought you came here to eliminate me, now that you know I killed Kyler." Jester, on the other end of the line, asked, "How dare you lay a hand on my agent? As always, you have some nerve." With an awkward smile, Andreas found it amusing, coming from someone determined to kill him. But then he replied, "My apologies. My master is dead, so I didn't know that Sir Kyler was your agent." Outraged, Jester retorted, "Humph! A smooth talker, but that doesn't absolve you of your offense." Andreas constantly thought about how audacious this was, and how much he would love to punch him. However, he needed to avoid a direct confrontation for now, so he simply said, "I hate to admit that everything I do always goes wrong, but since this is partially my fault as well, I'll apologize. During the sloth incident, I was only fighting for my life, and this time, I truly didn't know anything." Truly, Jester had to take a deep breath in response to Andreas's shamelessness. "I'll pretend I don't know anything for now. Since you acknowledge your offense, I'll let it slide this time. I wouldn't say I have no personal grudge against you, but as the director of the congregation, I am obligated to act in the best interest of our cause." Andreas wondered, confused, what he meant by that, but Jester continued, "Anyway, we need someone to keep us informed about events in Rodland, the heart of the continent. However, for various reasons, I no longer have the resources to do so. That's why I have a proposal for you." That made Andreas freeze for a moment. The atmosphere grew even heavier for him as he thought, "This guy, he's speaking indirectly, but in the end, he's just trying to keep me under his control." Then the invitation was made. Master Jester, gathering all his intelligence and strategy, spoke. "Join the congregation, Andreas Cromwell." The suspense didn't last long. At the inn, the moon shone over the mysterious atmosphere before Andreas confirmed, "I will accept this proposal." He closed the communicator and asked Luna, "With this, there's no reason for us to fight anymore, right? I'll return this to you." Luna's face was different. She looked shocked, her cheeks slightly flushed and her pupils dilated. "What's with her?" Andreas wondered. The girl suddenly jumped onto Andreas, hugging him tightly. "Wow, Luna is so happy. This is the first time Luna has someone her age in the congregation." The protagonist was a bit confused. She had just tried to kill him less than a minute ago. Raising a finger with a superior tone, he said, "As your senior, Luna will give you some advice. Being part of the congregation probably won't make you much busier." She patted his shoulder while Andreas asked, "Ah, I see. So aside from exceptional situations, all I have to do is report what's happening at the academy, right?" She nodded eagerly. "That's exactly it. If you have any problems, talk to Luna." Andreas let out a small smile and bowed like a knight. "I'll make sure to greet you if I see you somewhere in the future." Well then, realizing he was saying goodbye, she quickly protested, But Luna planned to come with you." Andreas found it strange, but immediately informed her that he wasn't there for congregation business. However, Luna didn't care. At that moment, Andreas rolled his eyes, thinking, "This girl, does she have a garden of flowers in her head or something? I need to get rid of her somehow." He took a deep breath, trying to think of something to say, then commented, This is the first time we've talked, right? I don't understand why you want to come with me." Luna explained that she had nothing better to do at home, but Andreas quickly shot back, saying that wasn't really a valid reason to follow him. She tilted her head in confusion and asked, "That's not a good enough reason?" She then recalled the last time she had seen him at the congregation and the scene where he had placed his sword against his own chest. "When Luna saw you going crazy in the congregation before, it was amazing, so Luna thinks it'll be super cool to be around you." She then began imitating him like a skilled actress. If you desire sloth, hand over all your treasures. Watching her performance, he wondered to himself if she was trying to pick a fight. In the end, he didn't like it much and simply turned away to leave. "I think I'll go alone." She immediately grabbed his cloak, almost being dragged along by him. "Wait, come on, let Luna go with you." "Luna, she could be useful to you somehow, you know? Luna is really strong." Andrea stopped for a moment, turned to her and thought, it's certainly tempting to have someone as strong as Luna around, especially with the battle against the orcs approaching. And since there are no hostilities or laws against dark mages in this region, staying together wouldn't be a problem. So he decided to give her a chance, under one condition. She was completely surprised when she heard him say, "I want you to perform the soul engraving for me." She tilted her head, saying that would be a lot of work for her, and he shot back with the same energy. "Traveling with me is a hassle too." The soul engraving was an ability that granted a permanent spirit summoner effect, something perfect for him. In the 7 deadly sins, it was a special ability that only Luna could use. As long as he could obtain it, it was worth keeping her around, even if she was a nuisance. She paused to think for a moment, but quickly raised her hand near him and declared, "Then Luna also has a condition for you, Andreas Cromwell." Andreas, wondering what it could be, watched as Luna proudly thumped her hand against her chest and said, "Become Luna's friend. If we're friends, then staying together won't be a hassle." Poor thing, she kept going. And Luna would do the soul engraving for her friend, even if it's a huge hassle. That logic seemed a bit odd to Andreas, but he smiled. He would gladly agree if it meant she would perform the soul engraving for him. "Very well, let's be friends," he said. Luna was overjoyed, flashing a toothy grin, her adorable eyes sparkling as she bounced around, humming, "Yay, Luna made friends with Andreas." Meanwhile, Andreas thought, even though this is outside the Empire, it would be a problem if someone saw me with her. Thinking that hearing his name aloud all the time could be dangerous, he asked, "Luna, could you call me friend instead of my name from now on?" She instantly asked why. Andreas started thinking of a way to deceive her. It sounds closer that way, don't you think?" That was the peak moment for Luna. Her eyes narrowed with sheer joy as if she were about to hug a kitten to death. She reacted enthusiastically, "You're so bold, friend." It was amazing how much that truly made her happy, and he was immensely grateful that she seemed so simple. Days had passed, and a great war between soldiers and orcs was raging on the battlefield. At Endeavor Fortress, the head of House Endeavor, Dawson Endeavor, was leading the fight. He struck down each orc with astonishing ferocity. The orc trumpet sounded with a strong and imposing blast, signaling the retreat of all forces. Dawson found the immediate withdrawal of the creatures strange. Wiping the sweat from his face, he muttered, "Damn orcs! Are they trying to wear us down little by little?" Quickly he heard someone calling out loudly, "Reinforcements from the Bayatra fortifications have arrived." That was music to his ears. He immediately wanted to know how many troops had been sent, but his subordinate, hesitant, explained, About that, only 2 people." Dawson was in shock. "What?" In front of his soldiers, Dawson argued, "Not even 2,000 troops would be enough, and yet they sent only 2. Is this a joke?" But the subordinate tried to explain. "I tried to contact the kingdom about it, but they haven't responded yet. But fortunately, it seems that one of them is Luna Pendragon." Dawson knew of Luna. She was a dark mage said to be on the same level as an aura master, which made him question, why would someone like that be in this remote place? The young man had no answer to that, and Dawson once again stated that it was unfortunate. Ideally, she would have been a necromancer. "Then what about the other one?" Dawson asked. The subordinate replied, He's a wandering mercenary called Barry Sanders." The name didn't sound familiar to Dawson at all, but that wasn't enough for the head of the house to refuse help. "Very well, prepare a feast. I will meet them personally," he ordered, calling for everyone to clear the area. "Barry Sanders?" Luna questioned Andreas about his new name. "Yes, it won't be an issue here, but it will be if rumors spread that an imperial noble is a dark mage," he explained. Seeing him disguise himself like Clark Kent, she teased, "So you're going to wear that ridiculous mask all the time?" "That's right. You can never be too careful," he affirmed. They approached a door. "All right, let's go in." Luna was more than excited about this. She entered the place shouting, "We're here to kill the Orc Lord." Meanwhile, Andreas, more humble, simply introduced himself. "My name is Barry Sanders. I greet Lord Endeavor." Dawson introduced himself. "First, thank you for coming. If you perform well in battle, I will report to the king and promise an appropriate reward. Please, have a seat." Dawson was seated at the dining table where a feast had been prepared. Beside him, another man also introduced himself. "Welcome, I am Filion Endeavor." Everyone sat at the table, but Andreas was eager to know the current situation. Dawson then began to explain. "To be direct, it's desperate. As you know, we don't even have enough men to hold them back, let alone launch a counterattack. If the Orc Lord and his chiefs, who are waiting in the shadows, join the fight, this fortress will be finished. Without support from the kingdom, it's only a matter of time before we fall." Luna was in despair, but not for the reason one might expect. She was devouring a huge chicken leg while Andreas stated that the situation was worse than he had imagined. Dawson continued, "What's truly grave is something else. That is, the enemy leader, the Orc Lord, is an aura master." Both of them widened their eyes in shock. However, to Luna this sounded exciting. She immediately declared, "Luna will fight the Orc Lord." The two were stunned by the girl, while Andreas questioned himself, "An aura master? Can Luna defeat him alone? If I help her, we might manage, but then again, war isn't always that simple." Luna returned to her juicy meat, stating, I need to finish this meat first." To Andreas, her unpredictable nature was also a concerning factor. That moment was interrupted when someone rushed in, shouting, "Sir, it's an emergency!" Filion firmly urged him to report what was happening. The soldier, panting, said, "Right now, below the walls! The Orc Lord has appeared." Everyone in the room was shocked. Night had fallen, and everyone wanted to know what he was planning. Dawson and Andreas stood atop the defensive wall, watching as a massive orc approached, leaving behind his main army and coming here with only a few of his chiefs. In any case, everyone stay on high alert. The Orc Lord had long hair and an extremely powerful physique. He opened his mouth and his ominous voice echoed across the battlefield. "Hear me, humans." Shock spread through the ranks. How could he speak the human language? "All of our attacks so far have been mere simulated battles, giving my warriors a taste of the battlefield. But now they are ready." Luna, also present in the tower, covered her ears, saying, "Ooh-ah." Luna feels like her ears are going to explode. The Orc Lord continued his speech. "At dawn tomorrow, we will launch a large-scale attack, but ending it like this would be too boring. So with the honor of this lord at stake, I will give you a chance. Yes, win a one-on-one duel against my 6 warriors here, and I will spare you for one day." Dawson broke into a cold sweat, unable to respond immediately. His subordinates murmured, Damn it, they want to toy with us before killing us." Filion also commented, "This is definitely a trap. There's no way these orcs have honor. Exactly, we should kill them while we have the chance. With their main army far away, I'm sure we can do it." Dawson turned to him and firmly responded, "We're facing an aura master. Even if we catch them off guard, it will be difficult to kill them before their main army arrives." In the distance, the massive orc army waited, ready to intervene if anything went wrong. Hesitant, Filion asked, "So, are you going to accept their deal?" Dawson replied, "If we can hold them off for at least a day, we might still have hope for reinforcements." That was when Andreas spoke up. "Should I go with them?" But in his thoughts, he pondered, "The problem is that the only ones who can fight them are Luna Pendragon and me." Dawson and everyone around him widened their eyes in surprise. What? You want to go?" Luna glanced at him sideways, curious. After a moment of silence, Dawson took a deep breath and, with a nod, accepted the offer. "Yes, please make a deal with the Orc Lord." Andreas, as confident as ever, walked toward the battlefield, thinking, "Orc Lord, let's take a closer look at that face of yours." The battlefield was covered in dust as Andreas walked calmly toward his opponents. The Orc Lord, excited, bellowed, "Great, let's begin," and laughed uncontrollably. From atop the wall, Dawson watched intently. A fight format where the winner continues to the next match. It certainly benefits us, given our lack of skilled fighters, but that means he'll have to fight until he loses. Filion, standing beside him, murmured anxiously, "What is he thinking? Did he come here to die for Endeavor or what?" As Andreas got close to his first opponent, he didn't hesitate. With a swift movement, he drew his sword and mercilessly cut down the first orc soldier. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed across the battlefield, and the orc fell to the ground, defeated. The stunned silence was broken by Andreas's firm voice. "Next!" The second orc charged at him, roaring in fury. Andreas rolled to the side, dodging the attack, and with an agile motion drove his sword into the creature's throat, killing it instantly. The battle continued, and within minutes 4 of the Orc Lord's followers lay dead on the ground. Only one remained, a female orc who advanced with a meat cleaver in hand, her cold eyes focused on Andreas. "Are you the last one?" he asked. She responded with a fierce leap, bringing her knife down against Andreas's blade. The clash of weapons sent sparks flying, briefly illuminating their faces. The orc's strength was immense, but Andreas didn't back down. From above, Dawson watched, impressed by the young man's strength. Who the hell is he to defeat those orc chiefs who are like knight captains to a human? Even more shocked, Filion murmured, "Barry Sanders. Could he be an aura master?" "Hard to say," Dawson replied, "but for a man so unknown, he is simply formidable." The fight continued for a few moments until Andreas, with a decisive strike, took down the orc woman. Looking over his own handiwork, he calmly stated, "Finished." The human soldiers, still in shock, murmured among themselves, "All 6, alone!" Instead of becoming enraged, the Orc Lord let out a thunderous laugh. "Gah-ha-ha-ha, you have surprised me. That was a fantastic battle, honorable warrior. Tell me your name." The orc was twice Andreas' size. The young man, staring at his imposing opponent, thought, "He looks tough. Even more than I expected. Finally, he responded firmly. Barry Sanders. The Orc Lord struck the ground with the blade of his axe and roared to his army. My fearless orcs! Remember the courage of this human warrior, Barry Sanders, for he has granted our warriors an honorable end and eternal rest. Andreas took a deep breath and sheathed his sword. For a moment, his heart raced when he saw the Orc Lord swing his axe, but he quickly realized the gesture wasn't a threat. I don't think he'll attack me for revenge after all this, Andreas thought as the night wind blew between the two armies, marking the end of the duel. The Orc Lord continued speaking. As promised, I will grant you 1 day of respite. We must also take time to honor the glorious deaths of our warriors, and in that time I expect you to prepare to die with dignity. Then he turned and departed, bidding farewell to Andreas. Standing there, the protagonist felt somewhat relieved. Anyone unable to use aura would have fainted instantly from the sheer force of his fighting spirit. So this is what it's like to stand before an aura master on the battlefield. I could feel it in my skin. If I'm going to defeat him, there's no choice but to wait for the right moment. In the war room where strategies were being discussed, Fillion was furious. Sir, this is outrageous. How can they refuse to send reinforcements? All I can think is that Grandis has abandoned us. We've dedicated our lives to defending the borders, and this is how they repay us. It's too much. Dawson slammed his fist on the table, cutting off the argument. Enough. I won't tolerate any more insults against the kingdom. No matter what happens, our mission remains the same, to protect the people of Endeavor and the kingdom from all threats of the Great Forest. That's the only thing we need to focus on. He turned to Andreas, his voice sincere as he apologized. Barry, you risked your life to buy us a day of respite, but it was all in vain. Hearing those words, Andreas couldn't help but think, what an excellent commander. Even against all odds, he keeps his men united and their morale high. And despite Grandis's terrible treatment, his loyalty remains. What a waste of talent. He gave a slight bow and replied, It's all right. In war, things inevitably happen when we least expect them, and buying extra time to discuss our options was already worth it. Dawson was grateful for his understanding and then added, Although it pains me to ask this of you, could you do me a favor in tomorrow's battles? Taking a deep breath, Dawson continued, We've lost many captain-level men to the Orcs' guerrilla tactics in recent months. Because of that, I intend to concentrate all our forces at the West Gate, where we can face them head-on. But the North Gate, which will have minimal defenses, is likely to be targeted by an ambush from the Orc chiefs. The regular soldiers won't stand a chance against them. Andreas understood what was being asked and answered without hesitation, Leave the North Gate to me. Luna, who had remained silent until then, suddenly became euphoric and exclaimed excitedly, And what about Luna? Luna wants to have fun too! Fillion couldn't help but feel uneasy hearing the word fun in that context. Beside him, one of the soldiers thought, They say she's missing a screw, but this is... Dawson, maintaining a serious demeanor, addressed the young woman. Luna Pendragon, can you fight against the Orc Lord? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. A wide grin spread across her face as she answered without hesitation. Leave it to Luna. Luna will defeat him. Dawson chuckled at her peculiar reaction, but kept his tone firm. Forgive me. I have placed a heavy burden on you mercenaries. However, Luna, acting as if she were one of those over-the-top NPCs from TikTok, responded proudly. My scythe of death shall dance in battle Tilda. Her words, worthy of a Dota hero, echoed through the room, leaving everyone in silence, unsure whether to be impressed or concerned. Dawson shifted his tone and said, Though I'm ashamed to admit it, we have no choice but to fight. This place may be insignificant to the kingdom, but to us, it is our home. If by God's will we survive, I promise to appeal to the king to ensure you are properly rewarded. Andreas looked at him and told him not to worry about that, explaining, I'm helping for personal reasons. I lost my family to the orcs when I was young. Luna immediately believed the excuse. Huh? You have such a tragic past, friend? In his thoughts, Andreas reflected, I need to end this war and reach the Great Forest as soon as possible. I don't have time to deal with the kingdom's merits or rewards. With that, the conversation ended. They filled their bellies and rested for the next day, which promised to be long. High up in a tower under the cover of night, Luna asked in surprise, Huh? You want Luna to do what? Andreas looked at her seriously and asked if she could carry out the request. The scene felt eerily reminiscent of that fateful moment in Harry Potter, when the headmaster died atop the tower. Luna has never done this before, but Luna probably can. Anyway, is he really that strong? Yes, Andreas confirmed. I was sure the moment I got close to him. If he's at his peak condition, I won't be able to defeat him no matter what I do. Luna, completely enamored with the situation, spun around and sang, Wow, how exciting! Luna can't wait any longer. Seeing her excitement, Andreas called out to her. The sweet yet wicked girl looked at him, enchanted, and then he said, If the fight with the Orc Lord takes an unexpected turn, you must hide and wait until the bodies start piling up. She agreed with the plan, and Andreas continued, When that happens, I will turn the tide of this war. The sun began to rise, signaling the start of a new day. Crows soared over the battlefield, feasting on the carcasses of fallen orcs. Dawson, standing before his new allies, issued his orders. Luna Pendragon, Barry Sanders, I will leave the west and north gates to you. Leave it to us, Luna confirmed eagerly, while Andrea simply nodded. All right, then I'll head to the north gate. Before he could leave, Luna called out, Wait, friend needs a spiritual session. Andreas turned around, surprised, as a greenish mana began to emanate around her. Luna's spiritual session. She can summon souls with the necessary abilities, depending on the situation, Andreas thought, feeling the power in the air. Luna closed her eyes, concentrating, and began chanting names. Ashemi, Trogandi, Hushur. Then she placed her glowing hand on Andreas's chest. The touch sent a shiver down his spine as energy flowed into him. When she finished, she smiled. This should make your fight easier. Notifications flashed before Andreas's eyes, and he felt something different within his body. The soul of the Warhound Dwar has been summoned. Your attributes will be temporarily enhanced. His eyes gleamed with a greenish hue, and he widened them in realization. I can see everything happening on the battlefield. This has an incomparably greater range than mana detection. The trait of the Warhound Dwar, target tracking, has been temporarily acquired. Luna seemed pleased with her work, while Andreas thought, you even gain the summoned soul's trait in an enhanced state without any side effects. Luna Pendragon, what kind of cheating ability is this? That moment was abruptly interrupted when Andreas, using his newfound ability, alerted, the enemy is coming! On the battlefield, the sound of roars echoed, and dust began to rise as the orcs approached. One of the soldiers shouted, the enemy forces are charging straight at us! Dawson raised his voice, commanding, everyone to your positions! Archers, ready your arrows! Luna, standing beside the commander, buzzed with excitement. It's a fight! But Andreas called her. She turned, her gaze curious and cheerful. What is it, friend? The Orc Lord's roar thundered across the battlefield, accompanied by his menacing grin, and Andreas asked her for just one thing. Please, be careful. The war had begun with a rain of arrows striking the orcs. They drooled, their large, sharp canines bared, thirsting for battle. The archers on the fortress's side received their orders loud and clear. Take them down before they reach the walls. The orcs retaliated with catapults filled with fire and oil, which when launched into the sky looked like a meteor shower. Several of them made it past the walls, causing multiple fiery explosions. Luna managed to stop one of the incoming stones with a protective shield, an act that certainly did not go unnoticed by Dawson, who shouted, Ooh, Luna Pendragon! She saw the fireball approaching, certain she could prevent an even greater disaster. When the oil-soaked flaming stone struck the shield, a powerful explosion erupted. Tiny pebbles rained down harmlessly. She observed her feet and casually remarked, Well, well. Meanwhile, Dawson praised her. Well done, Luna. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the gate below them, a thunderous impact that kicked up a cloud of dust. The gate had been destroyed by something difficult to see at the moment. Dawson shouted, The west gate has been breached. Squad 4, Squad 5, all infantry with me at the gate. Luna, her enchanting flower-toned eyes gleaming, declared, Luna is going to have fun. Dawson's eyes widened in shock. What? Without hesitation, Luna leaped down, her scythe already enveloped in a green aura of power. On the orcs' side, many of them also seemed to possess magical abilities. A pinkish energy surrounded them, as if something was protecting them, while others fired arrows and flames. Behind them, someone was chanting in an unrecognizable dialect, and as a result, a crimson aura began to envelop them. The one performing the chant unleashed their energy onto the orc soldiers, causing all of them to have glowing red eyes, growling incessantly. Filion immediately thought, the orcs are going berserk. Meanwhile, on the northern gate wall, Andreas was engaged in combat with one of the orcs. He blocked the massive hammer of the creature with his sword. The orc roared ferociously, forcing Andreas to stagger back. As he braced himself on the ground, he thought, This is frenzy! He noticed the sudden shift in all the orcs around him. It must be an orc shaman. I need to take them out quickly. On the other side of the battlefield, Luna was truly having the time of her life. Slash after slash, she struck down the orcs around her. Some roared in fury as they charged at her, but none could best her. Her movements were like a dance. She dodged and repositioned with agility while swinging her scythe, cutting down countless enemies. The soldiers watched the spectacle in awe. Luna Pendragon! She really is a monster, just like the rumors say. She looks innocent, but she's as powerful as an entire squad of royal knights. Their thoughts were abruptly interrupted when someone shouted, They're climbing the walls! As Luna nearly made it rain blood around her, her eyes sparkled as she sensed something approaching. She swung her scythe once more, the wind following the blade's movement. Then, she faced her opponent with a smile. I blocked it! Standing before her was the Orc Lord, his massive shadow covering her face, leaving only his crimson eyes visible. He was 3 times Luna's size. His deep, commanding voice echoed across the battlefield. "Everyone stand back, I will handle her," Dawson shouted in alarm. "It's the Orc Lord." Luna, even more thrilled, her smile widening, responded, "So you finally came, Orc Lord. Luna has been waiting." The towering figure looked down at her, impressed. "Not bad, little warrior." She simply stated, "Luna plans to imprint your soul onto my friend, so I'll try not to damage it too much." With a sudden leap, she flipped upside down, locking her scythe against the creature's massive sword. Still hanging in midair, she continued, "Luna will kill you without leaving a single scratch." The Orc Lord's expression darkened, and he let out a deep grunt. Luna twirled across the battlefield, clearing a path until she reached her opponent. He smirked, amused. "Gahaha, you impress me, little warrior. You use your agility and mana to make up for your lack of weight. Impressive!" He struck her, and though Luna attempted to block, the sheer force sent her flying through the air, rolling backward upon landing. To reach him again, she had to cut down a few more orcs along the way. The Orc Lord observed her, grinning, while Luna hummed to herself, "Praise Luna more." The Orc Lord laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the fight. "Gahaha, what a joyous and glorious day this is." But then, something changed. His aura shifted. Deep crimson engulfed his entire body. His cheerful expression hardened into something more serious and daring. "But what a shame that we are in the middle of a war. Let us continue this in the warrior's rest." Luna halted, surprised and confused by his words. She tilted her head and asked, "Where are you going? What is the warrior's rest?" The Orc Lord growled, and his aura surged into an even darker, more menacing shadow, exerting immense pressure on everyone around him. Luna, instead of feeling fear, was completely mesmerized. "Wow, so cool!" Without hesitation, she lunged at him again. Dawson shouted, "Why is everyone just standing there? Charge as well! Protect Endeavor! Don't let these filthy orcs destroy our home! Hold your positions!" The battle between humans and orcs intensified even further. The Orc Lord's crimson shadow advanced toward Luna, but there was something she hadn't expected. His powerful sword unleashed a devastating blow that took her by surprise, violently hurling her backward, slamming her into the ground. Dawson's heart pounded with worry. If she, the strongest among them, had been struck down, what would become of the poor humans? Luna lay among the rubble, groaning in pain as she struggled to move, yet she still smiled and muttered, "This might be impossible." In front of her, a massive wall of fire stretched toward the sky. Everything around was engulfed in flames, leaving nothing visible but the remnants of shattered towers. Elsewhere on the battlefield, an orc roared in an attempt to intimidate Andreas, but its efforts were in vain. Defeat came swiftly, and it collapsed to the ground. Andreas sheathed his sword just as a soldier rushed toward him. "Are you all right, Barry Sanders?" He glanced at the fallen orc and the blood-stained ground, thinking, "The north gate has been partially cleared." Then he activated his new ability, the Warhound Soul, Dweour, and surveyed the battlefield. At that moment, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Things don't look good on Luna's side. 869 corpses detected. They've made it this far. His aura flared, and without acknowledging the soldiers calling out to him, Andreas, now exuding an even more menacing presence, gave a firm order. "Send all able-bodied men from the north gate to the west gate, where Commander Dawson is." Back on Luna's battlefield, the soldiers began noticing something strange happening to the bodies scattered across the ground. "Ah! The corpses are moving! What's happening?" Andreas's piercing gaze seemed to cut across the battlefield as he completed his command. "From this moment on, this battlefield is mine." The greenish mana of Andreas began to ignite in his hands as he chanted in his own thoughts, "My mana reaches the edge of the battlefield. All who have died here are at my disposal." The corpses scattered across the field began to rise under the protagonist's command, while the soldiers, stunned, wondered, "What is happening? The corpses, they're waking up." The sight of the flowing mana controlling the bodies revealed to all that Andreas was a necromancer. His green eyes, a reflection of the temporary attributes granted to him by Luna, shone intensely. He raised his hand and firmly ordered, "Finish them off!" Immediately, the corpses positioned themselves in formation, ready to attack. Meanwhile, Dawson, bloodied on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief at what he was witnessing. The Orc Lord, standing before him, stared at him with a piercing gaze and said, "You caught me off guard, but it was a poor decision, human. You should have attacked me instead of protecting her." Dawson held Luna in his arms, unconscious. The Lord raised his sword, its dark aura now 5 times greater, expanding across the battlefield. His voice echoed, "But if this is the human path you have chosen, I will honor it." Dawson whispered, "Luna Pendragon, forgive me. I've exhausted all options." Before he could continue, something sped past him at incredible speed, so fast he barely noticed it. It was Andreas, who, upon approaching, murmured, "Sorry for the delay." The Orc Lord, upon seeing him, immediately recognized him. "Barry, Sanders? Andreas raised his hand, his gaze locked onto the creature. His mana flared again, forming a magic circle around him. The Lord, surprised, lifted his sword and remarked, "I never imagined that someone with the strength of a swordsman like you would be a necromancer." The force of the strike made the humans around them leap back, burning from the fire that emanated from that power. Dawson called out to him, "Barry Sanders, as you can see, cough, it's too late for me." Andreas noticed that Dawson was holding Luna in his arms and thought, was he protecting Luna? Right. Unlike her, my wounds aren't something a potion can heal. Covered in blood, Dawson made one last request to Andreas. Use my body. Use it against those who would harm Endeavor. That way, I can protect my homeland with my own hands. Andreas closed his eyes, mourning the situation, but silently nodded. Suddenly, one of the soldiers rushed forward, shouting, "Commander, he needs medical attention." Seeing Dawson's condition, the soldier couldn't hold back his tears, but the commander, with great effort, only managed to say, "Call, Fillion." Struggling to contain his sobs, the soldier listened closely to Dawson's final words. "Tell him that I am entrusting the leadership of Endeavor to him." The aura of the Orc Lord once again drew Andreas's attention. "Barry Sanders, do you really think that this fragile piece of flesh can defeat me?" With a brutal swing of his sword, he sent several corpses flying through the air like mere ragdolls, piling them up in heaps. Watching the scene, Andreas thought, just as I expected, ordinary undead are no match for the Lord of the Orcs. Behind him, the soldier holding Dawson sobbed in anguish. "Ah, Commander Dawson!" The gruesome battlefield, filled with screams of agony and the metallic clash of weapons, seemed endless. Andreas's mind buzzed with thoughts. It will be difficult to turn the tide against the orcs while my cooldown is still active. In that case, determined, he began advancing toward his formidable opponent. With a swift motion of his hands, he activated multiple dark portals behind him and commanded, "Timur Nickel, stop the Orc Lord. Rudo and Malene, take care of the remaining orcs." Further away, explosions illuminated the battlefield against the darkness of the night. From atop the fortress wall, Fillion analyzed the situation through binoculars, murmuring to himself, "Turning fallen enemies into allies. I knew a necromancer was a formidable force on the battlefield, but for someone to be so incredibly powerful as to shift the course of battle? Look at the undead he has summoned." The soldiers around him were in complete shock. Each one of them is unbelievably strong. To Fillion, it felt as surreal as a dream. He remarked, "To think that just 2 undead could completely hold back an Aura Master." His speech and analysis were abruptly cut short when someone shouted, "Sub-Commander Fillion!" Everyone turned around, surprised, wondering what had happened. In front of them, a soldier was weeping as he carried Luna on his back. His voice trembled with sorrow as he declared, "The commander, Dawson, he has fallen in battle." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Timur cut down the orcs in his path, his goal clear, to reach the Orc Lord. His powerful attacks finally caught the Lord's attention. What a series of surprises. Who would have thought that mere corpses could stop me? It seems my warriors have been annihilated. I have failed as a commander, he murmured, gazing at the countless bodies strewn around him. I allowed too many of my proud warriors to fall in my fury. Very well, Barry Sanders. The Orc Lord turned to Andreas, who stood just a few meters away. His growl overflowed with fury, but even as he gritted his teeth, he spoke. "Great warrior, if this is to be my final battle, will you allow me to die as a warrior beneath your blade?" Andreas's piercing gaze met the Lord's, and with unwavering resolve, he replied, "Just like you, I will honor you as you have honored me. Come." The protagonist drew his sword, which began to glow intensely. The Orc Lord, with a sly grin, requested, "Then guide me to the great Valhalla." And so, the 2 warriors charged at each other. Andreas's sword, now resembling a spine of bones, slashed through the air toward his opponent. However, the Lord's powerful aura caught it as if it were nothing more than a mere thread. With a precise strike, he unleashed a golden slash that struck the center of the blade, managing to sever even Andreas's arms. Yet the necromancer's shimmering mana was still present, leaving the Lord bewildered. The real Andreas was beneath the sword, ready to block the attack. Debris scattered through the air, and a deafening impact rang out as their weapons clashed. Dust surged in all directions, obscuring visibility. From a distance, Nickel watched in confusion, unsure of what was happening. The Lord Orc's sword clashed repeatedly against hardened bones, producing a trembling resonance with each strike. Andreas had raised a wall of bones to protect himself. Then his feet began to be coated in bone plating as he chanted, "Bone armor." In his mind, he reflected, "One wrong step and he'll cut me in half." The armor rapidly covered his entire body, forming a protective shell. The Lord Orc, impressed, grinned at the transformation. "You still have tricks up your sleeve, huh?" But Andreas knew that, to face such a formidable opponent, he had to use everything at his disposal. Now fully clad in bone plating across various parts of his body, Andreas advanced, prepared for the final clash. The Lord's excitement grew as he condensed his aura to an even greater intensity, making his presence almost tangible. "Come, great warrior who will change the world, I shall make you join me in my final battle." Fueled by immense courage, Andreas gripped his sword tightly and charged in for the decisive strike. The two warriors exchanged increasingly powerful blows, the metallic clashing of their weapons echoing across the battlefield. The Lord's laughter rang out amidst the chaos. "To think that I could face two warriors like this! I have no regrets in this life." He raised his sword high, ready to deliver the final blow. Andreas, positioned beneath him, held his blazing blade. The moment their swords collided, an explosion of energy erupted, unleashing a devastating shockwave. Dust billowed into a dense curtain, making it impossible to see the outcome of the battle. From atop the wall, Filian's voice trembled as he asked, "Then, where is the commander's body?" Still weeping, the soldier began to respond. "He said he would protect this land." His voice gradually faded as the scene returned to the battlefield. The dust slowly settled, revealing the aftermath of the final strike. However, what was seen was not what anyone had expected. The Orc Lord's mighty sword had not struck Andreas's weapon. The greatest surprise was a soldier clad in armor firmly holding back the Lord's aura-infused blade. It was Commander Dawson. Now he had become one of Andreas's summoned warriors, rising amidst the flames of battle to continue protecting his homeland. A voice thick with emotion yet filled with pride echoed among the soldiers. Even if he had to become an undead to do it. That was the decisive moment. The Orc Lord maintained a wide grin, even as blood trickled from his mouth. "The world is vast," he thought. As he felt the pain of the sword piercing his body, he murmured, "It was a battle without regrets." Andreas, his gaze steady, replied, "I'm sorry. I wanted to face you head-on until the very end, but there was someone who insisted on settling things with you. I kept my promise. You defeated your enemy with your own hands, hero of endeavor." This was the final consecration, the recognition of the great commander who had fought to his last breath to protect his home. As the battlefield began to fall silent, news of the victory was already echoing elsewhere. At Bayatra Fortress, a messenger rushed in, delivering the shocking news. "What? The Orc Lord?" "Yes, Your Excellency. It seems the Orc army was nearly annihilated." The man, stunned, quickly asked, "And what about the damages in Endeavor?" Fortunately, there were no major civilian casualties, but it appears that Endeavor lost more than half of its regular forces, and Commander Dawson, he was killed in the Orc Lord's attack. Dawson's name echoed in the man's mind, his face twisting in shock. "Dawson?" he stammered repeatedly, struggling to process the loss. "No, how could this happen? He is gone. If I had known this would happen, I would have disobeyed the Emperor's orders and sent reinforcements to Endeavor." Suddenly a man emerged from the shadows, asking in a firm tone, "And now, what do you intend to do?" The man flinched slightly at the unexpected presence, but after taking a deep breath, he responded in a more controlled tone. "It seems that Endeavor was victorious against the Orc army. Although Sir Evan's reinforcements turned out to be unnecessary," he gestured with his hand, trying to regain composure. "Very well. As long as no more lives are lost, that is what truly matters. But still, defeating the Orc Lord? Could Lord Dawson have been an Aura Master?" The soldier, astonished, replied, "No, it seems that two mercenaries played a crucial role. A spirit summoner and a necromancer, apparently." The mysterious man was intrigued. "A spirit summoner, you say?" The soldier, realizing he had said more than he should have, quickly added, "Yes, Sir Evan. You know her well. Luna Pendragon, daughter of Eve Millennium, one of the 10 greats of the continent." The man, appearing to be in his 50s, with a sharp gaze and a daring smile, was Evan von Orleans, the White Paladin. With a smirk, he muttered, "Well, well. To think I would come across such a troublesome seed here. This must also be the will of the gods." The man receiving the soldier's report was completely unsettled by the situation. In his thoughts, he revealed, "Damn, Sir Evan is an inquisitor of the Holy Nation. The news came so suddenly, I didn't have time to smooth things over. To think I ended up betraying the hero of Endeavor. What a careless mistake." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a voice urged them to hurry, saying that Luna Pendragon must be waiting for purification. Another voice questioned the rush, but the reply was that there was no time left. Their conversation crackled alongside the flames of a campfire beneath the night sky. A twig began scratching the green grass on the ground, leaving behind thin lines of dirt. It was Luna, who, after tossing the small branch aside, said, "But I heard you prepared a lot of meat, yet..." Andrea, sitting beside her, responded, "When I return from the great forest, I'll bring you plenty of meat." Excited, Luna asked if that was a promise, to which our protagonist affirmed that, in some way, it was. They were near a small magic circle on the ground, where the Orc Lord's body lay. Andreas asked if she was ready, and Luna replied, "The effect of the sigil will be permanent, just like the summoning I did for you last time. I can't extract all the power he had when he was alive, but even a single one of his abilities will be incredibly useful. Pointing to a specific spot in the circle, Luna instructed Andreas to stand exactly there. Andreas remained still, his thoughts drifting, his expression worried. If I evolve you as an undead, you'll become a tremendous force. But since I don't get many chances to summon undead, it wouldn't hurt to strengthen myself as well. I don't know when I'll see Luna again. With an awkward smile, she added, by the way, it's not Luna performing the soul marking. Take care. Andreas didn't understand what she meant, and confused, asked her to wait, but it was too late. Luna's hair flowed as a soft, shimmering mana radiated around her while she chanted, Ashame, Torgandifshur. Mana ignited across the entire area. Luna's body floated for a few seconds as Andreas, perplexed, tried to understand what was happening, until he heard a different voice say, this is truly rare. It's the first time I've been summoned to help someone instead of killing them. Andreas began to realize that this might be someone else inside Luna's body. It was the legendary witch, Eve Millennium. Eve spoke. Tell me, boy, what are you to Luna? With a smile, Andreas stated that he was just a friend. This surprised Eve. To think she made a friend. Andreas responded, well, it just kind of happened. Ha ha. Though for the most part it was against her will. Eve smiled at his words, but she was ready to begin. She pointed her finger at the body and started chanting, Ashruk, Kamedio Dontaba. The Orc Lord's body was enveloped in a green mana that seemed to peel away his entire skin. She spoke in an incomprehensible dialect until she said, this soul. Andreas's eyes widened as he swallowed dryly while she continued, a poor soul that could only find meaning on the battlefield. Perhaps it would be better with you. At that moment, Andreas thought, are you communicating with the soul? What a strange sight. His thoughts were interrupted when Eve placed her hand on his forehead. With gentle eyes, she warned, I should warn you. This is going to hurt. A lot. Andreas's eyes widened as he felt something reach into his very soul. A scream of terror and pain echoed through the forest. He cried out endlessly, tears streaming down his face, his body trembling violently. Eve watched him thinking, he's still conscious. Most people pass out the first time no matter how strong they are. The Lord's soul like a shadow loomed behind Andreas. The same movements, the same pain Andreas felt, the soul experienced as well. Eve smiled gently as she observed. Andreas let out his last groans of pain until his eyes regained focus, now brimming with tears. Eve stated, you did well. You should have just passed out. It would have been easier. Andreas struggled to stand, still feeling the pain, while Eve laughed at his suffering. He couldn't stop thinking about how close he felt to death. Before him, the system screen displayed, unique skill, possesses the strength of many in one. Mana recovery rate increases during battle, 0.1% per enemy, up to 1000%. HP recovery rate increases by 200% during battle. Constantly emits the aura of an enemy of the masses, proportional to charisma and mental fortitude. His eyes widened in shock as he thought, what is this? In large-scale battles, this is practically unlimited mana, and the HP recovery, this is completely broken. Andreas remained silent for a long time, allowing Eve to take the opportunity to speak. Judging by your reaction, the sigil was a success. However, as she looked at him, she furrowed her brow as if noticing something strange. Placing a hand on his chest, she puzzled him further. She explained, wait a second. Something's not right. Why is there still space left in your soul? A normal person can only have one soul sigil, but you have room for another. A glow shone from his chest, and at that moment Andreas thought, does this mean I can receive a second soul sigil? Eve concluded that she had never seen anything like it before, making him a very interesting young man. Andreas recalled something that left him frustrated. Everyone keeps treating me like some kind of experiment. The moment was interrupted by Eve, who mentioned that Luna was probably worried and that she needed to withdraw. Andreas bowed, thanking her for the soul marking. Eve smiled and said, take good care of this child, who has suffered loneliness because of her unfortunate birth. I'm counting on you. Andreas found the statement strange but chose not to question it. Of course. She's my friend, after all. Eve was relieved to hear that and soon bid farewell. Stay well until we meet again, boy. As Eve's spirit left Luna's body, Andreas caught her in his arms, watching as all the surrounding spiritual energy slowly dissipated. The great Bayatra forest, with an area comparable to the size of the Empire. This giant forest is a more hospitable environment for other races than for humans. Finding a specific place within this vast and immense forest was no easy task for Andreas and Luna. As Andreas looked at a piece of paper, Luna pointed in a direction, saying, Luna's wild instincts say it's this way. However, Andreas had fortunately purchased a map in Muriel, allowing him to find the place he was searching for without much trouble. He grabbed Luna by the arm, dragging her in the exact opposite direction, asserting that this was the correct way. Huh? It's not this way? She asked as she felt herself being pulled along. The sun was setting behind the mountains, painting a breathtaking scene. Luna's voice rang out, How far are we? Andreas responded. About halfway. The sun is almost down, so let's stop for the night and continue tomorrow. Night had already fallen, and mist had blanketed the area. From afar, only 2 distant shadows could be seen traveling along the path. Beneath a formation of stones and plants that concealed the location, there was a portal. Wow, it really exists, Luna exclaimed. There's no way anyone would have found it, hidden in a place like this, and even if they did, Luna doubts they could have entered. Andreas didn't understand why, but noticing Luna's keen gaze, she explained, maybe because it's a dragon's tomb, but it seems like there are many things inside. Behind her, Andreas remained silent, observing her while thinking, things? Not just the dragon's corpse? This could be dangerous. Maybe we should look around first, huh? Before he could figure out a way to enter safely, Andreas turned pale as he saw Luna stepping inside. That girl went in without thinking again, Andreas exclaimed to himself. He rushed after her, passing through the portal while cursing under his breath, muttering to himself, damn it, whatever happens, happens. And so he moved forward, regardless of the outcome. The moment Andreas arrived at the location, a notification appeared before him. A place where a dragon died. The scream of Krav Maga has been discovered. As he walked carefully, Andreas thought, looks like this is the right place. Where is Luna? Andreas continued walking until another notification appeared, informing him that he had entered a hidden dungeon, the repeating nightmare. The scenery changed completely, and a loud bell rang ceaselessly. In the distance, the sounds of children laughing and running echoed, give that back. No way. Get it back yourself if you want it. Andreas widened his eyes as if waking up from a dream or something similar. Startled, he thought, wait. He was sitting at the edge of a water fountain, watching children chase each other. He slowly stood up, wondering where he was. Looking around, he saw what seemed to be a small, ordinary village. It said this was a hidden dungeon, he thought. But this place doesn't look any different from a normal street in the city. Suddenly, Andreas heard someone calling him, friend. He quickly looked up and saw Luna on top of a roof. What kind of place is this? It's shocking, she said, excited. Usually dungeons are dark and gloomy, but this place seems fun. Andreas took a deep breath and replied, there you are. Did you find something unusual? Luna jumped from the roof directly into one of the streets, saying, yes, the people in this town, everyone here is a ghost. The revelation left Andreas surprised. What? Looking at the 2 children who had been playing earlier, he asked, you mean everyone here is dead? Luna nodded, saying that it was the first time she had seen something like this. We came looking for a dragon's corpse, but ended up in a ghost town? Andreas remained silent for a moment, observing everything around him. Then he placed his hand on his waist and said, I'm not sure what this place has to do with the dragon's tomb, but let's investigate first. Excited, Luna replied, all right, time to form an investigation team. As they walked, Andreas spoke to her about how they could clear a place like this. He believed it was a dungeon like any other, and they needed to destroy the core. However, one thing kept lingering in his mind. But who knows, this place might have something to do with the dragon. Luna thumped her chest proudly like an honorable girl and said, leave it to Luna. She then turned to a pot merchant and started talking to him. After a while, they arrived at another shimmering blue portal. It's a dead end, just like the other side. Andreas had already considered this. It really seemed impossible to leave that town. He looked at a nearby house and pointed to the streets. We should take a look around. Placing his hand on his face, analyzing the situation, Andreas said, it's hard to find any clues since we ended up here so suddenly. Luna, do you remember anything before you? However, as he turned to the side, he realized he was speaking to himself. Luna was no longer there. Soon, he heard her voice from a distance. Then I have no choice. It was obvious that Luna had gotten distracted by something else again. The famous street theaters filled the alleys of the village. In one of them, an actor dressed as a soldier wielded a sword, staring at a red dragon painted on the backdrop in front of him. I'll kill you, you evil dragon! That was charming to Luna. A show about the dragon. Andreas thought it might be essential to watch, as it could offer some clues. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Hey man, never seen you before. Are you a mercenary? Andreas turned around and saw a man with a slightly reddened face, probably from drinking. He nodded in confirmation. Yes, I'm a mercenary. The man, still holding his drink, continued. What a shame. You came a little too late if you wanted to join the Fire Dragon Subjugation Squad. They left a few days ago. Andreas furrowed his brow, confused. Sorry, what is the Fire Dragon Subjugation Squad? The man, still hugging his drink, seemed surprised. You really don't know anything? Yeah, I haven't been a mercenary for long. The man took another large gulp of his drink before commenting. Well, maybe it's a good thing you don't know. It could have been deadly for a rookie like you. After wiping the liquid from the corner of his mouth, the man looked behind Andreas and pointed. Ah, perfect. They're doing a play about the Fire Dragon Subjugation Squad right behind you. The actor playing the fearsome dragon was growling and acting as the man explained. A fire dragon built a lair near this town, you know. and the high priest of Lord Lethe, fearing for his life, called for an expedition to kill it. Andreas understood it was referring to Krav Maga. He turned to the man and asked, "When you say Lord Lethe, do you mean the ancient god?" However, the man didn't understand what he meant by ancient, so the drunk man explained, "Lord Lethe is the guardian deity of our town. That's why, before the squad left, they received his blessing." Andreas was surprised, lost in thought. The blessing of Lethe for a dragon hunting expedition? Could it be, this town is a place from the ancient era? Hidden dungeons are often associated with ancient ruins, so there's a good chance this place is one of them. The drunk man continued, "Anyway, wait a few more days and you should get news from the expedition. And no matter how strong the dragon is, they're accompanied by 3 knights of supreme warrior rank. They even have Lord Lethe's blessing, so it's practically a done deal." In the play, the fearsome red dragon was embarrassed to be defeated by a mere human, and the acting brought joy to everyone, including Luna, who, with tears in her eyes, said, "Whoa, that was so emotional." Andreas looked at her in shock as she finished, with mucus running from her nose. It's the first time Luna has seen a play. The man turned to leave, smiling cheerfully and saying to Andreas, "Maybe you missed your chance to join the expedition, but since you're here, you might as well enjoy it, Tilde." As dragons usually choose a place to die and spend the rest of their life there, it's called Dragon Mountain. Andreas remembered the message he had received when entering the dungeon. A place where a dragon died. The scream of Krav Maga was discovered. He had felt something strange when seeing the phrase, "a place where a dragon died." However, it made sense if the expedition had been successful. Luna by his side was completely different from Andreas. She loved everything, and for her it was fun. However, she turned to him with a shiver, remembering that they had an investigation to do. Andreas turned to her and commented, "It's getting late, let's find a place to stay." Excited, she added to the request, "Let's have dinner too. Luna is exhausted from all this investigating." The sun was setting as they walked. "By the way, was it the first time you've seen a play?" asked Andreas. "Yes. Luna is always being chased, so I've never seen one before." Andreas was intrigued, wondering why Luna was always being chased. As they walked, a man in a white cloak appeared in front of them. "Luna Pendragon and Barry?" The two, upon hearing this, were shocked. Evan was there, facing them coldly as he asked, "What are you doing here?" Andreas wondered who that man was, already suspecting his identity due to his clothing, while Luna trembled just seeing him. Even stammering, she asked, "Why are you here?" The two took a defensive stance, as if they were ready to fight at any moment. "I remember that man has some history with Luna, as he was an enemy of Eve Millennium, one of the top 10 in the continent and a natural enemy of black mages, Evan von Orleans." Evan remained calm, hands on his hips, as he asked, "You've grown, Luna Pendragon. How many years have passed?" With fury on her face, she shouted, "Don't speak to Luna so casually. Luna hates you." In the next moment, Andreas gripped his sword, ready to unsheath it. The man continued, "When I heard about you in Endeavor, you know the trouble I went through." Andreas looked at the man with some fear. "Damn. I thought I wouldn't cause a problem if I was the only one hiding my identity. I never thought someone as dangerous as him would show up here." The man, however, seemed eager to set all that aside, which confused Andreas. Soon, Evan concluded, "Tell me, what exactly is going on here?" The people around them began to disappear in a strange dark smoke, as if they were dissolving into the air. "The people are turning into smoke," Andreas said. Evan drew his sword, ready for combat, and warned, "Well, looks like some kind of very special magic, but it doesn't matter. I'm here only to purge you black mages and then leave this place." His sword glowed with an intensely bright golden light, a purity so strong that none of the smoke could even approach it. Andreas's eyes widened, trembling at what was about to happen. Evan, the white paladin, had golden flames in his eyes and shone brightly, dissipating all the darkness around him. With no choice, Andreas unsheathed his sword, gritted his teeth, and prepared to face the moment. However, something he didn't expect happened. The arm holding his sword was simply torn off, flying in front of him, completely severed from his body. "Ah!" Luna, terrified, screamed his name, raising her scythe to attack, but the white paladin was already too close. With a swift motion, he violently pushed her away. Upon feeling the impact, Luna's face turned red and the cry of pain almost escaped her eyes before her body was thrown to the ground. "Luna!" Andreas screamed, holding the bloody stump where his arm used to be. The black smoke around him obscured his vision, making it impossible to see what was happening to Luna. In the next moment, a searing pain pierced his chest. The shock paralyzed him. His eyes widened as he tried to look to the side, but his body refused to respond. The muffled sound of his labored breathing mixed with the frantic thumping in his ears. "The light is burning the black smoke. I see, so Barry Nice is just your pseudonym." Blood spilled from his mouth as Andreas tried to think, but the only thought that came to him was, I couldn't see this coming at all. Am I going to die here?" Suddenly, everything went dark. A long, deep darkness stretched out as only strange laughter could be heard. Two enigmatic eyes appeared. Could it be the source of the voice echoing? Suddenly the eyes were accompanied by a faint smile, and in that deep blackness, his teeth were clearly visible. I can't stand watching this. Not only are you deceived by a pathetic and useless illusion, but to be killed by mere humans. A strange being appeared. It was bald, with dark red skin. Its eyes were like bright white moons without any halos. The huge teeth, maintained in a wide grin, made its expression even more terrifying. At first it seemed upside down, watching Andreas's deepest agony. But in reality, it was just kneeling, staring at him. It was Andreas who was upside down. Such weakness is truly impressive. Half confused, slowly awakening, Andreas questioned who this horrifying creature was. The creature laughed. You still have the strength to play tough? Well, then let's see if you can escape. From here, the creature, resembling a red Smeagol, held Andreas's severed hand, still gripping his sword. Twisting its neck in a bizarre manner and staying upside down, it simply said, "Take this. It's something you left behind." Suddenly, an even more intense pain coursed through Andreas's body. He widened his eyes as he saw blood gush out, not understanding what was happening. Unable to contain the pain, he screamed desperately. The scream forced him to open his eyes quickly, sweating cold, as if he had woken from a nightmare. Sobbing and gasping uncontrollably, he fumbled his body, making sure he was still alive. His heart beat erratically, as if he had forgotten how to breathe. However, something even stranger happened. The bells he had heard earlier began ringing continuously. The voices of children echoed again. "Give it back. No way. If you're upset, try to take it back." Andreas widened his eyes again and thought, wait, has time turned back? Once again, he was sitting by the fountain filled with water, watching the children running after each other. The village seemed normal. People walked back and forth, chatting as if nothing had happened. Andreas murmured aloud, "A recurring nightmare." So that's what it meant when it said time would keep repeating in the dungeon. He remembered the notification he had seen upon entering. "You have entered the hidden dungeon. Recurring nightmare." The only difference at that moment was Luna, who appeared running toward him, calling for him desperately. Upon reaching him, she immediately hugged him tightly. "Thank God! I was worried about what I would do if you weren't here." Andreas tried to calm her down, noticing the tears in her eyes. "Ah, Luna, you're safe. What happened to you?" Luna wiped her tears with the sleeve of her clothes and responded, still out of breath. "I'm not sure either. After that guy hit me and I passed out, then there was this mist, and after that, I can't remember anything." Andreas processed what she was saying, trying to make sense of it all. "So, Luna didn't die and come back? Black mist? Suspicious?" Luna continued gesturing as she explained. "When I woke up, I was in the same place we started from." In one of her gestures, she emphasized, "Just to be sure, I searched the area and found you, partner." Andreas could only think about that strange figure saying, "Deceived by a useless illusion, and killed by mere humans." Looking around, seeing the people in the marketplace, Andreas murmured, "Luna, it seems like this town is repeating the same day over and over." Luna wondered if something like this could really happen. In response, Andreas affirmed, "Yes, maybe it's due to magic, but it seems like the others haven't noticed. When the day ends, only we return with our memories intact." Luna questioned if, by saying end, he meant that they died. The protagonist replied, "That's a possibility. It could also be when the clock strikes midnight. Although that guy didn't die, he's still here. It's unsettling." Andreas was referring to Evan, who was walking through one of the village's arches, saying, "This place is beyond the god's providence. I'll have to purify it soon." At that moment, Andreas and Luna positioned themselves once again for battle. However, Evan said seriously, "There's no need to be so alert. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it from the start." Luna shouted, "Ha! You attacked us not long ago." Andreas refused to understand what he meant. "So, until we leave this place, are you proposing a truce?" Evan replied, "A reasonable response from someone who's impure, it seems." At that moment, Andreas asked a bold question. "How about each of us investigate this city, and then meet here to share information when the day starts?" Luna wanted to question him. She didn't trust Evan. However, just as she was about to explain, the paladin interrupted, saying, "What a strategist, huh? A Dreyfus?" Andreas didn't understand what he meant, looking at him confused while Luna gritted her teeth. Evan explained, "What guarantee do we have that you'll share all the information? If you find an exit, won't you just escape with both of you?" Andreas suggested that maybe Evan should have been more of a gentleman during their first meeting, because now it would be hard to work with him the way he was. With a suspicious smile, he thought, "Suspicious guy. Just let it slide this time." Evan glanced sideways and said, "Oh, heavens. Looks like you're under a misunderstanding." The paladin turned back to him with an even more intense gaze and continued, "If I wanted to, I could kill both of you the moment you wake up every day." That statement took both of them by surprise. They both widened their eyes. Andreas, however, found it interesting. With a mischievous smile, he said, "All right, let's work together." Luna was horrified. No way. But Andreas continued, I didn't expect to be able to argue with a brainless knight. You're really a stubborn person, aren't you? Evan clicked his tongue at their conversation. Seeing this, Andreas said, if you're so suspicious, you could just follow me separately. Hiding your presence should be easy for you. The atmosphere around Evan completely changed. His deep blue eyes became even darker, and the silence that followed was almost suffocating. Then he turned, leaving the two behind, saying, well, it doesn't seem like this will be resolved quickly. Let's just observe for now and hope for promising results. Luna, enraged, made an obscene gesture toward him, cursing him out. Andreas sighed in relief. Phew! I thought he was going to attack, he thought while a drop of tension ran down his face. He called out to Luna and said, we definitely need to find an exit before him. Luna seemed to almost cry just thinking about it. Partner Tilda Luna really hates that guy Tilda, she said, whining. Then Andreas commented, we're just forming an alliance out of necessity for now. They started walking through the ruins again, and the curious Luna asked where they were going. Andreas had heard that the priest of Lethe had requested a dragon hunt, which reminded him of the place they had passed through the previous day. They arrived at a large, imposing temple. Behind them, like a shadow, Evan was keeping an eye on them until he spoke. Ah, the temple? Oh heavens, should we have decided on our search areas first? Luna and Andreas looked back and saw Evan continue. Otherwise, splitting up to investigate is useless. The protagonist commented, but we thought this place looked the most suspicious. Meanwhile, Luna just muttered that the man had followed them the whole time and, irritated, said, let's check this place, then go to another. Suddenly, a man standing at the temple door interrupted the conversation, asking if she could be a priestess of Lord Nyx. Luna was confused, about to say no, but Andreas quickly placed his hand over her mouth and with a smile, said he was completely right. The man then commented, it seems like you came to meet our priestess. Andreas didn't waste any time and asked if they could have an audience with her. The man replied, I'm afraid she doesn't see visitors who aren't followers. Could you ask your guards to wait here for a moment? Luna was surprised, looking at Andreas not knowing what to do. It seemed like they communicated only with their eyes. Luna thought, I really don't understand, but I just have to go, right? Whispering, Andreas responded, yes, go in and find out who she is. Luna ran into the temple while Andreas thought, even that gatekeeper has eyes like Luna's. The priestess of Nyx. What is Luna's connection to her? At that moment, Evan spoke. As expected, dark mages are good at lying. Andreas raised an eyebrow, turned to face him, and said, stop provoking each other in this situation. Evan replied, oh, I wanted my words to be kind. I'll be careful. As soon as we leave here, I will fulfill my duty as an inquisitor. I regret not being able to purify that child and her mother with my own hands. Andreas looked at him with skepticism and mild irritation, stating, well, I won't comment on your duties, but I'd prefer dealing with a lying dark mage than a killer relentlessly chasing a child. Evan narrowed his expression, furrowed his brows, and commented, those words are blasphemy against the gods. Suddenly, the doors of the temple opened with immense pressure, causing Andreas's hair to fly. The two looked to see what was happening. Andreas quickly ran, holding his sword and calling out Luna's name. The guards drew their knives and shouted, step aside! Unauthorized people cannot enter! The aura of the Lord Orc surged with a great growl behind Andreas. The protagonist was overtaken by it, now even stronger. His eyes glowed red as he said, get out of the way! The guards, startled, screamed with wide eyes, but when Andreas passed by them, both fainted, unable to withstand the pressure of that power. Andreas ran desperately, thinking, what? What the hell is going on? A golden cedar stood amidst dense black smoke. Andreas had arrived at the location with wide eyes, completely shocked. The smoke threw Luna away violently. As she tried to break with her own body, she ended up landing directly on top of Andreas, who asked, are you okay? Luna smiled, full of joy upon seeing him. Huh? It's you, partner. Looks like we hit the jackpot here. Ahead of them, the black smoke spread out. An old man gritted his teeth, saying, you impure beings, how did you manage to infiltrate this sacred city ruled by Lady Lethe? Leave now! He pointed his staff at them, veins bulging on his face. Luna turned to the protagonist as if wanting to gain an advantage or reveal a secret. Partner, that's a real human, Andreas smiled. I see, so it was you. You're the one messing with time in this city? The man began to stutter. What are you talking about? I don't have that kind of power. He laughed uncontrollably as he exclaimed, it's all thanks to Lady Lethe's power. Worship her. Lady Lethe granted us eternal life. At that moment, Evan began to slowly enter the temple, saying, so, that black smoke, is it all the work of God? The man seemed confused by the term black smoke, but soon laughed. Ha ha ha! It's proof of a miracle where humans are blessed, manifesting as the sacred work of God. Evan disagreed seriously, stating that God is light itself and could not create something so dark and evil. The man became even angrier with Evan's words. Evil, you say? Evan didn't let him finish his sentence and interrupted. The one blaspheming against God is actually... Andreas cut him off. Evan, let's start by gathering information from that guy. The man didn't seem to care much about the conversation but shouted forcefully, I won't hand over this city, even if it all started because of my own mistakes. In the end, it's thanks to me that they're all alive. The information shocked the three of them. The man looked up confidently and stated, there's nothing you can do to me. The stone in his staff began to glow an intense red. Andreas, surprised, thought, this guy. Could it be? Suddenly, the man collapsed. The staff fell beside him. But what was most shocking was the amount of blood that spread as it hit a nearby stone. The man was dead. After some time, still in shock from the event, Luna knelt before his body, stating, it's no use. His soul is already gone, leaving nothing behind. We can't find anything this way. Andreas responded, you mean his soul has already returned? Evan, who was right behind, commented, claiming that people live because of him? It seems this priest is the cause of the repetitive time in this city. Luna didn't want to admit it, and rolling her face in disapproval, muttered, yes, I understand. Humph. Evan continued, but we still don't know how he managed to reverse time. Claiming it's the power of God might be absurd, but going back in time is certainly a transcendent power. Still, it doesn't seem like this person has the ability to control such power, so there must be some kind of device or special artifact somewhere. Evan looked around as if searching for something before Andreas said, it's probably the dungeon's core, but we don't have enough clues to find it. Luna, squishing her cheeks, asked what they could do at that moment, even suggesting they visit places they hadn't been to yet. However, Evan stated that it would only be a waste of time. Luna looked at him, confused as to why, and Evan replied, capturing him alive after a reset and extracting information from him would be the quickest way. Evan positioned his sword against his own neck and finished speaking. Until next time. Luna and Andreas were shocked to see him fall to the ground, dead. Silence took over the place in an awkward manner. Luna crossed her arms, irritated. It's satisfying, but somehow also annoying. Andreas just thought, waiting until evening is definitely a waste of time, but there's no hesitation in you. Soon after, Luna grabbed her scythe, which gleamed with a sparkling green hue, and asked, so Luna, should we start working too? Andreas broke into a cold sweat, thinking, why do I feel like I'm having fun? Honestly, you don't think about anything, do you? Embarrassed, he said to her, let's continue searching the temple for now. Evan, we need more information. Luna's eyes sparkled. Partner, you're a genius. The afternoon passed, and the bodies still lying in front of the temple remained as if nothing had happened. We're not finding many clues, are we? Andreas said, approaching where Luna was. It's fine. If we fail tomorrow, we can just look again after Evan dies. Facing her, Andreas stated, we can't keep doing this forever. However, Luna didn't understand why. Huh? Why not? Time will just go back again anyway. People began to transform into smoke as Andreas said, we don't know what's happening with time outside the dungeon. Luna questioned whether that was really important, but Andreas knew that outside the dungeon, he had people to protect. That surprised her, leaving an awkward silence. Andreas noticed that the mist was beginning to appear and said his goodbye to Luna. The next day, they met again and decided to rush to the temple. Luna, excited, said, don't worry, Luna will definitely catch you, partner. When they arrived at the site, the two guards at the door were already lying on the ground. That was definitely Evan's work. When they stood before the door, everything seemed to be in complete silence. Ahead of them, Evan stood like a statue. Luna commented, come on, why did you kill him without even asking for information? Andreas stared at him, thinking, it looks like he took his own life before we could reach him because he realized we were here. Luna, frustrated, exclaimed firmly, you can't just act without thinking. Andreas, however, said, it wasn't Evan. It looks like... Evan took a deep breath, cutting off the conversation between them, and added, this will be a long battle, until we meet again. The next day, Andreas and Luna had arrived at the same location. The girl was furious. That guy passed us again. Meanwhile, Andreas thought that maybe they were planning to continue until one of them gave up. So straightforward. But I can't afford to stay still either, he finished thinking. Andreas looked at Luna and said, I want to find a smarter way. But for now, let's try a faster approach. Once again, they said their goodbyes. The day passed again, and there they were in front of the temple, repeating the cycle countless times. The third time, everyone was dead again. So it went on the 10th time, the 47th time, and the 83rd time. Again, everyone slit their own throats until, after the 120th time, Andreas stopped counting. No matter how many times he went through it, he never got used to the disgust of seeing them take their own lives. The emptiness and frustration continued to grow as the same results repeated continuously. This feeling was further intensified by the uncertainty of how much time had passed outside the dungeon. The end of the great sin was approaching with each passing moment, yet Andreas lamented not being there with those he needed to protect. On one of the occasions, as the three of them arrived at the temple, they found a message written in blood on the ground. You are all trapped. There is nothing you can do. Evan, with a calm but disturbed expression, commented, He's completely playing with us. To provoke us like this, he even tore off his own arm. Andreas was already fed up with all of this. He gritted his teeth, sweated coldly, and his body shuddered. Then he gathered all his strength and shouted boldly, You bastard! Rage overwhelmed him to the point that he drew his sword and slashed through the air, raising dust and a strong wind. Evan watched him in silence, understanding the entire situation. The protagonist, on the other hand, panted tiredly, lamenting, Damn it, what should I do? However, that rage was replaced by surprise. Luna suddenly embraced him, closing her eyes as if she wanted to calm her friend's heart, and softly said, Today, I will stop dying. Some time had passed, and the sun was blazing outside a tavern where Andreas and his companions were. Luna already told you. It's a waste of time for you. Why are you coming with us? She said to Evan. The paladin took a deep breath and replied, Let's just say I'm here to keep an eye on you two. He then turned to one of the bartenders and added, Can I have the strongest drink you serve here, please? Luna immediately slammed the table, expressing how irritating that was for her. Andreas asked if that was something a holy paladin could do, but Evan replied, No, it's forbidden. But the all-merciful God would probably forgive his knight for having a mug after going through the trial of death more than 100 times. Evan poured some beer into a glass and then handed it to Andreas, who remained silent. He averted his gaze and thought, I can't believe a man as steadfast as him would say something like that. Evan raised his glass as if making a toast and commented, Now, as those who have shared death together, let's drink. Luna narrowed her eyes and responded, Did he lose his sanity after dying so many times? He's more bearable now than when he was sane, though. Andreas interrupted her. For now, let's just drink, Lou. She took a deep breath, as if the situation was difficult for her, while Evan looked at her with an annoyed expression. And so, they all drank. With the first sip, the knight let his glass fall onto the table, spilling all the liquid, and completely passed out. Andreas was stunned. What the hell? One of the greatest in the continent collapsed after just one sip? Luna got excited. This is a chance! The protagonist immediately looked at her, trying to understand what she meant, and saw Luna standing up cheerfully, plotting something. Just this once, let's do it! Let's kill him! Hey! Andreas instantly blocked the attack and stated, Luna, are you drunk? Please calm down. The girl didn't understand why they couldn't do it. After all, everyone would revive anyway. Andreas, serious, replied, We shouldn't be doing these things to each other. Luna swallowed hard. Her face flushed at his words, and an awkward silence lingered for a moment. Suddenly, she grabbed Andreas's cheeks, massaging them, and affectionately commented, Friend, you're way too serious. You know, sometimes even the precious things you hold on to dearly can still slip away. Are the people you care about so weak that they're defenseless without you to protect them? Andreas was taken aback by her words. His feelings were mixed as he heard her comment. Luna continued, Look, even Luna is still alive, right? Of course, that's thanks to Mommy protecting Luna, but still... At that moment, Andreas drifted into thought. Right, they're all powerful at a protagonist's level. I guess it was arrogance on my part to think I needed to protect them. His attention snapped back when he heard a scream. Ah! Luna placed her hand on her head and said, But Luna was protected by Mommy, so we have to get out of here quickly so you can protect them. While the white paladin remained unconscious, Andreas took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. It's fine. They're not that weak. Luna was surprised and asked if that was really true. Andreas affirmed that it was, and finally suggested they explore the city to sober up. At that moment, Evan slowly opened his eyes in silence, as if he had been awake the whole time. Andreas and Luna walked through the village streets when she asked where they were going. The protagonist thought they could visit the temple once more before nightfall. Curious, she asked why, since the old man was already dead. Andreas replied, Before, in our rush, we tried to catch the culprit as quickly as possible, right? So this time, I plan to find the weapon of the crime. I doubt he was able to cause the events in that dungeon alone. They arrived at the site of the massacre, and he continued, Most likely, there's some kind of magical catalyst. Luna suggested that maybe it wasn't even there. Andreas looked around, remained silent for a moment, then commented, Come to think of it, no matter how quickly we try to get here, he's already dead, right? That means this place is both his point of rebirth and where the magic was activated. There's a high chance that this place holds that secret. At that moment, Luna interrupted, startled. Look, there's black mist coming out of the spot you destroyed before. A dense black mist began spreading throughout the area. Immediately, Andreas grabbed his sword and told her to stay back. He smiled confidently and declared, Looks like we made the right choice coming here. Luna, overjoyed, cheered. Go for it, friend, break it! A powerful explosion erupted. As the smoke gradually cleared, Andreas and Luna started noticing something peculiar. Stairs leading down to a lower level. The place was shrouded in thick, dark smoke. Without much thought and without fear, Luna rushed ahead. Bingo, let's go down! At the same time, Andreas intervened, telling her to wait. Let's wait until the mist clears a bit. This mist might be responsible for the loop. They began discussing the amount of mist in the area and how it might dissipate with Evan's light. Andreas fell silent, his expression tense, thinking, light, huh? If I'm not mistaken, the spell is... Suddenly, he managed to concentrate a small flame of light in his hand. Luna, upon seeing it, was impressed. Wow, how did you do that? A notification appeared stating, Talent Magic Power Light Element Genius acquired. He recalled when he had been in his office analyzing the notification. I guess this is thanks to the light element talent I received as a reward for conquering the Tower of Modras. Luna was completely thrilled. Teach Luna how to do that. But Andreas replied that it was his first time doing it, so that was all he could manage. He stretched his hands forward while thinking, if I had known, I would have practiced. The light dissipated the dense mist and illuminated the long path leading to a stone wall. Andreas began descending cautiously and warned Luna to do the same, as the stairs were very steep. Naturally, Luna started descending without a shred of concern or caution. Upon reaching the bottom, they realized the place was incredibly dark. However, they heard a whispering voice. Living beings? Luna turned to Andreas and asked if he had heard it too. He confirmed that he had. There was something there. As they walked further ahead, they heard it again. Set me free. Andreas found it strange, but Luna, astonished, responded, There's someone up ahead. She turned to Andreas and asked, Can you make the light a little brighter? Andreas, pushing himself to the limit, wasn't sure if he could, but he decided to try. He clasped his hands together, straining even more while thinking, just keeping the light on is hard enough. Can I do it? Remove the heat from the fire magic spell. Refine the light by reorganizing it. Repeat this process multiple times. His hands became surrounded by magical circles as he executed each step. Suddenly, a burst of light exploded, dispersing even more of the mist and illuminating the area. Wow, incredible, Luna said, amazed. Andreas could hardly believe his eyes. Before them, a massive red dragon lay dormant. Is that a dragon? Luna stammered. Andreas was equally shocked. Krav Maga? So it was here all along. The dragon lay coiled in its own wings, trapped within the space. The mist started spreading rapidly, overtaking the surroundings. Let's get out of here first, Andreas said. However, at that moment, a powerful wind began to rise, and Andreas thought, damn it, I can barely maintain this small light, and yet, Luna, feeling the pressure, realized the light was weakening more and more, but this was the best Andreas could do for now. As the light faded and the wind intensified, everything went dark. Andreas had reset everything. The loud bells tolled as children ran after one another, playing and fighting over a toy. He was sitting at the fountain again when he heard Luna shouting, Friend, hurry up! Luna ran toward him, frantic. Come on, let's go with Evan too. Andreas remained calm and responded, Luna, let's keep what happened today a secret from Evan. She couldn't understand why and questioned him. Andreas then explained, We may be working together now, but he still wants to kill us, remember? But deep down, Andreas was only thinking, first, we need to find a way out of here ourselves. The light was so intense that it could be seen from outside the cave where they were. The priest's body and Evan's lay on the ground. Luna, shielding herself from the strong light, urged Andreas to keep going just as he was. With a smile on her face, she exclaimed, The light is much stronger than before. They could see the dragon's body still coiled, but she noticed something strange. She turned to Andreas and said, There's something on the dragon's chest. Andreas then stated, That must be its core. Destroy it. She nodded and leaped forward, raising her scythe directly against the dragon. A loud crash echoed, and the impact stirred up a dense cloud of dust. Luna swallowed hard as Andreas called out to her in concern. The core lay before her, glowing red, completely intact. Andreas was pushing himself to his limit, feeling like he couldn't go any further than this. Looks like we'll have to leave this for next time. The next day, both of them were running, as always, toward the temple. The heart, you said? Andreas muttered. Luna confirmed, saying it was glowing red. Gritting his teeth, he thought, The dragon's heart. If Luna's attacks didn't work, there's no way we can handle it alone. Then an idea struck him. He turned to her and said, Let's ask Evan for help. Luna didn't understand why they would ask him now. Seeing her hesitation, Andreas asked, You don't like the idea, do you? Well, for now, let's just focus on getting out of here. Evan stood in front of the temple, preparing himself, gripping his sword, ready to unsheath it. As always, the guards lay defeated on the ground. The white paladin was about to push open the doors when suddenly someone shouted, Wait, Evan! The paladin turned around, suspicious of the yelling, and saw the duo running toward him. Luna continued to shout, We found the core! Immediately, Evan asked where it was, but Andreas intervened with a condition. Before that, you have to promise me one thing. Evan looked slightly confused. Promise? He asked, not understanding what kind of deal this was. Andreas took a deep breath and answered seriously. When we leave the dungeon, you won't hunt Luna and me down for an entire month. Stared at him in silence, thinking and analyzing his words. Luna, noticing the delay in his response, covered her mouth and whispered to Andreas, "See, I told you. It's impossible. Look how much he hates the idea." However, Evan suddenly agreed. All right. Both of them widened their eyes, not expecting him to actually accept. Andreas smiled, wanting to hold Evan's honor above all else, and said, "It's a promise with a holy night, after all. I'll trust you." The trio stood at the entrance of the place, but something was different from the other days. "No, here, a priest's body?" Luna pointed at the entrance and commented, "It doesn't matter if he's here or not. All we have to do is destroy the core, right?" Evan grabbed his sword, agreeing with Luna. "Exactly. The priest must have fled as soon as he realized there was no hope." However, Andreas's expression seemed to indicate that he wasn't entirely satisfied with that. He thought, "That's true, but..." Suddenly the three of them heard a voice and quickly turned around. "I gave you a chance to integrate into this world, so why do you want to destroy this city?" The priest shouted in fury. Andreas responded, "You bastard, what's the point of endlessly repeating a world that has already ended?" Still enraged, the priest said, "There is meaning in the fact that they are still alive. Even God forgave them." Andreas seized the opportunity to provoke him further. "God forgave them? Do you really believe that? Or is it just your own wishful thinking?" This only enraged the priest even more. "What? Shut up!" But Andreas continued, "You incited the young ones to fight against the fire dragon, but they failed, didn't they?" Each time Andreas provoked a response, the priest told him to shut up. Andreas went on, "And the tragedy didn't end there. Judging by the lack of age or gender distinction among the city's residents, this city must have been annihilated in an instant. In other words, it was your reckless expedition that caused this place to be destroyed by the enraged dragon Klamaha." The moment Luna understood what Andreas was saying, she was utterly shocked. The image of the mighty dragon annihilating the city flashed in everyone's mind. The priest muttered, "Lethe-sama performed a miracle on this land." But it was no use. Andreas kept countering, "A curse, you mean? Like a child forever waiting for a father who will never return from an expedition." Andreas grew even bolder, making the priest grit his teeth in anger. "Lethe-sama is merciful, just and impartial." The man grabbed his staff and struck it into the ground with a loud boom. At that moment, a dense black mist surged, and soon after, the ground began to crack with a blinding light. Suddenly, the mighty red dragon emerged in a furious rage, shattering the ground and causing the trio to lose their balance. "There's the dragon!" Luna shouted. Evan, realizing the situation, asked, "Is this what we need to defeat?" Andreas confirmed, saying that the core was embedded in its chest. Then he warned, "Watch out for the black smoke." The dragon opened its mouth, gathering a tremendous amount of its flaming power. As it prepared to unleash its fire breath, Andreas rushed to Luna, telling her to be careful. The flames were released, destroying everything in their path. Andreas used his black defense while Luna raised her shield. Evan endured the intense fire engulfing the area. Suddenly, Luna was no longer Luna. Eve Millennium appeared, looking at him with a smile and saying, "It's been a while, Evan." The paladin was shocked. "Eve, how are you here?" She smiled at him again and said, "Thank you for taking care of my daughter." However, embarrassed by such words, Evan asked her not to say strange things. He seemed unsettled, no longer maintaining the calm composure and patience he always upheld. His demeanor had changed so much that he even raised his voice. This was something Andreas had noticed, especially when Eve commented, "But look at her. She's grown up so well, hasn't she?" Evan replied, "It wasn't easy for me to hurt a child, but that's no longer necessary now." Realizing they were arguing at such an inopportune moment, Andreas stepped in. You two, this really isn't the time for this." The priest suddenly spoke loudly. "Lethe-sama, the just and impartial, they punished the wicked beast that burned God's children and then hid away, using divine power to resurrect this land with the beast's heart, and granted the people here eternal life." As he spoke, the mighty dragon rose, emanating an overwhelming power behind him. Eve immediately raised her hand, filled with green mana, and retorted, "Do you really call this eternal life?" Andreas looked at him, thinking, "Even without the light, the smoke is dissipating." Luna's body reacted. "I can hear the screams of the souls. A cruel god indeed, imprisoning his children in the flow of time." Atop the red dragon, the priest remained silent, simply listening to Eve's words. However, this only fueled his rage even more, and he vowed, You, I will deal with you first, you witch priestess." Then, the dragon unleashed another breath of fire ahead. The trio backed away slightly, unsure of its target, but soon they heard the man's voice shouting, "I will return!" The flames struck the temple gates, and soon the entire village was engulfed in fire. The place was in chaos. Eve turned to the paladin and said, "Evan, I'll disperse the smoke. You bring him down." However, Evan hesitated, insisting he didn't need any help. "Still trying to act tough," she responded with a gentle look, as if she had known him for a long time. Evan gripped his sword tightly, which now shone with an intense light, but something took both of them by surprise. Eve and Evan widened their eyes, wondering what it was. Behind the priest, a massive portal appeared, and from it emerged Timur and Rudo. Could it be a giant corpse? Evan's voice echoed as the priest's fate remained uncertain. Andreas's summoned beings leaped over the giant red dragon, ready to strike. The dragon was at least 3 times the size of the already massive giants. The priest looked up in outrage. Eve was astonished by what she was witnessing. So, giants really do exist. Even the corpse of the Tiger King, Timur. Still overwhelmed by the immense surprise in her eyes, she could only wonder who exactly Andreas Cromwell was. Beside her, the protagonist received curious glances as he skillfully commanded his summons. Timur and Rodo launched multiple attacks against the dragon, but they seemed to have no effect. The priest laughed uncontrollably, knowing it was all a waste of time. Mere corpses! They won't even leave a scratch on the dragon's body! He raised his staff high and a thick black smoke began to spread, leaving the two confused about what it could be. Andreas widened his eyes and swallowed hard, thinking, the mist! Something was not going according to his plans, and it left him visibly surprised. Everything seemed chaotic to those standing and watching the scene unfold. This doesn't affect the undead? Rodo stood in front of the red dragon, with the burning city completely engulfed in flames behind him. The priest shouted, if the mist doesn't work on them, it's impossible to wound a dragon's skin. This won't make any difference. But Andreas seemed satisfied. You claimed the mist was God's authority. So what is this, priest? You're nothing more than a servant of a dragon's corpse. The priest bit his lip and narrowed his eyes, nearly losing control. Andreas had a way of getting under his skin. You... Meanwhile, behind them, Eve commented to the paladin, Luna's friend. He seems to be better at insults than you, doesn't he? Evan remained quiet, analyzing everything. Seeing these corpses, supposedly dead, parading in front of me, he tried to contain himself, gripping his sword tightly as it shone brightly. He then finished his sentence. It's truly disgusting. In the next moment, Evan lost control of his impulses. His sword gleamed as he raised it above his head. His eyes were filled with an overwhelming sense of duty, and then he swung his sword, cutting through the air and unleashing a brilliant light that surged into the intense battle. The dragon let out a deep, thunderous roar. Its core, embedded in its chest, glowed red. Evan's light engulfed the entire area, cutting across the battlefield. Andreas had to shield his face from the overwhelming radiance. This is Evan's true power, he thought. However, the priest continued to laugh uncontrollably. It seemed that a shield had formed, leaving the dragon completely unscathed. Laughing maniacally, the priest declared, as long as the dragon's heart remains here, it's useless. Yet deep inside he trembled, wondering who these people were that had come so close to breaking his shield. Eve turned to Evan and said, it's difficult, isn't it? According to ancient texts, a dragon's skin is immune to physical attacks, and its heart is practically invulnerable to aura and magic. Dissatisfied, the paladin stated that if something was that resistant, he simply needed to use more power. In a swift motion, he charged at an unreal speed, gripping his sword tightly. Andreas glanced at him, narrowing his eyes as he thought, damn muscle-headed fool! Timur! Rudo! Fall back for now! The dragon lifted its enormous claw, ready to strike just as the priest shouted from above for all to hear. I don't know what you're planning, but let's see if you can withstand this earthquake! The three were caught off guard by the threat. The dragon's massive claw slammed into the ground, producing a tremendous crash. Dust and debris were thrown into the air from the impact. Instantly, the trio managed to evade, jumping to the sides. The priest sneered. That man, he's the most troublesome of them all. He was talking about Evan, who had leaped above him. Evan looked at the dragon in surprise as it opened its mouth once more, gathering fiery energy. The blast was powerful, like a tunnel of flames. Andreas and Eve worried about the consequences, but while the dragon was occupied with Evan, Andreas saw an opportunity to strike. He quickly formed a summoning magic circle, and a portal opened behind him, from which a tiny fairy emerged. Stealthily, the fairy positioned herself to attack, making everyone on the battlefield anxious. Damn! That shield even reacts to Maline's stealth attack, Andreas thought. Eve was impressed. That child, he's far too accustomed to battle for his age, and those 2 soul spaces he possesses must be hiding some secret. The artifact once again released the black mist, while other creatures began to emerge near the dragon. The priest smirked, saying, You little pest! I'll give you a real opponent! The mist transformed into knights. Fearless, the priest pointed at his enemies and commanded, Attack! Andreas did the same. He opened his subdimensional spaces once again, summoning Timur, Rudo, and Nickel, instructing them to handle the situation. Rudo swung his sword, slicing through one of the knights, which instantly dissolved back into mist. Nickel did the same with his blade, while Timur delivered a ferocious punch. Eve turned to Andreas and said, "Shall we? I'll dissipate the mist." Andreas agreed, stating that he would leave it to her. As he rushed toward the priest, the man stepped back in fear, pointing his staff at him and threatening, "Stay back!" The dragon appeared even more menacing amidst the dark smoke, its eyes glowing with an intense golden light. Eve, in Luna's body, extended her hands, releasing a wave of green energy that expanded outward, creating a clear tunnel for Andreas to pass through. The priest's eyes widened in shock and fear as the protagonist closed in on him. He raised his sword and struck, but once again the shield emerged in front of him, blocking the attack. The priest sighed in relief, smirking. "I told you it's useless." However, Andreas noticed the panic on his face. Something was definitely off. "But you're panicking? Is it because your attacks have no effect on my undead? And those knights, they're the souls of the Fire Dragon expedition. The ones who died because of you, aren't they?" The priest was stunned. "How do you know?" Andreas responded, "You didn't just send them to their deaths, you torment their souls as well." Unable to bear the truth, the priest shouted at him to be silent. "After all, they're still alive, aren't they? They weren't spared the punishment of death, were they?" However, he had failed to notice something, and when he lifted his gaze to the sky, it might have already been too late. Countless cross-shaped swords rained down from above, summoned by Evan. A brilliant light tore open a portal, and the blades struck the red dragon, causing it to roar in agony. Andreas had to dodge, shielding his face with his arms as he leaped backward. The priest was terrified, but his shield once again managed to block some of the swords. "How?" he stammered. "The dragon's skin!" The dragon had collapsed to the ground, defeated by Evan's power. Andreas clenched his teeth, furious that Evan had seized the opportunity, and had also targeted him in the process. Eve glanced at him sideways. What a sophism. Meanwhile, the priest, overwhelmed with fear, muttered, "You weren't consumed by the flames?" Evan walked through the fire, his gaze serious and piercing as he declared, "Binding the dead is nothing more than the selfish desire of those who violate the natural order. I will bring the wrath of the gods upon your folly." The priest glared at him with fury, gritting his teeth and sweating coldly as he said, "As expected, you are the greatest obstacle." The red dragon spread its wings wide, displaying its full majestic power. Andreas watched Evan, wondering if this was some kind of secret aura technique. If so, it was truly incredible to witness firsthand. However, with his usual calm demeanor, Evan simply stated, "You don't even realize that your greatest obstacle is yourself." The priest snapped back, "Shut up, I am the protector of this city. Death is too luxurious for you. I'll trap you in a cage of souls and fire, and make you suffer for all eternity." The battle raged on. Flames consumed the city's houses, intensifying the already heated conflict. As Andreas surveyed the chaos, he thought, that old man. Does he plan to turn the entire city into a sea of fire? Just how much mana does that dragon have? While he was analyzing the situation, he failed to notice that Evan was preparing another attack, one that would place Andreas directly in the middle, between him and the enemy. When he finally looked ahead, he was startled to see the attack already coming his way. Andreas leaped into the air, managing to evade it just in time. The attack, millions of swords collided with the priest's shield, proving ineffective. He's deliberately aiming at me again, Andreas thought, glaring at Evan. The protagonist looked ahead and questioned, "Are you unable to aim properly at your target?" In response, Evan remarked, "You're quite agile, so I gave you a chance, but your perception can't keep up with your movements." That put Andreas on high alert. He couldn't quite grasp what Evan was implying. He recalled Evan's last move, trying to analyze the situation. "That wasn't harassment, but rather an attempt to create an opening for me to attack?" Evan interrupted his thoughts, stating, "Well, since it seems like you can't keep up, I'll just have to do it myself." Andreas smirked mischievously. "If that's the case, you should have just said so from the start." As the two argued over what had happened, Eve, still inside Luna's body, shouted, "Watch out, it's coming again!" The jet of fire obliterated everything in its path. However, Evan questioned why the enemy kept repeating such a simple attack. As he ran, analyzing the dragon's movements, he failed to notice the creature's tail swinging toward him. The impact sent him rolling to the other side. "This is bad," Andreas muttered as he saw the dragon move. Eve, standing beside him, yelled, "With that, Evan can't counterattack. Even if it's just the two of us, we'll have to use a big move." Andreas agreed. "If this attack fails, I'll figure something out." Eve stared at him, unable to understand what was going through his mind. However, at that moment, a system notification appeared. The legendary Phantom of Sloth will now execute its intent. A shimmering blue energy began to manifest in Andreas. He raised his sword before the imposing dragon, drawing the attention of the priest, who was left stunned. The priest attempted to strike the dragon unsuccessfully. "What? How dare you?" The imposing dragon was about to release its fiery jet again, which made Andreas even more tense about the situation. "Retreat! If we can just take care of that old man!" Take! Andreas leapt, raising his sword above the priest, and as he descended to try to make an impact on the battle, the priest repeatedly claimed how useless all of it was. Eve also prepared to help, intensifying her power and raising her energy to the skies, preventing the black mist from reaching her. "That brat again!" the priest shouted. However, Eve was caught off guard. Her eyes widened as she looked to the side, thinking, "Damn, I dropped my guard!" Seconds later, the mist engulfed her. Andreas called for her, but there was nothing he could do at that moment. Suddenly he heard someone say, "Secret aura technique." A golden sword began to fall from the sky toward them. That was the execution of light. Andreas couldn't take his eyes off of it. That previous move, wasn't it a secret aura technique? He remembered Evan mentioning how his perception didn't match his movements. And then, seeing the disaster before him, the protagonist focused his gaze and thought, "This time I won't dodge. I'll follow the path Evan opened." Andreas positioned himself firmly in front, realizing that the dragon's core was beginning to suffer damage. He steadied his sword, his eyes filled with unwavering determination, and shouted, "The selfless sword!" He struck directly at the dragon's neck. As Andreas fought, Eve was also struggling to survive the mist. She survived by using a defensive technique, but couldn't escape it anymore, even questioning what she could do. The strike Andreas delivered seemed to have an effect, and seeing the dragon suffer, she thought, "We did it!" All that power seemed to disintegrate into several fragments. The priest had fallen from his dragon after it was defeated. On the ground, the priest muttered, stammering, It can't be. The dimensional portal is..." However, before he could finish his sentence, his head involuntarily detached from his body. Andreas stood, watching his head roll. Evan, feeling satisfied with the final blow, said, "It seems you're no longer needed. It's over. Let's escape." Andreas agreed that they had finally succeeded, but he was going with Luna, so he asked Evan to go ahead first. Evan remained silent for a moment. He couldn't forget that they were all enemies of each other and the promise made, but he simply responded with one word, "Understood," and then he left. Andreas approached Luna, who was still surrounded by the black mist, and thought, although the old man is dead, the smoke. He asked if she was all right and said they needed to get out of there quickly. Luna smiled gently and said, "Partner, Luna cannot come." Andreas found that strange. What did she mean she couldn't go? He wondered if she was trapped and said he would use light magic to dispel the smoke. However, panic overtook her as the smoke wrapped around her even more. "It's impossible! The shield is already at its limit! Just go!" Desperate, Andreas shouted, "Don't say something like that." A powerful explosion of light filled the area. Andreas was desperate to save Luna at all costs. He reached out his hand to her, and she looked at him stunned. Tears streamed down her face as she wondered if this would really work. Andreas tried to hold his light and shouted, "Quick, take my hand! If you stay trapped here, you won't even be able to die and will wander for all eternity." Her hand reached out to meet his, still holding the shield. Just as he was about to reach her, she started losing her energy. Eve at that moment spoke. "It's okay, partner." Her smile and tears mixed on her face as she tried to reassure him. "I'm used to things like this." Then a black sphere formed, throwing Andreas away. He fell to the ground, rolling with his clothes scorched. He looked in disbelief at what had happened. Unable to believe it, he remained silent in front of that massive black sphere. A powerful explosion of light occurred outside the dungeon. Evan was out there, trying to understand what had happened. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, "So once you leave, you can't come back. That was careless. We should have left together." But something bothered him. Why haven't they come out yet? That thought kept echoing in his mind. Inside, Andreas was kneeling in front of the black sphere that had trapped Luna. With his head down and filled with rage, he deeply lamented, "This can't be happening. I will definitely get out with Luna." Suddenly, Andreas felt a sharp sting when he heard a voice he recognized. "You're really greedy." He swallowed hard and felt a pain in his chest. But what surprised him the most was the thought that came to his mind. "Original sin?" The familiar voice continued. "Oh, so you noticed. It seems you're not completely useless." Andreas felt uncomfortable. That voice always irritated him, but it went on. "You want to save so many things even though you're weak." Andreas laughed at the comment and replied, "Coming from someone who would also be wandering forever if I stayed trapped here. That's pretty funny." The greed, however, explained that it wasn't complaining about that, which surprised Andreas. Suddenly, the tiara left his body, startling him. When the tiara landed in his hand, Andreas was dumbfounded and asked if it was really him. The artifact confirmed that it was, adding that the tiara would suit someone as greedy as him. So, Andreas put the tiara on at that moment. At the same time, the system informed, "You have become the true master of the crown of greed. The transcendental emotional state of greed has been surpassed. Mana absorption, 666%. Mana resistance, 666%. Mana control, 666%. Physical regeneration, 666%. The perception genius talent acquired temporarily, physical strength temporarily immutable, the transcendental emotional state of greed acquired. You have become the master of the crown for 66 seconds. Andreas held a ball of light energy while thinking, perception, genius, the magic I could barely control before now works effortlessly. Right, with this, I can save Luna. He inserted his power into the black sphere, causing an explosion of light. At the same time, in the infinite darkness, Luna found herself alone. The only thing she could see was her own hand. She thought, he has people waiting for him outside, so it's okay. Luna tried to hold back her tears as she lamented. She remembered all the amazing moments she had with Andreas over the last few days, the special bond they had formed in such a short time, the missions they had undertaken together, and how much fun she had with it. But now, she was alone, in the dark. Wiping away the tears, she said, "But Luna had so much fun." Suddenly, that darkness was filled with a strong light, and Luna had to shield her eyes, which were now accustomed to the dark. She began to see the crackling of that power as she heard a familiar voice saying, "Who do you think I am? I wouldn't leave you behind." Andreas was there, stronger than before, extending a friendly hand, receiving her with a kind and warm smile. Luna, who had been trying to hold back her tears, could no longer. Her tears flowed as she said, "But if we were trapped here?" Andreas interrupted her, reaffirming what he had said a long time ago, even before all of this happened. "We're friends." This phrase echoed in her mind, something she treasured with all her strength, and unable to bear it, she gave in to her tears. She quickly hugged him, emotional to have her partner back. Greed flashed a sinister smile, saying, "Here it comes." Suddenly that moment of tenderness turned into something unexpected. Andreas felt an unbearable sensation and pressure. Luna, who was in his arms, fainted instantly. Andreas's blood began to spill from his mouth and nose, and Luna, worried, widened her eyes. Andreas kept his gaze fixed, his pupils wide open, while thinking, "What is coming?" Greed, savoring the situation, said, "You know who it is. It's Lethe." Andreas collapsed to the ground as a massive enigmatic figure made of light and fire appeared before him. He looked up, thinking, "What is this pressure? I don't know if it's truly a god or not, but it's definitely a dangerous entity." The figure stared at him with a reddish gaze and said, "Why did you summon me, observer?" Andreas couldn't withstand the pressure of that presence, and as he lowered his gaze, his entire body gave in, bursting into blood. The blood mixed with the shadow of greed, which began to speak, "Oh, it's nothing special." Andreas tried to look back, seeking the figure of greed while thinking, "I can feel his emotions directly in my body. Revenge, and a deep desire to kill." Greed continued, "I'm here to warn you. Write your will because I'm going to kill all of you." The smile remained on his face as Lethe responded, "I understand. I'm looking forward to it." The shadow laughed uncontrollably. "That's it. Now get lost." Andreas, struggling to stay awake in the presence of such power, thought, "Those bastards, talking as if I'm not even here." It was then that he heard Lethe's voice. "To think that you heard our conversation and still kept your sanity. Amazing. I'll give you a farewell gift before I leave." Andreas's eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just heard. "I pray that you and the observer get what you desire," Lethe said. Andreas gathered all his strength and shouted, "Ha!" Immediately, a system screen appeared. "A blessing has been granted by those beyond memory. The blessing will manifest automatically when the conditions are met." Gradually, Andreas wiped his mouth, laughing and wondering what kind of blessing this might be. In the end, he was left surprised. Was that really a god? He looked at Luna, who was still unconscious in his lap, and began to gently touch her to check if she was alive and safe. After confirming this, he turned his attention to another objective. Behind him, the dragon's body was still there, and his next step was to awaken it. Evan was outside waiting for them, a little concerned and anxious. "That was absurd. What I just saw, such a gigantic mana consumption." Inside the dungeon, Andreas remained determined, gathering all his energy. "If it weren't for the power of the crown increasing my mana, this wouldn't be possible." The system informed that the dragon's heart was still being summoned. Around Andreas, the energy was floating unstable. He thought, "The dragon's heart remains? How much energy does it need to extract?" The system continued. Intermediate necromancy, skeleton summoning successful. A bone dragon, mythical, has been summoned. The head, once belonging to an imposing red dragon, now stared at him. Made entirely of bones, the system further stated, "The level of the summoned corpse is high. A status bonus has been granted. The level of the summoned corpse is extremely high, and this is its final form." Andreas felt satisfied with his success, and before him the dragon skeleton began to move. Its deep eyes emitted a faint red glow, while its mouth revealed sharp teeth. The system highlighted that the undead was of mythical level, and that some traits of its previous life had been preserved. It was then that Krav Maha the dragon spoke. "To think I was finally going to rest forever. What a cruel fate." Surprise overtook Andreas. You can speak? Krav Maga understood his reaction, and Andreas commented, I didn't expect you to retain so much of your ego. The dragon replied, although it is imperfect as only a piece of my heart remains. Andreas observed him, impressed by how talkative he was. The system provided new information. Bone Dragon, mythical Krav Maga, undead of level 12 with 245,111 mana. Traits, ego, shattered dragon heart, dragon tongue, decomposition, wisdom, physical resistance. Seeing these windows, Andreas thought it was all impressive. Krav Maga was a true living source of mana. The system added, his ego is fully retained by a powerful force. Krav Maga then asked, do you know what this crown is? Andreas took a deep breath, gathered all his courage, and said, don't call me you, call me master. Krav Maga seemed confused. Master, huh? Then in that case, I'll become your servant if you give me the crown. Andreas could hardly believe what he had heard, but Krav Maga continued, I belong to you anyway. It's no different than lending it to me. With a firm look, Andreas thought, I still need greed in case summoning undead becomes harder, but for now I'll accept his request. With a smile, he decided to agree. However, he had his own conditions for the powerful dragon and declared, if you don't accept, I'll make sure you know who your master is, even if I have to teach you the hard way. 3 days had passed, and Andreas and Luna were in the kingdom of Grandis. Our protagonist laughed as he said, it feels like I've gone back a few years. Luna, smiling brightly, replied, hasn't it been that long? Andreas confirmed, pleased. Maybe, although it feels like only about 10 days have actually passed. Andreas was still observing his newest friend while thinking, it's good that there don't seem to be any side effects. Indeed, many things had happened over these days, but Andreas was happy because they had managed to resolve everything during the short holiday. As they walked through the city, his thoughts returned to the war they would have to face in the north, and once they returned to the Empire, they would need to start preparations. Luna pointed to a merchant, eagerly wanting to try something displayed at the stall. It was a variety of snacks that looked delicious. All that could be heard was Andreas telling her to eat slowly, while Luna enjoyed each bite. At the train station, Luna said, I want to go with you. However, Andreas replied, no way. If we go to the Empire, there will be a lot of problems. Luna tried to add some charm to the situation. I'm so lonely. But Andreas stood firm. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Luna then agreed, and placing something in his hand said, take this with you. Andreas looked at his hand and saw it was a small green box. Waving with a smile, he said goodbye. Take care. I'll contact you again. Andreas let a smile escape, bowed in farewell, and wished that she also took care of herself. The train's whistle sounded, cutting through the dense forests. The announcer's voice said, we will soon arrive at Rodlin Academy. Please prepare to disembark. Our protagonist sat lost in thought, grateful to finally be arriving in his homeland. He also knew that starting the next day he'd be busy again, so he figured it would be best to rest a bit more. However, as soon as he lowered his head and closed his eyes, a mysterious figure approached. The man passed by him, threw an envelope onto his lap, and called his name, but didn't stay to introduce himself. Andreas picked up the letter from his lap, thinking, a letter? It's sealed with black magic. This is a secret letter. He turned to the man who had already passed by, but couldn't recognize anything familiar. There was nothing about the man that Andreas recognized. He stood up as the station arrival was announced, thinking, the members are hidden everywhere, so this should be easy. Still, it's unpleasant to have our actions completely exposed. For now, we have no choice but to follow the meeting methods. As soon as he left the train, Andreas saw a young girl with green hair, someone he had thought about a few times during his last adventure. The girl looked suspicious when she heard his voice. We were on the same train, weren't we, Vivian? Andreas's green hair swayed in the wind, and his smile was subtle but carried a genuine relief at seeing her. Vivian was also surprised to see him, but it didn't take long for her imagination to create the perfect scene. Her running toward Andreas, dropping her luggage and hugging him tightly, erasing the longing she felt. But all of this was just the product of Vivian's imagination. In reality, she merely responded timidly, Andreas, you've been, well? He confirmed that he had been, and then asked how she and her family were doing. Vivian fell silent for a few moments, smiled gently, and remembered something. In her memory, her house was always surrounded by the sounds of swords clashing outside. A man was practicing fencing at an intense level, and Vivian was facing him head-on, not retreating. The rhythm of the strikes was so fast they were barely trackable. In the end, she managed to disarm him, sending his sword spinning through the air, and only lowered her guard when the blade fell behind her. The man looked at his own hands in silence before finally saying, I can't believe it. What happened? Vivian responded with a proud gleam in her eyes, Incredible! I met my master. The man then asked if she wanted to become a knight of the Cromwell family, and without hesitation, Vivian confirmed, Yes, I can't think of anything else. The man nodded seriously. You've become a great knight. A true knight must choose their own master before being recognized as one. I will respect your choice. Vivian was surprised by these words. Silently, she closed her eyes tightly, and then bowed deeply in gratitude. Returning to her encounter with Andreas, Vivian simply responded, "There were some hard things." Andreas was stunned. "Huh? What happened?" But she quickly grabbed her suitcase, turned gracefully, and replied, "It's a secret. I'll tell you later. After all, what woman doesn't have her secrets?" She moved forward while Andreas remained stunned and silent. Walking through the busy hometown city, there were so many people that the noise was constant. Someone commented, "It looks like food stalls are set up for the opening of the academy tomorrow." Andreas, walking alongside Vivian, asked, "It's crowded. Why don't we go somewhere quieter?" She agreed, finding the idea of being alone with him quite pleasant. However, just ahead, they encountered DNA and Lucia. Lucia immediately recognized him and shouted, "Wakame-senpai!" Vivian took a deep breath, sighing at the lost moment of peace when Lucia approached. Shouting, Lucia asked, "When did you come back? You didn't even send me a message." Andreas didn't have time to respond and simply asked if she was doing well. Excited, Lucia affirmed that she was great and that, thanks to him, she had been enjoying every second of her life. DNA joined the conversation, asking Lucia not to interrupt since it clearly seemed like a meeting. Lucia was stunned, but Andreas quickly defended, "We just ran into each other by chance." The sweet Lucia, already picking up on the situation, gave a teasing smile. "By chance, huh?" Vivian felt completely awkward, unable to look at Andreas or deal with her own feelings, while Andreas defended, "Stop it, Vivian is getting embarrassed." His famously oblivious mode was successfully activated. Lucia thought exactly the same. How could Andreas be so out of touch? And he continued, "Lucia exaggerates way too much with the jokes. Vivian was flustered, but not by what the girls were saying. Instead, it was because she had deluded herself, thinking, "A date, that's why we wanted a quiet place." As chaotic as it was, Andreas was happy. After all, Lucia had fully recovered. He looked at the friends and thought, "Besides, it looks like the girl DNA is starting to take a more ideal form." DNA noticed his gaze and blushed slightly, but asked, "So, you two?" That's when an awkward silence settled. Andreas, unaware, had let his gaze fall directly onto DNA's neckline. He was stunned, wondering if she had noticed. DNA remained silent, checking her own clothes, thinking something was wrong, which also caught Lucia's attention. Then, completely embarrassed, DNA pulled her cloak and asked, "What are you looking at?" Lucia's eyes widened in disbelief, while Andreas began to sweat nervously, unsure of how to explain. Andreas started apologizing, calling out to her. DNA stepped away while Vivian was still lost in her own thoughts about the possible encounter. "Senpai, please understand the situation," Lucia said. "I already told you that's not it," Andreas finished. It was a completely comedic scene out of nowhere with Andreas and his women. Well, these guys are growing on their own. In the individual research building at Rodlin Academy, Andreas was thinking about the other playable characters who were now under his protection. Maybe I'll watch the fencing class of the first-year students later. He took the letter he had mysteriously received on the train from his pocket, and as he opened it, he began to read. "The lazy contributor, the rising star of the dark magic world, Andreas Cromwell. I'm inviting you to the next meeting." Andreas was surprised. An invitation to a meeting. This is perfect. He found himself thinking that with the soul seal of Lord Orc and the acquisition of Krav Maha's body, his powers had increased significantly. However, what he needed now was an information network to know all the events that would happen that differed from the game. He thought, "I want to know in advance the movements on the Emperor's side. His side can probably be dealt with behind the Mohan family, but the meeting side," that's when he thought of Luna. He considered the possibility of using Luna for this requirement, but in his thoughts he saw Luna asking, "Jester, tell me the next plan. Andreas wants me to investigate." Smile, smile. Andreas stopped imagining, believing that it wouldn't be a good idea. He set the letter on fire to burn it while thinking, "No, there's nothing. In that case, I can't let them interfere with me. I'll gradually expand my influence in the meeting." As the paper burned, destroying all the clues linking Andreas to the congregation, he was determined to take control of this next meeting. Meanwhile, in a place even farther and unknown on the map, Evan was walking in silence when he heard something. Several hooded people in white robes pointed their swords at him. He was surrounded. They were 3 masters' prey. A man who appeared to be the elder and their leader emerged from the depths of the dark forest and said, This level of capture is necessary for this. Answer me. Why did you defy the will of God?" Evan von Orleans. It was then that the white paladin removed his hood, revealing his identity, and replied, "I wrote this in the report. I achieved enlightenment." However, the man interrupted him. "Have you been tainted by dark magic? For you, the symbol of the holy nation, to write such a report?" Evan observed the hooded soldiers positioning themselves for a possible charge. He commented, "Think of it as a difference in interpretation." The man, joining his hands, declared, "If it is a difference in the interpretation of God's will, then you must prove it with blood." Evan remembered the image of Andreas as he said, "A killer desperately after a child. I think a lying dark mage is better than that." Evan slowly drew his sword while thinking, "It is not God's will." Suddenly everyone began advancing toward the threat Evan was presenting when an even more mysterious man said, "Are you busy?" Everyone looked at him in shock. "Why are you here?" asked the elder. That man was Maximin Kronel, a blond man apparently in his 40s. He said, "I heard you met God." Evan. The paladin remained in deep silence. The elder intervened between them as the man approached. "This is none of your business, no matter who you are, the holy nation." However, Maximin interrupted, "Hey, old man, if you don't leave with your subordinates now, by tomorrow this holy nation will become a ruin." Fear and terror took over the man. Some time passed, the night still starry, and the crackling of a campfire could be heard. Maximin and Evan were sitting around the fire. Maximin then asked, "That ball of light, were you talking to an ancient god?" Evan was referring to what he had seen in the dungeon with Andreas. When he confirmed that it was, Maximin stood up, grabbed a sort of coffin wrapped in his sword, and said, "Where is he now?" Evan replied, "I intend to find him myself." However, the man insisted, "I don't intend to hurt him. Just tell me his name. It seems he has the answer I'm looking for." In a large building of the academy, a meeting was taking place. Several professors were gathered, and surprise filled the room. No one could believe that someone had conquered the Modrus Tower. However, one professor confirmed the information. The supposed unbreakable record of Maximin no longer exists. She also took a paper where there was a magical circle of a flower, and by activating the magic circle, she revealed that the same person who had broken the record had created that red flower. Although the flower seemed ordinary to the professors, they realized that the formula shaping it was fascinating. Curious, they wanted to take a closer look. As soon as they touched the flower, something incredible happened. Petals flew all over the room, shining with light that left them astonished, along with a field of flowers covering the entire floor, making the environment soft and joyful. One of the professors couldn't contain his fascination. However, one of them was still confused. "Isn't this just a flower?" But the eldest corrected him. "No, this doesn't just involve time and rotation, but also reversal." He created contradictions of a force you wouldn't expect from a student. It's also fascinating that he formed a field of flowers using a double magic circle. To that old professor, far beyond just a student, even for those who had already graduated, this was a splendid invention. Such a student must be a rough gem that could become a great mage. All the professors of the Great Academy agreed on one thing. He not only conquered the Modrus Tower, but also created a magic circle that impressed us. With this talent, it would be worth taking him to Lionsport. With everyone agreeing, the professor who presented the facts stated she would send a message to the young man. As the group of professors was about to move to the next topic of the meeting, someone desperately opened the door to the room. All eyes turned to the man, who shouted in desperation, "Maximin Kronel has started to move!" Surprised and confused, the professors asked what the monster was doing. The terror that Maximin carried was unforgettable. However, one professor still didn't believe Maximin was taking action. "He has never shown any sign of moving until now." The old professor grew worried. Maximin had a hot temper. No one could stop him. The young professor also agreed. This is a man who became the most wanted in Rodland because of past incidents. With all the concerns raised by the professors, the messenger who had delivered the warning was asked if he knew Maximin's objective. The man stammered for a moment, telling the whole room they were still not sure. However, he revealed something desperate. "According to the report that just arrived, he has already crossed the Rodland border." The professors couldn't believe Maximin was going to Rodland of all places, because if he reached the academy, it would make the situation extremely serious. Everything seemed calm at the academy, and in an open-air training arena, Luis showed a surprised look. Before him, an unexpected fight was happening. Selena gritted her teeth, raising her sword. The young woman's weapon clashed against another sword, sparks flying from the metal collision. Luis couldn't believe his friend could fight so well, especially against the senior Andreas. While defending Selena's attack, the protagonist looked back. "What's wrong, Chris? Aren't you going to join us?" Chris's eyebrows raised at the sudden question. He then warned, "We're not on the same level as during the entrance ceremony. Aren't you underestimating us too much?" Andreas just teased him in response. "If you don't have confidence to fight, you can admit it." This ignited Chris's instinct as well as his pride. He immediately advanced quickly, shouting, "I'll make you regret saying that." As he approached, Chris launched a horizontal strike, but his sword found nothing. Both he and Selena were surprised by Andreas's movement. Spinning in the air as he jumped, Andreas appeared above Chris, teasing him. "Are you the type who barks but doesn't bite?" Luis was impressed by the way Andreas dodged the attack while being pressured by Selena. Gracefully and destructively, the protagonist landed on the other side of Chris. Even he noticed that the young ones had improved. The moment Andreas landed, Selena jumped for a rear attack. The girl thrust forward, but Andreas dodged by, moving to the side. This created an opening for Chris to launch an aerial attack, but raising his sword, the protagonist managed to block it. With the double attack from Selena and Chris, Andreas retreated. He jumped back, putting distance between himself and the duo fighting together. Clicking his tongue in irritation, Selena didn't give up. Looking to the other side, Luis was incredulous to see an aura. Chris held his sword raised in front of his body, breathing deeply as a crimson aura was released from him, showing he would use powers far beyond fencing. Chris moved quickly, alerting Andreas. The protagonist saw something approaching fast, but surprised Chris by blocking his attack, sword against sword, while pushing Selena's hand down to avoid her attack. Since the two were so close to him and were taking things so seriously, Andreas smiled maliciously, thinking about how to punish them. Immediately, a circle of white light appeared beneath Andreas's feet. This frightened the duo, attacking him. Before they could defend themselves, they had already been disarmed, their swords flying into the air, and with a crossed slash of energy launched by Andreas, they were defeated. Luis stammered upon seeing magic being used. Falling to the ground, Chris growled, refusing to accept defeat. "Hey, it's not fair to use magic." But Andreas mocked him. "Can you say the same on the battlefield? I think it's a great idea to gain some fighting experience against those who use magic, got it?" While Chris tried to argue, Andreas ended it, surprising them. "Putting everything aside, you two really have become stronger." Andreas first addressed Chris, praising his sword technique, which had become more refined, combining Unor's fencing speed. As for Selena, he congratulated her for finally being able to hold the sword the way she wanted, now that she had one that suited her. Luis wanted to join the conversation too, but heard someone shout for Andreas. "Seaweed head, sir! What are you doing here? You promised we'd try a new mixture." Luis was surprised to see Lucia in the training area. Passing by the young man, Andreas apologized for not being able to fight with him until the end of the day. Saying goodbye to the boy, he asked to leave the confrontation for another time. Luis frowned because he really wanted to fight, but nodded affirmatively to his senior. As they walked, Lucia stretched. "Finally, it's a new semester. Do you have any goals for this semester, senior?" Andreas tried to think of goals, but before he could reveal any, he heard Lucia's excited voice. "My goal for this semester is to learn several new spells." She winked at Andreas, reminding him that she had gotten a new chance thanks to him, so she didn't want to waste time. Talking about her goals, Lucia also said she wanted to enjoy school life a bit more. Hearing the girl talk non-stop without letting him say anything, Andreas rolled his eyes. Lucia put her hand in front of her body, closing her eyes as she spoke. "There are so many things I couldn't see when I was sick, so many fun things." Andreas ended up looking at the girl, contemplating her innocent, youthful desires. After saying everything she wanted, Lucia asked Andreas what his goal was. The protagonist thought for a moment. He would like to participate in the congregation meeting, but was just waiting for the day to come. Based on the information he had obtained from Morheims, there was still some time before the war caused by resentment in the north would begin. Putting all that aside, Andreas answered, "I think I'll do some research on magic." Surprising his friend, he said he wanted to try using techniques that combined various magic attributes with fencing. There were many situations where he couldn't use undeads, so it wouldn't hurt to prepare for them. Hearing that Andreas wanted to learn more magic, Lucia cheekily commented, "So that means you're my rival. I'm also planning to focus on learning magical combat." The girl proudly declared that the only reason Andreas was getting so much attention from everyone was because she had been too sick to show her superior skills. With a slight look of disbelief and disgust, Andreas let her think whatever she wanted. However, the girl noticed his look and argued, upset. While the two joked around, a small dust cloud hovered in the air in the garden outside. Andreas's gaze was drawn to the nearby building, where the dust came from. Lucia noticed the surprised look on Andreas's face, and before she could ask what was happening, a huge explosion occurred, creating a gigantic fireball in the building next door. Shocked, Lucia shouted, "What's going on?" Seeing all the dust and smoke, Andreas realized the main gate had been the first place to suffer the explosion. Immediately, Andreas moved while telling Lucia to run to the gate behind the school, which was on the opposite side of the explosion. The girl extended her arm, worried, trying to understand what Andreas was going to do. As he ran toward the courtyard outside, Andreas tried to imagine what had happened, since he didn't remember attacks on the academy at this time of year. He wondered if it was some attack launched by the congregation. Approaching the explosion site, Andreas was stunned by what he saw. Amid the dust and smoke, several people lay unconscious on the ground. The first person Andreas identified was Director Zeos, who frowned even while unconscious. On the other side, even Professor Ivy had been hit. While the protagonist tried to wake the professor, someone approached from behind him. Feeling the presence, Andreas heard his name called. Behind him, a man carried a coffin on his back, and in his hand, a professor spoke darkly to him. A man wearing a magic college robe and a sword on his hip. It seems the man I was looking for has appeared. Looking up, Andreas came face to face with none other than Maximin Cronel. The protagonist hurriedly wondered why Maximin was there, and pretending not to know him asked, "And who are you?" Releasing the man he was holding, Maximin revealed he was there looking for him. Andreas frowned upon hearing this, and suddenly saw Maximin disappear. The sinister man reappeared behind Andreas, challenging him. "First things first, let's see if you're really good." The protagonist reacted in time and dodged Maximin's fist, which struck the ground, tearing everything in its path. Having evaded, the protagonist asked what Maximin was doing. Maximin did not answer. Instead, he put his hand behind him, grabbing the sword on his back. Immediately, Andreas felt a strong pressure. Reacting quickly, the protagonist used stone shield magic, raising a large wall between himself and his opponent. However, as if cutting cheese, Maximin split the great stone in half, causing a look of disbelief to appear on Andreas's face. Dropping the debris to the ground, Maximin stared at the protagonist, making his demands. "Andreas Cromwell, show the true divine power that resides within you." While the battle was happening, the loudspeakers scattered around the school broadcast a message, asking the students to leave the academy immediately through the back gate. The students gathered in the corridors, heading toward the back of the academy, where the assistant professors were already waiting for them. Among everyone, Lucia looked in the direction Andreas had run, with a worried expression. In the academy courtyard, Andreas frowned, questioning what Maximin meant by those words. However, Maximin was not there for talk and charged with a dark look toward Andreas, carrying his sword. Hurriedly, the protagonist raised his sword to block the heavy attack. However, the force behind the blow was not something he could resist. Andreas was thrown far away, bouncing on the ground every meter, destroying everything in the path where he was thrown. In the end, Andreas hit a wall which cushioned his body. Gritting his teeth, he cursed the attack that, even blocked, had made him suffer greatly. Frowning, the protagonist wondered why Maximin demanded such a thing from him, among all people. When Andreas got up, Maximin stopped to speak for the first time. "Just like Evan said, you only use your powers when your life is at risk." This time, Andreas gritted his teeth, cursing the damn Evan and his big mouth, which couldn't be hidden even by that damn mustache. Wanting to see Andreas's powers, Maximin said he would help him reach the desired condition. Swinging his arm, Maximin launched an energy strike toward Andreas. The protagonist barely had time to block the attack when the man carrying a coffin on his back jumped toward him. A torrent of attacks fell on Andreas, who could barely keep up. Even Maximin, swinging his sword seemingly at random, was hard to match. Faced with the man attacking him expressionlessly, Andreas saw no other option but to summon Nickel. It was the only way to stay alive. However, before he could do anything, an evil entity, the original sin, spoke into his ear. "Get even closer to him." Andreas questioned what the evil being hiding behind him meant, as his hands were already busy blocking Maximin's attacks. Smiling maliciously, the dark being asked, "What are you afraid of? You got something interesting from Lethe, don't you remember?" Finally, Andreas remembered the blessing granted to those beyond remembrance, a blessing that would manifest automatically when ideal conditions were met. The protagonist gritted his teeth, making a decision, believing that this condition depended on his life. A slight surprise appeared in Maximin's eyes. He saw the boy who had been retreating advance toward him with a manic look, as if giving up his own life. Maximin accepted the challenge and raised his heavy sword to confront him. At that moment, an energy seemed to overflow from the coffin Maximin carried. A notification appeared for Andreas. Blessing those beyond remembrance detected traces of another divine being. Conditions met. Andreas felt a pain that made him grit his teeth as a light energy began to gather in his hand. The blessing seed of the divine hunter was activated. Maximin, who was about to attack the young man, only extended his sword, confused to see him fall to his knees. With a frustrated look, Maximin asked if he was giving up. While Andreas looked at the energy in his hand, he received the notification that he would temporarily suppress the presence of that known as a divinity. Even with difficulty, Andreas raised his gaze, staring at Maximin. "The reason you looked for me? I can feel it's in the coffin. It's because of the traces of the divine, right?" Trembling, Andreas lowered his sword, putting it away on his back, and coldly asked, "Can you awaken the person inside the coffin?" However, the protagonist said he had no reason to fulfill his request, especially after being attacked. Looking around, Andreas said the guards would arrive soon, so besides not wanting to help him, he was also not in a position to do so. Andreas's words gave Maximin the certainty that he could help him, since he was not denying it. Still, the protagonist ignored the man and turned, asking him to leave. "You can go. I have to take care of my wounds." Before Andreas could walk away, however, Maximin asked him a question. "What do you want?" Seeing Andreas stop, Maximin continued, "I will do whatever you want, as long as you awaken the person inside the coffin." Seeing the most powerful and insane person in this world humiliate himself before him made the protagonist smile. The protagonist turned, as if questioning him. I'm not interested in hearing anything from someone I don't even know. Seeing that he had not presented himself, Maximin Crenel officially revealed his name and warned, I will be waiting in the golden maple forest. Then, he transformed into an energy of light and disappeared. Again, Andreas thought Maximin didn't have much choice. After all, that coffin was the only reason Maximin lived. That night, the 3 moons seemed to gather in the sky, illuminating the forest of golden leaves below. Inside the forest, a young man walked until he found a man sitting on a rock in front of a coffin. As he approached him, Andreas declared, 3 times! When I need you, no matter the situation or who I am fighting against, you must help me 3 times. That is my condition. Maximin didn't hesitate and agreed. As soon as the coffin lid was removed, the protagonist prepared to begin. Inside the coffin was a woman in a black dress. Her wine-colored hair rested upon the red flowers that made the coffin cozy for her eternal rest. Energy once again shone in Andreas's hand as the seed detected the presence of the one who had fallen into the void. Looking at the power in his hand, Andreas understood that it reacted whenever it came into contact with another person with transcendental powers. Now, using such power from the seed, the power he had experienced before no longer existed. Extending his hand toward the woman, Andreas planned to suppress the power with his own. Before he could touch her, he raised his head upon hearing Maximin's voice. She means everything to me. Treat her carefully. Despite the serene voice, Andreas felt an intimidating tone in Maximin. There would be only one outcome if he failed, and that made him even more desperate. Agreeing to try his best, the protagonist brought his hand, which possessed the power, closer to the woman, to lift the red flowers from the coffin with a glow of light. He was trying to free Isabelle Lucy, a direct descendant of the race that could use blood magic. Isabelle was most strongly connected to one of the 7 sins, lust, the vampire. It goes without saying that because of her connection to lust, Isabelle was extremely beautiful. That was why Maximin, the most powerful human in the world, was hopelessly in love with her. Upon touching Isabelle, the protagonist received a notification that the seed had been activated. He was surprised, as he thought his power had already been active for some time. Unexpectedly, thorn-covered vines sprang from Isabelle. In shock, Maximin seemed to freeze. The protagonist extended his hand, trying to control that power while gritting his teeth. Putting his hand in front of his body after finally waking up, Maximin tried to stop the vines from growing. However, they soon surpassed the tree canopy, reaching dozens of meters high. Looking at that, Maximin was shocked. Falling to the ground, still surprised, the protagonist wondered if he was the one who had caused it. Maximin looked up, and as his eyes met Andreas's, he showed a dark look surrounded by a gloomy aura. What is happening here? Andreas received a notification that the dormant effect on Isabelle had weakened, which reassured him. And soon another notification came. The resistance of the power suppressing her had increased. Looking at those vines as thick as a tree trunk, Andreas stated that this was what had pierced the Lord who had put Isabelle to sleep. At that moment, Maximin heard a sweet voice calling him. Even Andreas was surprised as he was lightly hit by flying rose petals. Amid the vines, Isabelle rose. Maximin, I'm sorry. The man who was supposed to be the most powerful in the world began to cry before the miracle. His sweet beloved had awakened after a long time. In a cathedral of the academy, the director snorted, "Of all times, just when I was absent, that Maximin acted as he pleased." Irritated, he would rather have a war break out than have to deal with that man. Worried, he asked the professors in front of him what damage had been caused to the academy. One of the professors stated that many people had been hurt, including Director Zeos and Assistant Professor Ivy, although no one was in life-threatening condition. Another professor, with an injured arm, recalled something he had seen only from a distance since he was hurt. He had seen Maximin talk with the Tower Conqueror, Andreas, before quietly leaving through the main gate. The comment left Bart Alvin surprised and confused. He wondered what on earth the Empire's most wanted man and that scoundrel boy had to talk about. He knew it would be a problem if the Emperor found out. Worried, he asked the professor if anyone else knew about it, but the professor denied, saying the other team members were busy evacuating the students. Relieved, the director asked that the matter be kept secret, as he himself would investigate. The blessing of the seed that Andreas possessed received another trait, currently reaching the mark of 4 traits collected. Looking at the power in his hand, the protagonist understood that his power still had other abilities. Putting that aside, he observed the lovers' reunion. After 40 years in human time, Isabelle was able once again to embrace Maximin, apologizing for the delay in awakening. During all the time she slept, Isabelle could feel the pain Maximin faced, delaying fire and snow to try to save her. Touching Isabelle's face, Maximin asked, "This isn't a dream, is it?" Gently, Isabelle showed that he was awake. Watching the scene, Andreas remained silent. After the brief exchange of words, Isabel looked toward the protagonist, asking if he was the one who had awakened her. The protagonist nodded, revealing his name, Andreas Cromwell. Isabel bowed slightly, holding her dress, and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Andreas returned the greeting, also bowing. No need to thank me. This is the result of Maximin's hard work. Maximin also thanked Andreas, saying he would honor the agreement they had made, no matter what happened. Andreas thanked him for keeping that in mind. Although Maximin was the best helper he could get, being a wanted man, his help would be no different from that of an undead. Frowning, Maximin questioned Andreas if the one who had put Isabel to sleep was no longer alive. The protagonist explained that he had only freed her from the curse, so he couldn't say if it was permanent. With a darkening look, Maximin asked if what he was saying was that Isabel could fall asleep again. To reassure him, Andreas offered something that could help. How about you stay in my domain on the Empire's border for now? Although I used my power to absorb the curse, its master is still a powerful being after all. Since it was still uncertain whether Isabel would stay awake or fall asleep again, Andreas thought it best they stay in a safe place for now. Isabel loved Andreas's offer and asked Maximin if they could accept it. However, Maximin was still worried, as he was the Empire's most wanted man. But with a smile, she reassured him, reminding him who he was. Why worry if you are so powerful? We can even hide our identities outside the border, you know? Isabel really wanted to live a normal life for a while, and as an ordinary woman asked Maximin to fulfill her wish. Although she seemed normal, Isabel had almost become the vampire queen, but by following that path, she meddled in matters she shouldn't and became a victim of the sleep curse. Andreas imagined that if he could keep her close to him, he might somehow find the whereabouts of the capital Sinlust. Convinced by his wife, Maximin asked Andreas if they could really accept the offer. There was no reason for Andreas to disagree. With the two in his territory, he wouldn't have to worry about Amy's safety for a while. Suddenly, Isabel's eyes widened as she sniffed the air. She approached Andreas, sniffing him lightly, although he tried to step back. Then she smiled slightly, remembering his name. Andreas Cromwell, isn't it? What a nostalgic scent. I see you are that girl's favorite. The protagonist was confused, so Isabel revealed who she was talking about. Angela Lucy. You have met her, right? My little sister. Remembering the woman who bit him on the neck, the protagonist was surprised. Far from that golden maple forest, there was a cabin almost buried in the snow. Inside the cabin was Andreas, sitting at a wooden table, thinking of Angela, whom Isabel had mentioned. Angela was the first subject he had developed, and the one who had sucked his blood. Angela being Isabel's younger sister was a big surprise to him. If this relationship was friendly, it would even increase his chances of getting close to lust. The only problem was not knowing Angela's whereabouts. While his food was served, the protagonist thought about that vampire. The only thing he could do to find her was to ask Isabel, her sister, about her whereabouts. Still confused, the protagonist wondered why they had requested a meeting with him in such a remote place. Currently, Andreas was in the northern province, Volgien. He himself had no idea that the feudal lord of this province was involved with the Dark Mages. Not only because of the remote place, Andreas had been called despite his involvement with the capital sins. In the letter he received, he was recognized as the new face of the Dark Mages in the world, being invited to the congregation. Trying to trace a connection between the northernmost province and the capital sins, Andreas ended up thinking of something, but soon his thoughts were interrupted. A pot-bellied man approached him, asking if they could share the table. The protagonist just took a sip of his drink, nodding. Laughing that he wasn't much of a talker, the man sat across from him. Seeing him drink and eat, the man smiled. Drinking before a big event? If I were you, I'd drink only afterward. The protagonist spoke for the first time, arousing the man's curiosity. Putting a piece of his large steak in his mouth, the protagonist warned him, "Be quiet while you eat. You're embarrassing the congregation. We may be in the middle of nowhere, but how can you be a dark mage with such a big belly?" Humiliated, the man widened his eyes. While the young man in front of him kept eating as if nothing had happened, he gritted his teeth. "You little piece of trash who got a bit lucky. You think you're special, brat?" The protagonist only replied with one thing. "You're Brown, from the Jester faction, right?" Brown almost jumped out of his chair, afraid of being recognized so easily. Seeing his reaction, Andrea smiled. "What's with the surprise? Why don't you do your job and show me the way?" Irritated, the pot-bellied man stood up. "Arrogant bastard, just wait for the congregation." Seeing how even an idiot like that was at the event, Andreas imagined there would be many other idiots as well. Amid the snowstorm, the protagonist followed Brown until the man suddenly stopped. In the distance, Andreas could see stone walls. Soon they and other groups arrived at a castle in the middle of nowhere, right next to the main city. That place was impressive, even though isolated. Upon entering the castle, many people could be seen everywhere. In the center of the hall, a candle-lit chandelier brought a melancholic light to the dark environment. As soon as he entered the place, Andreas encountered a man wearing a hat who greeted him. Long time no see, fearless boy. Dragan looked him up and down, as well as the surroundings. Looks like you're not with Salem this time. Have you gone mad? Showing his sheathed sword, Andreas replied, I came because I was invited. Upon hearing this, Dragan scratched his chin with a disdainful look. I don't remember us being so short-staffed that we'd invite you to replace Karen, right? I can guess whose idea that was. Seeing how Dragan had been on his case from the start, Andreas guessed the man had been watching him since the sloth incident. The protagonist glanced slightly upstairs and answered, If you ask me who invited me, it must be no one other than Master Jester. Dragan snorted as he looked toward Jester, saying the man either couldn't read the mood or was doing it on purpose. In the end, he cast a sharp look at Andreas. Welcome to the congregation. I'm looking forward to this, boy. From the upper floor, Jester stared at Andreas from beneath his dark attire, like all the others looking in his direction, guided by Dragan's voice. Let's see if this time you'll come out alive. Just as Jester stared at Andreas, everyone in the hall did the same. They murmured among themselves upon seeing the boy who had dared to threaten the congregation. It was impressive that the young man had the courage to show his face. Some irritated mages gathered, questioning how much the congregation had fallen to become a laughingstock for a mere boy. Andreas didn't care about the wild stares surrounding him and wore a cold expression. However, amid those looks, someone was pushing each of them aside to approach Andreas. The protagonist turned upon hearing someone call him. Luna cheerfully raised her hand, waving, Hey, Luna knew it was you. Everyone was shocked to see Luna approach the boy. She practically jumped into his arms, grabbing him. Long time no see. Have you been well? Trying to step back a little from the clingy girl, the protagonist stammered, Yes, I'm also glad to see you're well. Luna was extremely happy, saying that since this was the life he had given her, she was enjoying it to the fullest. Smiling, she pointed to a corner of the hall, trying to drag him along. Come on, there's lots of delicious food over there. The eyes that had already been on Andreas showed surprise upon realizing he knew Luna Pendragon. Luna was someone who didn't belong to any faction, so they wondered what that meant. The protagonist knew that the fact no one tried to attack him showed how significant Luna's presence was in the congregation. Moreover, the congregation's 4 factions kept each other in check. Jester, who had already exchanged looks with Andreas, Ika Imp, who had a black tattoo near her face, Fade with his mask covering his entire face, and the old Morn Dworsky. Each ruled a part of the congregation. None of them took initiative because Luna was beside Andreas, especially those from Jester's faction. They might seem calm, but in reality, they intended to eliminate Andreas at the earliest opportunity. As for Ika Imp, Andreas noticed she wasn't attending the congregation and had only sent Dragan to represent her. While walking among the mages, the protagonist spotted Fade among them. However, as soon as Fade saw him, he looked away. The protagonist had lost count of how many times Fade had eliminated him while playing that game, yet the man remained a mystery to him. Besides being a faction leader and a powerful black mage, Andreas knew almost nothing about him. As the protagonist walked, a female voice called him. With hands on her hips, Morshe frowned. How dare you show up and stay so quiet after all the mess you caused last time? Instead of falling into a pile of provocations, the protagonist simply bowed, greeting her. It's been a while, Miss Morshe. Morshe gritted her teeth, her eyes turning red with fury as she spoke to the boy. It seems you don't understand the situation you're in. Here, I can easily turn you to ashes forever. The protagonist was extremely irritated with that damned Jester, who didn't even teach his subordinates properly. Keeping a smile despite his anger, he warned Morshe that he was at the congregation by Master Jester's invitation. Suddenly, Brown raised his hand, pointing at Andreas, startling even Morshe. As Miss Morshe said, that brat must be judged immediately for challenging the congregation. But amid his shout, Brown felt a tremendous energy pressing down on him. Behind Brown appeared a skeletal armored being, carrying a sword larger than Brown himself and exuding a bloody aura. Everyone was shocked to see a dark knight, as only one person in the entire congregation could control an undead of that magnitude. A hoarse old voice arose among the mages. Boy, be careful with your actions. Brown, being reprimanded, looked back. Old Morn was the last of the 4 leaders and the mentor of Karen, whom Andreas had defeated. Old Morn Dworsky, the one who controlled the Chaos Knights, was at the peak of necromancy. Morshe was furious and growled at Morn. Why are you siding with that kid? Calmly, the old man asked Morshe to understand that the boy was like one of his pupils. However, Morshe refused to accept that. She wanted him to remember that Andreas had stolen from him. Smiling slightly, the old man reminded her he had already said it was fine, but soon his smile turned to irritation, questioning, Or do you harbor ill thoughts about me giving him my possessions? With irritation in Morn's eyes, his knight displayed a cold energy. At that point, Jester was forced to intervene. Leave things as they are. The boy is my guest. Despite being irritated, Morshe could not go against her master. Raising one hand and striking her staff on the floor, Morn began to dissipate his knights. Actually, especially in the presence of so many important guests, please forgive this old man for reacting so aggressively. Luna ran to the old man, asking Grandpa to take it easy and rest. Faced with such a charismatic girl, he smiled, asking her not to worry. Andreas bowed his head, greeting Master Morn. I still can't thank you enough for helping me again. The old man smiled, asking if it wasn't normal to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Showing his sincerity, Andreas apologized for what happened to Master Karen. However, the old man told him not to worry about it, as those things were just fate. While the two talked, Jester descended to the hall. It's been a while, Morn. And you too, Andreas Cromwell. Morn greeted the man hidden by his clothes, as did Andreas, who bowed slightly, thanking for the invitation. However, the man with his eyes hidden under his hat corrected him. I should be the one thanking you since you accepted my invitation despite all the enmity between us. Frowning, the protagonist tried to understand what Jester meant by that. Although it seemed sudden, Jester wanted to get straight to the point with Andreas and made an invitation. Join my faction, Andreas. The invitation shocked everyone, from Morshe to Old Morn and all around. But not Andreas, who realized how cunning Jester was being. By making him join his faction, Jester could keep an eye on the academy again after what happened with Kyler, and at the same time strengthen his influence in the congregation by using the connections Andreas had with Salem. Seeing the young man silent, Jester asked if that wasn't a good offer. However, Andreas knew Jester only wanted him to become a lackey. His next actions would cause a commotion, but he had no other choice. The protagonist bowed slightly, thanking for the offer, but revealed, I'm already planning to form my own faction in the congregation. His words scared everyone present, although they excited the girl, Luna. From side to side, people thought they had misheard, but quickly Luna jumped and shouted, That's right! Luna will join her friend's faction! While Jester was still confused by Andreas's words, Morshe shouted, The congregation is not a game! Even Morn warned him, Boy, I'm not sure that's a wise idea. Stomping his foot on the floor, Jester warned him, Andreas, do you understand the implications of what you said? He extended his hand, showing a ring. To form a faction in the congregation, you must take possession of this ring, proof of a faction leader, or have it passed to you. Learning for the first time the rules to create a faction, the protagonist replied, I understand, it doesn't seem like I can do that anytime soon. Seeing the boy back down, Morshe grew even more furious. You brat. Enough with the insults to the congregation, just when I was about to ignore what happened last time. Your mouth is really cheeky. Amid Morshe's fury, someone silenced her to make a suggestion. Jester extended his hand with the ring. I, Jester, put my faction's ring on the line. I want you to fight Morshe here. Everyone was surprised to hear the suggestion and the high-risk bet offered by Jester. Even Morshe wanted to understand why he was going so far. However, soon Morshe thought, with this I erase any justification for Morn to interfere. Although he is just a boy, he has contacts with Maximin. If he's not going to be ours, then this is our chance to deal with him. Smiling maliciously, Morshe found himself tempted to accept. Morn immediately realized the trap they were trying to set against the boy Andreas. Mockingly, Morshe extended his hand, asking if Andreas would accept. Frowning, the protagonist knew that if he wanted to take control of the congregation, he would have to walk that path sooner or later. He imagined in his mind what it would be like to fight Morshe. Morn was about to try to intervene to cancel the challenge when Andreas began to speak. This is an exceptional offer. If I didn't accept, it would be rude of me. Seeing his future little boss accept the challenge, Luna celebrated. Her eyes sparkled at the thought that a fight was about to happen. Arrogantly, Morshe declared, Let's go outside. I'll show you how formidable this congregation is by carving it into your body. The duel between Andreas and Morshe was going to take place in front of all the congregation members. Regardless of the outcome, any act of retaliation or unfair treatment would not be tolerated. In an arena near one of the castle's exits, the two competitors already faced each other, with the congregation group standing beside the arena. Morshe, as always, showed a haughty side. There's no Salem or anyone who can come to intervene. You still managed to act tough despite that? In silence, Andreas tried to analyze Morshe. He didn't know her true strength. The only information he had was that, although she wasn't at the level of a warlock, she was undoubtedly stronger than Karen and Kyler. When Morshe finished speaking, Andreas taunted, Is that all your speeches? That made her grit her teeth, losing composure. Andreas saw the mage lose her temper and suddenly charged toward him, swinging her cloak shaped like a vulture's wing and cursing, How dare you provoke me! The protagonist quickly drew his sword, defending against the attack that created an explosion of wind and snow. Amid that smoke curtain, Andreas looked back. Behind him, some sharp feathers were piercing the ground. Morshe's subordinate group, as well as many others, were surprised to see Andreas block one of her attacks. Confident that he left no openings for Andreas to counterattack, Morshe smiled maliciously. You better stay alive until I vent all my rage. Andreas, raising his sword, panted lightly. The attack he had suffered felt like facing a metal wall, or even something stronger than metal, which showed Morsha's strength. Andreas knew he could defeat her if he showed all his powers, but it wasn't wise to reveal them in front of so many people. A careful approach was necessary. Seeing the young man so tense and possibly even afraid, Morsha advanced once again. She jumped in front of the sunlight, trying to dazzle Andreas's sight, like a crow before its attack. A great explosion happened, raising snow and gravel from the arena in all directions as Morsha's kick struck the ground. Andreas gritted his teeth, feeling the impact of the blow, and at the same moment his opponent removed one of her black feathers, moving behind him, mocking. "Or did you underestimate me?" Morsha smiled maliciously, about to use her final attack, but Andreas's cold gaze showed how pleased he was that she had come close, entering the range of his skill. A skeleton carrying a sword appeared behind Morsha through a portal. She felt the presence of the new enemy and was surprised. Andreas might have been holding back, but against someone confident of victory, he could easily turn the tide. The skeleton launched its attack, exploding the arena once again. Morn Dworsky watched the battle with narrowed eyes, alongside Luna and others who were impressed by the turn of events. Jester did not expect the summoning of a ghost, while Fade hid his expression behind his mask. Behind the snow curtain, Andreas wondered if he had managed to hit Morsha. The skeleton had launched a horizontal strike that fell on Morsha's cloak feathers. Having managed to defend the attack, Morsha gritted her teeth. "You smart idiot." Frowning, the protagonist tried to understand what had happened to Nickel, but something more important caught his attention. Morsha released a dark energy and quickly began a mutation. Her face grew, forming a sharp beak, while her hair fused with her cloak, becoming dark feathers. The skeleton did not care about the transformation and raised its sword once again. It unleashed its crushing attack that fell upon Morsha. On the other side, Andreas likewise attacked with a horizontal strike, closing her escape route. While still transforming, Morsha received both attacks, both extremely dangerous. However, amid the snow raised by the powers of Andreas and the skeleton, a giant crow cawed deafeningly. Crow Morsha raised her face upwards, opening her sharp beak and releasing a sonic wave that could rupture the eardrums of those nearby. Andreas quickly put his hands over his ears, trying to prevent the sound from affecting him further. Even Luna and some others who were not faction leaders did the same. Although they were many times farther from Morsha than Andreas, they were also affected. The skeleton would not allow the crow to act freely and brandished its sword toward her foot, which was as large as itself. Suddenly, a second undead struck the crow's head, throwing it to the ground to silence it. Many were shocked to see a second undead. Even Jester, who had proposed the bet, fell silent, hiding his surprise. Even with narrowed eyes, Morn expressed surprise at how Andreas had reanimated the Tiger King with such perfection. However, Andreas was still startled to realize that 2 of his undeads were not enough. Seeing Morsha counterattack, he quickly ordered the Tiger Timer to dodge. The Tiger King managed to leap high, avoiding the blows from the giant crow's wings. Retreating, he landed beside Andreas and Nickel. Looking at the Tiger King, Andreas noticed several wings, sharper than iron, had pierced his skin. There was no reason to keep Timur or Nickel any longer, so Andreas ordered them to return. Thinking Andreas would retreat, the crow cawed, "I won't let you surrender without my permission." But Andreas reassured her, as he did not plan to do that. Immediately, he activated a stage of the spiritual session, and releasing part of his power, allowed an intense aura to overflow from his body. Morsha was shocked to see the sudden change in Andreas. At that moment, the soul of the great warrior of Bayatra, Al Ghuld, descended upon Andreas's body. Feeling an unrecognizably powerful force, Morsha opened her beak in surprise. Temporarily increasing his sharpness, Andreas charged toward the giant crow at a speed difficult to follow. The sword wielded by Andreas descended upon Morsha's feathers, causing a strong shockwave. Morsha tried to resist, her body reinforced by steel feathers, but Andreas was not willing to give up. The protagonist stepped back slightly, and still in the air, launched a burst of attacks like a rain of blades toward the crow woman. The attacks overwhelmed Morsha's resistance, who fell to the ground with her immense size. The congregation's mages were shocked to see Andreas's movements. "Is he still a mage? These attacks are extremely fierce, even for a swordsman." However, Morsha did not surrender. Opening her beak, she began to gather a large amount of energy. The crow launched a devastating lightning attack, wiping out everything in its path. However, Andreas had already moved and approached her, dodging the attack. Swinging his sword, he delivered a wide strike that tore through the air toward the crow. Morsha furrowed the feathers on her brow as she saw how quickly Andreas was reacting to her attacks. In a new advance from Andreas, she folded her wings, creating a barrier of feathers in front of her body. With special vision, Andreas managed to see at the last moment Morsha's true intention. Suddenly, she opened her wings, launching her feathers at Andreas like sharp spears being shot by giant crossbows. Several of those feathers flew toward Andreas, who was already prepared to defend against them. However, before even touching them, the protagonist saw something happen. Shocked, he realized he could perfectly see a path through the feathers to continue advancing. Andreas gave up the idea of destroying them and instead advanced, dodging each one and smoothly sliding through them on his way toward Morsha. That made him truly understand what the Master Aura state was. With Al Gould guiding him, he showed a performance he had never even imagined. Holding the sword firmly, Andreas felt the recoil from Al Gould's invocation begin as damage started to appear on his skin. His mouth filled with a red liquid, but he wanted just a little more to experience this world. For the first time, Old Morn widened his eyes since the beginning of the fight. From side to side, even those who were against Andreas, like Jester, watched the boy's movements with surprise. Andreas used all his energy to advance at least a little further. Andreas managed to reach his target, enveloping Morsha in the energy of his sword. The crow seemed to lose the remaining energies that defended her body, just as Andreas appeared to exhaust his energy and life force to launch that attack. And so, the battle came to an end. Sometime later, Andreas, lying on a soft bed, coughed heavily. He woke up desperate, screaming only to gasp, realizing he was no longer in battle. As soon as he woke, he received a notification that the talent extraordinary swordsman had been acquired. Looking around, he wondered where he was and whose room it was. Then he received another notification. His dodge talent had reached 100% for evolution. Discovering that he could evolve his skill surprised him greatly. While thinking about his abilities, he heard a voice. "You have awakened." A tornado appeared beside him as the owner of that voice materialized. Frowning, he faced Jester. Jester asked him to stay calm, assuring he had no intention of hurting him. Lowering his head, Andreas asked if he had lost the duel. Jester remained silent until he remembered and told him what had happened. Everyone was shocked to see the end of the battle. Andreas had fallen to one side, while Morsha had also collapsed, losing her transformation. She, however, was still awake and ground her teeth furiously, but before she realized it, the blow she had suffered revealed its effect, exploding within her body. Morsha's subordinates were shocked to see their mistress wounded but calmed down. The ground was painted red. Morsha stood, placing her hand over the wound. Her voice had become weak, but she ground her teeth furiously. "Damn! Forcing me this far! As I thought, you cannot be left alive." Morsha's only intention was to end Andreas so that he would not become a future threat. However, before Morsha could make a move, something fell between her and Andreas, throwing snow and stones into the air, forcing her to protect herself. Two giant undead knights blocked her path, and Morn's voice echoed from all sides. "Enough. From this moment on, if anyone wants to hurt him, I will consider it an act of war against me." Everyone was shocked by Morn's statement, who was willing to move his faction for Andreas. Morn saw that someone agreed with him, Luna, who had rescued Andreas, protecting him with her scythe. Holding back, Morsha shouted at Morn through the giant undeads, "Are you crazy? Do you really want to make the entire congregation your enemy because of this boy?" The old man, however, stepped forward and raised his faction ring. "I, Morn Dworsky, hereby pass this ring to Andreas Cromwell and join the Cromwell faction." Hearing the story told by Jester, the protagonist was surprised. Jester crossed his arms, stating he never imagined Morn would go so far. Thus, he wanted to change his terms and make a new and final offer to Andreas. "How about we unite our factions?" The protagonist sighed, asking Jester why he was so fixated on him, even sending one of his allies to duel him. Disinterested, Andreas asked the question but was surprised by the answer. "Because we share a common goal, that is wrath." Wrath, unlike benevolent greed or diligent sloth, was a capital sin that took the form of a human child. Born from the son of the bearded northern chief, wrath, failing to escape its destiny, was taken by the great emperor and met a tragic end at his hands. Enraged by the loss of the great chief's son, the barbarians launched a desperate resistance. After underestimating the barbarians' power, the empire suffered great losses, but in the end, none were left alive. Of all the capital sins, wrath was especially linked to the end of life. The emperor sacrificed wrath to obtain his power. Andreas, however, had decided to extract the power of wrath without letting it perish. Jester's goal was unexpected. Andreas had imagined he had managed to buy some time, but clearly he had not. Seeing the boy silent, Jester asked what his answer was and stated, "I believe it will be simpler to join forces since we share the same goal." Slightly smiling, the protagonist tried to dismiss Jester's interest. "What if I say my goal is not wrath?" Andreas didn't know if Jester was monitoring him or simply casting a bait, trying to catch a big fish. Jester was silent for a moment and asked if he should consider that the boy was rejecting his offer. Sighing, the protagonist declined the proposal, apologizing. Jester, however, asked him not to apologize, since it was his choice. Amid the whirlwind of energy that would make him disappear, Jester concluded, "Face the consequences that will come with your decision." As Jester vanished, Andreas thought about Wrath. He had imagined the Emperor would be the first to make a move after Bloody Dan's elimination. In the game story, Jester showed no interest in Wrath, so Andreas wondered why there had been a change. However, a realization came to his mind. There was a strong possibility that Jester was working together with the Emperor. If that was true, Andreas imagined all his actions had already been exposed to him, so it would be necessary to be even more careful with Jester. Suddenly, the door of the room where Andreas was opened by Luna, who ran toward him. "Friend, you're still sleeping!" But Luna suddenly stopped when she saw Andreas sitting on the bed. Trying not to drool, she put her hand before her eyes to avoid seeing Andreas's bare chest. But her excitement was huge to see him alive. With Luna was Morn, who showed a smile through his beard. "I'm glad you're well." Settling on the bed, Andreas said he had heard what Master Morn had done and asked why he had made such a decision. The old man looked confused, and Andreas reminded him, "I'm talking about the ring and about you joining my faction." Morn extended his ring to give it to Andreas, declaring, "It is yours. I see the possibility of a new era in you." With Morn extending his hand with the ring, and Andreas remaining silent, Luna intervened. "Take it already, friend." Thanking her, Andreas reached out to take the ring. For him, that ring was like a springboard, a leap to take control of the congregation. Later that night, in a comfortable office, Ike Imp sat in his armchair, smoking his pipe, warmed by the soft rays of the sunset, waiting for Dragon's report. The man was there to say that Morn had handed his ring to Andreas. After puffing his pipe, Ike smiled. "Well, I guess he finally went senile. So how did the congregation react?" Dragon reported that animosity against Andreas remained. However, perhaps because he had shown his strength in the duel against Morshe, no one openly expressed their feelings. Exhaling a light smoke, Ike listened to Dragon's words and his interest grew. Dragon continued his report. "Besides, Luna Pendragon is by his side." Ike was surprised to hear about Luna. "That boy even charmed the silly girl?" Ike laughed out loud, imagining what the scene must have been like that he missed. "Too bad I missed such a spectacle. I should have joined the event this time." After coughing from the smoke, Ike recovered, showing a serious side as he thought about the new faction leader, Andreas Cromwell. I would love to meet him someday. At the same time, Andreas and Luna followed Old Morn up the mountain inside a snowstorm. The duo, following the old man, wanted at least to understand where they were going. Andreas complained, "You told us to follow you, but didn't even say where we were going." The old man's steps continued forward while he recalled, "I was just impressed by your undeads. However, I thought your defenses left a little to be desired." Remembering how Timer's skin had been easily pierced by Morshe's feathers, the protagonist couldn't help but agree. After making the young man recall what had happened, Morn continued, "That's why we came here. I thought it would be good to introduce you to a skilled blacksmith." If you enjoyed today's recap and want more Manhwa content, subscribe to the channel. We're starting this journey now, and I hope that together we can strengthen this new community. So go ahead and like the video, comment for future parts, and share it with your friends. Thank you so much for joining us, and until next time.